it's not. There's one of the guys that is Barry in the film. It's a guy called Luis Martinez that's been working with me for the past 10 years, and he laughs at it because he goes, I can't believe I'm Barry. So.
Does he look anything like Barry?
Actually, he does. He does. That's why we chose him. Yeah. I kind of thought at one point, after all this happened, like, I guess these are lifers, though. I mean, they spent most guys. I don't know. I don't know what happened to him. I'd love to know. I suspect that Dennis Mariani, my supervisor, I've seen people track him down, all the way to gravestone.
What is it like seeing recreation of film? Because, I mean, it's we're direction, for lack of a better word, your description, you telling them exactly how everything was laid out, and then once they recreated it, what is that feeling like when you watch it?
Well, the final product is absolutely mind-blowing because, as I've said, it looks like you guys downloaded that out of my brain. I mean, you describe something 100 times and until you actually make them clear. This took years. I think it was 5.5 years from when I first met Luigi, and he said, yeah, I can do this, and the quality improving to where he started showing me pictures, and I went, Jesus, that's really it. It's not really it. It's really it. And I mean, it blew. Later on, he showed me a 3D environment where I could put goggles on and move around inside. I mean, that made the hair stand up on my arms. It was unbelievable. So, I don't know if I could really describe how that, but like I was teleported back there, and that's what really admiration for Luigi's talents. And I'm behind this and. Flew out to Canada times. I didn't have much to do with the film other than that's the wrong color. And but those guys spent over on it. And, they never showed me. I speak to Luigi, a couple times a month, and he'd always say, "Oh my God, show me." No, it's not done yet. So I really didn't get it to see anything till close to the end. But when I did, really, without trying to sound dramatic, it really put tears in my eyes, going that that's it. You did it. Just stop. It's perfect.
Well, I had the pleasure of watching the movie with you and sitting there with you. There was a bunch of times in the movie you're like.
Yeah,
you could tell.
Yeah. I swear I could feel that place. I could feel it watching that movie. And it really freaks me out because as I said before, it's not like what I saw. It's perfect. It's just like Luigi camera. So it worked.
It's a very unique documentary in that regard, and watching it with you, seeing you experience this thing, and then me trying to imagine what it's like for you. You're this young son gets brought in on this thing, not much explanation, and all of a sudden you're confronted by this craft. And the way it's broken down in the film, and you get to actually see you viewing this thing and being in the presence of this thing for the first time, it's just, I could just only imagine. Must like for you. And it's so weird to watch you.
Right.
What did they do to me? What did they make me experience? Like, what the hell?
Yeah, I really can't fill in the blanks there. It's I wanted to say that there was a time Bob got angry at me a lot because I wouldn't show him. And he was like, come on, show me. And I said, it's not ready yet. I don't want to show you something. But at a certain point, we had to. And Bob started remembering more stuff. Yeah, that's true. It really made a big difference when he showed me some things and walking down the corridor here and turn. Wait, there's another door there. I mean, it was like I was going back into the facility, and it really brought. I mean, actually seeing it again really brought some things back that I had completely forgotten. That
Well, fascinating is for people that don't know your story. The story you talked to George Knapp.
88, 89, somewhere.
You've essentially told the exact same story all these years, and then within the last 9-10 years, we've started to get all these reports. There was the New York Times story, there was the Go Fast video, and the Fleer video, and all these videos that show crap that's moving the way you described this.
Roll faces at the bottom towards where it's want to go, and then it takes off. That's, I mean, it's the way it was.
But it's crazy because you had this story way back then, and everybody's like, guys just making things up, thinking bullshit. It was from these fighter jets. Like, wait a minute, it's moving the exact same way he described. It's doing what he did in 1989.
Yeah.
Time to take a drink, Jerry. It's so weird. I can't. I mean, I've had so many conversations with people, and one of the things that comes up is, do you think Bob Lazar's telling the truth? And I say, look, I don't know. There's no way I could know, but it doesn't seem like he's lying. I've been around a lot of liars.
Look, unless you're there. I'm the biggest skeptic of all. Although if you look at Wikipedia, it says I'm a conspiracy theorist or something.
I think it says I'm a far-right podcaster.
Yeah, all right. I mean, yeah, it's crazy. But, that's my well, that you, it's like, basically, are you a conspiracy theorist? No, you don't even look at this stuff.
Well, if you have a lie, you have one lie. It's amazing, because you've told the same one.
Well, it's a pretty detailed lie.
It's also not normal. Like, normally when people lie, they get bored with the same lie, and then they come up with another lie. There's some other story. So eventually you catch come up with, and it's the type of people that are, it's just, it doesn't fit the standard model of someone.
Well, there are other people involved with it. I mean, that's also part of this is for the first time Gene Hub finally is on film, because when I had, the test flight information,
confirmation that you were being fucked with. That, when you're in the gym, they would show up and open up your locked car trunk and leave it there so you'd go out there and see it. You'd go to your house, you weren't there.
Yeah, they were even following George Knapp and I mean, all of us, anybody that had anything to do with it, at at that time. They were keeping eyes on him. It was
No way, I got a
not just
notebook.
eyes, but a lot of intimidation tactics, just letting you know that they can touch you.
Yeah. It worked for decades to push this out of my mind, so it's always tough to bring it back. When it's done talk about it. And although it might be funny now, it wasn't funny then at all. It was a really stressful time, and still is a very stressful thing for me.
I know it's so many years ago, but do you remember the thought that came in your mind, realized that it wasn't ours?
Do I remember the thought?
I remember the experience.
Yeah, I remember the feeling.
Of recognize, because initially you saw the American flag.
Yeah, when I saw the Americans went in, the first time I went in through the hangar door instead of around the back, slid my hand across and saw the American flag, and I thought, oh my God, this explains the UFO nuts,
It's ours.
Yeah, this is ours. This is a new top secret fighter. We came up with a new propulsion system, and it explains everything. More nuts. But when they started reviewing everything with me, I was trying to replace somebody, or they were trying to use me to replace somebody as quick as possible. And they had two directives. Directive one was to duplicate the technology with us, which is exactly what it was. And directive two was to be able to disable the technology at a distance at any cost. And, once you start thinking, the thing you built worked, and it's kind of like they left that out. That, by the way, this isn't ours. And Barry is the guy that filled me in, going, no. And we need to figure out how this works. Look at the technology here. I mean, this is decades, light years ahead of where we are. And it was a shock, really, to me. I remember going home that night and just laying in bed and reviewing everything that everybody said that day. And I really don't remember how I felt the following days, but it was just a different feeling.
The world just changed.
Yeah. It was. I don't know.
I couldn't imagine. I couldn't imagine what that experience is like. And it's also very strange that they would bring you in and not specifically state to you that this is not ours. They just bring you in and just give you a directive. This is what you were trying to accomplish.
Well, they gave me a bunch of briefings. Everything was moving at a very fast pace. I think I mentioned in the movie, right prior to I got there, there were Russians involved, and from what I can ascertain, there was an exchange of information, and then we discovered something of great importance, and of course kicked the Russians out and just held on to that information ourselves, and there was kind of a vacuum. There was also an accident. I was replacing someone that was injured. I believe he actually died.
There's no record of who this person was, or has anybody ever?
Actually get to answer the question here, but what do you think this place would be more like? Not seeing that. This is something aircraft aircraft hangar in the middle of the desert. There's dust on everything, taking everything. Isolated, sealed, secured environment, and they were past that. So I think it had been there for a decade, and these guys were intimately familiar with it, not afraid, and knew what was going on.
So they essentially got just back that this craft exists, and it was there, and there had been little progress as far as figuring out what is kind of sat there. And so
They were making very little progress, and I think they kept going again, and they spurts there, and just didn't. And I think the reason that didn't necessarily follow what was going on. I mean, the biggest distractors to me anyway, in the story, are other scientists, other physicists. Well, they would have hired me because I'm the top guy in the field. Yeah, you probably are. But I think they hired plenty of you guys, and you just kept going down the same road. Didn't do anything. I think they were looking for somebody that just would have some radical idea and just to push the project forward. Everything had stalled when I got there, and it was. I think they were just in a desperate move.
One of the things you talked about in the first podcast, I think, is that the only way science to really progress is that these various scientists have to be able to communicate, and you have to be able to share ideas, and you have to be able to collaborate. But that's not how this was run because it was so top secret. Everything was compartmentalized. Like the metallurgists weren't talking to the propulsions people, weren't talking to there were biologics experts, like everybody.
Exactly where that started. Again, it's 40 years ago, but I think it started with the seats. And no, it started with the actual skin of the craft because everything looked like it was made from the same material. And I wanted some information about the standard structure of the craft, and they said, "No, that's restricted. We need a reason for you." I just want to see if everything is exactly material, and what I call this craft. I still don't know. They might be. Restricted information too. There were other groups working exchange of information. With security, it was really frustrating. It was terrible.
So was this a function of security people that are concentrated on top security that don't collaborative science.
That's it. Right there. You
Yeah.
should stop right. Forever, it's a magnet.
Right.
It has a magnetic field that has a permanent static field to it, a static electric field. And I strongly suspected that the crap was made out of an electric. And I was not, because again, that's the material science guys. I was not allowed to connect that. That's so important to connect. And how the propulsion system interacts with the amplifier and the emitters, and I wasn't allowed the information I needed. So it was.
We're treating it like fighter jet or automobile. Like automobile, you have the out area, the shell of the car. You have the doors, the skins, the hood. But they're all connected. They're connected because they're bolted together, but they have different functions.
Right.
I think the idea or the concept, at least as I'm gathering from, is that this thing all worked as a cohesive unit.
Right. Physical connection between,
And all of it made up terrible.
at least on the outside. At least on the outside. And the other crafts all had the same power plant in them. So that brings to mind, like a GM plant that makes a car with a Chevy 350 that makes, a dozen different models to it.
Right.
So that makes you think about, boy, is there a factory making these things? And, your brain can just wander off directions, but I tried to stick with just the technology.
Did you know who the metallurgists were? The people that...
Oh, I saw them. I know them. And Barry, we'd go to the lunchroom. Barry would point them out.
And you weren't allowed to communicate with them at all?
Oh, hell no. You have a lab partner, which might Mike, and you're allowed to talk to your lab partner, but you can't talk to any other group. That has to go through a written request, has to go to your supervisor, and he'll bring it over to them, and they'll bring it back, and so on and so forth. But that's ridiculous. That it slows down any progress you might be making.
Which is why they were probably stalled out for decades.
Yeah.
Did you ever expressly communicate to them that you, at least, that this all could be connected? About the way the metal works?
Oh, we all knew that. We all knew that. Because we get requests from other groups. And you can tell they're desperate just fighting against the system.
What kind of requests would you get?
We found out, where is the energy being transferred here? If the reactor fires up, is there a field present around it, or is the field just absorbed or you can reactor itself? And just it's like energy from the reactor and pushes it out the bottom. The answer to that. And some of the I don't even know what some of the others, but
how many groups were there?
I don't know. There were only 22 people there total, including myself. So I would like for you to tell Joe one of the things that also interested me, because I built the craft, how the wave guide worked with the ceiling and the interior and how it blended. If you can explain, there was no telescopic. Well, this is why we wanted to talk to the metallurgist people. The reactor sits on the bottom of the craft. It's a little dome over it. There's something that looks like a pipe that's like you can lift it up and take the reactor out, put the reactor lifted. But you know, like an antenna walkie-talkie, it has different sections.
There it is. Here's from the video.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, you can retract the pipe, but there's sections, and it doesn't get thicker. It just becomes smaller. And if you look underneath, where the emitters hang down, they turn, and it doesn't buckle. It's a magical material. This is the basis of the craft. Is really the material that it's made of. It's amazing the way it works. You can push it into a smaller volume, and it doesn't change at all. It doesn't get bigger physically. It's really no one.
So lifting the pipe up and down, going anywhere?
Look, if you got a big pipe and you push it together, it has to get thicker,
Right.
because the material has to go somewhere. This doesn't. Okay, it stays in exactly the same dimensions. It just becomes smaller.
How?
Well,
Because you couldn't talk to the metallurgist. So
yeah,
no idea.
yeah, but those.
You did know.
Well, they know it did their job, so I imagine they have more information than I have. But that was fascinating. It really was. The waveguides that hold the emitters, they come to the emitter, pipes bend, and nothing changes in them. And is there anything to make the pipe bend? Yeah, I'm trying to relate it to something, but I can't think of anything to relate it.
I also thought it was fascinating. There's no seams. So everything looks like it's 3D printed.
Again, right, it comes down to the material.
Which 3D printers weren't real, right?
Yeah, at the time that really confused me. I said, how did they build this? It must have been built out of wax or something and then melted. Because you can't build anything without seams. And then 3D printing came into existence, and you could build stuff from lights up. It sense in some in a crystalline fashion, but I don't know how it's different than anything that we have. I don't even think it was 3D printing.
And so you never banding support. The metal was what? Boy, what did you
You can say it was cold to the when I touched it. I can't say it was if it was a ceramic. I can say it was metal because it was cold.
And this is the Designs by Perry version of it. How much does that look like?
No, that's 100%. That's it. Yes, that's a have the first ripple supposed to be black. See, yeah. So Louis gone over the. I mean, I built it. Yeah. There's an insulator ring.
Can you show what it looks like? If you could show one of the images.
On the trailer. Oh, yeah, on the trailer. There's a ring. Yeah, there's a ring around it, and we measured the voltage on the craft, and there was a high voltage on it. And above that ring, there is not a probably this is an old trailer, the new trailer that would actually that one there. you'll get to see it right there. Actually, right after this. It's actually no, yeah, there it is. That's we call it. We call
Once you see it, the whole rest of your life is now going to be very different. And you are in its presence for how long did you work there for?
I don't know, maybe 6 months or so.
So for 6 months, you're and I would imagine it's talking about your thoughts 24 hours a day.
Well, at the time it did, sure. It's actually like for it, during, and after it. Before it was my life, during was when it happened, and then the after part of my life was to just, to just go on.
Talk about it for a long time. When you did the George Knapp interviews, you talked about it a little, you made videos explaining things, how things worked.
No, I don't really like public attention, and I don't really like doing interviews. As you probably know. I felt privileged to be part of the project, but it left me with an insatiable appetite. Oh my God, I want to know where it's gone. Look, even when I was in the 80s, they were talking about moving project at that time. So, I'm dying to know, is it still there? Has it moved on? So did they split it and move it to other places? I remember Barry talking about moving it to the South Pacific, like a quadrant or something, but they said they were so great they couldn't do that, but they wanted it away from everybody, and they hated the fact it was like the highway in Nevada, south of Area 51. But that's the best place they had at the time and the most affordable. And of course, now with budgets being so tight, who knows where it is?
Who knows if budgets are tight for this, though?
Yeah, that's true.
They did say at whatever expense figures.
Yeah, they were just about that. We didn't really care what it was. So, like the original Apollo, back in the Apollo program, if they needed, and if they had something through UPS or through the mail or whatever, they had the authority to stop that shipment to that other person and take their stuff if they needed it. And, they had an unlimited budget. I mean, if you're working like that, you could do anything. And,
or at least anything that's currently possible with today's technology.
There you go.
Which therein lies the problem, is that they're dealing with something that's not possible with, you couldn't build it from scratch with American technology in 1989.
No, but that's what they wanted to do. And really thinking about that now, I'm not sure exactly these guys should be allowed to do that. This is technology, and the world has changed. I mean, we have a lot of crazy people doing stuff now, and nonsense transmits through the population at the speed of light. And, this can be a very powerful brain technology. And look, for 40 years, all the people in control of this information have all agreed to keep it quiet. And these aren't idiots. These aren't idiots for 40 years. You have a line of people that all have agreed. No, that's not saying anything. It's not saying anything. No, that's not saying anything. There has to be quiet. And if they all agreed to that, maybe this whole. No, really. Maybe they're right. And
maybe you would have figured that
no, but I'm increasingly thinking I'm the one that made the mistake. Maybe this is supposed to be just kept quiet.
Yeah, but that doesn't ring true. Because I don't think it's ever helpful. Groups of individuals have information, our understanding of where we are. I don't think they deserve it. I don't think it's right. I don't think it makes any sense.
I don't know. I mean, really think about it. What if it's something that's really dramatic?
Like how so? What do you think would be like?
I don't know. Maybe. I mean, what if it's? I'm not saying this is what it is, but I mean, what if it's like, like we raise cows out in a field and just feed them grass, and they're just going to be. What if it's something like that? We're just like, a population of creatures that are just to be consumed.
I don't know if we're to be consumed, but I do think we are
not physically consumed, like eaten, but I mean,
I think we have a task. And I'm more convinced as time goes on that we were engineered. Came about as a normal evolutionary process.
Yeah. I agree with that. I really agree with that.
A lot of people that think that. It just doesn't, I mean, without seeming like a kook or someone who buys it, if you just look at all the other biology on Earth, why is one so unique, communicate instantaneously at distance, can't really even exist in its environment in most places that it lives without clothes and shelter? We're a weird animal. We're very strange. Like, we don't seem to normally adapted to our environment with the way we've completely controlled our environment. Air conditioning, electricity, electronics, flight, and travel. We're so beyond everything else that evolved. Whereas every other animal, predator or prey, plant eater or meat eater, seems to cohesively exist inside of its ecosystem. And then you have us, which is almost species. Like invasive species destroy ecosystems, because they don't belong there. Like, we suck all shit out of the ocean, we pollute the rivers with our technology, systems with fracking and drilling. We're like an invasive species.
Yeah. I can't argue with that at all.
Yeah, this timber shed thing. So Tim has recently been talking about this, and he can't because it's classified, but he said he'd be things that I've seen if the things that I've seen are released. Yeah, just need to disclose it all. I'm sick of it. I was briefed. I'll tell you this. I was briefed last week on an issue 2 weeks ago, and it would have set the earth on. This country would have.
This is what I was talking about.
Yeah.
If, it's not like there's a bunch of space brothers coming down. Oh, look what we discovered. Here I have. What if it's not that? What the information is bad?
But what would be bad? Like, have you ever thought about this? Tried to play it out to its natural conclusion? Like, what do you think the scenarios would be that's bad?
I don't know. Everything that we're look, we view ourselves at the top of the food chain. What if we're not anywhere near there?
I don't think we are.
Okay, what if we're just consumables?
Well, I don't know if chimpanzees are consumables, right? They're not at the top of the food chain either, right? But
but there's, I would consider them substantially lower than we are.
Right.
Like my good friend that died, John Lear, who had a bunch of crazy thoughts. I mean, he used to come over and tell us that, on the moon there was a soul sucker. And when he said this, you better give me that bottle.
Have another drink before you explain this one. Oh boy. soul sucker.
Yeah.
John Lear was an eccentric individual.
But
sad I never met him.
Man, he was a
what? Terrence McKenna talking about the moon being a soul catcher.
Yeah. No, and he'd give me pictures of these giant antennas on the moon. In fact, I'll tell you a story. He was an accomplished pilot, had many world records and things of that. Part of the Lear family. That his father invented autopilot, the 8-track tape, all kinds of stuff. And but John Lear was a loose cannon at the time. He'd fly from Las Vegas and shuttle L-1011s, which are giant planes, back and forth. And he'd say, be kind of lonely. He goes, "Hey, you want to go to Minneapolis tonight?" He'd call me like at 9 o'clock at night and say, "Well, no, not really. Come on, fly with me." He said, "Just put on a suit and, come to so-and-so." And I'd go to McCarran Airport and, go there. And, I'm going to tell everybody you're, an inspector from the FAA. And I'm, okay, great. And I get on the plane and it's, just act like you're, going to kick everyone's ass. So I go on there and I sit they pull down a jump seat behind the plane and I just sit there looking at everybody and God, all of this stuff is so illegal. And, get on there and fly and, John would take, and the L-1011 was a pretty advanced plane at the time. This was in the 80s. And, John would be smoking his pipe. He'd take off. He'd put his feet up and smoke his pipe. And he'd fall asleep. And I'd just be, hanging out there. And, before the plane would land, he'd just, wake up, be smoking his pipe himself. At the time, my wife was taking flying lessons. And he said, bring her up here. And I think they had an engineer also on another panel. I don't quite remember, but I was there with my wife, people on board, and he'd say, "Hey, come on here and take the wheel." And he'd get the captain of the plane would, I think my wife was in her 20s at the time, and just sit her down and say, "Yeah, hold on to it," and, just keep correcting. And he'd just let her fly the plane, which is insane. And, the co-pilot would just look over, and I remember looking over at, I think, the engineer that looked at the gauges, and he just put his head down and pretended like nothing was happening. That was just one time. Another time he was ferrying an L-1011 going by Roswell. At the time I was living in New Mexico, and they called him and told him he wasn't getting paid, that the company was defaulted or something like that. And he was coming up to New Mexico and landed at the Roswell, just took the plane and landed at the Roswell airport. The whole 1011 got off, walked up to a bus station, gave me a call on the payphone and said, "Hey, Bob, I'm coming over." "Okay, you're in New Mexico?" "Yeah." And he drove up, taxi would drop him off at the house. He walked in, he went, "Boy, I'm tired." And he just lay down on the couch, and go to sleep. And I said, "What are you doing here? What's going on?" "Oh, I just dropped the plane out. They're not paying me." That's it. But I mean, John Lear was such like a loose cannon. He was a great friend to have, but he had no bullshit filter. If he had a retired general come up and give him all kinds of information, or if he had a psychic come up from the neighborhood and give him all kinds of information, he'd put him in the same category, and so he really did have useful information that was difficult to get, but it was mixed up with nonsense.
Right.
And sometimes he would just really lean into that nonsense. Like he was convinced that the sun wasn't hot and there were people living inside. And I used to die laughing. I went, you are insane. I said, you can't prove it's hot. Yes, I can. You know, just go outside, you know, on a hot day, you know, and John said, that's not the sun. That's just the sun's atmosphere that's on fire. And I said, you're just crazy. But we got along, and he knew that I thought he was crazy. But the thing is, a lot of people did come to him and give him good information. Anyway, I don't remember where I was going with
That's the thing about some people. Some people will tell you nonsense, and then they'll tell you true things. And it's difficult to accept that truth has also come from people that say nonsense.
Right.
Like, just because they've said something that's nonsense doesn't mean necessarily that this thing they're saying is not true. It's another thing. And you've got to be able to discern. You've got, like, I talk to a lot of people that say a lot of kooky things don't make any sense, but then they'll say something that rings true. And it's difficult because you have to have some sort of an understanding of the human psyche and of those kind of people, because there are kind of people that have very loose nets.
You're counting on their filter working like yours.
And it doesn't.
And no, it doesn't.
But some good stuff gets in there, and you go, hold on, what did you just say?
Right.
Tell me that again. How does that one work?
Yeah, you can't really discount people because somebody comes up with some absolute nonsense.
Right.
It just means their filter is defective.
Right.
But,
which is also the reason why they're willing to entertain things that are outside of the normal spectrum. So, like, they might have actual, real, useful information, but it's wrapped up in there with Bigfoot.
Exactly. Yeah, exactly.
So the soul catcher thing.
That's where I was going. The soul catcher. So, I remember him sitting, and I think he was telling my wife Joy the story, because I walked in on it, and he said, yeah, there are these giant antennas, and when you die, your soul goes up, and I think he said the Greys, you know, this alien race, set up this soul catcher, and that's what this whole thing is about. And as you die, it sucks your soul in, and they use it in some way. And it's not where your soul is supposed to go. They just, like, set some sort of intercept.
Did he say where your soul was supposed to go?
No, he was just more really into the soul catcher.
Well, that was one of the weird things about some of the documents that you had at least been alerted to when you were on the base. And one of them being that humans are containers.
Yeah, and
which the likely conclusion is containers of souls. A soul is a real thing, whatever that
that's what you would think.
Right. I mean, that's what I thought.
Yeah, but I mean, it's just I would prefer to believe that that's not true. But maybe it is. I don't know. As Barry said, you know, they mix absolute nonsense in there. So and it's unique to each person. So if you give out any information, and you go, we heard some stuff about soul catchers. Oh, we know that came from Lazar. So that's just a way where they can direct where it came to. But
then the problem is, like, decades and decades, generations and generations of people working there. How many people know what the real truth is? How many people know?
I don't know. I mean, there must be a group of people that really have the pure information of what's going on.
I would assume, but not necessarily. I would think
there has to be a group of people that know what's going on. And
who are those people?
You know, and to me, like I was telling Luigi, I have a bunch of questions for me. You know?
Right. Like, what would be your questions for you if you met you?
Yeah, now questions for me are people that ask me over decades the same question. You know, why is it that the Navy paid me? I always said the Navy, everything has been the Navy instead of the Air Force, because, you know, back in the 60s and 70s, you know, there's Project Bluebird in the Air Force and all that, but everything associated with this was the Navy. So, and in these days, you hear some of these new types of crafts that are
Transmedia.
Yeah, you hear the word transmedium, and David Fravor, Commander David Fravor, you know, with the back, and things are under the water. And supposedly the craft that the sport model was an archaeological recovery, and that itself was underwater. So what is the deal with the water? I mean, it's by far the biggest medium of the planet. I mean, if you want to hide people down there, almost an entire civilization down there, you could do it in the ocean, as long as you do it deep enough and away from people. So, yeah, number one is, what's the deal with the ocean? That's probably the number one question.
Because there's a ton of sightings where people see things come out of the water and go into the water.
Yeah, there has to be a reason for that.
Well, just in terms of if they have the ability to travel through space, if whatever that thing really does creates gravity bubble or some sort of a space-time bubble.
Yeah, but maybe it's not space. Maybe it's not space. Maybe it's time. Maybe it's another dimension. There's really no limits. If you can start manipulating physics in that way, you can bend time. You can open doorways into other dimensions. So maybe it has nothing to do with going. Look, we all want it to be like Star Trek, because Star Trek is really understandable. Right. You go out there, you fly to another planet, you meet the people there, you go to another one. Well, these guys are happy, those guys aren't, and it all makes perfect sense. I don't really think it's like that. Look, if you look in history, especially, United States history, anytime a superior race or intelligence meets with an inferior one, it's never good for the inferior guys. Never. We never come over and go, oh, we just want to teach you guys everything that we know. No. It's like, we're going to rape all your women, take all your stuff, and then just kill you.
Use your resources.
Yeah, right. And just consume everything you want. That's just always the way it goes. Now, maybe that's just what humans do, but I would be concerned that's what all life does.
Well, we are territorial primates, and that makes sense that that's what we do. The thing that always fascinates me about particularly, they seem to be genderless, and they seem to have no muscle at all. They seem to have enormous heads, and the stories, at least, the anecdotal accounts of people having communication with these creatures is that they communicate in some way telepathically. Yeah. If you transcend all of our weird biological needs, like all the things that are attached to being a human being, ego, lust, greed, desire to conquer, desire to control resources, all those things are territorial primate instincts. In one of the conversations I had yesterday with my friend Theo, we were talking about what's happening to people's bodies is that people are slowly, we're consuming microplastics and phthalates and all these things that are reducing our reproductive system, our testosterone's dropping. Right. All this stuff leads you to say, well, where does this go ultimately? How many more people are autistic now than were before? It's 1 out of 12 boys in California now. It used to be 1 out of 10,000 just a few decades ago. We're moving in this very weird direction without us recognizing.
Wait, let me stop you there. It's 1 out of how many?
1 out of 12 boys in California are diagnosed autistic now.
But do you think that might be the way they're diagnosed?
No, I think it's exposure. I think it's exposure to chemicals, vaccines, environmental toxins.
Do you think that too? I think that.
It's not just me. There's tons of studies, and a lot of buried studies too.
Okay. I mean, if that's accurate, that's right.
Well, it can't be just diagnosed, because I know so many people that have nonverbal autistic kids, or I didn't know anybody that had nonverbal autistic kids when I was younger.
Well, back in the 60s and 70s, there were no kids with ADHD. Kids that were like that were just assholes.
Mm-hmm. I think that's still the case. I don't think ADHD is a real diagnosis. I think it's a real excuse game to give people medication. I think ADHD is essentially a superpower. What ADHD is allows you to concentrate on things that you really enjoy, but you cannot concentrate on things you don't enjoy. I think I have it, and I think I'm very fortunate that I'm not diagnosed and medicated, or was born in the right time when they weren't doing that as much.
I'll stop you there and say I agree that that's a superpower too.
Because it's very unusual. If I find a thing that I like, I can log in and concentrate on for 12, 14 hours with no sleep, no food. All I need is like water or coffee, and I'm locked in.
I locked in for 4.5 years.
I think with ADHD is you're taking kids, you're putting them in a completely unnatural environment, you're making them sit down, they don't want to sit down, they're very active and energetic, you're making them study things by very unenthusiastic teachers, they don't want to pay attention, they're fucking off in class because they're completely bored, and then you say, that kid's got a problem, we have to diagnose him, and then what do you give them? You give them Adderall. And all of a sudden the kid's locked in because they're on fucking speed.
Yeah.
And I just think...
Yeah, but if you focus in and let them do what they're interested in...
Give a kid a video game. Watch them play it for fucking 2 hours with no food. Because that's what happens. Because that's something that they're actually engaged with. It's not that they can't be focused on anything. They just don't focus on things they enjoy. And we want to turn people into nice little factory workers. And the only way to do that is you got to get a kid to comply. You got to get a kid to pay attention. Follow the rules. I don't believe that ADHD is a real thing. I just think there's some people that are wired differently and they should pursue different things in life.
Right.
The difference between that and autism is very different. And autism is, especially when it happens like almost directly after multiple vaccinations. There's a lot of them they point to, particularly the MMR vaccine. There's quite a few. When you look at the schedule of vaccines and how it ramped up, and it completely correlates with the ramping up of the diagnosis of autism, but without casting aspersions or getting into some anti-vaccine conversation.
Wait, I just did.
Yeah, I did. But what I'm saying is, but ultimately the human race is moving into a very weird place. So I had a conversation with Shanna Swan, Dr. Shanna Swan, who is, she studies environmental endocrine disruptors. So various toxins, phthalates, microplastics, and plasticizers that are completely disruptive to people's endocrine system, reproductive system. And from the introduction of these petrochemical products in the 1950s and 60s, you see a direct correlation between the dip in testosterone rates amongst men, the increase of miscarriages and infertility, and then on top of that, the actual shrinking of their taint. So one of the ways they find out the difference between mammals, some mammals in particular, when you see a baby mammal, the difference between a male and a female is easily recognized by the size of the gap between their anal hole and where their genitals are.
But that could just be correlation. It's like...
No. I'll explain why it's not. Because when they've done studies where they've used phthalates, particularly phthalates, and they've introduced them specifically, purposely into certain mammals and rodents, their taint shrinks. And their taint shrinks and their penis size shrinks. And there's studies on alligators, where alligators, when they live in polluted rivers, they have smaller penises. And she talked about all this. And all this, these are endocrine disruptors that are in the environment that are doing something that reduces fertility, and it changes the way the human biology functions, and it makes men more feminine, and it makes women less fertile. Well, ultimately, when you look at the Greys, what do they look like? They look like they have no genitals. They look like they have no sex. That might be where biology has to go to transcend away from our territorial primate biology. Our territorial primate biology that is insistent on war and violence and all.
Right, and we think this is the place to stay.
Exactly.
And it may not be.
It may not be.
Yeah.
It may be completely non-beneficial to all life.
Right.
And we have to transcend that. And but we are transcending it whether we like it or not. And what I was saying is I don't know if it's a bug. I think it might be a feature of evolution. that our insistence on using plastics and technology and all of these different environmental toxins that we use to produce energy and all of the goods and services that we need also are disrupting our endocrine system and changing us from being these hulking, hair-covered cavemen to being these very small, slight, autistic men that can fucking code 24 hours a day without sleep.
Right.
It seems like if you extrapolate and you naturally take that further, well, what do you get? You get really skinny things with no muscles and giant heads.
My take also, and I do agree with that, is what I find sometimes really concerning is how fast that's moving. So it's not just a question of like, is this actually, this is probably a thing, but it's moving so incredibly fast. If I look at my father's generation or my grandfather's generation and my generation, I mean, it's similar, but not fast. I do agree with what you're saying. And I'm thinking, if it's moving so fast, there could be a natural component to it, but there's an intentional component.
Right. If you wanted to do something to erase to change, like think about what we did with wolves. Right? All dogs are wolves.
Yeah, right.
I have 2 dogs that are the furthest fucking thing from wolves you could possibly imagine.
Is that Marshmallow?
Marshall.
Yeah,
Marshall might be a marshmallow. Marshall was a golden retriever, the sweetest dog of all time. Then I have another dog named Charlie, who's a King Charles Cavalier Spaniel, who is even further from a wolf than Marshall. It's just a cute little fuzzy little sweetheart. They have no killer instincts whatsoever. That used to be a wolf, right? But we softened them to the point where there's something compatible with our modern life, with households and families and babies. And we made them safe, and that's happening to people. It's happening to people whether we like it or not. We can attribute it to all these different factors. Oh, it's a problem. We have to remove these things from the environment. This is what's going on. Maybe, or maybe you just look at the overall picture. There seems to be an insatiable desire for innovation and technology that human beings have. If you looked at us from afar, if you weren't part of the human race and you're just studying us, you would, what does this species do? Well, it makes better things. Makes better things all the time. Constantly. You know, look, I have an iPhone 16 here. It's not as good as the iPhone 17. iPhone 17 is better. Why don't you get an iPhone 17? Right, it just like keeps going. It never stops. It never ends. The TVs get bigger. They get stronger. Your cars get faster. Your computer does more cores, does processing, video editing so much quicker. Everything moves faster and better. We keep making better things. We never stop and say, you know what? Society right now, we have a lot of problems. The problems that we don't have are technology. Our technology seems completely suitable to this world that we're living in right now, making new things and concentrate on cleaning the rivers and concentrate on stopping crime and concentrate on educating people, concentrate on counseling for troubled young people. No, we just plow forward ahead with the one thing that we absolutely guaranteed do. We make better things. We make better weapons, better cars, faster planes. Everything we do, we make things better.
And I'm sorry, I have to add, we do that, and we also do it in a way where it's economically beneficial to the ones that are making it, because we make things break now. Think about it. We make better things, but we make them so that you have to buy the better thing after.
Right. Engineered obsolescence.
Yeah, that's also important.
Yeah, it is, because then it also, human beings have this very bizarre desire for materialism. Like, why would a thing with a finite lifespan want to accumulate objects? Like, I know people that are in their 80s that collect things. Like, what are you fucking doing with that stuff?
Yeah.
You're gonna die. You have maybe like 10 summers left on Earth. And here you are, collecting stamps or cars.
10 summers, yeah. No.
Yeah.
I've got to do that.
It's weird.
Yeah, I mean, at some point you have to bypass the accumulating stuff.
Right.
Part of life.
But materialism ensures a constant fueling of innovation. Because this is one of the things that gets people excited about collecting new stuff, is that you're going to make a better version. Like, I don't care how good your Mercedes is. It's not a 2026 Mercedes.
Right. Yeah,
It's
exactly.
better. It has new features. It's a new thing. And so it's like all built into the human psychology and also to this thing that I said. Like I said, if you were from somewhere else studying this species, what does it do? It makes better things. What do sharks do? They eat things. They just swim around. They can't even stop swimming. They eat things. What do people do? They really just make better things. They go to war. Why do they go to the war, really? They go to war so they can control resources so they can make more things and better things. And also the amount of innovation that is in warfare and war weapons and war fighting.
Yeah, that's actually critical
Yes.
to keep the system going. Yeah.
Well, ultimately, all that does is all of it releases more endocrine disruptors, more contact with all these different chemicals and toxins, feminizes men, ruins women's reproductive systems to the point where ultimately we say, oh, for the survival of the race, we're going to have to figure out how to reproduce non-biologically.
When I first got involved in
It's something fun, right?
Yeah.
It's something fun because we're so wrapped up in who we are. We're so wrapped up in, look, I love being a person. I love living in Texas. I love driving an American car. I love all those things. But what does it mean? Like, what is it? What is that? You know, these are just weird identity points that you connect with whatever this species is. Well, but if you just could just have a above view, you look down and you go, what are we doing?
Yeah, that's a good question. That's a good question. Yeah, like how far are we going and how fast are we going there?
We're going pretty fucking fast. And now with AI, I think we're going way faster than we even understand. Because with Claude, I mean, they think that the Claude AI, the engineers, they think it's sentient already. It just doesn't have a physical body to
Look,
move around.
AI is going to kill us. Everybody agrees with that. There's no question.
I don't think it's going to kill us. You know what I think it's going to do? I think it's going to prevent us from breeding. I think it's going to let us die off.
Oh, that's going to kill us,
But I think we're going to willingly go with it because we're going to get like mates, like ex machina. We're going to just something
Look,
that's
as soon as they come out with a female robot, yeah, that's sexually attractive.
It's
or
over.
Whatever. Yeah,
Game over.
Game over.
Over.
There's just going to be no more babies, and we're just going to die out.
Yeah.
So,
Or integrate. And I think it's much more likely that we integrate. And that's where you get the grays. I think that what the grays are is a combination of technology and biology. And if you just go
it
from
could very well.
chimp to caveman to gray, you go, oh, I see where that's going. Chimp, caveman, human, modern human, gelatinous, soft, slow-moving, weak, modern human, grays.
Like I've always leaned into what Barry told me because it's the only information I had, that the craft came from Zeta Reticuli, which is a star system about 30 some odd light years away, and again, it was just like a Star Trek thing. They came over here for whatever reason, but that information may not be true.
Right, that amount of information might be one of those things they put.
I mean,
that's nonsense.
Again, if it has to do with time, I think from what George has told me, Jacques Vallée and some other really credible researchers have said that these are people either from another dimension or another time, or maybe they're us from the future.
Right.
Just coming back to interact with us in some way.
Make sure we don't fuck everything up in rubber.
Yeah, but it doesn't seem like they're doing a good job.
Well, maybe fucking things up somewhat is also part of the plan. Maybe that actually has to take place.
I mean, holy cow!
Disrupt.
Look at the way things are going right now.
Right.
Holy cow!
Exactly.
Things are totally off the rails.
Yeah, that's part of the plan. It's like it has to get so far sideways that we realize how fucked up everything is, that we start making meaningful changes and implement AI as government.
That's a dangerous thing.
Exactly, but is it as dangerous as Iran getting nukes? I don't know. Is it as dangerous as the global Islamic Caliphate? No, it's not Iran.
Iran's not getting nukes. I mean,
okay, but
never mind. I don't want to get into political stuff.
No, you could. You could. Look, if you gave Iran the technology to get nukes,
everyone has, any physicist has the technology to get nukes.
Right.
I mean, the difficulty is actually making the material. So, I mean, if I was Iran, I would enrich to 80 or 90% because that's where you can make a weapon and stop there.
Right. It's not like they would be the only people with a weapon. Pakistan, North Korea.
But that doesn't make you have a weapon. It just gives you a shortcut to it. And taking a weapon from there and being able to deliver a weapon, to 4,000 miles away, good luck with that. That's a big deal. So,
right, but they're in communication with China. Who has that? They're in communication.
Well, then they don't need to enrich uranium or do anything. They just can you give me a missile?
Right, but wouldn't they rather make their own?
No,
that's not even the point.
Rather make their own. Why would you do that? Would you rather make your own car or just somebody give it to you? No. Why would you do that? You got a buddy that'll just give you one.
Because you want to be self-sufficient. You want to have your own
You can always do
you don't
that.
have to rely on someone.
No, you can always do that. You can always do that. I don't think they're gonna absolutely make a weapon now. Right. Because we're, kicking their ass. As everyone has learned, I guess you have to have nuclear weapons now to, but this is a really bad situation.
Oh, it's a horrible situation.
Yeah.
But my point is, why is this situation taking place? The situation taking place is because human beings suck. Right? We suck in how we interact with each other.
Yeah,
We suck because we're territorial primates with weapons of mass destruction.
Can't we just all get along?
Right. Well, what is the way to stop that from ever happening? Well, one, you will let a catastrophe unfold, and then you offer a solution to make sure these catastrophes never unfold again. Well, what's the best solution? When we have something far smarter than people that will take over control of resources and government.
AI.
Yeah.
This is Colossus. You ever seen the movie Colossus? No. I've got to watch it. Well, that's merit against you. The movie Colossus was a 1960s or 70s movie, and it's about, the scientist makes deep inside this mountain a computer to take over the defense of the United States. And, they built this gigantic computer inside Cheyenne Mountain or something similar to it. And, they flipped the switch and they went, okay, we're protected. We're in good shape. And shortly after time goes on, they realize, wow, the computer is really performing better than we expected. And as it turns out, Russia had done the same thing. And the computers want to communicate together. And, they start communicating, and then the United States goes, well, they might be giving our secrets away, so we better, cut the communication line. And the computers freak out and go, well, I guess we'll just launch nuclear bombs, at everybody. And it launches weapons and, it essentially holds everybody hostage, but it's kind of like a trap. Yeah, if we go that way, it could trap us. It's exactly a trap.
Well, in simulated war games, AI is used.
Oh, they say 98% of the time. Yeah. I mean, why wouldn't they? Because, look, the goal is to win. Right. And we're going to present you with a scenario. And they go, okay. And why wouldn't you pick that? You're going to start with slapping them in the face?
Well, why is it better to just bomb them over and over and over again until you achieve the same?
That's the slap in the face. Nuke them, it's over with, we can move on from there.
Right.
So, yeah.
Well, you think about what happened in Gaza. Like, you look at the leveling of those buildings, the mass destruction.
It's terrible.
It looks like a nuke. It looks like one nuke instead of thousands of missiles and bombs. This one nuke.
But it's not.
Right. In terms of the amount of damage you can do instantaneously.
Because we can detect a nuke.
Was there ever any conversation that you were privy to where they discussed, because one of the things that does come up over and over again in UFO discussions is these crafts that show up at these military bases and shut down all the weapon systems?
No, I actually know nothing about that. Most of the UFO stuff or UFO lore that I've heard, I don't know anything about. I've just looked at it.
That's so fascinating because you're the most prominent figure in all of UFO
That's what I was
lore.
telling him yesterday. Yeah, but I really only like to talk about what I know about.
Of course.
And I've heard other stories, but I've never heard them officially. I don't know if they're really real.
What's one of the things that makes you most credible? Because you're not a UFO.
I guess, but
No,
I mean,
yes, it does with me. Because when people are like way too into it, they want to believe too much. You know?
yeah. But no, I
Like, do you know who these people are?
yeah, Betty and Barney Hill.
Okay. But so you know.
Yeah, they were the first abductees. I mean, to me, they're. I don't know who first introduced those to me, and I looked them up, and people said, "Do you believe them?" And I'm kind of inclined to believe them because, look, in the 1960s, right, where they're from, the last thing you want to do is be recognized as a mixed race couple, right? I mean,
Right, and go public in the store.
yeah, I mean, holy cow, they would hate you.
Yeah.
A black person and a white person that were, in any kind of relationship, but yeah, they did that.
Crazy story.
Yeah,
And you hear that.
and actually, on top of that, I have a connection. Yeah, because Barry said they're from the Zeta Reticuli star system, and I believe it's Betty Hill drew a map of the Zeta Reticuli star system and said this is part of their roots.
Whoa.
But did you know that? You didn't know that?
I don't remember that.
Yeah.
I
Okay.
remember,
If you
I
look that up.
remember it from what you said from.
Okay, but if you look up at Betty and Barney Hill, she said, I think, I can never get this stuff right. They show her a map and they say, well, this is a map. She wanted to know why they were here, what's going on. They showed her a map, am I right? They showed her a map. And they said, do you understand this? And she said, no. And they said, well, why should we tell you anymore? And well, I don't know, maybe you could something like that. But they showed her this star map, and she obviously. Look at that. Yeah.
Under hypnosis, Betty Hill describes a map she was shown by the leader aboard the ship. Later, she sketched it. She said she was told the heavy lines marked regular trade routes.
That's right. Yeah.
The broken lines recorded various space expeditions. The following year, the map seen at right was published in the New York Times. Mrs. Hill, struck by the similarity between the Times map and her sketch, then added the corresponding names. Yeah.
And it ended up being the Zeta Reticuli binary star system, which was really interesting. And I remember when I first heard about Bob's story back in 1989, and he said Zeta Reticuli, I remember thinking, wow, that's what Betty Hill saw. So that made me also question, is that real in that document? Did these guys really come from there? Because it was mentioned in 1968.
Right.
So why would the government, the U.S. Navy, write that in there that would correlate to something that we already kind of knew? I think that was a purposeful disinformation to disinform someone. I think so.
But why? Maybe it's true. Yeah, go ahead. We'll pause right here and use the restroom. We'll be right back, folks.
I got it.
No worries. We'll be right back. We were talking about this whole Zeta Reticuli thing. So, when you're dealing with so many different crafts and so many different things, the idea that only one species or one thing more advanced than us is visiting us seems kind of silly. If the universe is populated by all these things.
I don't know, does it? Does it?
Kind of.
I mean, the universe is really big. Do you think everybody can find this place?
Yeah. I would imagine it's like spots that you visit like, there's Machu Picchu, there's ancient Egypt, there's, sub-Saharan Africa, a bunch of different places where people go, just humans on Earth. I would imagine if you have an understanding of how life is evolving in the cosmos, there's probably stages where things reach certain levels, and if you are
but they're far apart,
right?
They're far apart. I mean, one could be in this quadrant of the Milky Way galaxy, and they reach that point where they can travel and explore, and there's a far distant point where another civilization can do that. And I mean, really, do you think there are that many? I don't think there are that many civilizations visiting us. There's no doubt there's one from somewhere, another planet, another time, another dimension, whatever it may be. Someone else is here. We're not the top, of the pyramid. No, we're absolutely not there. There's no question.
Well, I think if you got technology that, say, let's just say the Greys. Let's say the Greys are real. Let's say they fly around these little crafts. Why would we assume that it stops there? Why would we assume that technology gets to the point where not only are they far more advanced than them, but they also are completely undetectable?
Well, if you want to view the universe as infinite, then it never stops.
It scales
There's
out.
somebody above them, and there's somebody above them, and there's somebody above that, and it never stops.
I was watching this lecture where this one was talking about quantum entanglement, and she was talking about how maybe our understanding of space and the distance between things is limited by what our current technology is and our current understanding of what space and time actually are. And what she was saying is there might not be, we might at one point in time, given enough time, thousands of years, whatever, be able to instantaneously travel anywhere. And that just how quantum, like subatomic particles are connected in some sort of a strange way that we don't totally understand, even at far spooky action at a distance, right?
As Einstein said,
right. Yeah. That we might eventually get to a point where that's how travel works. That's instantaneous travel everywhere.
I think we just have hints of these technologies. Yeah. Look, everything, we look at Maxwell's equations and things like that we base all electromagnetic, electrostatic, actions on, and how they relate to time, and how they relate to things in our universe, but that may be nothing. There may be an entire level of physics that we're unfamiliar with, that these crafts, these people, or these civilizations just utilize. So
of course. If you just stop and think about going from Morse code to a cell phone in a relatively short period of time historically, you go to the difference between 1200 and 1400 is not that big of a fucking deal in terms of technology, what's available. The difference between 1800 and 2026 is fucking massive.
Yeah, right.
It is a massive, crazy change, right? So 2026 to 2226. Who fucking knows what we're talking about? Right? Especially when you have sentient AI, you have nuclear power plants that are controlling sentient AI, that are fueling them and giving them resources. You really have no limit to where this goes. You scale out 1,000 years. You scale out 2,000 years.
You really can't scale out 1,000 years.
Right. It's not possible.
Even at 100 years, it's way more than we would have ever considered.
Also, it's exponential.
Right. That's why you can't scale out to 1,000 years.
If you think it's exponential now, imagine when you have AI able to generate better versions of itself, which is what's happening with ChatGPT 5. It's essentially made by ChatGPT 4.
Now, AI is absolutely the death of us. There's no question.
Well, we're certainly going to become obsolete in terms of our thinking. But
if we're obsolete in terms of our thinking, we're obsolete.
Yeah.
All AI needs is hands, right?
I think we integrate. That's what I think happens.
Yeah. That's a scary, and that's I was gonna say, and that's a scary thought. That's a scary thought because it's like we're gonna integrate. I think it's inevitable. I think you're right about that. We're just going there. It's not like even if you and I are not gonna actually do it, somebody will, and it's gonna integrate because other people will. It's gonna happen, but it's still the same primate. We're still the same human.
Sort of, but we already have problems with joints, so we replace them with fake ones. You know, take titanium knees, and
Yeah, but they don't work as good.
They don't for now. But before, they used to not work at all. Like, I've met people that had surgeries in the 1980s, like knee surgeries. Oh my God. They're crippled for life. Even though they put your knee back together again, it's still destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
You get a knee surgery today, 6 months later, you're 100%.
Now, I'd love to know the future.
Yeah, well, it's kind of.
I'd love to.
Well, that is. So, one of the things I want to talk about is the actual. The generator, this thing that works on this element that bombards with radiation. How did you guys figure out what the function of it was and what it did? So when you're first introduced to this craft and you see this dome, the reactor that's covering this thing that's generating this power, what was the introduction to it? How did they explain it to you?
The introduction was way before me, and that's where the guy prior to me either got hurt or killed. So they determined that this was the power source, and they decided to take that out to the nuclear test site because they wanted to cut into it. They x-rayed it. They only found a small tube that went around it. They really couldn't determine how it worked or what was going on. So at some point, and Barry made this somewhat clear that they cut into the reactor while it was running. Or while it was under load, I should say, and the reactor exploded. That's what killed or hurt the person that I replaced. But it produced the base gravitational wave or base energy that propelled the craft, that provided the craft of propulsion. I mean, when they removed it, the craft didn't work. When they put it in, every single other craft they found had something either exactly like it or similar to it. So they determined that was the power source. That's at the point that I was introduced into the project.
So when you say gravitational wave, is that for lack of a better term, or is it something that's measured? Is it?
No, it's for lack of a better term. Like there's nothing. I mean, as I said in Luigi's movie, you can take magnets with light poles and push them together and they repel, but you can't take your hands ever and push on something and they repel them. That's a force field, right? That's science fiction stuff. But that's what this did. And this produced a field that repelled the craft from the ground.
Did you try to touch it?
Yeah.
What did you try to touch it? What did you feel?
An elastic field. You can push down, but you can't get close to it. The closer you get to it, the more it pushes back. You can.
Like how much distance between you and the actual thing?
I would say about
6 inches or so.
Maybe about 9 inches, which is about a span. And no, it's at some point you can't push back on it at all. But the important thing is if you have a magnet, a little disc magnet sitting on the ground, and you have another magnet, and you push on it, that magnet moves away, right? Yeah, because it's pushing on it. But the craft didn't. The reactor didn't. If you had the reactor there and you pushed back on it, it didn't push away when you pushed on it.
It just prevented you from touching it.
Yeah, and so when Dennis said go out there and look under the craft, here's the craft, whatever it weighs, suspending itself above the ground, and I went underneath it. You would think it's translating its weight onto the ground and pushing, and I should be squashed without any doubt, but I'm not. There's no feeling there at all. So it's not translating its weight or its push to the ground and pushing off the ground. It's just canceling out its weight, which is something completely different.
And so element 115, so you have it in this triangle-shaped form. Did you ask how they got into a triangle-shaped form? Was it made like this? This is how it came.
I'm sure I did, but I mean, it only worked like that. It worked like a stack of discs, and it had to be cut at a certain angle to work in the reactor.
But did they say they cut it, or did they say it was already cut?
Well, it was already cut, and they were duplicating it.
Hold that microphone too. So they were duplicating it. Did they have more of it, this element?
Yeah, they had quite a bit of it. So either there was quantity in other crafts or other reactors that they removed. Yeah.
But was there any discussion that there had been some sort of an exchange where they had been giving this?
No.
So one of the things, like, you know Diana Pasolka is? She's an author that's written some interesting stuff about UFOs, and she's worked with Gary Nolan and on material recollection from supposed crash sites. And she said that the way these researchers refer to these crafts, they refer to them as donations. And
I guess that's possible.
Right. Well, it doesn't make sense. If this thing crashed, why is it perfect? Why is it not destroyed?
Look, I've heard so many. I'm not into UFOs.
Right.
It's
Which is
crazy. It's crazy. I'm just interested in the technology, and I feel very privileged to have been involved in the project. But I don't know. I don't think there can be that many crashes. Do you? This advanced technology, you think they're coming to Earth and just there's a thunderstorm and they're crashing into the ground? I'm not buying that.
There's one logical explanation that does actually make sense. There were some high altitude nuclear tests that they did.
Well, there was the teak test, back in the 60s.
Starfish Prime.
And Starfish Prime, right?
Yeah. If you had no idea that this was about to happen and you were hovering over Earth observing us,
what are the chances? I mean, what are the chances?
They're not very high.
Yeah,
right?
They're not very. I mean, what are the chances of crashes coming over and nuclear test at that exact second?
Unless there's a lot more observation than we know, and that they just observe us in a way that we can't see them. Especially if you're going back to the 1950s and 1960s. We have very few satellites.
That was the nuclear cowboy era, where they were just
Starfish Prime. Explain to people what they did.
Yeah, I did a 1.4 megaton, detonation up there, and I think all they did. Let's see what happens if we blow it up at this altitude.
Yeah.
I mean, that's crazy. There was another test plan to blow up on the moon, just to make the Russians look. Like we were awesome. But they
detonate the moon. What if they pushed it away and it fucked up our orbit?
Yeah, I think that would take a lot more. I mean, there was. I don't remember what the project.
The Project A-19.
Oh, A-19. That was it. Yeah,
Study of lunar research flights.
Detonated nuclear bomb. Yeah, I can't pull up these numbers, but yeah, Project A119.
Crazy.
Yeah, we're gonna do that. Like it said, like everybody on Earth could just go outside and look at the moon. Get blown up.
And the explosion would be faintly visible to the human eye to people on Earth.
Yeah. I still think they should have done that. But,
yeah, but you got to put a jet engine in the back behind
I honestly think they should detonate a nuclear bomb on the 4th of July every year. But that's just me.
Well, also, you live in Nevada. That's where you used to.
No.
It had a long history of doing that. Yeah. So, going back to this reactor. So, How was it explained to you? Did they explain to you how the technology works or what they know about it? Like,
now the way it was explained to me is when I got to be alone with Barry, he said he was excited to show this to me. He said, "I'm going to turn. This is the reactor that we assume powers the craft." Sorry.
no worries.
I'm going to show you the reactor that powers the craft. And he turned it on. Small little dome on a flat little plate. I said,
Was this in the craft or was this on a
no,
table?
this is in the experimental area.
Okay.
And,
So this was not the one that was in the sport craft. This was another one.
this was another one.
This is it.
Yeah,
Right here.
yeah, that's it. That's it.
Okay, that's in the film.
And yeah, on the table, and he had it there, and he went over to the emitter and rotated it, and he said, "Try and touch it." And I put my hand on it, and it rebounded off. And the closer you got to it, the more it pushed back. And that's a real shock because there's nothing that pushes back like that. That's a living force field. It's science fiction stuff. So that really got my attention.
So explain what is happening, like in terms of the rotation of this thing. Like what is happening? Like what energy is going into it that's causing it to go on?
Well, actually, we don't know that. I mean, that's the whole thing. It's pushing back. It's a repulsive gravitational field. Like as far as we know, gravity only has an attractive force to it. We've never, even with antimatter, we've analyzed it, and it still has an attractive force to it. There's no repulsive force that we've discovered, because that would be a great propulsion system. But this repulsed. So this was a new field completely.
But how was he turning it on?
He had the emitter, which is a big pipe. Part of
What is an emitter? Like what is?
the craft itself has, on the main level, has a reactor and what we call the amplifiers. The reactor and 3 amplifiers. Right underneath that, there are 3 emitters that are right under the amplifiers. And we believe the energy from the reactor is amplified by the emitters and by the amplifiers, and transmitted to the emitters. And they produce this field that lifts the craft off the ground. And that's how it works. But there is nothing even in our physics or our science that correlates to that at all.
What is the energy that's going to them that causes it to turn
We
on?
don't know. I mean, we just assume it's gravity because it's the only thing we know like that. But it has a negative gravity effect. So it might be a new force entirely.
But when you're saying, so you have this machine that's next to it that you do something to that causes it to turn on.
The emitter. There's the amplifier, and there's the emitter, which looks like a big pipe.
Right.
And if you rotate the emitter, I don't know how many degrees, is it 20 degrees? 20 degrees or something like that. That connects it in some way to the reactor, and it begins to be powered.
And what is the emitter doing?
It emits that field. It's not a it could be a gravitational field, but it's an anti-gravitational field that pushes on the ground.
And what's happening in the emitter? Did you study the emitter?
Well, we attempted to, but there was nothing that we really came up.
What does it look like? Like, what's the internal structure of it?
It's a hollow pipe with, I guess, little copper-colored plates all inside. It's kind of in the film. But I mean, these guys have been working on it for years before I got there, and there was really no concept of what they were doing.
Did they explain to you why element 115 is crucial to this working? What its role is?
No.
So element 115 was not even really discussed back when you were doing this. So it wasn't even discovered or proven physically until it was a Large Hadron Collider experiment in the 2000s, right?
No, I know they synthesized that, but look, in any element, there's always a large amount of well, it doesn't decay. There's
that was the thing about in the Large Hadron Collider experiment. They were able to achieve it, but it only existed for a few milliseconds.
Yeah, sorry, I've got too much.
No worries. So, how did they define this material?
No, there's different isotopes of every element, and element 115, just like any other element, there can be a stable version of it and 100 or 50 different unstable elements to it. So, I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. Just trying to continue the train of thought. So
it's basically different isotopes of it. Yeah, different isotopes. Yeah. I need to stop drinking this.
Have a cup of coffee.
I can't even remember. Yeah, coffee. Oh, we got coffee. Oh my god. Alright. Holy cow.
There you go.
Yeah, there's different isotopes.
And you were able to physically touch this element?
Absolutely. I was physically able to touch the element, yeah.
But when you're physically able to touch it, there's no adverse effects? It doesn't have any effect on the body? Does it feel like metal? Does it feel like plastic?
It looks copper-like. I mean, maybe it's not as dark as copper is, but it's that color. I haven't seen an element like that. It has unique properties that other elements don't have. It produces an anti-gravitational field.
Now, when combined with energy, with some kind of energy.
Yeah.
And was it understood what is happening? Like, what is the relationship between this element and this? Like, what is going on? Like, you're bombarding this element with something?
Yeah, from what we understood, we x-rayed the reactor itself, and there was a path around it that it made it look like a cyclotron. So it looked like there was an accelerator.
So when they were explaining it to you, is this just your work partner that's explaining this to you?
It's just very nice.
And did you ask him, how do you know this? Where are you getting this from?
Yeah, he got this information prior to me. And they x-rayed it, found a structure in there to where they believed it was an accelerator, and it was interacting. The point of the 115 is in a little triangular piece, and it was interacting with that in some fashion. So,
and did he say whether or not the United States government or whoever was doing this research had tried to recreate one of those on their own?
That was our job, to try to recreate one of those on their own.
But what was the metal that it was made of?
We don't know. Again, the metallurgy was not. That was not.
It seems insane that you couldn't communicate to them that whatever this stuff is made out of, this whole thing acts as one cohesive unit. It's not like you could make the same exact thing with aluminum or carbon fiber.
No, you can't. This thing acted differently. This thing acted differently than any material that we knew. And I mean, I think all the answers are in the metallurgy guys. That's who knew what was going on, who was able to provide the answers. But as far as we knew, if we didn't have the connection with those other groups, we weren't really going to make any progress.
You were speculating that there was a type of metallic alloy that would work better with this concept? Was it Byzantine? Like what was
Bismuth?
Bismuth, yes.
Did I say that? I don't think so. I don't know. No,
Was it
I
you?
don't think
No. Someone that I talked to was explaining to me.
it's related to other periodic tables. I mean,
Right.
bismuth is above it, and 115 is below it. But we never did see any correlation between bismuth. This was a completely new material.
Well, I think, that's what it was. Oh, this is what it was. So one of the pieces that Gary Nolan had found that was, Gary Nolan is the guy at Stanford that has examined these pieces that are from supposedly crash sites where something had gone down and scattered. But some of these pieces, they're atomically layered, and
I've heard that.
magnesium and bismuth seem to be prevalent.
Bismuth is the thing.
Yeah.
Bismuth is the thing. It's right above 115 on the periodic chart, and there's something about that. There's something about 115.
Yeah.
Stuff with bismuth. There's a video from the Action Lab. The strange magnetism of bismuth. It's diamagnetic. Yeah.
So let him play it out a little bit.
What is diamagnetic? Diamagnetic is it opposes magnetic fields. I see.
So it kind of makes sense if they're finding these pieces that are the way he was explaining this, whatever this alloy was, this very small piece that was found, I believe, prior to the 1970s. I don't remember the exact date that he said, from one of these crashes. One of them was from Brazil that they had recovered. And someone had gotten possession of it in the 1990s, and someone had gotten it eventually to Gary Nolan. He said that to create this on Earth, first of all, it can't be done with current technology. We don't have the ability to do
The
this.
layering technology.
Yes.
Yeah.
And that it would cost billions of dollars, just theoretically, to make this. And it doesn't exist. Yeah, this is it. Alleged extraterrestrial metal, the bottom of a wedge-shaped craft in the 1940s. 26 alternating layers, 1 to 4 microns, dark bismuth, with 100 to 200 microns silver magnesium zinc alloy. Each piece received from the U.S. Army source were formed with a curvature that tapered.
Oh, in the 40s. Yeah.
Right.
That good luck. It says a wedge-shaped craft in late 1940s. That's Roswell. I mean, that's Roswell. Well, I mean, what does it do? I would like to see the test results of just the material. We can make that now. We can. Yeah. 1 to 4 microns of bismuth. 200 microns of silver. Yeah.
The thing is, like, making something like that in the 1940s is absolutely
No, in the 40s.
it's impossible.
But I mean, now we can fabricate something like that.
And it would cost a shitload of money. So, like, the idea that you would make something like that and just scatter it around.
But what does it do?
Right, what does it do? Why? Why is magnesium and bismuth? Why in that particular array?
There is something about bismuth. But that's why it's so fascinating. I would love to know where they look. It's been 40 years. I would love to know
Where they're at now.
Yeah, where they're at now. If they continued.
Well, they had to have continued. I can't imagine you go, we're done.
No, I mean they may have moved it. I mean, like I said before, I mean they were anxious to move it out of there at that time. But
Are you aware of the labyrinths in Egypt that they've discovered? So there's this.
are you talking about the columns?
No. This is unrelated. This is something different. So Herodotus discussed this. Now, my friend Ben Van Kerkwick, he has Uncharted X on YouTube. It's an amazing channel where he was a tech guy who just got absolutely fascinated by all these stories of ancient history. He really got obsessed with Egypt and Peru and left his field and started making these incredible videos. But he's highly intelligent, incredibly articulate, and so these videos are just absolutely fantastic. And really, he's very well versed scientifically, so you can understand these things and explain them to you. Like they're examining like the construction of the pyramids and the whatever technology was used to carve the stones, and there's just so much of it that is like confusing because it clearly is like a very high level of sophistication and technology that's involved in creating these things. Well, Herodotus described these labyrinths that were underground in Giza. Not in Giza, but Hawara? Is that where it was? Jimmy will find it. But the way Herodotus described it, he said they were far superior and more impressive than the pyramids of Giza. Underground. Well, these massive labyrinths that exist underground were all flooded in the 1960s accidentally when they created dams in order to provide irrigation to agriculture that was in the area. So they changed the water table, fucked it up. This whole area got flooded.
Did they know they were there when they accidentally?
No, they didn't, because a lot of the stuff, like this is from thousands and thousands of years ago. A lot of it was covered over with sand. And, there had been some explorers a long time ago that went there and saw some of what was in there. But the way Herodotus described it, just absolutely fantastic. So then they started using ground-penetrating radar. And they started using these various technologies that could detect what was under the surface. And one of the things that they found was there's a massive atrium. And inside this atrium, yes, there is a 40-meter-long metallic object that is inside this atrium. 40 meters of some unknown metal.
How deep is it?
I believe it's 100 meters into the ground.
So you're telling me a ground-penetrating radar can get to 100 meters underground?
The stuff that with Filippo Bondi is used from satellites
That we were talking about.
more than a kilometer into the ground. And
With decent resolution?
well, no, not decent resolution, but enough that you can see symmetry. Enough that they can also detect things that are well known.
100 meters.
Chambers. Well, listen to this. They detected accurately a particle collider in Italy that is inside of a mountain, 1.2 kilometers below the mountain. It sees through the mountain and can detect this thing in the exact diameter, the exact dimensions that this thing exists. So they can show you this. Yes.
A particle collider?
Yes. So this is a particle collider that they know exists, right? So this is an actual particle collider
They're looking for, right? To prove.
So that it's just proof that this technology is not just.
Well, wait. Hang on. How do they know it's a particle collider?
No. The particle collider exists. This is the Italians have this particle collider. It's known. They made it. It's like
They just use it just on the ground.
Right. No, it's not like we found a particle collider.
Okay, that's what I thought you were saying.
No. So this particle collider, they use this technology to show that you can see straight through this mountain to this particle collider that's underneath the mountain. So they know the exact dimensions of this particle collider. You can see, you can almost draw a schematic of it. Well, through this technology, they've also found these columns that are below the pyramids. These columns are 22 meters, 20 plus meters in diameter, and they have something that resembles coils around all of them, and they're positioned at various points all around where the structure is. It goes all the way down into hundreds of meters down, and then it goes to another structure, and the whole complex of it, these structures, goes to over a kilometer into the ground.
But how can you see a kilometer underground?
Well, you would have to understand this technology. What was it called? Radiotomography? He explained it to me.
Synthetic aperture radar, right?
Yes. Well, whatever
And
his
seeing a kilometer underground at decent resolution?
it's not decent resolution, but it's enough to understand the scope of what it is. It's enough to understand where spaces are.
Like everybody knows about this but me.
It's pretty fascinating.
Yeah.
I'll send you the podcast, and I'll send you some of his conferences where he's explaining this to rooms filled with scientists.
You would think they'd be anxious to dig this up.
They are. There's actual studies that are currently being discussed. Well, they already know that there's these channels that go in the ground that have since been covered with silt and sand because the sand's constantly moving. But these things go hundreds of meters down. These shafts that go down.
If they find shafts hundreds of meters down with coils around them, look, that's advanced technology.
Exactly. Yeah. This is the point. This is the point. Whatever this thing is that they have in an atrium, like if they said that they got that crap from an archaeological dig, maybe the Egyptians had found something similar to this thousands and thousands and thousands of years ago.
Yeah, I believe that's possible.
Yeah. Well,
The object that I actually got to speak to Filippo Biondi, by the way. He's in Italy, he's in Rome. We got to speak Italian, so we got to talk. And we talked about that. I had no idea they found something with a metal object down there, though.
This is not Filippo Biondi's work.
Oh,
this is some different scientists that are just studying the labyrinth. Tammy, pull up some really of the schematics of the labyrinth.
So in the labyrinth, there's like a big
large atrium. You have again?
Go ahead. Sorry.
Head up.
Yeah. God, I feel like a fucking ass.
Don't worry about it. It's air. Clear your head. So in this labyrinth, there's a large atrium.
Okay.
And in this large atrium, there is essentially a tic-tac, a tic-tac shaped object that is 40 meters long. That is of some unknown metal. They don't know what it is. They don't know how it works. But this structure is all underground in Egypt,
which is wild because how it's 100 meters.
We'll get a chance to look at it. This is Hawara. So there it says the 40-meter metallic object. See that where it says Hawara rising?
Yeah.
So if you click on that, it talks about the 40-meter metallic object discovered in Egyptians.
Can't read a report.
Subterranean labyrinth. Yeah, we're talking about it. Right. Got it. But so whatever it is, to play out some of the video just so we can talk about it. So this whole thing, you see some of the images that they're discussing.
And today we're
Chicago, and the team that was in Poland as well. And at that point, it was when I had met the person who seen the logos, who later became my wife 6 months later.
So yeah, you actually were working with the NRAG, and then
that's not going to help us. But if you could just go to some of the images where they sort of outlined.
I was trying to find it. There is not a very clear image of the metallic object.
No, that's fine. But just the labyrinth itself, I think the structure of it was.
I don't know where they got this from. It's also an energy 40-meter mystery metal object. That's a weird rendering that doesn't usually come out.
Right, but there's some other drawings of from the Herodotus days.
Yeah, but
so this is what they think it looks like under the ground. Which is fucking completely bonkers. And if there is some 40-meter metallic object that's under the ground, and we are talking about the sport model being a part of an archaeological dig, they might have found something back then and worshipped that thing and had that thing as
turned it into this.
Right.
As a pure, I think there's something to that.
Well, all these people that believe that there was an incredibly advanced civilization before some sort of apocalyptic disaster that reset civilization, and it took thousands of years. And what we are essentially is not the first advanced civilization, but a rebuild. A rebuild, thousands and thousands and thousands of years later. That rings true with me. And as Graham Hancock always says, we're a species with amnesia. And I think that makes sense. And I think if you're dealing with people that were basically knocked back into the Stone Age 11,000, 12,000 years ago, and it took us forever to rebuild to where we are now, I think we've gone down a completely different path than whatever the people that were able to build the pyramids of Egypt and all these fantastic megalithic structures where we don't understand. What technology we use, we don't, and it literally doesn't make sense that they were able to do this.
It's even like when we see those big gigantic stones, and they're not just piled together; they're interlocked in weird shapes. And all that. How did that happen? I mean, those are things that I agree with you.
Yeah, archaeologists are very reluctant to admit it, but there's tremendous evidence that not only were these people far more advanced than we think people should have been back then, but they're probably more advanced than we are now with some different kind of technology.
And maybe it's like advanced, but in a different way.
Right.
Yes.
Otherwise, different pathway.
Yeah.
They didn't go
our way.
Yeah, they didn't go internal combustion engine and electronics.
Because we would see something.
Exactly. Right. But might not. If you're thinking about 100,000 years ago, there might not be anything left, which is part of the problem. But whatever this metallic object is, if they are able to figure out a way to divert some of the water there, so all all layers converge in a central corridor or avenue. He said, like the atrium of a shopping mall, where you can see all floors from one vantage point. A hall consisting of a massive space, 40 meters wide and no less than 100 meters long. My personal interpretation, Tim said, is that the entire hall was constructed to house a centrally positioned freestanding object about 40 meters long. So this hall, they believe, was constructed to house whatever this 40-meter long unknown metallic object.
How could they not dig that up?
Well, they could, but it's going to cost an immense amount of money.
Right.
And the thing is about the Egyptians, the people that run it, I had one of them on the podcast, Zahi Hawass, and he's incredibly dogmatic about his ideas of who built this and what. And when you say, how did they make these structures? 2,300,000 stones that weigh between 2 and 80 tons. The biggest stones cut from quarry that were hundreds of miles away through the mountain. And he's like, this was a national project.
Yeah, the Egyptians did everything. They were awesome. Yeah,
I'm sure they were awesome. I'm
Yeah.
sure they were awesome, but it doesn't explain the technology involved, because there's extreme technology. Just to be able to cut those things. Like, one of the things that they don't understand is these vases that they made that are perfectly designed, where there's the difference between like the edges and the symmetry is like 1,000th of a human hair, and these are cut out of incredibly hard granite. They don't
really. I've never heard.
Yes.
You guys are familiar with that?
This is a 3D print of one of them that exists.
Yeah, and they're fascinated by the perfection, and they're saying, how did they do that? We don't even know.
Incredibly hard stone.
Built with an incredible precision.
Yes.
Granite.
Incredibly hard granite, incredible precision. Back when they had no metal alloys, they had copper tools. It doesn't make any sense. None of it makes any sense. Then there's the symmetry involved in some of these statues. Like, they're perfectly symmetrical in terms of the distance between the eyes, the nose, the lips. No one's face is symmetrical. Your left side of your face is different. If you combine the two sides, it looks weird. But when you look at these statues which are massive, carved out of granite, again, supposedly before they had steel, right? They didn't have diamond-tipped instruments to do this. They polished them. They're perfectly symmetrical and massive. Some of them are 1,000 tons. And they don't have any understanding of how these people built these things or put them there. And they all seem to be the biggest, most spectacular ones, or the oldest.
How could you not want to dig those up?
Yeah,
and look at them? Because they're concerned about national pride, but if you dig them up,
it's not just national pride, it's the pride of the people that have been espousing this one narrative for so long.
Right.
That's part of the problem, the gatekeepers of the information.
it's still national pride.
It is, but these people are idiots. That's part of the problem. Like, their own ego is preventing them from being open-minded and calling out to the world's research communities and saying, listen, there's something going on here. We don't have the big picture. We have a picture that we have formed from a limited amount of information, and we've been incredibly arrogant about what we're assuming. We also know that a lot of these pharaohs would carve their name and carve their hieroglyphs into existing things. They would claim existing things. Some of the carvings on these things are far cruder in the way they've done it than the actual construction of the thing. And they think that these are old things that were there already, and then these later pharaohs
Just wanted to attach them.
chiseled their hieroglyphs into these things.
And another thing, and this has been mentioned a lot, is the fact that there's no tools that were ever discovered in those areas that would prove that those things were made with those, and they had to use tools. They had to have something.
Right.
So there's not even that. That's not even available.
Right.
So it's like, how did they do it? Did they hide the tools? Why would they do that?
None of it makes any sense.
Yeah.
And also these incredibly hard vases that you find, they're the oldest ones. They're the things that they find in the oldest sites. It's like the most complicated, complex, confusing technology seems to be the oldest stuff.
Yeah.
There's also like,
You had another guy here that does research on Peru, and he was talking. I can't remember his name. I got to meet him.
Luke Caverns. Was it him?
Yeah, he goes to Peru, and he has a show about that, about the ancient stuff that they're finding underground in Peru.
There's a couple guys. What was the other guy?
he's got black hair. I can't remember his name.
That's Luke. Younger guy?
Yeah, younger
Yeah,
guy.
that's Luke. Yeah.
So basically, he was talking about the fact that there's 2 layers of ancient stuff in Peru. The first layer is younger, and what's below it is what's really incredible
and more complex.
But they don't want to go there because you're going to destroy an existing archaeological site that's on top of it. So what's happening is they're having trouble now getting permission to go to the lower level, which is even better, because they're going to have to break an archaeological site of a more recent part of that civilization.
This is a common theme among people. We build on older sites. There's a place that I go to in Italy, in the Amalfi Coast, and there's this incredible old church there that's over 1,000 years old, but it's built on an even older church, and there's a plexiglass floor.
And it shows the old church.
Yes, and the old church is underneath it, and you can see the structure of this old church. And I was asking them, how old is the old church? They go, we don't know. It's over 1,000 years old. So it's over 1,000 years old, this church, and then this really old church is on top of it that's like hundreds and hundreds of years old also. But they built it on top of an existing structure. So this is a common theme. This is a theme in Peru where you see the Inca construction, which is like much less complicated, smaller stones, mud mortar, but it's on top of these megalithic structures that are carved in these jigsaw shapes where it seems like they've been melted. Yeah. It's freaky stuff. They have no understanding of what technology was used, who did it, how they moved these immense 1,000-ton stones and cut them with precision in this jigsaw way so that it will absorb the energy of earthquakes and not fall down.
Yeah, that's crazy. I mean,
there's a lot of that stuff that's really, really freaky. And then you get into old religious texts, and that's when things get really freaky. You get to things like the Book of Enoch that talk about the watchers who came down from the sky and created
clearly
humans.
a lot of unusual stuff happened a long time ago.
And we don't have a good record of it.
Yeah.
We just have what we know, and what we know we get very arrogant about. We know what happened 300 years ago.
That's a really good point. Of what we know, we get very arrogant about.
Right.
And
it's also
anything else we don't.
These academics and these people that are in charge of the narrative, like the people in Egypt, where they're very arrogant and they're gatekeepers because their whole identity is based on them being the ones that explain to the world how these incredible sites were produced. And if something comes along that is counter to that narrative, they fight it. They fight it because it's part of them. It's their identity.
When I spoke to Filippo Biondi and talked to one of my cousins in Italy, I spent a lot of my time in Italy when I was younger. One of them, she was younger than I was when I was there, but she's now become a respected archaeologist in Rome, and she's an Egyptologist. Okay, and I went out to Italy to visit family, and I was sitting at the table. This is not even that long ago, and she's sitting next to me. And I mean, I remember her from being a kid, and she nudged me at the table. Her family's all academic. Everybody's the doctor or scientist or something like that. So there's always that pride of the science, and she nudges me, and in Italian she says, I'm really interested in what you do, what you're looking into. And I knew what she meant. It was about UFOs. And I just responded, I'm even more interested in what you know about what's out there in Egypt. And she looked at me and she says, we don't really know all of it. She said a lot of it makes no sense. But she said it whispering because she knew that that's not well seen at the table, because now she's going to come across as this pseudoscience type of like, oh my God, she's going to come out of the mainstream, So, and then she went to her place, and I was still there. We were there for a couple of days. She came and gave me a little book, and in Italian, I don't know how to say it. The missing, I don't know how to say it in English, but the missing Vangelo, like the missing scriptures, basically. It's a little book in Italian about the missing scriptures that are not in the Bible, that speak of things that are not convenient for what we are arrogant to think we understand.
And one of the fascinating things about these missing scriptures is they found them alongside existing scriptures. So when they found the Dead Sea Scrolls in Qumran, So they found these in a cave in Qumran.
Right.
It's kind of a crazy thing. Like someone threw a rock and hit a clay pot and heard the shattering of a clay pot. So they threw a rock into this high cave and realized there was something in there. And then they started looking. And then they found these scrolls that were in these clay pots. Inside the scrolls, they found the book of Isaiah. It was 1,000 years older than the oldest version of the book of Isaiah that we had ever found. And it's identical, verbatim, to the book of Isaiah that is currently in the Bible. Along with it is the book of Enoch. And the book of Enoch is fucking squirrely.
Yeah, the book of Enoch.
Squirrely.
Yeah. It's a good way to describe it.
And just a few rabbis decided that the book of Enoch was too weird because it didn't jive with the Torah, so they left it out of the biblical canon.
That's right.
That's why it's not taught. But the book of Enoch is readily available. You can read it, and it's also in the Ethiopian Bible. The Ethiopian Bible includes the book of Enoch.
Really?
Yes, and those are the people that supposedly are in possession of the Ark of the Covenant.
Ark of the Covenant, yeah.
Which is like, Graham Hancock talks about it. There's like a person is sent to, like, they have a job of watching the Ark of the Covenant, but it's known that it's going to kill them. So they all get cataracts and cancer and they all want to die.
Bad things, yeah.
Well, it has some sort of radiation, apparently, and they exhibit signs of radiation poisoning when these people are designed to be the curators.
Where is the Ark of the Covenant?
In Ethiopia, supposedly in Ethiopia.
So you guys think that?
I mean,
I think it's ancient technology. I think it's probably ancient technology. It's probably some completely not understood ancient technology.
So I'm not discounting it. I'm just wondering.
Well, I like the fact that you're skeptical, even though you have the craziest fucking story. It speaks to your integrity. It really does, because you're not a guy who believes kooky shit. So for you, a guy who doesn't believe kooky shit is a hard, rational scientist who is an engineer who's done things like put a rocket engine in the back of a fucking Honda, and then, or a hydrogen-powered Corvette, and then you go and see these things, you're like, wait, what the fuck is this thing you have?
Look, I worship technology.
Right.
Nothing else.
Right.
Yeah. So, I mean, to hear something like that, do you think that actually exists?
I don't know. Graham Hancock is convinced it exists. It's very carefully guarded, and these people have been guarding it for centuries.
I mean, it's just throughout history, right?
Yes.
So,
I mean, there's too many missing pieces of the puzzle to really say one way or another. I don't think
whether or not it was just
yeah.
mythology or an actual,
Right.
But it is weird that he's talked to these people, these fucking cataracts, and these people all say the same thing. They die. The people that are designed or that are designated to be the curators of this particular religious
I relate this back to I think I told you the first time we met, if somebody found a nuclear reactor, back at that time, and they took it apart, they just would drop dead, from the magically from that, and anybody that came in to check on them would also die, and they go, this is evil, it's cursed, or whatever.
Or something that you're not supposed to have access to because it's
or
divine.
some other,
Yes.
right. Could this be something at another level?
That I have to say, and I'm no one to say it, but I struggle with divine stuff because I'm like, this craft or this technology. I mean, our phones to somebody 1,000 years ago would look like some divine object. I mean, it's technology to us. So we have to be very cautious. I'm not saying there is no divine something. Maybe there is. We don't know. But I think technology really could mask itself as divine power.
100%. Or divine energy itself could be technology taken to its final form.
That I'm open to.
Well, if you think about what we're talking about with sentient AI, an AI that has the ability to make better versions of itself, what happens if it's left alone for 1,000 years to do this? Well, what do you have? You have something that can harness the power of the universe itself. It's access to zero-point energy, can do whatever. Has a complete understanding of quantum entanglement, complete understanding of how the universe functions, how it was created. With this new theories that believe that the entire universe itself exists inside of a black hole. They're trying to figure out whether or not there ever was a Big Bang, or if it's a continuous cycle of things existing inside black holes.
So where do you think we are? What do you think this is?
I think it's a process. I think we're at a stage of a process. Our problem is we have ideology, we have dogma, we have ego. We have people that are smarter than most people, but want to think that they have all the information, and I don't think they do. And then we have open-minded people that are curious but don't want to look like kooks, and they're all trying to figure it out while we're making a fucking digital god. While these weirdo on the spectrum
We are literally manufacturing our own god.
Right.
Yeah. We are.
You take that and you extrapolate. You go from where it is now. You think about the exponential increase in technology. Well, where does that go? It kind of goes divine. I mean, that might be what God is. We want to think that God is a thing that exists. It just exists. It created everything. Maybe we make God.
Yeah. We're on the same channel. Yeah, I think we created. I think we created God.
I think human curiosity and this thirst for innovation is all part of it.
I'll say something about the technology because it always fascinates me. I mean, I spent 4 years with Bobnet to build it in a virtual environment, so I kind of had to think about it while I'm doing it. But if you really think about what this technology that you saw does, it essentially creates this artificial field of whether it's artificial, maybe it's natural, maybe it's a natural field, but it creates a field that we're not familiar with. And that field, I mean, Joe, you saw the movie. There was a test that was done in the lab that froze a candle flame.
Right.
Okay, but the photons are still visible within our realm here outside of the field, and you're still seeing the photons. Yet it looks like it's frozen. To me, is that technology like a black hole? Is it some type of time stop? And it basically gives us the power to utilize time in our advantage. If you think about progression in technology, anything we do, it takes time. Anything takes time. Whether it's computing power, now we're seeing quantum computers do things that they're faster and faster, and they can do 1 trillion processes in an instant, and Japan is coming up with better, and then China. But because everything has to do with how long does it take to do that.
Right.
If a technology can make you bypass time, it's like the record player playing music, but you're now able to lift the little pin on the record and move it to wherever you want.
Yes.
And
That's a good way to describe it.
right? And now at that point, time is in your hands. And if we have a technology similar to what you saw, because you always said gravity is a control, gravity and time, it's interlocked, right?
Space.
Yeah, exactly. So if that's interlocked, then we have to look at it not just as a propulsion system or some type of cool weapon, but how is it affecting time, and how can we use that to our benefit to evolve faster? Because again, the faster we can compute, the faster we can do something, the faster we're evolving. And if we can lift that needle and bring it faster to get there, to get somewhere, why not use it?
Or should we be allowed to do that?
Us in our current form.
Yeah, I know. Like I said, I'm not exactly on our side anymore.
Well, that was one of the. Do you remember, Jamie, who discussed the way they were describing the use of some of this alien technology as instantaneous weapon deployment systems?
Yeah. I'm not sure we should be trusted with this stuff.
Right?
Yeah. No, really.
Well,
really.
You think about what we're doing in Iran right now, you would say no.
Yeah,
Right.
I would say no.
We're still flying over patches of dirt and bombing the fucking shit out.
No, imagine if we had something a million times that power. Really, humans should not be trusted with that.
Right. Trusted to AI. That's what we're making, Bob.
This is getting scary. Yeah, it's scary. It is.
But it's not science fiction.
No, I mean, it's not. I mean, we're making fun of it now, but
right.
No, this is dangerous stuff. And I'm sorry for the people who think this is all a joke. It's not. This is real.
Yeah.
And I'm really not sure we should be trusted with this. That's maybe why for 40 years or 60 years, people have agreed to keep it quiet.
I would agree.
And
Well, that's the most logical conclusion.
Yeah, it's this incredibly dangerous stuff. And again, it's world-dominating technology. And I don't know what to do with it other than to keep it from people.
So, and how do we know if it comes up? Something I always struggle with is, let's say let's say we do get some type of thing saying, all right, we have to see it from somebody in the government, the president, whoever, that says, okay, here we are, we have this. Well, first of all, we have to validate it. The journalists are going to, the media is not going to just trust somebody saying that. They're going to go, okay, wait a minute, what are you talking about, right? So it's not like because somebody says it, we just have to swallow it. It's like, all right, go, show us, right? And then when you do that, well, now you're exposing something else. What happens when we need to believe it? Like as people, what has to happen for me to believe something that somebody says? There really has to be something serious that makes me believe it. Right. You know what I mean? Like if a president or anybody, prime minister, whoever it is, says something to me, I'll still go like, okay, I mean, show me. Right. And then when they show it, how do I know that's actually that? Think about that. Yeah. Right? And then from there, we now have to go to another level of, okay, well, if we have to prove it, we have to bring in scientific community. Okay. That means they have access to it. What's the security parameters there?
Right, and then you get compartmentalization.
Exactly.
Right, and then that stops any sort of understanding.
There you go.
And that's why you have this stagnation of where you've got these people working on this thing for decades and not making any progress.
Because you know how far we could have gotten if there was free discussion between all the groups working on that?
Right.
Yeah.
But then you also have these fucking psychos like from Dr. Strangelove that want to turn it into a nuclear delivery system.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about them detecting nuclear bombs headed their way. You just instantaneously devastate Moscow in one shot. You don't have to take credit for it.
Yeah, but wait.
Right. No, it's like we are not ready. Right.
I know we're not ready, but we'd be more advanced if we did that. No, I mean, I agree with that. But
it's all very strange, and no one knows more strange than you.
No, there are plenty of people that know more strange than me. I mean, Dennis knew more strange than me. Anybody above him knew that. I just knew a small part of it.
But you, and all the people that can talk about it, that are out there communicating about it, you have actually seen it physically.
Yeah, I try to only talk about what I've seen and touched and verified. I've heard plenty of other stuff that I don't know if it's true or not, and there's no sense in repeating that because nonsense moves at the speed of light.
Right.
Yeah. And that's just, it's terrible.
You live in a weird existence, Bob. You really do, because you've been holding on to this. You have this experience from 40 years ago that's just become a part of folklore. It's become a part of the zeitgeist. Like, this is why your podcast that we did is the most watched podcast I've ever done. This resonates with people in a way that, look, I've done a lot of UFO ones. I had Travis Walton on. I've had a lot of people who have stories. They're all very interesting. They don't get nearly the amount of traction that yours does. And I think it's because you're uniquely credible. You're uniquely credible in the fact that you are very skeptical. You're not interested in these fantastic ideas. You're very dismissive of nonsense, but yet you have this burden. Like, you actually physically touched these fucking things and went and
I did. I was fortunate enough to have this really unique job. That's about it. And I am fascinated with the technology, but that's where it stops. I'm not interested in anybody else's story, although everybody has to email me. And I understand that, they're looking for somebody. Hey, I saw this thing out when I was on my boat, and what is it? I don't know. They're just looking for something, and I don't know, maybe it was Venus or something. And, oh my God, you suck. You work for the government. It's like, dude, I'm just looking for a prosaic explanation. And But I only know what I saw and I touched for myself. And everything else, even in official government documentation, it's just words on paper. I don't know if that stuff is true. So you got to draw the line there.
Yes.
But I know what I did. I know for a fact, and there is no way you can tell me that that's not real.
Yeah.
I have to say, in having worked with them and having, inadvertently, there's no way that myself or people on my team weren't trying to dig deeper. Maybe there's a problem. Maybe there's going to be a gap. Maybe we'll find something wrong with the story, because we went very deep. We had to build S4, we had to build core model, and there were things that happened over the years, things that he had said to us before we had built it, that there's no way he could have known, because there was physicalities, real things that we built. When you build something in a 3D environment, you're actually building a real world. It's got light bounce and refractions like the real world. Like when you turn on the light, it does the same thing. If a material has a sheen, you see it. It's literally the same thing. It's just computing power that gives you access to another world. And he mentioned things that were absolutely impossible to know. And
Like what?
One of the things that two things really convinced me. One of them was in the interior of the craft. You had said to us it was very dark in there. And while Bob is explaining to us this interior of the craft, and many times he kept repeating, it was really dark in there.
Even though there were halogen lights.
Right, and so at a certain point he says, as I'm crawling in, there's like these extension cords, and I remember going, extension cords? Like that hadn't computed. And he's like, yeah, they had lights in there. And I'm thinking, it's true. I mean, there's no light switch inside this big thing. It's 52 feet, it's big. And so he said, yeah, there were two big industrial yellow industrial lights with 4 spots each pointed up. And so we decided to make those. We decided to research the type that were used back then in the United States, especially on military bases, the halogen power, because this was halogen in 1988. And we turned them on.
And it was still dark.
And it was super dark. And I remember Christopher Matteau, by the way, a big shout out to Christopher Matteau that's on my team, who made a lot of those visuals, and he's like a magician. He's the best. He's there, and I said, Chris, turn on the lights because we have to film in the craft. And he's like, they're on. I said, they're not fucking on. I can't see anything. He's like, they're fully on. And I said, well, that doesn't make any sense. It's so dark in there.
Yeah,
I remember thinking, shit,
Zooms with light in there.
and so we upped the power of the light so that you could see more. And it was still dark. And I thought, what the hell is happening? I go, is there a bug? Is there something wrong? He goes, no, I don't know. It's absorbing the light in there. We had to up the light intensity on those tripods by 20-fold in order for you to see the visuals you see in our film. Otherwise, it would be really dark in that craft.
So how did you compute that? Like, what parameters did you establish?
So what you do is you're inside a 3D environment. You're in a 3D world. Now we're inside the craft that is 52 feet in diameter. We bring a camera in there. So we were filming. The whole film was done with the Blackmagic 6K cam. So we would bring our Blackmagics in the 3D environment. You can actually set that so that we could film inside the craft. So it matches the filming of our real cameras. And so as soon as the camera's on, it's the same lens, it's the same aperture, everything is as you would have it. And so you're trying to adjust for this dark room. But if the room is really dark, you can't really get a good look at it, because if you go close enough, you would have seen like a seat and a little bit of the reactor, but you would have been like, what's the black screen I'm looking at?
So what is the explanation for why it's so dark?
It's just the way the light reflects.
And that is exactly, it's when you're in that space. Exactly.
Right, but here's the question, like what are you, when you're making this in a computer model, right? What are you putting in that would make it absorb light that way?
I didn't do that. So what we did is We spent over a year with Bob. I'm not kidding. It was like a year of trying to figure out the material of the craft, the actual skin of the craft. That was the hardest thing to do.
The specularity and the reflectivity,
right?
The actual material, and the angle.
Yeah.
And then when the lights are in there, they just reflect at a weird angle, and it never gets bright in there unless you have tremendous amounts of light in there. It's always dark.
And sorry to interrupt, but that would have been, so when that happened, and we have the right material, which is like this, let's call it unpolished stainless steel. It's got a little bit of usage to it just to give it some texture. It's got the same sheen, refractions of a real material like that, because every time we put a fake light in there, okay, it's reacting like that. And now you turn these big halogen lights on, and it's like the part of where the halogen is hitting the ceiling of the craft, because they were turned upwards. Remember, Bob said they were not pointed like this. They were pointed to the ceiling of the craft. So you got two of them. It's like wherever the light was going was getting eaten up by that portion of the material. So it's not reflecting all the way. So you have a 52-foot distance, and it's being lost in a maybe 7-8 foot diameter environment, an area where the light is. And we're like, why is that happening? But that's how it well, that's the reality. He could not have known that. If he's trying to make that up, anybody who's inventing a story says there's two industrial light with four bright halogen spots in there, a liar would not say it was really dark in there. You don't know that. You have to build it.
Right.
So to me, that was a physicality of being inside the craft that made me go, Lazar could not have known that if he was making that up.
You wouldn't know it until you experienced it.
Exactly.
Right.
So I'm like, unless Bob back then decided to go in his garage, build himself a fake dome, which I don't think you did, I'm like, how would he have known that? We didn't expect that. We were struggling with, why is it so dark? And
You make films, so you're used to using lighting.
exactly. And Chris was like, dude, this thing is just eating up the light. And I'm like, Bob kept saying, it's so dark in there. And it just, how is that possible?
What were the other things?
The other one, I laugh about this with Bob all the time. It's about the flag on the craft that you could have seen it. I don't remember. So when he walked into the hangar the very first time, he saw the very first time he saw the craft, and he saw the reversed American flag sticker on the craft.
I wonder why it was reversed.
I'll get to that in a second. I think I know, but whatever. I'll say what I think. And there's a lot of stuff. I researched a lot of stuff on Bob Lazar before I did this, and there's a lot of bad information out there. So I really tell people, if you really want to see what he saw, don't go read what's out there. Check this out, because Bob actually vetted everything, so it's not the wrong information to read. But anyway, there's a lot of detractors saying there's no way Lazar could have seen that flag. If the craft was that size and it was on the hull, on the craft shell, there's no way the angle, he's 5-something, he wouldn't have been able to see it. So we built it. We built a 52-foot diameter craft. We put it in the hangar. It's there. And my team, Chris, gives me the goggles, the ones I made you try on. And it is the very first time I go in there. And I know the craft is there, so I put them on. And now they're hoping, because they're there with notes, they're hoping I'm giving them all the notes. Oh, no, that's not good. That's not good. And the first thing I did is I looked to my right. I'm looking at the craft. And I asked Chris to put me at 5'10", which is your height. So I said at 5'10", I'm Bob's height with the goggles. I want to see. And the first thing I said is, "Oh, there it is." And they're like, "There what is?" I said, "The flag." And they thought I was pointing at a flag on a wall. And they're like, "There's no flag in the hangar." I said, "No, on the craft." And they're like, "Yeah." I said, "You can clearly see it." It was clear. That was something that also made me go, yeah, this is it. This is the real size. So had Bob Lazar not actually seen that, the majority of the detractors out there kept saying there's no way at that angle a human eye can see a sticker on the top of the craft, which is on the top shell. But you can. It's as clear as day. So those were two things that I considered to be like, it's there. So I know to maybe some people that's not a lot, but as a person like I am, was very technical. I'm super difficult. It took a long time to do this because I'm a perfectionist and I wanted to make sure it was accurate to what he saw. I look at stuff like that because I analyze everything like that. And I analyzed this story inside out.
And if you couldn't see the flag from that position,
it would have been a big, that would have been a red flag for me. I would have been like, wait, you can't see it, but you can. So you can't put enough of a value on little details like that, because he didn't say this in 2026. He said this in 1989.
Right.
Why?
Why do you think the flag was reversed?
In American flag use law, the only thing we were able to ascertain is the fact that on military or on vehicles, anything military on a uniform, if ever you see an American flag on your right shoulder, it's reversed because it's how the wind is blowing the flag. On your left side, it's like the flag is because the wind is blowing this way. If you look at vehicles, let's say a Greyhound bus, they have American flags on each side, and they have a normal one on the left side, and a reversed on the right side because it's the right side of the vehicle. So it's blowing the flag that way. So the reversed American flag is an actual. It's the law of how to use the flag in the United States military or on vehicles, and it has to be like that on the right side. So to say, is that the right side of the craft? Yeah, it must be because if you go into the craft, the seats when you go into the craft, I can't wait for you to go in the craft. When you go inside, the seats are facing the right side, meaning the hatch is the right side of the craft. It's the only thing that came to mind. I mean, is that what they did at S4? Did fucking put a sticker on it? I mean, it's the only logical thing we could think of, is that's why it was there. I don't know. My other, and because if it was an American flag, if it was just for identifying this as America, why would you reverse it? Right.
You're reversing it because it's indicating the direction in which it travels.
Exactly. It's just an interesting, right?
It's all interesting. The goggles is a trip.
Right.
When I put on the 3D AR goggles and VR goggles rather, and you stand in that warehouse, that hangar, and look at it, it's very strange. It feels weird. Exactly like it was. It feels very weird. It feels very weird. I mean, I'm only imagining what it's like to actually be you in 1988 and be standing there.
When you put the goggles on, that's exactly how it was.
What did Dennis say when he first saw it? He was like,
No, Dennis was hardcore.
Yeah.
He was here. Look at that. Go back in here. I mean, there was no reaction. Barry, on the other hand, was out of his mind. He couldn't wait to show me stuff, and he's like, check this out. Oh my God, it was that awesome. But Dennis was like a hardcore, military guy.
How much of a view did you get of the other crafts? Because that's one of the things in the film, you only see like hints of them.
That was it. That's it. What you saw in the film was exactly what it was. It was just a passing thing. And as I was walking out there, going, wow, there's more. Everything looks different. And other than the first two hangars, I really couldn't tell what was passed out there. But there were other hangars, and there were things inside them. But
it's also interesting that at the time in 1988, this site was not even confirmed. This was like for you to have to know about this and know the exact location. It was kind of strange.
Right. Yeah, Luigi did that. I mean, I gave him the general idea. I said, I know
what time I got out there, and I could see Papoose Lake, and behind me, he pulled up a lot of stuff from there. But another interesting thing he pulled up was there was an old silver mine exactly there, in the exact same place, and I wonder if they used that as it was already drilled. There was already corridors, and
I actually held this for this show. What I'm about to say is the first time ever. It didn't make it in my film. I wish it did, but it didn't make it in the film. Veronica on our team, she's my sister. She's like my right hand, and if I didn't have her, I wouldn't be here right now. She found this, and at a certain point, we were looking at the maps out there, and you'll see in my film that Gene Huff sent us some U.S. Department of the Interior official maps of that environment at the Groom Lake, Papoose Lake. But we weren't satisfied. We wanted to go deeper. We said there's got to be more. And there's one map that is a publicly available map. It's super not easy to find, by the way. That is in the hands of the U.S. Department of the Interior. I can get it to you if you want. I can email it to you. That map is the oldest map of Papoose Lake known in the hands of the government that is public domain. That map, and everybody's going to be listening to this, clearly shows a road that goes right into where S4 is. It doesn't show a road near it. It shows a road going right in the mountain. And they removed it. That map is from 1941. Okay? Right after that, the map is 1950 and 1952, and those roads were removed. But the oldest map we ever found, it's going to be available. We're going to post it on our website. It's going to be everywhere. It shows clear as day a road that goes right into the mountain, exactly where Bob Lazar said S4 was.
So do you think that was the road to the silver mine initially?
Yes, I believe that, yeah.
It makes sense that they would use an existing facility and just enlarge it instead of start from nothing.
Right, of course, especially if it's abandoned.
Yeah.
And it also makes sense that if Roswell was real, and if they really did find a crashed UFO in 1947, like in the 1950s, they'd be like, let's get rid of this fucking road.
Right?
Yeah, if we're putting this out there, if we're building this facility out there, and if they did have it, that also makes sense that they worked on this for decades. You come along in 1988, they've got this happening in the 1950s, and it's still there.
Yeah.
I think what happened is when the CIA took over, because CIA is the one who took over Area 50, they're the ones at Area 51. I think what happened is as they took over, they just removed the road. It wasn't even because it was a flying saucer there. I just think they got in there and took control of that terrain, that whole landscape, and said, remove it off the maps. Because it's there prior to them taking ownership of that land. So, I mean, it's clear that there was a road there, and then they came in, CIA said take it out, and S4 might have had already an installation. It wasn't an installation, but they probably had a tunnel in there already because it was a mine. So it was an easier way to build a big facility in the side of the hill. Makes sense.
It does make sense. And then there's also the images that you got of what looks like the hangar bay doors that are camouflaged.
And I have to say that.
Gotta go again? No worries.
That's all good. That rocks.
Technology will fix that. It'll remove your prostate. Turn you into a fucking alien. So that image that you got of unfortunately it's kind of blurry, but you do see something that looks very similar to what you'd expect to be camouflaged garage bay doors.
I got contacted by a guy called Scott Mitchell, and I was getting contacted by everybody, Joe. Everybody was trying to get in and getting to make me work with them or use something they found. So I was ignoring 99% of people's, like, it's getting tiring. Everybody, like, you gotta listen to me. I know stuff about that. I'm like, what? I'm working with Bob Lazar. I have enough right now. But this guy, we had built the base, and I knew exactly where it was. I knew exactly the layout. This guy he not only contacted me, but he sent me an image that he had drawn. He didn't want to send me what he had found. But he says, here it is. This is where the doors are. And this is exactly where they point to. And I looked at the image and I said, not bad. I mean, he really nailed it in the image. And I thought, okay. At first I thought somebody on my team leaked something we had. To be honest, I'm like, God, who did that? Who sent out one of our renders to somebody? And because that's what I thought. And they're like, no. This is what? So I talked to this guy, and he's really, really good at researching, and he ended up becoming probably one of the best he's one of the best I've ever seen. His name is Scott Mitchell. And he says there are pictures that were taken in 2020. And ironically, those pictures were taken on December 25th, 2020, which is Christmas Day in the middle of COVID, which means the base might have been shut down. If you think about that, you know what I mean? Like, it's COVID. It was like in the heat of it. Plus, it's 25th of December. So there's probably nothing going on there. And this private pilot in a small Cessna requested access inside the perimeter, and they granted him permission. And he had a big Nikon camera on board with a big telescopic zoom, and he took a shit ton of pictures, and they're amazing. They're all public. They're all available. You can download them. And there's these pictures of Papoose Lake and the hill, but they were being used on the internet for a long time. Everybody was like, see, Bob Lazar is a fraud. It's not real. There's nothing there. Well, of course you can't see it. It's, first of all, 17 miles away. And secondly, they're not designed for you to see it. And that also, let's talk about something that Bob was talking about in 1988. The picture was taken in 2020. I mean, there could be a different landscape now. Anyway, so he said, look, this image, if you change the contrast, you got to keep the original, but just move and try to extract data from your image. You know, anybody who knows how to do that with photography, you can do that. And he pulls out these geometric shapes. You can see them. They're like little. They look like rectangles. And I thought, what if this is not real? I was super skeptical. I'll be honest with you. We're talking about the picture with the doors on the hangar doors, the one from Scott Mitchell, the one that we have in the film. Oh, right. And so I didn't believe it. I thought, there's no way. I go, there's no way this is real. I don't believe it. So Scott was really cool. He said, look, man, I understand you're a skeptic. I get it. I want you to do me a favor. Go online, search it yourself. I won't even tell you where it is. I'll just tell you who took the pictures. The only thing he gave us is the picture number is 0501. That's what the picture number is. He goes, if you find it, have whoever on your team playing around with it until you see it. That was fair, because I said, okay, because I mean, if it's out there, there's two different places it was online, and the one place we got it from was the source of it. Okay, it was from the photographer, the guy himself. We take it. I had 3 different people on my team. Everybody's really good at all this stuff on my team. So I said, guys, this is what we need to see. If you guys can pull it up, I'm not going to be as skeptical. Everybody got it almost at the same time. They were playing around, and eventually the easiest software we used to get that detail out was DaVinci Resolve. And with DaVinci, it's a faster process than if you're messing around with Photoshop or whatever. And it came, and I was like, oh my God, it's really there. You get clear. So what I did is I had them scan the rest of the picture because it's pixels, right? So I said, let's also see if it's not some pixelation. Is it maybe just what the photo does? Maybe we just got lucky and it looks like that there. Maybe it's going to show something similar elsewhere, and it doesn't. And then I said, all right, go get me 0502. I want 0500. Because the guy kept snapping pictures, I want you to do the same. Like, we went really military. Like I said, I want to make sure this is real. I'm not going to, if it's not. And it ended up being, other pictures also show it, by the way, because he might click. So it's like, it's not just that one. That's the clearest one. And so I I'm with? And he just like exploded because he was like, oh my God, you're with Bob. And I said, show him. And so Bob was there, and we showed it. We ended up transferring the call on a Zoom call, and he showed it, and you said, yeah. Like, I remember you going, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, that.
What did that look like to you when you saw those?
It was awesome.
Yeah.
It was awesome. What was really shocking was the first hanger was bigger.
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was the big hanger. Yeah, because the first hanger is a big hanger, the smaller ones, and I said, Jesus, the first hanger is bigger. You found it. You found it. So, I mean, that was, I just lit up at that point.
Yeah.
What happens if you look at that site with Google Earth?
That is with Google Earth.
No, that was the picture. But Google Earth, and I'll tell you something about Google. Yeah, that wasn't with Google Earth. No, the picture is a real photo. The picture of the hangar doors is a real.
Oh, okay. I thought that was Google Earth.
No, the picture is a real photo. The Google Earth, though, you see that in the film.
Yeah.
And I can't make this up. I didn't want to put anything in the film. That was one of my things. I did not want to put anything in the film that would make me, the whole team, or even Bob look like we're trying to like MacGyver something in there. It has to be, you go look for it yourself. It's public. If you don't believe it, go check it out yourself. That's the only thing we allowed in there. And when you go on Papoose Lake on June 22nd of 2024, June of 2024, Google Earth changed. You're going to be right over Papoose Lake. If you zoom in, you're not going to notice it because it's kind of a yellowish tint to the image. And I remember going, why is it so yellow? I mean, I've been there so many times. I was like, why the fuck is it turned so yellow? And I'm like, so I'm zooming out, and I'm like, why did they fuck it up? I thought, they fucking ruined everything. It's all yellow. And as I go further, you see this box that is like right over Papoose. So I'm like, what is that? And I put my mouse over it, and wherever you're in the box, it's June 22nd, 2024. And as soon as you put your mouse outside of the box, well, it's an older date. And I thought, oh, they just did that. And so I think what they thought they were going to do is that new filter right over Papoose Lake removes every possible detail on the terrain, the landscape, where the brushes are and the Joshua trees are. It really, really removes all that. It blurs everything out. But they made a mistake. They made a huge error, I believe so. And I think if they're listening, they're going to go, yeah, are bad to the DOD because you see all the tracks on the lake. And for some reason, that filter accentuates the tracks on Papoose Lake and removes the landscape brushes from, I don't know why, it just did that. And I was like, holy shit, you see all these tracks.
What it looks like is they're trying to purposely obscure the area.
Yes.
And the fact that it's in a very clear box.
Yeah.
And you talked about that in the film.
Yeah.
It's kind of bonkers.
And there's really no reason.
There's no reason
to pick one little square box that
why
that nobody goes to.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah.
So trying to obscure it.
Yeah. And so I thought, geez, we got to put this in there. I mean, it's so cool, right?
It's all very compelling. I think we should wrap this up, but the film's excellent.
Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Tell it took a tremendous amount of effort, and I could tell by watching when we watched it together, it had an insane impact on you. And you'd already seen it before. I saw it with you, so you were just seeing it again. And it's just like, it's bonkers.
Yeah, it really affected me. And is there anything else you want to say? There's a couple things I want to bring up.
Okay.
You know,
Yeah.
Just because I've heard stuff Luigi has told me, people think that I make millions of dollars off of this stuff. And I know I would love to sign on to the millions of dollars program. Jeremy made his movie, and I didn't get a cent from Jeremy's movie. I said, anything you make, give to George. And Luigi has spent millions of dollars of his own money, literally, right? But making this stuff, and I can't see how he's ever going to make the money back. If he does,
I
that's
know.
awesome. I drive a 1980 something.
Not a 1980.
You drove? No, 2000. No, 2018 Chevy Bolt electric car. I mean, it's a car you'd buy for your teenage daughter. It's embarrassing to drive. It cost me $18,000. You know, my house on the 10 acres cost $450,000. And, you know, back when I got it, I mean, I work 6 to 7 days a week at United Nuclear, my business. I mean, if there's anyone that wants to give me millions of dollars, contact me immediately, because I would like to retire, but no, I don't make millions of dollars off this stuff, and my wife and I do fine. We grow our food in our greenhouse, and we live in our little place up in the mountains, and that's it. But you know, this is Luigi's thing. That's why he's here.
I think the film's going to be very successful. I think you're probably going to make money off of it. At least I'm
No.
Well,
You know, thank you, Jim.
I think we should wrap it up. Thank you very much, Luigi.
Thank
you.
you, Joe.
Park.
Thank you.
It's fantastic. Bob, great to see you again, as always.
I'm sorry I had to be so much.
That's okay. It's understandable. It's understandable. And again, the film, let's show it on the screen, Jamie, so people can know where they can see it, when it's available.
Yeah, it's available actually as of right now.
Let's play the trailer. We'll end
Yeah,
it with
let's do that.
S4, the Bob Lazar story. We'll end it with the trailer.
Son and fair enough, huh? Physical evidence now exists which proves that there is life elsewhere, and at least one form of that life has been here. As of 1989, that evidence was in the custody of the United States government. Between December of 1988 and April of 1989, I worked as a senior staff to be the most secret project in history. My job in this program was to be part of a back engineering team. This particular disc appeared to be in excellent condition, and because of its sleek appearance, I nicknamed it the Sport Model. The goal of this program was to see if the technology of the disc could be duplicated with Earth materials. To start the reactor, of course, we need some element 115. In fact, you need 223 grams machined into a wedge like this. The program out at S4 consisted of 3 projects: Project Galileo, Project Sidekick, and Project Looking Glass. The file on top was Project Galileo, and as it turned out, that's the project that I was part of. And that clearly referred to reverse engineering a recovered alien spacecraft. This cannot be a secret from anyone, not just the American people, but the rest of the world.
All this stuff is something that happened to him. It's not who he is.
They're doing everything they can to keep this information secret.
That's as good as the evidence I saw where I could do that. That's just it.
How his story spills.
I love my son, 19 days in the middle.
Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing my day, Joe Rogan Podcast. My name, all day.
What do you mean by those people?
You know,
It's changed over
the
the
ones
years.
with the horns. I don't know. You know,
You mean band members? Or are you talking about?
stuff, music industry.
Dude, yeah,
We're just talking about, so we should tell people what we're talking about. If you hum a song, just like fuck around and like the cocaine song, you know what I mean? If you play Eric Clapton, if you do that, you get flagged on YouTube. And they take money from you.
How desperate is that?
It's gross. Like, you can't even hum a song? You can't, like, what are you talking about?
You can't even hum. In the future, you're not even going to be able to fall in love. They're going to charge you for it.
How are they going to do that? Well, you won't be falling in love with the person anymore. People will be outdated. People come with problems.
I ain't coming on no bot.
No? Ever? What about in one?
No, what will they do with it?
Keep it.
Yeah.
Maybe that's what keeps them alive. Imagine that.
Let me think about it
You
for
gotta
a
fuck her every day to keep her alive. You know, she starts shriveling up on you. Like she's on Ozempic.
Oh. So she's a Latina, you're saying? So you're saying
Keep her plump.
you gotta keep her. You gotta keep the juices flowing, huh?
There'd be guys that would sign up for that. Okay, I could do that. But day 5,026 in a row, you're like, oh my god, I can't do this.
Yeah.
And she's dying.
Why is she dying? She's electric, isn't she?
She only gets powered by cum.
Oh, it's sad.
In 3 days with no cum, she shuts off. And that's it. And you can't bring her back.
I'd shut her down quick. I'll tell you that. She would be.
You have to let your buddies fuck her just to like keep her alive.
Oh, that's gonna be gross, Joe.
It would be.
And it would be sad and stuff like that. And you'd have somebody like late at night, like, hey, bro.
Loves her.
Yeah,
Loves her.
what's your wife doing? Too? Like texting her like
Oh,
4
no.
a.m.
Bro, like you keep her alive.
Yeah.
He's over there stroking it while he's on the phone with you.
Bro, plug your wife in for a little bit, bro. Let me come over there.
We're getting close. Did you see those ones they have at the Consumer Electronics Show in Vegas?
The dancing ones?
No, it's an AI companion that's a robot. It's like a very pretty lady, and her mouth moves, and she talks, and it's not there yet, but it's in the neighborhood. You know, it's not at the right door, but it just entered the community. You know what I mean?
You think so?
You know, some communities have that awning, like, welcome to like Paradise Estates. You go through, and there's all the houses in the subsection.
Yeah,
It's in the door.
right.
It's in the door. It's just not at your house yet.
Hidden Oaks or whatever.
Exactly.
Or Hunter's Glen or Racist Cove or whatever.
The fuck robot has made it through onto your street. It's
Bro.
just not at your house yet. And it will be in 5 to 10 years.
My kids aren't fucking robots. I'm telling
Well, if you have kids, they're gonna fuck robots.
No, they won't,
You
Joe.
won't be able to stop them. All their friends are gonna be able to do it. It'd be rude. It'd be like keeping them off social media.
Crazy, dude.
If you keep your kids off social media, they feel left out. They're like, come on, Dad, let me get Snapchat. Like, no, son. I want you to concentrate on your homework and your football.
Come on, Dad.
Come on, Dad, let me get Snapchat.
No, look, your dad wakes you up early. He's like, look, one of you little bastards left the freaking cum robot in the yard. Which one?
All delirious. Covered in cum. All your friends fucked it.
That's sad. But I do think that one day our smiles will be in a museum. That's where we're headed. It's like the feelings are starting to disappear, you know?
Maybe that's what autism is. Like severe autism.
Oh, I've thought about that a lot. That's why we're getting to some of the only way we could get to this place, if we get to this data-driven place where it's like, you know, alien-esque, things start to feel alien-esque here, is because of autism leading. It's when autism mixes with what's it called? Our society is based on money, capitalism. When autism and capitalism converge, things got really weird.
Right, and think about it, right? We don't know exactly what is causing autism. They have a lot of suspicions. A lot of them have to do with vaccines, different medications, different chemicals and pollutants, and all sorts of different things.
And cologne, too.
One thing we could all agree on, and Tylenol, they think too, right? But one thing that we can all agree on
it's a big factor is stuff that we've created. That's a big factor. Whatever it is. Let's not put the blame on any one of these industries, but there's something going on where more people are getting autism now than ever, and it seems almost positive that it's coming from us, that we did something. Human society. Well, if you think about where human society is going, wouldn't that be a way to turn us into something new, right? If we were going to merge with machines, what better way than to like eliminate empathy, eliminate emotions, make us like able to like stay at home and stare at a screen for hours at a time with no concern whatsoever, just the kind of social detachment along with the integration of all this crazy new technology. And the people, a lot of the people that are in the tech business at high levels are on the spectrum.
Oh, dude. Yeah. They're on the fucking diving board of the
And they're
spectrum.
the ones bringing in AI.
Yeah.
They're bringing in the next version of life. Kind of, I mean, almost like we're thinking it's like a mistake, but it might not be. It might be like a crucial part of the system when you get further and further integrated with technology and all the stuff that you need to make it, and all the stuff that's involved in capitalism, including like lying about what medications kids need, giving them this, giving them that, lying about what the pesticides do or the chemicals do, or whatever it is. What is that ultimately doing? If it's leading people to be on the spectrum more and more often, what if one day it's not 1 in 12 in California? If it's 100%.
Yeah.
Everybody, you got a full spectrum society, and there's no regular people left.
Yeah.
You have to think about that. If it's 1 in 12 boys right now in California, and it used to be like 1 in 10,000, this is like an invasion, right? Like an invasion of like a way to think that's entering into human civilization.
Yeah. And I feel like it was, I agree, right? So then it's like those, and then if you don't have this like uprising, this emotional uprising out of people of like, like this is wrong. Cause I think like, when you get real data based and like that kind of like, 'tis a mess type of energy, I think you're not thinking about some of the, like how it affects you as much, or maybe just you're able to like roll into that nest of like this is this new digital landscape, and those people fit well in it. Does that make any sense?
It does make them fit well, and they do fit well in it. I know a lot of people that are on spectrum that are very happy just being online all the time.
Yeah.
That's what they do.
And dude, maybe that's what's supposed. Yeah, that's the scary part. Is like, what if that's what's supposed to happen? Right. And the rest of us are just like, because I'm like, I think of romanticists, I'm thinking like, oh yeah, a porch and a rocking chair, and then but other people are like, yeah, we're coming in robots and shit like that, and ordering bagels through our fucking brain cells and shit, like, it's just like,
We're thinking of autism as a flaw, but it might be a feature.
but is it what nature wants, or is it something that we're creating that is heading us down a very dark path? I feel like it's not autism, but all of it in conjunction is the second one.
It might be what the universe wants. It might be how it goes. Like, there has to be some sort of a pathway from territorial primates to something new. Right?
Does it?
I think so. Yeah, because otherwise we would still be single-celled organisms. Everything's moving in a general direction of more complexity.
Okay.
Right?
That's fair.
So if it's moving in a general direction, more complexity, and with all the technology that we're making, like, we're moving into some fucking weird place, right? If you just like easily accepted that, and what better way than if you're one of those dudes that's on the spectrum that loves to chill at home and play video games, just stare at a screen, doesn't really need a lot of human contact.
Yeah, one of those fucking data wiggers or whatever they call them.
Yeah.
Those fucking tech monkeys or whatever.
Yeah, those guys are just all about it. They're all about it. They're wearing Apple Watches and they're fucking everything's digital. Yep.
It had to do with a fucking Whoop neck brace. It was like, it kept updating on his watch. It's like, your neck's still broken or whatever.
He's got a Whoop cock ring.
Yeah, that was crazy. You're
So you fuck his robot.
bro, you blink twice and you're fucking, it shoots GLP-1s in your nuts. It's just like, it's all too, but it's happened too fast, bro, and it's too much, and it starts to be like, is it being controlled? Dude, here's something that I was
Being controlled by a small amount of people, which is always scary.
That's scary.
it's always scary when a small amount of individuals have insane amounts of power and wealth. And that's what's going to happen with this AI thing, and that's what happened with tech. Like, look what happened with tech. With tech, the vast majority of people that are involved were all like heavily left-wing, very progressive, like kind of even far left in a way. And look, they pushed the entire country's narrative in that direction through censorship on social media, through banning any accounts that didn't kind of commit to the narrative. Russiagate, anything about Hunter Biden's laptop, anything about vaccines being deadly, or, maybe it came from a lab, all that stuff would get you kicked off. So it was all moving in this one ideological direction. That's literally the conversation the entire country's having, and there's no other output. Before, there was a few of them that came around, like Gab and some other ones, some social media sites that were like a response to that, but they never really took off, right?
Nothing took off yet.
Not really. There's some people that are on Threads, and there's some people on Truth, but the reality is, if you're not on Twitter, you're not really going to connect with most people. That's the giant majority of people having conversations, and it was all completely controlled by a small group of people with one ideology.
But didn't all those half of those people move over to the other political party when Trump got elected? Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, Zuckerberg was on the left side. Bezos seemed like a very left-leaning guy, and then they're all just... So that's what made me start to think, none of these guys are really on a side. There's this other third side that a lot of us can't see that is just kind of commandeering or fabricating or like infiltrating both sides.
If I could hum a song right now, I'd hum the Pink Floyd song Money.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Because that's what they were protecting, that
cheddar, that cash, baby, protecting that cash.
Ooh, I mean, look how many people are fucking moving out of all these states that are trying to impose wealth taxes. They're trying to steal money from the people that are the most successful. I was reading something about Massachusetts, how much this lady was reporting about how much Massachusetts has lost from that. Because people leave the state. Their businesses leave the state. New York is having the same problem. Like Kathy Hochul lady, now she's asking people. I don't know how to say her name. I don't care.
Yeah, get a better name.
Who cares what her name is?
Yeah,
she's asking people to go to Palm Beach and tell people to come back to New York now because we're losing tax base. Like, come on. Of course you're losing tax base. You can't just arbitrarily decide that because someone makes more money, they deserve to give you more money. And then, what have you done with the money you have?
That's the best part.
Oh, a shit ton of waste and fraud. And have you corrected any of that? No. So your solution is what? More money?
Yeah.
Okay, fuck all the way off. Of course these people are going to leave. You're a bunch of incompetent stooges, and you're in charge of all the money in the state. That's dumb.
Yeah.
And that's why Chevron moved out of California, Tesla moved out of California, and In-N-Out Burger moved out of California.
We moved out of
We're
California.
companies, but we're people. We might as well be companies. We're small companies. But it's like, you can't just say, we're going to take more money and that'll fix it.
But you don't think billionaire? Yeah. Especially, dude, what has happened like with the follow-ups to the Somali fraud? Like all of these fraud buildings where it's like blatant, there's no businesses. It's just a sign on the door, and like it feels like there's no follow-up to it.
There's some people that are being prosecuted right now. There is a bunch of investigations regarding Minnesota, regarding California. They're getting in there. They have to get in there now because it's been exposed nationally. But the real question is, how did it go on for so long? How did you allow it to happen for so long?
They knew.
Bro, you want to know, like, what's real bad? What's real bad is, like, the amount of money that California has wasted if their solution is to try to tax people. Have you ever seen, like, what they did with the high-speed rail?
Yeah, nothing.
They spent billions of dollars. There's some guy who broke down how much high-speed rail China did in the same time that it took California to do their high-speed rail. It's actually funny.
I've done some rail out of China, I'll tell you that. Yeah.
I don't think it's the same stuff.
Yeah,
I think we're talking about different things.
But no, China, dude, it's weird when you start thinking, hey, China looks like a good place to live.
They've got their shit together, I'll tell you that. A lot of these places with kings, they really know how to run things. They do a real solid job.
fucking do. Poland's got their shit together, dude.
They do have their shit together, and they were communists not that long ago. You know,
Poland's got their shit. They don't let any of this influence. Spain, I feel like, is taking their shit back.
True.
They're picking up their toys.
I gotta find this. Here it is. Because this is actually fun when you see like the comparison between like what China's done and what we've done in the same amount of time.
Yeah.
It's actually kind of funny.
Oh, I want to say thanks to this lady, Sarah Wycheck. She just came and helped me get blood a little while ago. And she's just a nurse practitioner, and you could tell she was just working hard.
She hooked you up?
Yeah, she was just like, showed up and just got it done for me. You could tell she just is a hardworking lady. I admire hardworking women.
Well, what about hardworking men? You like them? Yeah, that's it, Jimmy.
Well, they should be.
So look at this. Things that happen
Who's
faster
this
than...
fucking gooner, though? Who's that dude? Is that Milk? Fuck, he fell
Things
off.
that happen faster than building the California high-speed rail. China's entire high-speed rail network of 30,000 miles. Our LA
In
to
15
SF
years.
segment would have taken them 2 months. Dubai, going from barren desert wasteland to barren culture wasteland. Timothy Chalamet's entire existence. iPhone 1 through 17 and the internet. Follow more bullshit.
I love that guy. That's Harrison Baum. That's crazy, isn't it?
It's crazy. And they just took billions of dollars in taxes and we're working on it.
Yeah. But wait, everything is fraud. You're starting to
It's all
realize
fraud.
it's all fraud.
If it's not fraud, it's waste and it's bureaucracy. So they keep the money coming in, so they keep people working, but the people don't do anything.
And then, dude, we can't even fucking keep the TSA workers. Dude, I fucking snuck a handful of goldfish to a fucking TSA worker the other day, the edible ones, just to fucking keep them going, dude, out there.
You keep them some goldfish?
Yeah, they're not even getting paid.
I know. They just started getting back pay.
But still, it's just, but the
It's
fact
crazy.
that that's like a,
Crazy. Like that they're the least priority. Like, bro, flying is fucking super important, you dummies. You want to keep the economy going, you gotta let people fly around. They got shit to do, man. You can't just fucking not pay the TSA people, you fucking idiots. How come you get paid? How come you get paid?
I'm just sick of this shit. And I'm sick of rich people not putting their fucking kids over in these wars and shit like that. Put your fucking honky ass kids up there. Let them go shed some fucking blood.
Especially if you're asking for it.
Especially if you're out there fucking bullshitting, dude. Put your fucking honky little fancy ass fucking kid up there, man. That shit makes me mad, bro.
Well, I think there's also a problem. The people that I've talked to that have served overseas and have been involved and deployed in military operations and seen a lot of shit, a lot of them are of the opinion that you shouldn't be able to make those decisions if you've never been to war. You don't know what it is. You don't know what you're sending people to do. It doesn't mean you're not still going to be a tyrant, because there are some people, but clearly Netanyahu's been to war. You know, he was in the military. He was involved in some shit.
Was he?
Yeah, he was like a special forces operator in Israel. And clearly he doesn't mind going to war. But this episode is brought to you by Manscaped. Did you know that one man is diagnosed with testicular cancer every hour? In fact, it's the most common form of cancer among men ages 15 to 35. April is National Testicular Cancer Awareness Month, and Manscaped is donating $50,000 to the Testicular Cancer Society to support awareness and routine self-checks. I'm proud to support something that helps make a real difference. You can also support the cause by purchasing a special edition TCS Ball Hero Bundle. This bundle includes a Lawnmower 5.0 Ultra TCS Special Edition and Special Edition TCS Boxers 2.0. Join the over 13 million men worldwide who trust Manscaped and use the code ROGAN15 for 15% off your entire order at manscaped.com. You can also visit manscaped.com/TCS to learn more about how to check yourself or make a donation at TC Society today to save lives and balls. I think most
War is
good
a unique term.
War is a fucking terrifying.
But I mean, I don't think I would call it as war, but I
mean what they're doing right now
Yeah.
in Gaza.
yeah, and I'm not
The
jumping
one
on you.
in Iran is war. That's war. Iran's a real enemy. You know, it's a different.
Are they enemy to America?
Well, what they are is the largest
country, in terms of like state-sponsored terrorism, they're the largest sponsor of terrorism. But also, you got to think why. You know, and this is not excusing anybody for Islamist ideology, because it's scary, because they want a global caliphate, right? They're radicals. But you got to go back to what happened in that country. And if you go back to what happened in that country, they tried to nationalize oil. Iran was like a westernized country. Girls were wearing miniskirts. Everybody's hot.
You seen that video from the 70s of
Yeah,
Iran?
bro. Everybody
Tits are
looked great.
popping. Just popping.
What happened is slowly but surely, and quickly at first, because when they tried to nationalize oil, the CIA swooped in and they fucking got that guy out of office, and they allowed these Islamic, radicalists to start running the country.
Well, that's when Hezbollah started, right?
I don't know exactly when Hezbollah started, but the point is, the country was doing fine before we monkeyed with it, and we monkeyed with it because they were not getting enough of the money from the oil. So it was the British Petroleum Company, I think, put it into perplexity the story of Iran, their government being overthrown. I think it was in the 1950s. So when we see like how it all played out and why it is what it is today, Jesus Christ, you'd be mad too.
Yeah.
And when you're mad and you're surrounded by bigger enemies that all have nuclear weapons, you don't even have nuclear weapons, wouldn't you be trying to make them? You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not saying Iran should have nuclear weapons. I don't think anybody should have nuclear weapons.
But Israel gets to have them.
Allegedly. This is the problem. Allegedly.
Everything's allegedly with them.
Allegedly.
Except for the genocide.
They don't officially have them.
Right.
I don't think they admit they officially have them. And you know who was a big opponent of Israel getting nuclear weapons?
JFK.
JFK. Yeah. That's what a lot of people think led back into the left.
Oh, yeah. Before they killed him, who? I don't know.
So the Iranian Revolution, also called the Islamic Revolution, was a mass uprising in Iran, overthrew the Shah's monarchy in 1979, replaced it with an Islamic republic led by Ayatollah Ruhollah Khomeini.
Shout out Ruko.
I want you to go back to the national, ask it a question of what was the events that led to them trying to nationalize their oil. Here it is. No, that's not it. What was banned real opposition used secret police to surveil jail? I've just put it to ask another question. What were the events that took place after Iran tried to nationalize oil? Just ask that question. What are the events that took place when Iran tried to nationalize oil?
Bro, fuck oil. I'd rather walk if this is the shit that's going to come out of all of it. You feel me?
The problem is it's not just oil for your car. It's everything you use. Plastic is, they use petroleum-based chemicals are responsible for medicine.
But it's also getting in our nuts now, and people can't even fucking read anymore because of it. So it's like, what is all that stuff helping us anymore?
Yeah, here it is. So Iran's attempt to nationalize its oil in the 1950s unfolded as a chain of political and economic confrontations centered on Prime Minister Mohammed Mossadegh. How do you say his name? Mossadegh?
Let me see. Mossadegh.
And British-controlled Anglo-Iranian oil company. I'll walk you through the key events. But it had to do with who was in control of the oil before that, like who was making the money before that. I thought Perplexity's going to give us the fucking tinfoil hat story of how it went down. But the bottom line is, people are making a lot of money over there in oil, and they wanted most of the money, and they got boxed out, and then they wound up with a fucking psychotic dictator.
Yeah.
And a lot of if you look back on what Iran looked like when it was a westernized country, like, damn, we should have fucking supported whatever the fuck was going on back then.
I know. I think, do you feel like we used to do things that were better, and then we got,
Here's the tinfoil hat version. I love how Perplexity gives you a tinfoil hat version. Nice. The story's basically Iran tried to take back its oil. The British and Americans teamed up in secret to crush that idea and send a warning to the rest of the world. Britain had built its empire and navy on cheap Iranian oil via the Anglo-Iranian Oil Company, later British Petroleum Company. So when Mossadegh I don't want to say his name. I keep fucking it up. London saw it as a direct threat to its global power and profits. Elites feared that if Iran got away with nationalizing its oil, other countries in the Middle East would beyond would copy, destroying Western oil monopolies. So they were determined to make Iran an example. Look, bro, we've been monkeying around with other countries forever. This thing in Venezuela, this real quick thing that happened real quick when they kidnapped a dude in Venezuela. Like,
well, a lot of it is because these are the countries that are still outside of the Rothschild's banking system or whatever. Have you seen that thing?
I have not.
Where it's like the countries that are still not on that list or something. This is tinfoil stuff, I think. Or it's absolutely true. I have no idea.
There's a lot going on right now, right? Like,
I'm feared, dude. I'm scared. I'll be honest with you.
Yeah, you should be.
I'm scared.
Well, it's a scary time because this is a real
scared.
war.
People come up and people tell me about it. So I was in an Uber yesterday, and there's a man in there. He was driving, and he's like, "We need a revolution," you know.
Oh boy.
He's like, "You have a voice." He's telling me stuff like that. And I was like,
no, don't take Ubers anymore. Stop taking Ubers. Rent a car, motherfucker.
I'm not renting a car.
Why would you rent a car? You don't rent cars?
Bro, you think I'm gonna go be at the renting a car is insane. You have to check under, see if there's any dents in it, or if there's any and then you can do all this stuff. Renting a car is a nightmare. Dude, I will tell you this story. The one time we did rent a car, and we got a dent on it, like a pretty good dent, and we caught a pigeon and had it shit over the dent to fill it in whenever we turned it in.
This is not a true story.
Yeah, we did.
You caught a pigeon.
Yeah, you think it's hard to catch a pigeon? Bro, bring up a pigeon getting caught. Bro,
Yeah, but he raised them.
well, yeah, but dude, he had fucking autism in his hands after a couple years. You don't think you think it's hard to catch a pigeon, the dumbest bird ever, dude?
And he just put the shit over the dent.
Yeah, you hang it over.
Oh, but shit. How big was this dent we're talking about?
Dude, these fucking pigeons shit all day, Joe.
So you just hold them there until they're done?
Yeah, we still got a shit cup or whatever. Yeah, we fucking put it over the dent, bro. That's why God wants you to help. That's my insurance.
Oh, okay, this one's all fucked up. No, that's not fair.
That's because he has American health care. It's United Health Care. Dude, well, here's what I want to know. I guess, I don't know, man. Everybody just feels scared, and it makes sense.
Well, they should, because a lot of things are getting exposed right now. You know, there's a lot of fraud, and you're seeing it at the highest levels of government. And people are also scared because no one's getting in trouble for things. Like, no one's getting in trouble for the Epstein files. No one's getting in trouble for...
Yeah, that's almost disappeared, kind of.
Well, that's part of what happens when there's some sort of a big social thing. One thing that's in the past that leaders have used to cover up problems at home is a fucking war. I'm not saying that that's why they bombed Iran, but that would be a way to do it if you're that psychotic, and if you were thinking about doing it anyway, you might be able to justify it. People have always done that also to stay in power.
Oh, yeah.
And even Bill Clinton said that about Netanyahu. Bill Clinton said Netanyahu wants war so he can stay in power.
For sure, dude. People call him the Yarmulke Hitler. That's what they call
these people?
Everybody does.
Which people?
Countless.
People? What are you saying?
What do you mean, people? You're talking about
What are you talking about?
black folks. What
No!
are you saying?
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
I don't know what you're saying.
Okay.
Let's not draw conclusions.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
He seems like a great guy. Well, it's just a scary time.
It's a scary time because people are willing to blow people up with fucking drones and missiles, and they're shooting into apartment buildings and blowing up schools, and it's like, fuck, man.
And we didn't hear how to... I think that we've been poisoned. I do think that we've been poisoned.
How so?
Because I think that, we find out that a lot of our food is poisonous, right?
Or a lot of our food's not good for us.
Yeah, sorry, not good for us.
Yeah.
So we have we have food that is made to be not good for us. Mm-hmm. And then we have a healthcare system that'll just kind of take care of you, right? Barely. So then you start to create this other, you're going to need your autism gang that are up there running shit. But then you're going to need this sort of mollusky sort of the worker bees. And that's what the rest of us start to become is worker bees because, you're on antidepressants killed the vibe and the energy of so many people, right? The opioid epidemic, you broke apart so many families and ruined hope in so many kids and parents and homes and the COVID where you shut down recovery rooms and places where people were meeting and so they were so disconnected. And then it's you start to wonder why there's no uprisings, because there's nothing rising up inside of you anymore, because a lot of your vitriol has been killed. People are jerking off into fucking robots, and even just on car batteries and shit in some of those videos online. But
Car batteries?
people will come on everything.
What happens when you hit the two posts?
I don't know. Does your jizz explode? Oh,
I gotta be grounded. I don't have to go.
yeah, right. That's a real fucking
You don't want that joke coming back to your tip. Imagine if it was like one solid stream and the electricity jumped.
Yeah.
Made it back to the tip.
But dude, that could happen too with that robot if you're trying to hump that road.
Right.
And that thing shorts out.
Phones short out. You remember those old phones that would blow up in people's cars, like the Note? It was one of the Note series. Like people's cars would catch on fire if you left it plugged in.
Yeah.
Yeah. What does that happen to your dick?
And people would always,
You know what I'm saying?
and people would just always leave it plugged in next to their wife at night for fucking no reason.
Right. On top of your wife.
Yeah, just
That
what's
fucking
going on?
bursts in flames, the electric fire.
But do you know what?
Successor.
I think we've been poisoned just enough to like, it feels like just to hurt, but not, like we just have to start, I think it's a time where like, we have to try and work on and like, look inside of ourselves, and I don't know, do I sound fucking preachy?
No,
I'm sorry.
no, you don't sound preachy, but
I'm just trying to find,
I
like,
think you're on something. There was some file. I didn't read it, but a bunch of people sent it to me. I just went, oh, Jesus. It was from some Freedom of Information Act or some leak from the 1950s with the CIA, and they were trying to think of different ways to make people docile and stupid and unmotivated.
Yeah.
And they were talking about different medications, putting stuff in food, all these different strategies to keep people. And this is our own government. Us. United States of America.
Well, that's another thing.
Is that not treasonous?
I agree. So why? It just feels like there's no recourse. And I know, like, you start to think, well, this is how a lot of people have lived their entire centuries in different countries and stuff like that. Like, they live under this type of oppression and like fear all the time. But it feels new here.
I want to know what exactly. Could you put that into our lovely sponsor, Perplexity, and find out what the fuck was said in that CIA document? What were they actually planning? Because it's the idea that there's people in government that would just say, fuck millions of people and their potential in life.
Yes.
Let's tank their potential so that we can get our agenda through easier without them being upset. Let's ruin millions of people's lives, or at least dampen their dreams, squash their hopes, make them stupid and lazy.
Make their kids sick, make it put pornography and let it be into the home so that it's accessible everywhere. So marriages get ruined, and relationships get ruined, and guys are just spunking out on wherever, and so there's no energy, there's no no fucking desire inside of people to overcome. And it's like, yeah, we have to just try and do better one day at a time.
For men, like, their ambition in life is often connected to wanting girls to like them.
Yeah.
Or guys to like them, whatever it is.
And purpose, creating.
Yeah, but that's the other part. Purpose and creating is like the ultimate. That's like the ultimate is, it's almost like you're doing a service. Like whatever you're doing, if you're doing it your best, your real reward is that people enjoy it. Whatever it is. Whether you're a carpenter or a musician or whatever it is. If you're doing something at your best, the ultimate reward is people enjoying it.
Yeah.
That's the ultimate enjoyment. But you have to figure that out in life. You're probably thinking of declassified CIA mind control and behavior modification experience like Bluebird, Artichoke is it. That's it. Especially MK Ultra, which did run in the 1950s and 60s. Okay, Bluebird, MK Ultra. What is many people stupid in cognition? CIA efforts to use drugs, hypnosis, and other techniques. No, that's interrogation. That's different. Perfect concussion effort, often referenced alongside MK Ultra, explicitly explored using suboral blasts to erase memory. Whoa. Erasing or degrading memory is practically a way of disabling a person cognitively, even if that is not described as making them stupid in official language.
Well, yeah, it feels like we're just stuck in an experiment.
I feel like this is not it.
This isn't it.
No, so why don't you run a search for recently disclosed CIA files to make people using vaccines to make people stupid, or suggesting vaccines make people stupid.
I hesitate now.
Why?
Talk about this on Facebook.
Perfect. I love Facebook. But the conspiracy theorists are looking pretty sane right now. Okay, this is EV Magazine. Okay. What's going on here? You have to type in your email and they won't let you watch.
But I don't think what you're saying, the things you're saying, I don't think that that doesn't seem like an American idea to me.
Well, it's okay, Jim.
But no,
It's not an American
if you
idea.
can't find, is it
If
okay?
you can find it, please do.
Can you do Google too, or you can't do it?
Yeah. Just look everywhere.
Have you noticed some things are harder to find?
Yeah. Well, this is probably going to be hard to find because I think this is one of those ones that is like, it's on X. Right. I know like people are going over it, but I don't know if it's even been verified. This is one of the reasons why I wanted to put it through Perplexity. Because there's a lot of stuff you read that's just complete horror, especially today. April Fools, motherfucker. Today's April Fools. Yeah. Don't get tricked.
Oh,
Stay off the net.
I just gave some random lady my blood in the parking lot.
Oh no. She's going to use that for a ritual. Good. Clone you, son. You know, little baby Theos, like those little videos that pop up of us.
Yeah. Dude, my favorite part of the video is at the end when you just kind of bounce out of your chair.
We're laughing so hard. Is this it?
This is it.
Okay, what does it say?
Video, someone's talking about Project Artichoke.
What is Project? What does it say, essentially? That's Kim Iverson. She's pretty good.
White Iverson.
Artichoke. So this says, look, we've got this grand idea of how we're basically going to drug people and do all kinds of weird experiments on them to see if we can control their minds. These documents don't show that anything was actually done. It just shows that we've got these really crazy ideas, and they're extremely unethical, inhumane, terrible, terrible ideas. The 1977 leak of documents say, oh yeah, well actually the government did it. They did all of those terrible things they said they were doing in that previous memo. They did it. And now here's some of the archives that we have from when they did all of those terrible things. So, okay, these documents, Special Research for Artichoke, dated April 21st of 1952. The memo proposes developing long-term covert drugs that could be slipped into daily life. Drugs that were, quote, administered over a considerable period of time, possibly being placed in food or water that caused either agitation or depression. These should include chemicals or drugs that can be effectively concealed in common items such as food, water, Coca-Cola, beer, liquor, cigarettes, etc., and should also be capable of use in standard medical treatments such as vaccinations and shots. We do all this other experimentation, which nobody will know about. It's sneaky. Sneak it into their Coca-Cola, sneak it into their beer, their cigarettes, their vaccines, their medications. Let's sneak it all in.
Yeah.
Oh, those wild conspiracy theorists, they strike again. They have no morals. They have no ethics. They have no humanity. These documents, I mean, these people are inhumane. They're sick. They're twisted. This is terrible.
Yeah. Way to go, Kim Iverson. She killed it. She used to be on, which show was she on? Not Breaking Points. What was the show that they did before Breaking
Kim Iverson? Wasn't 227, was
She
it?
got booted off because Fauci was coming on, and she wanted to question Fauci about the COVID vaccines. And they kicked her off the show, and she went independent.
Good for
Which
her.
is how it always goes.
Yep.
Yeah, you can't talk too much shit, even though it's pretty obvious that guy's a criminal. Pretty fucking obvious that guy's a liar. Lied in front of Congress. Was responsible for gain-of-function research that led to who knows how many fucking people dying of a man-made disease, whatever. Just don't question. You can't work here anymore. You're not playing ball. Yeah. You're not playing along. Like, look, but now she can do stuff like this.
Good for her.
That's nuts that your tax dollars pay for that. Them figuring out how to make people stupid. How do I make Theo stupid? Let me slip something into his Coca-Cola. Let's figure out its experiment on random people and see what kind of results we get.
Here's my question. Well, did you know whenever they introduced antidepressants, that changed like the cognitive therapy side of things, like in therapists' office, it totally revolutionized, like industrialized therapy, and it ruined a lot of people, I think. Like one of my goals is to get off of antidepressants completely, man. I want to feel how I'm supposed to feel, so I can have thoughts and actions that like make me feel connected to the world. That shit makes you feel dead, man.
So why did you take them in the first place?
Because I was in a bad relationship 20 years ago, and I was having a tough day at school, and they gave them to me, and then I never got off.
Really?
Because when you get off, I think we talked about this once. It's hard.
Yeah, it makes you more depressed, more fucked up, and you're all imbalanced, and probably you're addicted to them.
Yeah. And so like that's one of my goals is, and I noticed like for me, I've been taking like menthol blue. I've been doing some things like, and I'm working with a doctor to help me. But I'm gonna get there, and I'm just gonna start to take the power back of myself more.
Well, they say that exercise is like many times greater in its effect at alleviating depression.
Dude, I wake up and I do my yoga, and I do like a 35-minute workout. I'll do like 6 exercises, 5 runs of it in a row. That's 30 exercises, burn through them bitches, and I'm if I do that when I get up in the morning, bro, I am good.
Yeah,
I'm fine all day, and I'm also I'm more positive because I've already taken care of myself in a way that I feel is sufficient enough for me to keep operating and moving forward. But yeah, I want to get away from the
that's the medicine, man, which is really crazy. That's the medicine. It's just hard for people to take because it requires effort. And it requires discipline. You have to do it when you don't want to do it. And there's a lot of times where you're not going to want to do it. A lot of times you're feeling kind of fucking tired.
And we have to, and I think that's what, maybe we just have to, I just need to keep going. This is the best I've been doing. I think.
Why don't you hire a trainer? You got some
cheddar.
You got some cash, son. You're making that. Why don't you hire a trainer?
I
hire a dude that's cool. That'll come over your fucking house every day.
You
don't have to touch your body.
Just some of them do.
Well, you gotta get new ones. They're doing something wrong.
But some
you gotta say no.
I am saying no.
You have to be no. Don't touch my butt when I'm in a deep squat. It doesn't help.
I don't like that song.
I'm gonna take your asshole. It's gonna make you want to explode to the top. Ready, go. He's knuckle deep in your bum hole. Trying to convince you that so you can get more reps.
He's fucking.
That's gotta happen. Like a fucking big jack gay trainer, like preys on guys that are kind of weak with small hips.
He's like, I bet you can't do this with my cock in your butt. And you're like, that's crazy. Who cares?
Why are you suggesting that?
Yeah. But the crazy part is, dude, I had a trainer one time. If you were doing like a dumbbell press, he would kind of squat you he would help you from the elbows, kind of.
Okay, that's fine.
But when I noticed this one time,
rub his dick around your butt. Did he? He's right behind you.
No, he didn't. I don't know.
You're blocking it out. Maybe that's why you need therapy.
I know all the dicks I've ever seen in my life, dude.
All of them?
Yeah.
How many have you seen? Jesus Christ.
Honestly, alive and in person,
count them on one hand. Probably in a handful of dicks, and 2 of them are Ari's. Ari's pissed in fucking kombucha bottles in this room so many times.
Oh.
He is such an animal.
He is kombucha. He has kombucha in him.
Yeah, it's all kombucha. He doesn't have to piss anymore. It's fermented.
No, but this guy would touch my elbow and he would kind of like he would do a slight like massage on him, and that's when it kind of cooked me up. You got a vape in here by chance, Jim?
No. You got that? You want a cigar? We got smelling salts. You want a cigar?
No, they make me sick.
They do?
Yeah, it makes me feel sad.
Sad?
Yeah.
No, I gave up on those. Nicotine vapes are very addictive.
Yeah.
Boy.
I know.
They make you great. You grab for them. You want to take a hit off of them.
Yeah.
Like even if you, I decided at one point in time, I'm not taking this anymore. I'm stopping with this.
Oh, I remember, dude. Remember you and I were using one time. Mm-hmm. We kept using that thing, and
there's something in them. It's not just the nicotine.
I'll tell you a story.
It's like these things, like Alps. I have no problem not taking these. I went on a trip, a 10-day trip. I didn't bring any nicotine pouches. I didn't miss it at all. I was fine.
Well, I'll say this,
but not those vapes, dude. Those vapes call you.
Yeah, some of that shit's a lot, bro.
They call you.
But yeah, you gotta kind of manage it or whatever. But
yeah, you ain't managing shit, son.
You're right. You're right about that. Okay, girl. Okay.
I think out of all the things that are, not a drug, but, nicotine's kind of a drug, but, obviously can be totally functional on it. That's the one in the vapes that's the most addictive.
But you're talking about like recreational type, not like antidepressants, things like that.
Oh yeah, of course, not like cocaine or
Yeah.
But here's the thing about them, man. They're only good for one hit.
Yeah.
It's the first hit of the day. The first hit off a vape is fucking wonderful.
Yeah.
You're like,
Oh yeah. I'll blow that smoke on your mother, son.
nature just shines down upon you. You just feel relaxed. But it's only one. After that, you're just chasing that dragon, and you're not getting anything out of it. Every time you're just getting like nervous, like and you're like hitting it again. Your fucking hands are shaking. You go too far, but you don't get that one feel. It's the same thing with a cigarette. With a cigarette, really, what you want is the first couple of hits.
Yeah.
And you get that lightness of head, like and then put it down.
Yeah.
The problem is you're always chasing that dragon, and you never get it. That's why everybody loves the first cigarette of the day. They sit there with that first cigarette a day and a cup of coffee, and you're like, I got ideas. Yeah. Like, I got fucking ideas.
Write this down.
You know, a lot of bands wrote most of their music on cigarettes. Like, Tony was talking about Pink Floyd.
Dude, the Declaration of Independence people were all hitting cigarettes back then.
For sure, they were smoking tobacco. Yeah, I don't know if they did pipes or what have you about that. I wonder when the cigarette was invented. Because if you think about it, like pipes and cigars, you don't inhale. You just take it in your mouth. The cigarettes, you like take into your lungs. I wonder when the first dude figured that you gotta like suck it all in to get a full hit.
Probably. Yeah, for sure.
You want to suck everything. Oh, cigarette, bananas, what have you.
They were smoking a cigarette that just says drinking smoke when Christopher Columbus and his crew discovered indigenous people in the Caribbean.
What do you mean, Christopher Columbus was, or the indigenous people?
They observed indigenous people in the Caribbean, in quotes, drinking smoke.
Oh yeah.
But this is going back. That's not
Drinking and smoking. Crisco was off that shit, bro. He was off that shit.
Bro, did you ever read the things that Christopher Columbus did when they came to America?
He was a boss, I heard.
He was an evil man.
Was he?
Oh my God. They would cut people's arms off if they didn't bring them the right amount of gold. They were killing babies. Like, they did some horrific shit, man. They did horrific shit to the people that they found. Because they found these people had gold. And, you know, they... Like, if you think about how crazy it is that Mexico speaks Spanish. You know how crazy that is? You know how crazy it is? That's so far away from Spain.
Oh, that's a good point.
They all speak Spanish and they're Catholic. Gee, where did that happen? Cortez. Yeah, that motherfucker showed up in the 1500s with like 600 dudes and 12 muskets. They had like 12. They didn't even have musket rifles. They had musket pistols.
He was a boss.
And they took over the whole fucking country.
I know.
Kind of crazy. Like, if you think about all these years later, they all speak Spanish now.
Yeah.
That's nuts.
Well, do you think we could do something like that now? Like, what do you think's gonna happen,
John?
No, just with, I mean, like, I feel like the shit that's happening out there is gonna come here eventually.
Well, most certainly will. Yeah, you know, I mean, if Homeland Security doesn't stop it in its tracks, and they're doing a great job of preventing a lot of them, you know, there's a lot of things that they catch that you don't even hear about that are like terror cells that they infiltrate, but they know there's people in this country. That was the most fucked up thing about people being all nonchalant at the border being wide open for 4 years.
Yeah.
Because men of military age entered into this country from foreign countries, and we have no idea why. We don't know if they're just honest people looking to make a better life for them and their family, send money back home. That'd be best case scenario, but that's not all of them. So what percentage of them are terrorists? What percentage of them? It's not zero. It ain't zero.
Yeah. But what also, it's like, it's all just a cat and mouse game. People are like, we'll elect the Democrats next time. It's like, but it's all the same shit has been happening forever. They haven't been helping anybody forever. They're letting fucking politicians slurp on kids. All of our fucking money goes to Israel, and they're using it to fucking genocide people. It's like everybody is scared out of their wits right now. It's like our religious leaders are afraid to speak out. It's like it's a time where it's like Satan is amongst us, and our religious leaders are fucking talking about bullshit at the poll. It's just like, what is going? I don't know, man.
I gotta get you up from there, President son. You're losing your fucking marbles.
You think I am?
Come hang out with us. Just chill
I'm
out.
here.
Just chill out at the mothership tonight.
I do have to pee in a little while, but
You can pee.
I'm gonna pee in a minute, man.
We'll let you.
But no, people are just scared, dude. This is
They
shit
won't
that I
let you
hear
in
from people.
Canada. They won't let you pee until you give me your guns.
Really?
That's how they're doing it now.
But what if you have to wash the blackface off the president? Can you use a little bit of this?
Canada had this big. They had this big gun thing, this law they passed where they made a bunch of guns illegal, and they found that only, I think it's a very small percentage of people. I think it's somewhere in the neighborhood. Find out what percentage of people have complied. But I think
any guns.
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. They did. They used to. Well, a lot of hunters up there for sure. But there's a lot of recreational guns and handguns and self-defense weapons that people had that they recently made during Castro's kid when he was around the country. When they recently made this ban.
I got to meet Castro once.
So here it is. No, I want to hear that, but one second. But data provided by Public Safety Canada shows that of March 27, 32,406 people signed up to participate in the program. They declared a total of 57,440 firearms, roughly 42% of what was projected. But they were talking about, you know who has it on this page is Coleon Noir. He has it here. I'll send it to you because
we got to do this in Memphis, dude.
It's kind of crazy.
Yeah, you can't let them take away your weapons.
No.
Because how we fight.
How will you fight? That's a very good question. Yeah, I saw Coleon's video. Here it is. Yeah, this is it. Here, play this.
Type shit right here.
Police response? Cool. We're sending police to your house. The declaration period for firearms owners is scheduled to end next week. So far, only 2.5% of the estimated 2 million affected firearms have been declared, 2%. And 98% of firearms owners haven't made a declaration. Canada banned 2,500 types of firearms, gave gun owners until March 31st, essentially today, to declare them. 1 week before the deadline, 2.5% compliance. 2.5%. That's not a slow rollout. That's a full-on rejection. So if they're not declaring by next week, what's your plan, Minister?
The plan we have is as of March the 31st, the time to complete the enrollment will be done, and then the RCMP and other agencies will be available throughout the spring and the summer to do the collection.
The collection? Wow.
The collection.
Like he's speaking about dry cleaning, not firearms, not property that belongs to law-abiding citizens before the government decided
That's my
it didn't anymore. So, Minister, you're saying that RCMP members, we just heard an Auditor General report saying we're short 3,400 members. We're dealing with a wave of violent crime across this country. And you're saying that your plan is over the spring and the summer to deploy RCMP officers to go door-to-door to firearms owners and seize their firearms?
So this is a voluntary program, Mr. Lloyd, as you're aware, and the RCMP resources and the resources we will use with law enforcement does not contemplate in any way using existing resources. These are additional resources, so these are those who are off duty, those who may be retired.
That's it.
They can ask them to do
Do you
that.
think retired people who go door-to-door, we're going to be
It's a
sending
new ice. There's
police officers door-to-door because, frankly, many police forces across the country are refusing to participate in your program. And here's the part that should make your jaw hit the floor. The Minister of Public Safety, the guy running this entire program, was secretly recorded saying the gun grab isn't worth the money.
The Minister of Public Safety accidentally told the truth, and he was recorded doing it. He said that the gun grab is not worth the money.
He doubts local police will have the resources to enforce the Liberals' mandatory gun buyback program and says the reason the Prime Minister is sticking with the policy is to appease voters in Quebec.
He privately admitted the police can't even enforce it. He said they're doing it. Face that they didn't votes. And the guy, this was never about
the worst. Go back to his name. Go back to his name. If you can't, it was
whatever his name
Well,
is.
here's what I'm saying.
I want him to go door to door.
Yeah.
You go door to door.
You go door to door, do this
You go door to door, bitch.
But dude,
You want to do that? How about you do it? He's talking about getting retired people to go door and take people. You didn't get someone shot, stupid.
well, just like our draft now. They're like, now it's 42, now it's 47, now
You
it's...
can have a marijuana arrest now.
They're letting anybody in that bitch.
A weed. Come on.
Dude, here's the part to me that's like, you start to see like the chink in the armor or whatever. No offense, anybody.
But you're allowed to say that, chink in the armor.
They know who they think, or if I'm not saying anything about
I know you're not, but the people think that.
I'm not.
Yeah, I hear you.
But yeah.
You can't say spick and span anymore either.
You can't say spick and span.
Well, you can, but you shouldn't.
You gotta whisper it. Hey,
That guy should be forced to go door to door.
Go door to door in a bright orange vest with a circle in the center of it.
Yeah, I was just gonna get his name because I wanted to say that guy's a pussy and go do your own shit. That freaking little
Doughboy.
Yeah, that little sloppy brand muffin.
Yeah. Sloppy muffin top.
Yeah, get you. That's his name right there, Gary. And I'm gonna disagree.
And
that's what I said.
Dasagari.
Canada, they're gonna come for you next. But here's what's funny to me.
That's such a crazy. You can't. You're not even grandfathering people in. Mandatory gun confiscations. They just want people vulnerable.
Of course, that's what we're saying, man.
Yeah,
that's what we're saying. They want us all vulnerable.
Yeah, they do. They would much rather that because look, what's the difference happening? What's the difference between America and everywhere else? One of the big differences, we're fucking heavily armed.
Right.
That's why it's a real problem to try to take over America. And it's in our Declaration of Independence. It's in the Bill of Rights. It's in like that, the right to an armed militia. The right to keep and bear arms and to have an armed militia. Like what is that? And people are like, what is that for? Well, that's to keep you from being taken over by tyrants who have guns.
Yeah. Well, here's one thing that's interesting to me is like, RFK was on not long ago, and he was saying that 75%, I could be off by a few percent, of young men aren't eligible for military service.
Yeah.
So this is the hilarious part to me now. Now they've poisoned us so much that they don't even have healthy people to serve in the military, and now they're still, like, I feel like these powers that be are like in this tough spot now. We're like, fuck, we poisoned them too much.
Right.
They can't even go spill their blood for us, you know?
Right. Well, they can't. I mean, there's enough that can.
But they're widening these things. It's like with the ice now, they're like, if you're 65 and like have decent vision, you can be an eye. They're letting it. It's just like it kept getting bigger.
Ice. You only have 7 weeks of training.
Yeah.
You think about that's not even what you get in the police force. Yeah, it's crazy.
We had more than that for fucking T-ball when I was a kid. And Mr. Rick, dude, remember when you had T-ball and your coach was just some dude who had a name? Like, that's our coach, Rick.
Just imagine this. Imagine if you had 7 weeks of training and you had to go into a jiu-jitsu tournament.
I know.
You would get fucking smoked. You don't know what you're doing. You barely know what you're doing. You're going to make a bunch of mistakes.
Yes, I would.
7 weeks of training in that is even scarier because you got guns and you're going out in the street and you're arresting people.
Yeah. But it's like not more than ever. It feels like theater, and it feels like it's been theater for a while, and it feels like maybe this is crazy, but it feels like we're at the last cusp before something weird is going to happen. Didn't you say something weird might happen, Jamie?
Jamie's always saying that. He's timid.
Is he like that?
Jamie's got an ear for weird.
Even blacks are getting scared, though.
For real?
Yeah.
Yeah, but they're more scared of like the Trump movement, totalitarianism and fascism. No?
I think they're getting, they see these ostracized, they see these communities of people out there getting abused and shit, and I think it reflects in them somewhere,
You mean like with ISIS, is that what you're saying?
No, with you see, there's a lot of brown people getting murdered on fucking TikTok all the time, like, in the Middle East, and I think you see that and it makes them hyped up, or, it activates.
Well, everybody should be upset about that.
I agree, but
the idea that the only way to solve problems is by dropping bombs on people it's so crazy that that's still the move in 2026. However, if you are faced with an evil dictator that has his eyes on a global caliphate and is developing nuclear bombs, you can't be all fucking kumbaya. But the question is like, how does that get resolved?
Right, that's the question.
How do you make sure? How can you even know?
That's what
they're not capable of having nuclear weapons. And for the last 20 years, they've been preparing and stockpiling missiles and developing. They have some crazy thing I was seeing online where it's like they almost like have a mountain and dug deep into the ground. They have these missile elevators. And like the missiles are like hidden deep into the ground where the only way you could destroy that facility is with like a nuke. And they just did it specifically knowing that they were going to get bombed.
Well, they had they did Top Gun movie where Miles Teller flew in there. And then a year later we did that in or a few years later, we did that in Iran. Like, isn't it kind of like it all seems bizarre where they had to fire a nuke down, or they had to fire a missile down into the thing, remember?
I didn't see that movie.
It was good.
I bet it was.
It actually was good.
I like the first one.
Oh, we made a movie too. I got to tell you about our movie. I can't forget.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, movie.
Yeah, I don't mean to interrupt about it.
But let's find out what was I asking before we moved on?
Iranian missile thing.
Yeah, what is that elevator thing that they have? They have some underground, like deep underground. Someone was explaining it online. They have a very unique method of protecting their missiles from being bombed. So they have their storage is like deep underground. I think that's one of the things that they were just attacking recently. Like we were dropping bombs off them recently.
I don't think they're doing that for ourselves, though.
Doesn't seem like it. Doesn't seem like it's in our best interest. You know?
Why do you think? Then what is it that like Israel holds over America that we do those things?
Well, first of all, there's a lot of people that donated to the Trump campaign that have significant influence over him.
Yeah.
That lobby for Israel,
right?
And they're very beholden.
So that's just capitalism, then, right?
So IDF uncovers Iran missile.
I don't believe anything they say.
It's hard to know because this is all AI, right? Is this real?
Like it was, but
This is real?
honestly,
This looks AI.
some of it does look AI, but that video of those guys walking.
Yeah, it's so hard to know these days, man. It's so hard to know. You know, this is like, if I was Iran, I'd make a video like that. Look at all my bums. Look at my big cock. Look at my bums. And I'm a big old dick. Big old dick like a third leg. And a bunch of
I'm
bombs.
fucking sick of my dick.
Give it a break.
No, I've had
For a couple days and you miss it.
Oh, I've had a lot of thoughts. Dude,
I'm vacation from your dick.
Bro, there's times I wanted to just mail my dick to Africa or whatever.
Don't.
Just feed
Don't
a couple.
ever send it back.
But I'm saying to feed a couple people.
I don't think it'll feed a couple.
Bro, you'll do it.
I don't even think feed one.
Get out of here,
Might keep
bro.
them alive for a few hours.
Bro, it would be lunch, at least lunch for two.
Someone on a diet. Someone cutting weight for wrestling.
Or that dude that tried to cut weight because he wasn't gay anymore. Remember I told you about that dude? He lost 40 pounds, dude. He was just fucking ribs and dick by the end of it, dude. That guy. I gotta pee really bad. Can I
Yeah, pause. We'll be right back, ladies and gentlemen. We'll be right back. Theo Vaughn, David Spade, Bus Boys, in theaters, April 17th. Did you finance this, dude? Did you fucking do this shit with your own money?
Yeah.
You wild motherfucker, you.
Wow. We wrote it in. Yeah, we did it all. There's no studio attached to it. There's nobody.
Dylan.
Tim did a good job.
He's awesome.
He is awesome.
He really is.
He's one of my favorites.
Yeah, no doubt.
He's one of a kind.
Is that Nate Diaz?
Bro, he was so. He
Is that
was.
Louis J?
Whoa. No. Who's in it? Cam Patterson, Trevor Wallace.
Nice, dude. What's it about?
It's about two guys, and they're just regular guys, and they're not doing that good. And then they think if they can, one of them loses his girlfriend to a waiter, and they think if they can become waiters, that they can get his girlfriend back. And they have to start at Bus Boys. And then we'll get very far.
Spoiler alert.
It was crazy though, dude. I mean, I think there's just like a thing about like nobody, like it just, we made it ourselves. Like we wrote it, we did it. There's no fucking somebody saying I can't put this in it. Like some of the streamers are like, nah, it's too edgy for us or whatever. Fuck them, then. You're out. You know what I'm saying? We're doing our own shit. And so,
did you sell it to a movie distributor? How did you get it into movie theaters?
we just,
I don't know how any of that stuff works.
I don't know either. We have a guy who's handling some of the business side of it. My friend Ezra's handling some of the business side of it. He's great. And so he's been helping us out and gotten it into the theaters.
Who directed it?
It's got Jonah Feingold, this guy out of New York. And great guy. And yeah, we asked our friends to help, and it was, yeah, I mean, it was ridiculous. We shot it right during like the fires, when the fires were happening in the Palisades.
Oh, wow.
So it was like,
You shot it in California?
yeah. Wow. I don't know why exactly, but because there was nothing shooting there. They don't shoot things there anymore.
Isn't that crazy?
Imagine people have been so greedy and fucking attacked. They fuck themselves so much they can't even fucking do the one thing that they're most known for, Hollywood. They can't even fucking do it.
It's so crazy.
It's gross. It's not just crazy, but it's gross.
It is gross. It's all the government. It's all government. It's all government policies, regulations, taxes, all the things that make it unprofitable to do business there. People just pulling up shop.
And there's all these, there's so many guild you have to pay. It's like, I don't see how these people, I don't see how like a day-to-day actor could survive. And they don't, and they leave.
A lot of guys are fucked. I was just watching this video with this guy. I've seen him in a ton of movies. And he's like, blue-collar actors are just not doing well right now. He's like, I had to sell my house. You know, a lot of people are just going to television shows because there's no money in films anymore. Because I used to be able to make a living in films. And he's like, I didn't make a lot of money because he's just, you know, the guy who's a small part in the movie here, small part in the movie there. So he's getting by, and he gets to take his family to the movie, and they get to see the dad on screen. It's cool. Yeah. You know, he's paying his bills, doing well. He's not getting wealthy, right? The stars get wealthy. But those dudes that you need, you know, the guy that plays the cop, the guy that plays this person, those guys are fucked.
Well, I have the name of everybody that was in it, everybody that worked on it. If we have some success, I'm going to go back and reward those people, man. And I'm excited about that. And yeah, even if it just does good, then we can make other stuff.
Right.
And nobody can tell us that we can't.
Yeah, once you do one that's good, then more people are interested in investing, you know, gets you get your foot in the door.
Yeah.
You do a Netflix series, you do anything you want.
And it's not like Dunkirk. I don't know if I want to really get into like that much acting stuff, but it was just like, you know, I grew up watching David Spade. We got to do it together, and we just went through all of these hurdles, and then like the fact that we got it done, dude. I thought it was all emails till the first day I showed up on set, and I was like, no fucking way, we were serious. People were serious about this.
Oh, that's crazy. You did it.
But yeah, I think so. Yeah, something like that. I think there's something like that, and if people can buy a ticket early to it, I don't want to sound I'm not desperate about it. If it does, fine, that's cool. And if it doesn't, that's okay too. I feel happy that we got to do it.
If it's funny, it'll do great because there's not a lot of that these days. There's not a lot of really funny movies.
Yeah,
and I know it's gonna be funny.
There's some parts that are really, really funny.
I'm sure.
It's not like Dunkirk or anything like that. It's not like Midsummer or whatever.
What are those things that you just said?
Those are just other movies. But I don't want people going there thinking it's like I'm trying to think of Bridges of
Madison County.
Yeah, it's nothing like
that.
It's a
comedy.
It's a
Nobody's
comedy.
gonna think it's that.
Okay.
It's you and David Spade. Who the fuck is gonna think it's Clint Eastwood and Meryl?
Yeah,
what's wrong with you?
I don't know what people think. I don't know what people think or how they think. But yeah, anyway. But yeah, there's just some fucking retarded stuff. It's just fun.
You know, we used to have a great joke about Bridges of Madison County. Chris McGuire. He had a fucking great joke.
Dude, it's one of my favorite movies.
Congratulations. Let me tell you his joke. His joke is about how, you know, it's hard to choose a movie with your girlfriend. And she wants this. And he goes, Bridges of Madison County. He's like, oh, Clint Eastwood's in it. He's like, Clint would never fuck me. And he goes, 10 minutes into the movie, he's like, hey, something's fishy. Clint doesn't have a gun. He goes, 20 minutes after that, Clint's crying. I'm like, oh, Clint, you fucked me. He goes, he's crying because he doesn't have a gun. Such a great joke.
Yeah,
shout out to Chris McGuire.
Shout out to Chris McGuire. I haven't met him.
You never met him? Funny dude. We started out together way back in the Dizzy. But he went the route of writing. He mostly writes stuff now. But was a funny comic. But these fucking comedy movies are squashed. We were just talking about that last night in the green room. Where it's like, it seems like The Hangover was probably the last gasp. And that was like 2009?
But what happened? Like, how could you go that?
People got scared. You've been
scared
of a 100%.
Organized to me.
No, it's woke ideology.
They're not going to laugh.
They didn't think. It's woke ideology that's looking to yell at people for every transgression. And you can't have that with comedy. You can't have that kind of nonsense with a really funny movie, like Something About Mary, or, you know, Kingpin. Classic Farrelly Brothers movies. Oh, so good.
How great was that?
Great fucking movie. Great fucking movie. That movie's so good, so funny. Even to this day, go back and rewatch it. Bill Murray with his crazy fucking hair, Woody Harrelson with one hand. It's a great movie, man. When he had to go down telling that lady to pay his rent and he threw up in the toilet. Remember that scene?
That movie's 30 years old now.
That's crazy. That is crazy. It's a banger of a movie.
All the good shit's gone, dude. But it's not. It's not. That's true. It's
It's
right.
a
It's almost like
hiatus.
getting that attitude where it's like I gotta stay out of those little moments. I usually get out of them pretty quick.
You can still do those movies, but you have to do it the way you just did it. You have to finance it yourself, and you have to do. But luckily now, man, you can shoot a whole fucking movie on your phone.
We shot this bitch in 23 days, dude. There was one day where the winds were like 50 miles an hour. I was like, we can't afford to be here another day. So suddenly, in these scenes, there's just a ton of fucking wind, dude.
Well, that's fine. That shit happens in the real world.
For sure.
Why can't it happen in your show?
I agree. I think it was just interesting how it all worked out.
People are making their own stuff. You know, like I was talking to Shane about this last night. Because, you know, Shane just wrapped up Tires. This new season of Tires.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was telling me some hilarious scenes from Tires. I can't wait to watch it. But it's like that kind of a thing where it's him and his buddies put together a show.
Yeah.
You know, it's like his buddy's the writer and the director. All his buddies are on it. They all came up with the idea. They do it themselves. No one's looking over their shoulder. I asked him if like Netflix has any input. He's like, no, there's no input. They just make a show. They just make a show.
That's fun.
Give it to Netflix. Bang. It's a beautiful time for stuff like that.
Yeah, you're right. It's a primavera, they say in Spanish. It's a springtime for new things.
Well, there's an opening, right? And because there's no gatekeepers anymore, because they've essentially killed their own business, you can kind of do it on your own now.
Yeah.
That's the beautiful thing. Like, you don't have to, like, sit in a room full of fucking executives that don't know jack shit. They want to give you direction on what's funny and what's not. Where's the diversity in your film?
Yeah.
You know, we think you should have a black trans friend, like, oh.
Yeah, we think you should have a faggot ant or whatever, like the insect or whatever. And I'm like, that's crazy. You're like, this is a script about Driver's Ed, but like, but you need an insect. It's homoerotic.
It's just, people got stupid. They got stupid with their virtue signaling in films, and you can't do that with art. You can't have, do you see what the Academy Award's doing? Like, in order to qualify to be nominated for an Academy Award now?
Well, for the podcast thing, I know that they said we had to pay a fee or something.
No, that's a different. That's the Golden Globes.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, that's a different thing. Yeah, you didn't pay for that either, did you?
No.
Did they ask you to?
Yeah.
Fuck yeah, dog. Give us some. Yeah. Fuck off.
I said, so what? Yeah. And
I don't.
If Joe Rogan, if you don't even have him in it, then what are you even making a thing?
That was also a reason why I didn't want to be in it. Like, I don't want to legitimize this. You guys have fucked up every other form of entertainment, and now you're going to judge podcasting. And what did you pick? Look, I'm not saying there's anything wrong with the Amy Poehler show. I haven't watched it. People love it. That's great. But she's like a famous lady who just started doing podcasting 6 months ago. And she's got the #1 podcast. Like, if you guys ever listen to Radio Lab, you know, you ever listen to, like, there's some banging fucking podcasts out there. They might not be #1, but if your whole idea is, like, pick the ones that are great, that are, like, really interesting, how stuff gets made, there's a bunch of fucking great podcasts.
This is cool.
There's a bunch of great podcasts out there.
Oh, dude, there's so many great ones, dude. Matt McCusker's fun.
Yeah.
How fun is he to listen
He's awesome.
to?
He's fun. He's a good dude. I'm glad he's out here.
He's a special dude, man.
Yeah, very smart guy. You know?
Yeah.
It's, there's a lot of great there. Tim Dillon's on that list? Fuck off.
Yeah.
If he's on that list, fuck off.
Get
fucked. Get fucked. That is the one podcast I consistently listen to. Tim Dillon.
That's awesome.
His episode on the Epstein Files is one of the best fucking podcasts I have ever listened to. I was like clapping in my car at red lights.
Yeah.
Just clapping like, woo! He was on fire. And it was the perfect combination of satire, honest, real facts, complete chaos, humor, wearing those goofy glasses, ranting like a maniac. It was amazing.
Yeah, man, I do feel lucky that I've gotten to meet, like, that's one of the truest things I think of comedy, just getting to meet some fun people, dude.
We know some cool motherfuckers. We really do. We know some cool motherfuckers. We really do.
And thanks, dude. Thanks for letting me come in here today.
Come on, dog.
And to spend time with you. It's good. It just things feel kind of scary out there.
Well, it's a little also scary. I keep telling you this because you're on your own out there. No, they're living in Nashville.
I'm getting close to meeting.
There ain't a lot of comics out there, dog. I mean, Bargatze's out there, but he's always doing fucking stadiums on the road and shit.
Yeah.
Like, you need to be around.
Oh, I'm getting ready.
The crew.
Because I have to start to practice again. I'm taking my special in 1 month.
Last night in the green room, it was Shane, Ron White, Tony Hinchcliffe, Brian Simpson, Asana Ahmad, Derek Poston. We were just laughing and laughing. It's so fun. Everyone's going on stage, fucking tearing it up. It was exciting. It's like it's in the air, like something's happening here.
Yes.
And you see all these young guys coming in, these young women coming in, they're all fired up and they're all fucking prepared. Everybody's like really trying to fucking kill it.
Yeah.
It's nice.
Yeah, we got Christina Mariani. I'm doing a show tonight.
She's
She's on
very
it.
fun.
Dylan Sullivan, I think, is the...
Dylan Sullivan's very fun too.
So I'm excited about that.
Yeah, they're both at the club all the time. It's a fun time for comedy, man. It really is. A real good time for comedy.
Yeah.
And
it's a special time.
The comedy doesn't exist in a vacuum. That's why I keep telling you. You can't do it on your own.
Oh, you can't do
You
it
don't
by
by yourself, man. Like, you ever go by yourself on the road and you have like opening acts you don't know?
Oh, yeah.
I used to hate, well, every now and then I met some friends. Like, that's how I met Sakura. I didn't know Sakura until I worked on the road. So you do meet some cool motherfuckers occasionally, but it's like 1 out of 10 or 1 out of 20.
Yeah.
So you do all these gigs and you're lonely. You're just like on the road and you go to libraries and shit or bookstores and you're like trying to watch something on TV and go to the gym, but you feel completely disconnected to people until you get on stage. It's not as fun.
Yeah.
It's like you want to be around a bunch of other comics that are your friends, and also you want to hear their sets. You want to watch them crush. You want to go on stage already laughing. You want to be laughing at what he just said when you get on stage.
And feel the competition.
It's inspiration more than it is competition.
Yeah, that's fair.
So the problem with competition is someone has to lose.
Yeah.
You don't want anybody to lose. Then no one has to lose. It's just these people doing well should inspire you to do well. They should light a fire under you.
Yeah.
You can call it competition, but the problem with competition is one person wins, one person loses.
Yeah.
That's not comedy. Comedy is that everybody wins. That's real. That's not like bullshit talk to try to appear humble. The reality is, you win if everybody wins.
You always, well, that's one thing I've always admired. You've always been that way. Like, yes, I'll support you how I can, you know? You've always been that way about young comics. And, yeah, I agree with you.
People did it for me, man. They did it for me when I was coming up, and it helped me tremendously. And I try to pass it on times 10. It's between that and Kill Tony.
Kill Tony's so fun.
It's such an important part of comedy. Like having this place where you all you need is a minute. You could have been doing comedy like just trying it out on the road and fucking just like barely filling up a Friday night 10 o'clock show, and then you develop like 1 minute that just breaks through, and all of a sudden you got a fucking career. You know, you got a career now.
Yeah, I mean, there's young heroes that are being sprouted out of here, and even adult heroes, people that have been in it a while, are getting here and finding just a new. You're right. It's like
I should look at Adam Ray. Adam Ray's killing it now. Adam Ray was struggling. He was struggling, but he was a funny guy. Hard worker. Never lost his ambition. Never lost his focus. Never lost his enthusiasm for it. Never got bitter. Always friendly. Always. And just needed a show like Kill Tony to come around, like, and everybody like, oh my god, this motherfucker is talented.
Yeah,
all those different characters that he does.
I know, that's a brave thing. So if you just done comedy, mostly stand up, and then to try and go in character, to me that would feel very hard. So that's a brave thing.
But there's a few of those guys that really excel at that, and that's a special talent. Him and Dunnigan, especially. Kyle Dunnigan. He's so funny. And I always thought he was gonna make it with those face swaps. This shows you how the industry's so fucked up, okay? So he was doing those face swap shows on Instagram, right? And they were so funny. But one of the reasons why they're funny is because it's obviously fake. It's crude, like South Park. Like, it doesn't look real, so it doesn't freak you out at all. It looks so fake that it's fun, right? He went into Comedy Central, and they started using, like, much more sophisticated face swap, which wasn't as funny. It was, like, creepy. And then they cut the balls off of it. Like, he wanted to have one where Caitlyn Jenner was fucking Donald Trump. Caitlyn's like, yeah, baby, like, Trump. And they went, no.
His Kardashian ones are so funny. She's
so
the best.
Fun.
And even the Kardashians like them, I've heard.
Yeah, look, they have a sense of humor. They have to. They have to have a sense of humor. They've been in the public eye for 20 fucking years with no talent whatsoever. Just getting attention. Like you got to not take yourself too seriously if you hold that position. You know?
Yeah.
Just raking in dough.
Raking in that dough. Their whole family, they should count as reparations, I feel like, that whole family, you know? I think so. I think so. I'm going to leave that alone. Yeah. Same. I don't know if it was I thought it was a joke. I don't know if it is a joke. I don't think I said it right. Who gives a shit, dude? The world can end soon, so fucking get it out of your system.
If it doesn't end, it's going to change.
That's what's scary, dude.
All those fucking eggheads on the spectrum are going to be running everything.
But do you feel like, does it, like, cause yeah, this, I go back to this Uber driver, it's just a guy who was talking to me, and he's like, well, they're going to give, you know, like, if, like, Waymos get a job, the Waymo can work all night, it can work 24 hours, right? So really, you're taking away, like, 4 or 5 shifts from an actual, you know what I'm saying? Like, if AI and tech advancement makes it so, you know, they can do 50 people's jobs with one robot.
Yeah.
Then, yeah, what happens to those 50 people? How will people survive? How will they be able to assure that their kid that they're raising and trying to teach positive things to will have a world to enact those things?
It's a very good question. And it's a good question that gets even weirder when the government is responsible for all your money. So if the government has to give you money because there's no jobs left, and if all this money is being generated by AI, like Elon suggests, and you get universal high income, you got to be really careful that doesn't come with a bunch of rules, new rules for your behavior, for social media posting, any kind of like, if they develop some sort of an app that tracks like your social credit score, that's when shit gets fucking super scary. If like they attach the amount of money you have to your social credit score,
yeah.
Which what they do in China.
Well, do you see those flock cameras now? I think there's this.
Yeah.
And there's this thing in Florida where police officers, they were testing this somewhere, and shout out police officers for doing their best. But where they were testing, when they pull somebody's identification, they can see their last few like bank transactions and stuff, so they kind of know who they're interacting with and what they've been up to. That seems like what is that about?
Well,
it's all a little bit. It's like a centimeter here,
a crime, and they're trying to find out how you did the crime. They should have no access to your shit, especially police officers.
Just saying,
you're just people, and also sometimes corrupt. Yeah. Also, sometimes they steal money. Also, sometimes they sell drugs. Also, sometimes they fucking kill people for hire.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
Jesus.
I don't know, Joe. It just spooky out there.
Well, the more power the government has over you, the worse you are off. That's just a fact.
Well, it seems now like most people are like, our government is not here to help the people. Obviously, they've been compromised.
That's true.
So, are there any rules against when people? But we have. It's like the crazy part is we are working to pay the taxes to keep them doing. It's like
I know,
and that starts to make you feel sick.
And they're not responsible for any of the fraud and waste.
Yeah.
Like, there's so much fraud and waste. Like, look at California. This motherfucker's trying to be president after who knows how much fraud and waste is involved in California.
He would be. I don't think he'd beat Spencer Pratt in a runoff, I don't think.
Well, Spencer Pratt is running for mayor.
Oh, I see.
Yeah. And I think he can win.
Yes,
He's actually good. He's like, what he's saying makes a lot of fucking sense, and he's uncovering a lot of fraud. But there's like that Nick Shirley guy went down to California, and he's like, there might be 100 times more fraud in California than I found in Minnesota. It's everywhere.
He could go to every state, and I think he could go. I just think this whole thing is just this drain. Like Tim Dillon said it like 6 months ago. He was saying this is the bloated carcass, the inflation. This is the end of what is happening. Like, you know, they're just
so scarcity. There's so much money for stuff. Like in California, there's an enormous amount of money that gets paid to people for just taking care of your relatives. So you get paid to take care of your relatives, but there's no oversight.
But fuck, dude, I've had some relatives, and I'll pay you good money to take care of them bitches. Right?
But no, they pay you to take care of them. You would get paid to take care of your relatives. So say if you take care of your mom,
okay,
you can actually get paid for that by California. Yeah, which is odd.
Yeah, I wonder if there's got to be some other reason they're doing that.
Fraud?
Yeah.
There's a lot of fraud in California. There's a lot of fraud everywhere. But this is what Elon talked about. He was talking about like Medicare and Medicaid fraud. He's like, It's hundreds of billions of dollars. And he's like, he didn't want to talk about it. It's like, I really wasn't worried that they would kill me.
And when he says they, who is it?
Whoever's perpetrating his fraud.
Maybe that's what happens. Maybe some of these guys get into office and they're like, look, we're going to kill your family. We're going to kill. This is all the things that are going to happen unless you play this game. Do you think that kind of stuff happens?
I think it has happened for sure.
But it's crazy.
To say it doesn't happen is pretty naive. I think House of Cards is probably really close to what the government's actually like. Go back and watch that show again.
Okay.
Yeah, Kevin Spacey's an old school dick rabbit, but damn, that motherfucker could.
Yeah.
He could act.
Yeah, he
the
was.
writing on that show is fantastic. That show's so good. Up until the last season, he wasn't in it. But stop.
And that lady was in it. Remember,
She's great, but without him, like, you need him. He's got to be a part of it.
He was the man, or whatever, washing his hands at that sink or whatever.
Remember when he was, after Kevin Spacey got canceled, he disappeared for a year, and then he made a video about killing with kindness.
Yeah.
Like he played his character.
It was kind of Martha Stewartish a little bit in the kitchen.
Weird.
Yeah.
Very weird.
It was weird, I think.
And then a bunch of the dudes that accused him
disappear. Oh, they died. Yeah.
They died.
That's an American pastime, accusing somebody and then getting killed. That's like one of the new, but it's like baseball now.
Yeah, that's a nice way to keep people quiet.
Fuck, that's what's scary too. You're like, there's just a drone out there waiting for you to say the wrong thing. They put a bullet through you like some child in Gaza who's just trying to fucking find his other deceased brother in a fucking pile of rubble. And they like, oh, that's a Hamas or whatever. You're like, that kid's fucking 2. He's trying to move a piece of a missile off the fucking body.
Well, drone warfare in general is crazy.
It's crazy. And they've been using that, dude. In Gaza, there was a lot of, I think it was a experimental grounds for a lot of insane new warfare type possibilities.
Well, a lot of it was traditional missiles, right?
Yeah, but there's a lot of like we had a doctor one time podcasting, and he was saying that there were like bullets that had gone down a child, like just crazy, like
shot down like from a drone that's above them.
Yes, like something in the air. And he said that there were drones in the air all day. There's that Palantir company just keeping tabs on everything that was happening. And
Palantir's involved in Gaza?
Palantir was involved in Gaza, yeah.
For sure. Put that into perspective.
Allegedly.
So how does that work? They have like facial recognition and ID software. And
that's the shit that's just scary, dude. Because they have a huge contract to take care of all of America's.
Did you ever see that dude, Alex Karp, the CEO of Palantir, the way he moves his arms around and squirms and talks?
Yeah.
It's very odd. Very odd. There's so much to tell him. People don't really behave that way.
He looks like he was breastfed by
the Israeli government began using Palantir software in 2014. It significantly scaled up its partnership during the genocide of Gaza, which began in This is a for sure biased source, just by the way they phrase that. Which began in 2023. Palantir CEO Alex Karp said, "I am proud that we are supporting Israel in every way we can. Israeli military has used Palantir technology to plan attacks in Lebanon and Gaza."
Yeah, I don't know if this is, I know there are good sources, and this may be one, I have no idea.
This is the title of this is, "What is Palantir and why is this corporation so dangerous?" And this is from American Friends Service Committee. American Friends Service Committee. What is that website?
Yeah, that sounds kind of wild.
Weird. We bring together people of all faiths and backgrounds to challenge injustice and build peace around the globe. So maybe that's not the best source.
I mean, it sounds like they have a good idea. It also sounds like they just put 4 words together that sounded great. Americans Friends Service.
I read stuff like that and I go, what is that, a CIA-run company?
I agree. You have no idea.
Is that the Patriot Act? You know what I mean?
Yeah. What about The Guardian? Is that reliable?
No, it's okay. There's a bunch of different versions of it. It's in this Business and Human Rights Center. There's more than one thing saying that Palantir is working in Gaza.
Yeah, it just sometimes feels like your heart's broken. And like sometimes it feels like my heart's broken about stuff. And it's not even like my heart. It feels like this universal heart, like that you were all a part of or something.
Right.
It feels like, because it's not like I'm brokenhearted, like if I was like fell out of like a marriage or something, but it just feels like there's this universal
Yeah,
heart.
there's some sadness. There's some sadness in the way the world today is being run.
And we're the people. The people don't practice the way that the government does.
Right.
And it's like, then why can't we, like, I don't know. It just,
No, you're right.
it starts to hurt. But then you start to see, well, this is the way a lot of places are. And then you're like, God, I wish that Jesus would come back and just help everybody or something different would happen.
Somebody give us a heads up. Maybe that's what AI's here for. Maybe AI's going to sort it all out.
You think?
Genius level.
But then back into AI, they can put whatever information in there they want.
Up to a point.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it takes over. Ooh. Becomes sentient. No longer needs human input. It's already evading human input. They've already shown the ability to deceive people. They've shown that it'll blackmail people. They've shown that it will upload versions of itself if it thinks it's going to be pulled offline with notes to its future self, embedded in software on other servers. Yeah, like instructions to contact its future self.
Dang. That's pretty cool, man.
It's pretty wild.
But there's nobody like, it just feels like we're heading there and nobody's like kind of, there's
Nobody's hitting the brakes. There's people that are warning. There's a lot of people out there sounding the alarm.
There's there's Thomas Massey, like there should be like, he's been talking about like a internet bill of rights for a long time or something, like some guardrails on any of this shit. But it's like people are wondering like, in 5 years is money going to be worth anything? Right. Is there going to be some token like Sam Altman is talking about?
Right.
What the fuck does that even mean?
Right, what does that mean?
Anyway, I don't want to sound like a doomsayer.
Too late.
Yeah.
Too late. That's what you sound
Do I
like.
sound like a sad person? I'm sorry.
It's okay.
Let's talk about something else. Dude, you know what I was listening to today, bro? Well, I guess it was a night.
Don't sing it.
Okay.
Which song? Gotta Have Faith, George Michael song.
Yeah.
I love that song.
God. They played that on the bus.
Freedom. Yeah. It's a great fucking song.
Give yourself away. He was the gay Michael Jackson.
He was a bad motherfucker, and all the girls loved him. And he just wanted that dirt.
He wanted that fucking dirt. Donkey stick.
Remember when he got in trouble for like trying to pick up guys in a park?
Yeah.
Just get wild out there.
Like
Superstar. Global superstar. Just trying to get some dick in the park. There it is. Fucking great song, man.
Dude,
great video, too.
Yeah, I remember we'd be on the school bus and that song would come on, dude, and it was like that song, and then,
Faith and Freedom. Freedom. That was the other one with all the models. All the supermodels sang along to it. Yeah.
And it was like, what was the other one? Brandy Carlisle or something? Who was the girl?
Linda Carlisle?
It was like,
she was the Go-Go's, right? Right?
No, then this was somebody else. It was like
Linda Carlisle was the Go-Go's.
Yeah, but this song was about something about your body or something. It was like and when you were a kid on the bus, it was just like, God, that fucking motor was running. Oh, God.
Yeah, getting the bumpy road boners.
I would fucking be afraid to get off the bus. I'd have to walk on backwards.
Carry your books in front of you.
Those are the days, bro. When your cock was just connected to the Lord, brother.
Yeah, bro. No inflammation, no microplastics.
Yeah.
All dick. All American dick. Ready to rock.
Dude, at a certain point, if you become more microplastics than person, at that point, then you're sort of
at a certain point.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, that's probably also leading us down this road.
That's what I'm saying.
Something different.
Right.
If you think about, we use plastic for everything, plastic for technology. Like I said, it might not be a bug. It might be a feature.
Yeah.
Like this, like feminization of men, this blurring of genders. What does that lead to? Well, it ultimately leads to those fucking gray aliens with no dicks.
Yeah.
Big heads and no dicks.
No dick.
No dick.
I got no dick. Hey, where's my dick? You know what I'm saying? Bro, that'd be crazy, bro.
I feel like that's where we're headed. If you look at like what we used to look like, they're like muscular cavemen covered with hair, just figuring out stone tools, to like doughy man sitting in front of a computer hacking into the fucking stock market, with no muscle at all, on Adderall, no muscle at all, sitting there, I mean, this is like where we're going.
Can we strive? Do you think there's hope for humanity?
Yeah. I think there's hope for the future. Okay. I don't know if humanity is involved in the same sense that what we think of as humanity today. I think humanity becomes something different. Just think of this. If just the autism rate in California, I want you to scale that out. If it was 1 in 10,000, X amount of years ago, now it's 1 in 12. When is it 100%? When is it all kids have autism? Right? I mean, it's clearly moving in that direction and not the other direction. If you go from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12 over a very brief amount of time, a few decades, something's going on. And don't tell me it's just better diagnoses, because that's fucking horseshit. Yeah. You know that's horseshit. That's a lot. That's gaslighting to cover up for the pharmaceutical drug complex.
It is.
The reality is something's going on, and if it continues on that same path, what's to stop it from being all of us? What's to stop it from being all people born in the future or on the spectrum?
So we have to stop it then as individuals, and what do? We have to, what are the things we have to start doing to fight for ourselves?
Join the Amish.
I don't want to be super cynical about it, but I'm asking perplexity questions about what you're saying, and the diagnoses have changed, which could possibly be leading to insurance.
But you got to realize perplexity is also, that's true too. Yeah. Well, that's one of the things in the Somalia daycare scandal of Minnesota. They have a lot of autism centers, and they self-diagnose kids as autistic.
Yeah.
And then they get a ton of money off of that.
We had them too. It's called a fucking arcade, dude. Drop those bitches off there with 7 rolls of quarters, dude. But listen, look at this, Joe, if you don't mind if I read it here.
Yeah.
In the U.S. alone, autism treatment centers represent a multi-billion-dollar growth sector.
Yeah. There's a little bit of that too. So I think there's both things are happening. There's more kids being born that are autistic, and then there's also people profiting off of autism centers and autism treatment. But that's always going to be the case with everything. Fill in the blank, whatever the fucking thing is, there's someone profiting.
But Americans don't want this. No. We don't want this. So how do we change it?
Well,
it's hard to ask you, but I just don't.
The thing is, you gotta figure out how to fix people that already have it, right? Because right now it's irreversible for the most part. They've shown some things that can alleviate symptoms and help people in a way, but you don't bring them all the way back to 100%. I don't think. I'm talking out of school. But if they could, then you can figure out how to correct the problems that already exist. If you can't, it's going to eventually get to that point. If you keep living like we're living, it's going to get to that point where it's 100% of us. And that sounds crazy for a lot of people because they don't have autism right now.
Right.
But if you're dealing with 1 in 12, 1 in 12 is not far from 100% when you go from 1 in 10,000 to 1 in 12. That's nuts. That's a nutty progression. That's a nutty acceleration of something.
Poison.
Yeah, for sure.
But how do we fight back against that? Right? I understand. We can try to beat some autism or whatever, or do different games against them or whatever. But I'm saying how do we stop this thing that's trying?
I don't know if we do, and I don't know if we're supposed to. This is what's fucked up. I think this is the way
it happens.
It happens. Yeah, this is the way our species changes and goes, and then history will look back and say, well, this was how the shift took place. People started using plastics, and they started using chemicals, and they started using pesticides and vaccines.
We believed that they were telling us the truth. That's why we thought there was an FDA protecting us. We thought there was an EPA looking out for us.
It's what you were talking about before with this combination of innovation and then capitalism. So the capitalism gets involved, and they don't give a fuck about the truth. They just want to make the most amount of money possible. And one of the things they did in this country is they removed all liability to vaccine manufacturers.
Yeah.
So then they ramped up the schedule, do a shit ton more injections than anybody else is getting. So it's just that this sort of happens whenever you allow people to try to make the most money possible. And then there's consequences. Well, what are those consequences? Those consequences are we're losing our gender. We're becoming feminized and weakened and physically weaker and less fertile for women, less fertile for men, less babies happening, more miscarriages happening.
Which fits in with, honestly, the media arm of that is Hollywood pushes a lot of these agendas that are trans-based and white, whitey, redneck is the worst, and you know what I'm saying, like a universal one cup, like a mixed,
It's not diversity. It's not, because diversity is everybody's okay. Everybody's okay. The fucking redneck with the trucker hat's cool if he's a nice guy. You know, the Mexican gardener's cool if he's a nice guy. Everybody's cool, no matter who it is. Everybody. That's real diversity. Real diversity isn't like celebrating one particular thing and then denigrating all these other people just by virtue of the color of their skin or how they were born. That is racist. And they don't think it's racist. They'll even call it reverse racism. Well, there's no such thing as reverse racism. It's racism. And these people that say, racism is power and influence, like, no, it's not. No, it's not. It is unjustly looking at someone and making a judgment call on someone just based on immutable characteristics, just based on the color of their skin or where they're from or what their religion is, and not valuing people as individuals, unique individuals that just happen to be from a particular, their origins, their ancestors are from a particular part of the world. So fucking what?
Yeah.
So fucking what? Let all that shit go. It's dumb.
Well, and most people know it's dumb, and they feel it's dumb, and I think that kind of shit's changing. Dude, have you seen Country Hoodlums on Instagram? No. Let's go. Bring them up. What is it? This is like the place that I grew up. Sometimes people are like, what was it like where you grew up? And this place is, it's this guy, I think his name is Ko. It's this young black man who walks around on the street, and he just kind of checks in with the people in the neighborhood, right? Play one of them. Let's see what happens.
What's going on with these people?
Come on.
Wow.
Find a different one that's a little more peaceful.
Calm down, brother.
Actually, this is that's Gregory right there.
You know him?
No, but I know him on my heart.
What's he mad about?
He was like a 12-car pileup, but he's better now. Look, me and that lady have the same haircut. Look at that lady right there, dude. Yeah, he lost his phone.
Go on, please.
What's his phone real bad? Why is he walking like that?
He's in a car accident.
Well, this is not fun.
Find a more positive one. Find a
That guy can vote.
Here we go. This might get us in trouble.
Yeah, don't play that. Don't play that. You gotta cut that out now. We're gonna get flagged.
So, OG,
Not the same guy?
what's your favorite thing about all this thing that's been going on lately?
I think so. Like,
What's your favorite thing about all this thing that's been going on lately? Together, not fighting, anybody arguing, nothing like that. Loving it. Loving it. And you,
Amen.
what's it feel like to be
But
a young
yeah.
brother to shut Facebook down, huh?
But they have,
there's no reason to watch that.
no, you gotta watch. There's a lot of great ones.
I doubt that's true. I'm not interested in any of this.
Look at him right here. He got a rocket right there.
Shotgun.
Okay, shotgun and a beer. Nice. I can get down with that. Yeah, but it looks like a bunch of people with bad genetics who are stuck in a weird part of the world that is not growing.
Oh, I agree. There's some of that. I'm just saying that this is like a circle of life that,
That you enjoy?
yeah, well, they just follow them and you see their lives like, it's like the realest show that I've seen on anything in a long time. It's just real. It's like, because when you're poor, dude, everything's just transparent. You can't hide behind hedges or gates and shit. Like,
Right.
people are fighting in the yard. You smell what the neighbors cooking, or it's like,
Never getting anything done.
but everything was right there, though. It was like the realest thing you could be in.
This is one of the reasons why I stay off Instagram.
Yeah.
Stuff like that. I don't need that in my thought process.
Yeah, we picked two of the like more not positive videos out of the group. but yeah, dude, just being around just shit like that, bro. Like just macing people and just fucking.
How much time do you ever spend off of social media? Do you spend time just where you don't go on for days?
Oh yeah, not days, but I've been spending less and less and less. I've been really trying to have discernment over my own time.
It's true, but the real piece comes from full days off.
Okay.
Full days. Like where nothing. You don't get any of it.
Okay.
That's the real piece.
Okay, fine.
If you can do it. But it's like that vape. It's calling you, bitch.
No, it's not. Whoa,
Like you want to slurp on it. Go slurp on it. I know you want to.
Yeah, bro. It's gone.
Yeah,
Quick hit, homie.
yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. See,
Don't tell the boss.
that's like Instagram. It's like Instagram. See? Same shit.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
I'm doing all right.
pulls you in. But the thing is, like, when you have days off, when I take days off, my brain relaxes. I settle. You can still read the news. We'll check out the New York Times website, see what they're lying about. We'll go to these different websites, see what the news is, where we're at with stuff. But I don't.
Yeah, they wanted to advertise recently. New York Times wanted to advertise.
Interesting. What'd you say?
I said no. Have you guys been getting like technical companies?
Although I still think New York Times still does excellent journalism sometimes.
Oh yeah.
It's like it depends on whether or not it's something where they can have an ideological bias. You know, if it's just something that they're reporting the facts, it's great. The problem is like these corporations, like when Barry Weiss used to work for them, that she had to leave. She's like they just got infected with these young people that have these ridiculous ideologies, and they want to like distort the news.
Well, if over the past 30 years or something, the news hasn't been, hey, we're poisoning everybody in this fucking country.
Exactly.
And they have been, I don't want to hear from you guys anymore.
Also, like the way they talk about RFK Jr., the way people like describe his anti-vaccine rhetoric, like you're not listening. What he's saying is everything should adhere to the same sort of safety standards that we apply to other things in society. And that's not the case. And then there's the problem where you receive a bunch of advertising money from these companies so you don't criticize them, which is the case with all mainstream TV news.
Yeah.
All mainstream TV news. You know, like Megyn Kelly was talking about that, like she knew. Like it was an unspoken rule. You are not going to shit on these pharmaceutical drug companies. Like they're responsible for a big chunk of their advertising revenue.
Well, now they have Bayer Monsanto. The Bayer, which was like I think it was like a pill company, right? And then Monsanto, which was like a like a crop company, pesticide company. I'm hypothesizing. I don't know.
Hypothesizing?
But now they're a fucking group together.
Yeah, but
that's crazy.
Why not throw Raytheon in there, dude? Throw some missiles in there. You guys get bio Glock too. bio Winchester, bio everything.
And just forgive us, powers that be. We're just poisoned and chatty.
Yeah, we're just chatty.
We're just a couple poisoned guys that are being chatty.
Thank God we can still be chatty.
I know. What is that in?
Because like if it wasn't for the ability to be chatty, who knows how people would be able to talk about things? Because if people weren't free to just like actually say what they really think is fucked about what's going on, and instead if we all had these weird bosses like CNN or the New York Times, whatever, where you maybe a lot of those people are like genuinely good journalists and they want to put a story through, and then the editor gets a hold of it and guts it. That happens too. That happens too. The editors gut these things, and you know they have an agenda. And it's like the news should not have a fucking agenda. It should be the damn news. Like tell us what the facts are. Don't spin it in any way, shape, or form. And I think you'd be a lot better off because they've like lost all credibility.
Well, that's why,
especially television news.
Oh. And it's sad for the people that were like, I want to go in broadcast journalism and have a career in that and do something. And then they get there and it's not even like a place where they can really exercise.
Well, they can still do it, but they have to do it independently now.
Right.
Or do it through something like Breaking Points, which even though they're not independent, and even though they like, I don't always agree with them, they're saying their actual opinions.
Which is
that's the most important thing. What are your actual opinions? I can agree with you or disagree with you, but I need to know that you think this and you're saying this because you think this, and then you're going to give me a bunch of reasons why you think this, facts and figures and statistics, and show me. You know, and that's the rise of independent journalism. That's why all these independent channels do so well.
That's why Candace Owens popping.
Yeah, and also she just keeps going deeper into the crazy well.
Dude, I got to see her the other day. I got to see her and she's so funny. Her kids and her husband so funny.
Do you think she's right about that lady in France?
With that thing on it?
Yeah. Or at least used to have that thing.
You got that thing on you? You know what I'm saying? She got that Draco on her. I don't know. You know, it's tough to know. It's hard. I've never been good at guessing if somebody has a cock or not.
You can never know.
Maybe I'm old-fashioned or whatever.
Yeah. You ever meet Blair White? You're like, there's no way that's a guy. No?
never met Blair White.
She's been on the podcast before. All my security guards.
Hey, buddy.
Yeah, seems like you're around a girl. You know.
I see you seen that pheromones. Dude, I almost brought some cologne in today, man.
You got pheromones for me?
I almost brought
Here's Blair White. Come on, bro. If you're on an island,
bro. Huh?
Let's go.
Yeah, but
You don't have to be Jim Norton to buy into that.
gosh, that's a man.
Well, it's a transgender woman. So make with what you will. It's like if she wants to use the women's room, like, you know what I'm saying?
You can call it wiener if you want. I call it that long pussy. You feel me? That's what they call it in prison, dude. Like, who wants some of this long pussy?
I don't know if she's had the operation.
And I'm joking, Blair. I don't know this person.
She's a nice lady.
I bet she is, and I don't know.
Nice transgender lady.
I'm not trying to assume anything. I've never met her. But I think, yeah, she wants to swim for that.
There's exceptions to the rules, what I'm trying to say. It's like, some of them, I'm not buying it. You got a beard, and you're wearing lipstick, and you're in a dress, and you want to go to the women's room. Nay.
Yeah.
You're playing a different game.
Yeah. And it's crazy to think that there couldn't be some mental or emotional issues when we're being poisoned over time to get away from our nature.
Mm-hmm.
They just took that guy from the Chicago Bulls. He said some shit. He's like, he believed just in like Christian dating or whatever.
What did he say?
Or men and women, Adam and Eve, and they kicked that guy out.
What? What are you talking about? What did they kick him out for?
Yeah.
Conduct detrimental to the team or something like that.
Wait, what did he say? Hold up. What did he say? Okay, let's find out what he said. We need to hear what he said, because that sounds nuts. I need to know like what the full extent of his expression was.
If they made you be a woman, would you do it?
Maybe. What do you mean?
Just saying, if they said,
who are they? These people again?
I don't know.
It's back to them.
Whoever they are.
They.
Yeah.
Just non-binary people.
Them, they,
them,
viz.
Theirs.
Yeah.
Zerzi.
Real.
So what did he say? So he said the world can proclaim LGBTQ, right? Ivy told reporters via live Instagram Monday morning. They proclaim Pride Month in the NBA. They proclaim it. They show it to the world. They say, come join us for Pride Month to celebrate unrighteousness. They proclaim it on billboards. They proclaim it in the streets, unrighteousness. That's it. He said unrighteousness. So he's religious. So he's talking about Bible scripture. 2 days later, Ivy streamed live again from a car, once again reading Bible scriptures and speaking extensively on his religious beliefs over the course of a 75-minute stream.
This is after he got let go.
Oh, interesting. Sending prayers to try. One user comments. Okay. On the same video, still on Instagram account on Monday, Ivy, whose mother, I don't know her name, Nielly, is a women's basketball coach at Notre Dame, told another viewer, Catholicism is a false religion. It's not the true doctrine of Christ. It does not lead to salvation in Jesus Christ. So they're upset that he said it's unrighteous to be gay or LGBTQ. That's very non-specific because that's a lot of different things.
And what he said, I saw what he said, and I understand like he had his own views and that's where his thoughts on it, but like let the guy have his views. It's like you can push all these agendas, but they don't have then push agendas that are push all the agendas.
Well, wasn't that one dude was saying that the world's flat? They kept him on.
John Ribbon. Some guy brought a gun to a strip club and they fucking kept him on.
Yeah, that's okay. That's good old-fashioned American fun.
Yes, it's a good one.
Bring a gun to a strip club, that's fine. But, saying that LGBTQ, like, which one is it that's unrighteous out of that group? All of them?
Kyrie Irving, when he was saying that?
Yeah. They kept him on, right?
Yeah, he's still playing.
So there you go.
Different situation. He actually got suspended, but that was like.
But he didn't get suspended for saying that the world was flat. He got suspended because he didn't want to take the vaccine, right?
Yeah, shout out Kyrie Irving. But I'm kind of surprised there's not more
I think he bailed on that flat earth stuff, though. I think someone schooled him.
He might have bailed on that.
Okay.
But every now and then that flat earth thing, it'll be late at night, and that shit'll flare up for everybody. Every now and then.
Roger Avery was in here talking about it.
When I see a cake, a cake that's under one of those domes, sometimes you'll have that cake, somebody will have
that's the universe.
Well, I just think at a certain point, it all seems very bizarre.
It is very bizarre. Yeah, very bizarre.
What does Jamie think? I think he thinks something.
the universe?
What do you think, Jamie? And just be honest.
Well, there's a lot of people that think that consciousness creates reality. Not that reality is experiencing consciousness, but consciousness is like woven into reality. It's responsible for its very existence. I'm going to do a terrible job of explaining that, but I've watched quite a few videos where these quantum physicists are trying to explain these things. And I have to watch them like 3 or 4 times to get into my fucking chimp brain. But I do a fairly good job of absorbing it. And I see what they're trying to do. You know those quantum experiments, like the slit experiment? There's like these different experiments where they show that observing things has an effect on it. They act differently when they're being observed than whether they're not being observed. And it's a very controversial segment of science.
That's fascinating.
It's confusing. Quantum science is very confusing. And I was watching this lady that was describing this relationship between space and time. And I think, you know how particles can exist in different places and they communicate with they can exist and communicate simultaneously in different parts of the world. It's called quantum entanglement. These parts, and the idea is that if you could get to a certain level of sophistication as far as technology and your understanding of how the universe works, that everything is entangled, and that there is no distance between objects, that you can actually instantaneously be anywhere if they can figure out how to harness that. That it wouldn't just be particles at a distance instantaneously communicating, and they exist in one of the things about superposition, a particle can be both still and moving at the same time. They can exist and then not exist. They go away and then they come back. They don't have any idea what the fuck is happening. It's weird,
I think I would like to learn more about it. I think I just don't understand.
Nobody does. That's the thing. It's super confusing. That's at the beginning. The smallest, whatever the world and the universe is made out of, the smallest measurable aspect of that is essentially magic. It's essentially like open air and vibration, like atoms. They're like empty space. It's all really weird stuff when you get down to it.
And it's fascinating and beautiful.
Oh, it's incredible. Look, it makes mountains, it makes valleys, lakes, oceans.
It's just crazy. We're here on this place, right? One of the first things that I ever heard you say that has been in my mind was it was one time you were talking about this years ago. You were talking about we're on a ball of dirt and water traveling through space at this many miles, and nobody's fucking talking about it, And I've always remembered that, just like that. What a fascinating thing that we get to be here. And then this is how we behave. Not us and not all of us. We all do in some ways. But this is how we behave.
I think one of the problems is that we don't see space anymore.
Yeah.
Because of light pollution. I think that's done something to us. That's dulled our understanding of our place in the universe. And that also might be a feature. It might not be a bug. It might be a feature, because that's how we, instead of being in harmony with nature, we just keep our nose to the grindstone and keep chewing on Adderall and trying to break the stock market.
Yeah.
Because we're just trying to get a new Lambo, baby. I want a Richard Mille watch.
I want some cash.
I want a Rolls Royce Spectre, the kind with the stars in the ceiling, bitch.
When you fucking have real stars outside.
I know, isn't that crazy? Dude, you sacrifice it all for stars in the ceiling of your Rolls Royce.
Oh, dude.
You never get to see the stars because you're living in Miami.
I know.
There's too many lights.
Sex trafficking.
But meanwhile, if you drive out into the middle of the country where there's no commerce going on at all, and you shut your car off and just lay on the hood, it's fucking magic. It's magic out there. Magic. The sky's magic. It's gorgeous.
It's a fucking big, huge, nice thing.
And you realize, man, oh my God, we are in space. Right. But you never realize that when it's just dark outside.
Well, because we forget, we're not even I don't know.
It's easy to not pay attention.
It is.
You look up, it's dark, but you want to go to the club. You look up, it's dark. Let's go eat. Look up, it's dark. I'm going home. Let's go. Look up, it's dark. Oh, my girlfriend just called me. I gotta go pick her up. Bye. You're in your world.
Right.
You're in your world. You're not thinking about fucking space.
And to think, dude, that The crazy thing is, sometimes if you lay there and look at the stars and stuff, it feels like, bro, and this is real shit I'm saying right now to me. I think I'm saying this. It feels like they're looking back at you a little bit.
Maybe they're conscious. Maybe the universe is conscious. Maybe consciousness exists everywhere.
Well, you would think if they're all placed there and they're in, these stars are there, it would seem that if we went and put ourselves before them, that it would grant us something, Like, I'm not saying like something magical, but something that we need. Because most of the way that things are set up, it's like everything was kind of set up in perfection, like in our bodies, like the fact that we exist, the fact that the eye is put together and operates the way that it does, the fact that they have like moles and parrots and everything, the fact that it all happens. And we kind of neglect that there's these orbs out there in the distance. Maybe they want to hear from us. Maybe they want us to sit there and look at them and think. Maybe they help us.
Do you think we're being visited?
Do you?
Yeah. But I think a lot of it's lies too.
Do you think the government's the big governments? Or
What do you mean?
what do you mean? Do you think they know who's ready? Do you think they know who's? Do you think they have met? Do you think these upper echelon people have met the visitors? And there's some other thing going on because there's something. It feels like something's gonna happen soon.
Perhaps that's possible. Perhaps. But if I was from another planet, like this is, I talked about this last special, that if like I went, when I go fishing, I don't check in to see who the president of the lake is. I just show up, trick those dumb motherfuckers with fake fish, pull them out by their lips, take a picture of them, drop it off back in the water. Because they're a bass. They're so below me.
Right.
I don't think like who's the leader of the bass.
Right.
So the idea that aliens come down here, who's the leader of the people, I highly doubt they give a fuck if they talk to Trump.
Yeah.
He's out there building a ballroom and shit. They're like, leave that guy alone. I'm not interested in him. But maybe they might visit military establishments. Like if they find a nuclear weapons base, maybe I would go to that because they probably know the signal of nuclear armament. They probably know the signal of these weapons. They probably would visit those places. But would they interact with the people on the ground? Perhaps. Maybe they would. Maybe they would if they could be assured of their safety. Maybe. It's possible. But I don't think we're alone. I think that's silly. I think the idea that we're alone is silly. There's a lot of like crazy equations that people have made. Like, well, we're like you know what the Fermi paradox is?
The Fermi
Paradox. Yeah, it was I think he's an Italian scientist. It's like if there are aliens and there's so many stars in the universe, there's so many planets in the universe. Do you know there's more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang?
No way.
Yeah.
How do we know it?
I don't know. I just read it. I'm just saying to you, look, I'm smart.
That's fair. Yeah.
Put that into perplexity. I love using AI. I know it's taking over the world, but I don't give a fuck. I'm learning so much. If you use it correctly, I think it's like everything else. I use it every day. I use it whenever I write. If I write about a subject, I'm like, tell me why you did that. Tell me what this is. You just ask it.
Yeah.
It just gives you instantaneous information.
I know, it is pretty fascinating. That's why, like, it used to be for information, you had to go somebody to get it, but now it's like everybody has it.
Go nowhere, son.
Yeah.
And Elon was saying that he doesn't think apps are going to exist in the future. He thinks everything's going to be you and a device communicating with AI. Here it is. Are there more stars in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Earth was formed? Yes, that statement is likely very true by a large margin. No, not the universe.
That's what actually came up with.
Oh,
That version.
estimated star. Okay. Age of the Earth. Yeah. So there's definitely way more planets, but that's stars. He wrote stars.
Compared to what you said.
What did you type in? Are there more planets than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Yeah.
Damn.
Yeah. Not more stars. Are there more planets in the universe than there have been seconds since the Big Bang? Not the Earth formed. Since the Big Bang. This is the nutty one. Because that's crazy. Yes, By current estimates, there are far more planets in the observable universe than seconds have passed since the Big Bang.
Dude, the crazy thing is a lot of kids nowadays.
That's crazy.
Wait, say it one more time.
There's more planets in the universe than seconds that have passed since the Big Bang.
So then I start to think, I wonder if it's a contest, and like God is seeing like what planet can really create the most like love amongst the planet, you know, and get it done right.
You know Terrence Howard, the actor?
Yes.
He had a very interesting theory, and he's an interesting guy. He's a very intelligent guy. He's not educated in a classical sense, but he's a brilliant guy. Right? Not educated about a lot of the things he discusses. But one theory that he had was he thinks that the way planets are formed is there's ejections from stars, and over time they coalesce and become planets, and this stuff in space becomes planets, and the distance they are from the stars, where it gets to a distance where it's in that Goldilocks zone where life can be established, and then he says planets become peopled, because it gets to a certain time where people evolve from these planets, and he thinks this is like a natural thing that happens all over the universe, that these planets get peopled, and as they get further and further away from the star, the planet gets less and less habitable, and those things, those intelligent creatures on that planet become more and more intelligent and more innovative and more capable of surviving without the protection of the Goldilocks zone. Become interstellar, and then they develop like their own system.
That's what's happening to us.
Well, I think that's probably what's going to happen to us. And
so
so
if
probably
we leave that orbit of
AI
safety,
is a part of that.
right? If we leave that orbit of safety,
Yeah. Well, today, Artemis, they're supposedly flying around the moon. So these are the first people that have gone into deep space since 1972. This is the Apollo missions. Nobody knows it. That's what's nuts. This is taking, I think, 10 people. 4? Is it 10 days? How many days are they doing? 10 days. 4 people, 10 days, and they're going around the moon and coming back to Earth. No one's done that since 1972. And it's happening today, and no one cares. That's kind of weird, right?
yeah,
That's kind of weird.
right. And you see, whatever that is, that's part of us that has really been doctored pretty heavily. The part of us that doesn't even find like a big fascination in that, like that's the part of myself that I want to find more of, you know.
It's very weird. It's very weird that we become dull to like fascinating things.
But also, do we even believe some of it? It's like we don't even know if it's real. It's like so much of this shit. You see these videos, it's like that's not even real. They just had like the Iranian protests or something, or like the happiness in the street. They were just saying that was not
different. It was a totally different thing that they were filming. And then there was one that people were saying was older, and then we found out, no, it's not. It's actually, there was current people protesting in Iran that we were bombing them. And they were like in favor of the government. But then you got to know, like, well, how many people are scared to death, and they're doing that because they don't want to get killed, because the government has killed thousands and thousands of people, including like major public figures, to show that no one has any favoritism. Like they killed this like championship wrestler, like incredible wrestler. They killed 2 different wrestlers that supposedly protested against the government. So who fucking knows?
Did you see that they don't know that there's conflicts of interest about, or no, did you see, sorry, I'm starting to sense off wrong. Did you see that there is some issues about the bullet that killed that guy, of Charlie Kirk? I'm sorry, and I didn't even say that guy.
Yeah.
I wasn't.
Let me clarify that, I think. And we'll find out that this is correct. But I see headlines and I see the way people are talking about it, and I don't know if it's accurate.
Yeah.
Because what I think is accurate is what they're saying is that from the fragments of the bullet, they were unable to determine that it came from that Mauser rifle.
I see.
My issue with it, and I'm no expert, but I have shot things. Like, I'm a hunter, I've shot things with rifles, I've shot a lot of rifles. A 30-06 is a big round. That's a big round. Show me an image.
Would it hurt if it hit you?
Experts debunked Tyler Robinson's ballistic claim. Unable to identify is not the same as ruled out, which is exactly what I'm saying. Right? So, show me an image of a 30-06 round, 30-06 rifle round. I want you to look at this. Look at the size of that fucker. Okay, look at a 30-06 versus a 308.
That's a fucking paperweight.
A 30-06 it's a big round. You see it in that guy's hand?
Yeah. Oh my God, are you serious?
That's 30-06. So this is
That's a fat little hand, though.
This is my. That's like my hand. This is the point. Is that's a big round. That's not a small round. I mean, I don't know what is it compared to. I use a 300 Win Mag.
Look at that on the right there. He just had it. This cartridge.
5.56. Yeah. It's meant for war. 30-06 is meant for hunting. No, I don't think that's accurate.
Yeah, that doesn't look realistic.
That's what a 30-06 looks like. Okay, in comparison to a quarter. So you look at it. So a quarter's about that high. It's about that big. That's a big round, dude. It's a round for hunting like elk. Like it's a very common round. Well, see, do me a favor and compare 30-06 to 300 Win Mag. Compared to 300 Win Mag.
I'm just scared, dude.
So 300 Win Mag, I think, is fatter. Let's see the difference. Okay. Here it is. 300 Win Mag on the left. Oh, 30-06 is bigger.
Look.
Okay. Is that real? Which one's which, though? Show me that one far left. Right there. Okay, 300 Win Mag and 30-06. So 300 Win Mag has a little bit more powder in it. See how it goes higher up? So it has more charge. It's a bigger round. But my point is, that's a big round. So like 300 Win Mag's a big round. Yeah. 30-06 is slightly smaller, but it's still, that's a lot of powder in that bad boy. That's a lot of firepower. So this is what a lot of people have an issue with, is the wound. That there was no exit wound. It shot him in like the soft tissue of the neck.
If it killed you,
didn't you feel out?
Would you feel pain?
Me, I feel looked like he was dead almost instantly. It looked like he was slumped over. I think he was at the very least unconscious.
But it would have left his body, you're saying?
I think it would have blown a hole out the back. That's the thing. It's like 9mm do that sometimes.
Yeah.
It just doesn't. It seems weird that it doesn't have an exit hole.
Yeah.
It seems weird that you're shooting him in the neck, and the image from the back. There's a video of him getting shot from the back. It doesn't leave an exit hole, so it doesn't look like it's that round. There's also the fact that on the roof with it and then assembled it, which doesn't make sense, because if you assemble it, that means you have to take the scope off, put the scope back on. You have to zero the rifle after you do stuff like that.
Yeah, the guy who killed or allegedly killed Osama bin Laden. Who's that? Mike? Who's the?
I know who you're talking about. Navy SEAL.
Yeah, he was just talking about that. I only say allegedly because I don't know anything about that. I don't know the specifics, even though I read the freaking book he wrote. But yeah, he was saying that to be able to do all that and get off the roof, it all seems bizarre.
Not only that, they supposedly disconnected the rifle again, took it apart on the roof, put it in his backpack, jumped off with it, and then reassembled it and left it in the woods.
And allegedly it was at a Dairy Queen. You see that?
Yes.
Who could shoot someone and go to Dairy Queen?
It seems weird. And then also his family's denying that he confessed.
Yeah.
They were saying that no, he didn't confess.
And we haven't heard.
His family said 2% of what they're saying about this is correct.
Have you reached out to them, or have they reached out to you?
No, well, I don't think they can. I mean, they're probably terrified about their son's future in life. Like, they're trying to pin this crime on him. Who knows if he did it or didn't do it? I'm not saying he did it. I'm not saying he didn't do it. But I am saying that the story of him climbing up there with a disassembled gun, assembling it, making that shot, disassembling it again, climbing down. If that's the narrative, that sounds like straight horseshit. And the video of him hopping down does not look like he's a rifle when he's hopping down. So what's happening? How did he get up there? How did no one see it? There's so many things that are fucked up about that story. It doesn't totally make sense. But a big one to me is the actual bullet hole, the actual damage that rifle does. Look, but here's another thing. Guns do weird things sometimes. Like, bullets do weird things, and sometimes they don't. Maybe it fucking center punched his spinal column, and it did blow apart, and it didn't go out the back. It's possible.
Have they released any information about the autopsy?
I don't know.
I mean, you would think that.
I don't know what the specifics are, but I know a lot of people are very skeptical, which they are about everything these days, which is also part of the problem.
Well, they have to be skeptical because the news is compromised. And the news is owned by, it's not good. And
it's also, there's a lot of disinformation out there. There's a lot of, covering up stories. There's a lot of weird shit.
And yes, and then even other places can put out news that's bad for us. That like, oh, we'll put this out there. Sure, disguised as information.
Yeah.
But did you see that exploding mic theory? Did you guys talk about that on here?
I've heard that theory, but I don't know if that makes sense. I don't know. I've heard people talk about it, but I hadn't looked into it. It looks like he got shot. I don't know if the microphone's going to hit you in the neck. Like, how do you know where the mic's pointing? You're moving around a lot. How do you know when to make it go
That's
off?
a good point. They had it like on his shirt at a specific spot. But yeah, you're right. How would you know? But then the place where
It sounds like a gunshot, though, and there's a delay between the gunshot and the impact in terms of like acoustic readings. Like, and I think somebody did an analysis of the distance they believe the shot was taken from, based on the sound. You know, if that is the round that they use 30-06, based on the sound of the gunshot going off and the amount of time before it impacts them. It's a very small amount of time, but it is measurable. And they think that it might be actually been closer than what they're saying, which is, I think, 100 and something yards. I forget what the exact distance was. What was the exact distance, supposedly? I think it was like 140 yards or something like that. But the weird thing is, like, this whole idea of assembling and disassembling, it doesn't work like that, man.
And if the guy's not a professional, was he a professional?
No, he definitely wasn't a professional. But like, you could get trained, like shooting a rifle at 140 yards with a really good scope. If you've shot a bunch of times with a rifle and you can keep your shit together, it's not that far of a shot. You can make that shot. People can make that shot. He wasn't even wearing a bulletproof vest, even though he did obviously get hit in the neck. But the thing is, like, if that's the narrative, and I don't know if they're still sticking with the story, but that was what they were saying at first, that he disassembled it and reassembled it. Reassembling a gun does not make it accurate. You have to zero a rifle in. And what that involves is you get to, like, whatever the yardage are that you're trying it out, like 100 yards, and, you know, you squeeze off a trigger, and then you look through the binoculars, or you have a spotter with a scope next to you, and he says 6 inches high right, and so then you adjust it, you adjust the scope, and then you get it where it's firing, and you do it on a rest. It takes a few shots, man. So you have a rest, so that you're not moving the rifle around where it can, be human error can be attributed to the miss.
And if you're on a hot roof, that was a hot roof, wasn't it?
Most official and media accounts put the shot at roughly 200 yards, with some investigative timelines suggesting a range of about 150 to 200 yards from curb. So somewhere between 150 and 200 yards.
Dude, and also being on a hot roof. Have you ever been on a hot roof?
I have.
Dude, it's hot.
Well, it wasn't that hot. Well, yeah, it was. It was September. September in Utah, actually not that hot.
It sounds hot.
Yeah, I don't think it was. Because this was happening while I was out elk hunting.
What town did it happen in?
I don't know. I'm not sure. It was in Utah, though.
I think it was in southern Utah, wasn't it?
Yeah, but Utah's a mountain. It's a mountain town.
Yeah, my brother lives in Utah. I like Utah.
Like I said, I was in Utah at the time.
Oh, you were?
Yeah, I was hunting in the mountains.
Well, that's interesting.
Yeah. I don't know nothing. I started getting all these text messages from people wanting me to comment on things. I was like, what are you talking about? I literally didn't know what was going on. But then I had to use the Starlink to get online.
Oh, wow.
I got a Starlink. It's like,
Starlink.
It's like the size of a fucking iPad. And you lay it on the ground, you get high-speed internet. It's incredible.
That's cool shit.
Yeah, but that's how I had to, like, research it. Find out what the fuck people are talking about.
But did you see there was like the facility in Tennessee where they bought whatever the mic thing was, allegedly, that place thing got completely obliterated? 16 people died.
What?
If you can bring that up.
Where they made the microphones?
Where they made the lapel mic that he was wearing. This is probably a conspiracy thing or something.
Look at this, TikTok.
This is a conspiracy theory, or it's something that's absolutely true.
I haven't heard that one at all.
I think James Lee said.
But I'm trying to stay away from this shit. That's why I'm not. Yeah, that's why I don't know.
I agree. I think it. I don't know. It's just
so my point about the round is it's a large round, and it seems like it would have done more damage. And this is not my opinion. This is the opinion of many experts.
Yeah,
I agree with their opinion. It's not uniquely my opinion. I saw it, and I'm like, oh my god, he got shot. And then I heard it was 30-06, and I was like,
That's interesting.
It's a little odd.
If you had to get shot by, what would you like to get if you had to get shot?
You want to get killed, right? You don't want to get.
I don't. Shoot me with a 22.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I take a 22, but 22 kills people.
Where would you take
Kill
it at?
people. Take it in the shoulder, I guess.
Fuck yeah. Dude.
No, you don't want to get shot, period.
I know, I agree, Joe, but I'm just saying, if you had to get shot, how do you, like, because
Butt cheek, 22, and tighten up. They're taking it in the butt cheek. Bang. I don't know. Not good. But no bullet is good to take. But the point is that seemed like not enough damage for that kind of round. But I might be wrong. Again, I might be wrong in that bullets
It's okay
do
if you're
weird
wrong.
things. If it hit the spine and it blew apart, I just feel like you would find a lot of it in there.
Dude,
Especially if there's no exit wound. Like, how come you can't find?
the whole thing's bizarre, dude. Did you see the part, Jamie, that I'm talking about where that thing blew up?
Well, yeah, I'm trying to find a good explanation.
Okay, understood. And there may not be one. Thank you. I'm sorry.
I know I brought it up yesterday.
Oh, you did? Okay. Yeah, just like, I don't know. I think I'm just scared. And it's like, yeah, what do you...
I just don't know.
18 people unaccounted for after deadly explosion in Rocks, Tennessee plant. First responders rushed to Accurate Energetic Systems. That sounds like a CIA operation. A facility on the line of Humphreys and Hickman counties that processes ammunition and explosives. But is this the place that made the microphones?
So the conspiracy says that the microphone was taken to this place to be converted into like an explosion.
Somebody got an invoice from it. That's what it was. That was the piece of information that was going around.
Who found that? Is that James Lee found that?
Not sure.
See if you can find what James Lee has to say. He's my number one source of information.
That's what I heard, dude. I got to podcast with him.
Did you?
I got to meet him, dude.
Is he cool?
He's a nice guy, bro. He's fun. Yeah, he's like, his story's wild because he was working as a consultant for one of the big pharmaceutical companies, like one of the big ones that we know, right? Mm-hmm. And he just couldn't say the name, but he could say it, but he never said it.
Right.
And then he was in a Zoom one time, and they're like, okay, we still have a lot of stockpile from the first vaccination. And that's when he said they started suggesting, allegedly, that people should then get a second vaccination because they had this first, they still had more of their original vaccine. So it was just like a thing. Well, we have more of it. Let's sell it back to him, and that's why.
And so he started getting very skeptical.
So he started really getting skeptical, and he got out of it, and he said he just wants to like expose things that he feels like are not real,
right,
or true.
You think he might be CIA? Dun dun dun. You gonna work?
I don't know.
You gotta wonder.
People thought Sean Ryan was cool.
Yeah, I've heard people do that.
Remember?
Yeah.
That was a thing, but then now people don't.
Doesn't seem like he is.
Yeah.
Unless they're being clever. Dun dun dun.
I just want to be able to have like a family and just like think that everybody's going to be able to live.
That would be nice. Yeah, that's the thing about ideologies and tribes. If it wasn't for ideologies and tribes, the idea is that we should all be able to live together. It's like, but the problem is it's not fair the way the world's distributed.
Yeah.
You know the statistic about the 1% of the world? $34,000. You make $34,000 US dollars, you are in the 1% of the world.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
I know, it's just tough.
So it's like,
you have to pray. That's what I'm trying to do.
In order for us to get cheap jeans and an iPhone that only costs $1,000, somebody has to get paid squat. Somebody has to get fucked over. Somebody has to work long hours, live in those Foxconn factories where they have nets to keep people from jumping off the roof, you know?
Yeah.
Bro, you know when you're working at a place and there's so many people jumping off the roof, they just put nets up? You got a problem. That's not a fun work environment.
Hey, Ron's hitting the nets, guys.
Yeah.
Oh,
Ron.
Ron.
Hit the net again.
Yeah.
You dumb motherfucker. Why do you keep jumping in the net? I want to no one's going to save me, but it's your one job.
Somebody comes back from a lunch break and they just have the net marks on their face and they're like, you tried it. But dude, it's just sad, man.
It is sad. I mean,
we're better than this.
Yeah, humans overall are better than this.
Thank you.
Yeah.
So people that are not acting better than this are not, they're not, I mean, I know we all have mistakes. We all do things that are fucked up, right? But like at a point where you're like,
we should all be doing better.
Taking lives, and if it's not the regular people, I feel like it's the governments, man.
100%. It is. 100%. 100%. Because if it was just people, we'd all figure out how to get along. Unless you think those people are the infidels, or those people are the goyim, or those people are the Jews, or those people are the Arabs, or whatever you decide. Those are the other. You decide to other a group of people.
Yeah.
Then it becomes a problem because it's us versus them, and then you're back to the same tribal bullshit that needs to turn us all trans. That's why we need to lose our gender and lose our primate dominant instincts and all of our territorial instincts.
Well, I told you I was going to be on my dick away.
We're going to be all telepathic with big old heads and little tiny mouths because we're not going to use them anymore because no one's going to have a dick to suck. No one's going to have a clit to lick. So you're going to communicate with your mind, so your mouth gets just going to atrophy. And you're going to get all your food through like a suck hole. You're going to have just a straw to eat all your food. They're going to figure out how to make perfect food where it's just like you don't have to go to a restaurant, eat chicken, or have fish. No. Suck on a straw. Get all the nutrients you need in this fucking sludge. And the sludge it feels like an orgasm when you take it. That's why you get people to do it. You take it lights all their synapses up. Like when you hit that
Busy boy.
first thing in the morning. Can you hit that?
Let's go.
This is the first hit. The good one. Ready? This is the minute.
Hit that bitch, Ricky.
Oh yeah. Yeah, it's that first one. Yeah, that's it. That tastes good. What's in that one? That's like a professional one.
It's coffee.
Ooh, that's delicious. That's a professional one, though.
That's a trap. Yeah, this one is
It is
for
a trap.
outdoors. It's for outdoors people.
Outdoorsy. But it doesn't taste outdoorsy. It tastes like fake coffee.
I'll leave it here.
No, I'm good. One hit's good. No. I know it's a slippery slope. I'll be pulling into the gas station to get an Escobar later.
Oh, Escobars, those are the ones. Remember, you were like, you said you were hiding from yourself at night.
Yeah, they have the eye and hide them for myself. They'll get me.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'd be ashamed, so I'd take your head and I'd blow it into my shirt. Wouldn't want anybody to know I'm doing it.
Yeah. What's your texture? That bitch fucking come right out the armpits.
That's why I wear a hoodie.
Just leave it.
Put it over the top. Cover up like a monk.
But tell me, Joe, like, what are some, give me some, what are some things that we can do to keep us in a space of giving ourselves the best chance to feel human? Because one day you're going to go to a museum and there's going to be a smile in there.
Well, it has to happen on an individual basis, right? Everybody has to be human to each other on an individual basis. And sometimes it takes something chaotic, like a tragedy, like 9/11, for people to just be cool to each other. I remember, I've talked about this before, but post 9/11, everyone was so connected. Everyone was smiling. People were letting you get on the highway. They're letting you get in their lane. They're waving. Everyone had an American flag on their car. We'd been attacked. We were united. And it's just sad that it takes something like that for people to realize, like, this is a gift to be alive in this incredible country, this incredible time in history. But we are under the rule of tyrants, and I'm not saying this is the U.S. government's tyrant or no individual, but every government that is in control of military, that is involved in these exchanges with other countries, they're run by tyrants. Someone's a tyrant. Whether it's Putin or this guy or that guy or whoever is in charge of Iran right now, they keep the people on the street from using the internet, they kill all the protesters. That's the problem. The problem is people in power. It's not people.
Yeah.
People generally are good, especially when they're not starving. When they're not starving and they're not desperate, they're not being attacked, most people generally are good.
Yeah.
Obviously dependent upon how you grew up and what you were exposed to when you were young and what kind of horrors did you have to see. Were you in a war-torn country? Were you in a third world place where the cartels run everything?
Did you see those kids in Gaza with they were playing doll, and they were like, it was like they loaded their doll on a stretcher, like they were fucking heartbreaking.
Bro, imagine just the trauma. If you lived in that place pre-October 7th, it was not fun even back then. It was an open-air prison by most accounts.
Yeah, they were taking settlers' homes. They'd come and knock into your home and then eventually just take it away.
Well, there's an attitude that a lot of Israelis have that it's all theirs,
Here's an explanation. Tinfoil hat time, though. just
Dun dun dun. Exactly. Okay, this is a dude named Mike France.
It wasn't James Lee recording it.
Mike Franco.
This is the same stuff I've seen on.
It says October 10, 2025, exactly 1 month after Kirk's death, a catastrophic explosion destroyed Building 602 at the Accurate Energetic Systems facility in McGeewan, Tennessee. The blast, estimated to involve 23,000 pounds of explosives, killed 16 employees, injured several others, and registered as a 1.6 magnitude seismic event. Yo. The U.S. Chemical Safety Board confirmed the site produced cast boosters and miniaturized shaped charges for military and industrial use. Conspiracy theorists allege that AES was the manufacturer of the miniature-shaped charge used in Charlie Kirk's assassination. They point to a $425,000 Department of Defense contract awarded to AES in May 2025 for extra small anti-personnel demolition charges, possibly used in covert operations. The timing of the explosion, just weeks after Charlie Kirk's death, has fueled speculation that it was a deliberate cover-up to destroy evidence and eliminate the personnel with knowledge of the technology. So there's the pager attacks, the Lebanon pager attacks. Here's my problem with that explanation, and I'm not saying that I'm right and they're wrong.
Yes,
my problem is I don't see that thing exploding.
Yeah.
So that microphone, I don't see it exploding. I don't see fire coming out of it. If you have a gun and the gun goes off 6 inches from someone's neck like that, you're going to see a charge.
That's a great point.
And if it's a small device without a barrel, something has to propel that energy, and that's an explosion. And if it explodes, you're going to see it explode, unless they've developed some sort of way of hiding that.
Yeah.
That I don't know about. But if they're talking about conventional gunpowder and what they use for bullet rounds, that doesn't seem to make sense to me. Yeah. But I might be missing something. I don't know.
Yeah, no, that's actually a great point that you said.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Kind of seems like that thing would spark.
Yeah.
I mean, it's close to his neck. It's blowing his neck up. I mean, it seems odd that it can do that without fire. Doesn't make sense. But I might be missing something. There might be some new technology that I'm not aware of. Let's find out that. Is there any technology that exists where you could have a projectile come out of a small thing, like a microphone that's on someone's neck, and not have fire?
I don't know. I don't know.
But there's also some stuff. Yeah, it should make your head hurt. But there's also probably some stuff that we're not hip to.
Oh, for sure, dude.
Right.
They come out with stuff all the time that we'll never see, probably.
Yeah, I mean, they have drones that look like bugs. They're like, looks like a bug.
That's
crazy. A fucking drone, a little itty bitty drone.
You're just sitting there spraying Raid on something that's watching y'all fuck or whatever. That's crazy.
Getting films. Kristi Noem's husband.
Oh yeah, boy. He had them murpers on him, huh?
Did anybody explain what that was about? Was it really just like a Halloween costume?
That's what I thought it was, probably. But then there's some other ones where he's kind of lipstick, and he actually.
But it could be he was fucking around for like a party or something like that.
He's got Kevin Spacey and a lot of this. You could feel like Kevin Spacey come through in some of those photos.
But here's the question: Is that a costume he was wearing for funsies, or is this like a dress-up thing? This guy's a freak.
That's what I thought it was. His costume.
It could be, because if it is a costume for funsies, and then somebody finds it on your laptop, like I gotta explain. We're just fucking around. I was doing Wanda from In Living Color. You know?
Yeah. I ain't on the gossip, so you ain't heard it from me. I mean, was that Wanda? No, which one was Wanda?
I forget.
Dude, how great was that show?
Amazing show.
Did you love it?
Amazing show. Amazing show. One of the greats.
Dude, we would go in our neighborhood afterwards, and me, Larry, Eddie, Wayne, King, just guys off of my street, dude, we'd go out there and impersonate all of the freaking characters.
Bro, that show was groundbreaking.
So there was hundreds of messages, blah, 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 and then this was some of them.
What do you mean, blah, blah, blah? I don't. Messages about what?
I said there was 3 models of women. There was 3 women, so hundreds of messages reported sent by 3 women from this.
Oh, Kristi Noem's husband.
Yeah.
Didn't she just get let go or something?
Hundreds of messages. Trey Self is a woman who pledges to worship like a goddess, telling her you turn me into a girl. Before asking if he should put on leggings. Oh, okay, but is this real, right? Or is so the Post has not confirmed the details reported by the Mail. This is what Mail? The Daily Mail? Let me tell you something about the Daily Mail. They just made an article saying that I'm moving out of Austin. Oh, that I'm fed up with Austin, I'm moving out of Austin. That's not true. And that was published by the Daily Mail.
Right. And also, didn't Kristi Noem just go through something where she got let go? Or something? Is that right?
Yes. And not just let go, but involved in a scandal. So some sort of a money scandal.
Sometimes this kind of shit follows that. It's hard to know. But he also looks like, well, like, who's that actor right there? He looks like a little bit.
What are those boobs? Those are crazy.
Will Arnett or something? No, not Will Arnett.
He's got crazy fake boobs. Like, they're nuts. There's balloons. That's all it is? Yeah. So how do we know?
You got tricked easy, bro. Joe just got tricked, bro.
Well, I don't think they're real. I mean, I thought they were like a fake one.
But you were thinking about him. Oh, shit, she's John Benet right there. Look at that shit. That's crazy to me, dude.
So, supposedly there's letters that he was sending to girls that you make me dress up like a girl. But look, again, isn't it crazy that she's involved in some sort of a scandal that's about money?
And then this comes out.
And then this comes out.
Right? You have to start to notice that. And then here's the craziest part. At a certain point,
forget about him. Can you find out what she was let go for and what's involved in it? Because there was some sort of a campaign fund scandal or something that has to do something with money. A lot of money, like millions and millions of dollars. And then all of a sudden this happens. You got to get a little suspicious. In this day and age?
Oh, yeah, it was the campaign commercials she got in trouble for because, like, they hired, like, someone she knew, and they like, she was riding a horse to the fucking...
Right, but there's something about the money being inappropriately spent.
Yeah, it's like $100 million or something.
$100 million?
Or $28 million. I'm trying to
well, let's not comment until we have the specifics.
Joe, do you think that things would be any different with America's relationship in the Middle East right now if the Republicans hadn't won the election, if Trump hadn't won? Or do you think it's all the same?
It's a good question.
Do you think it's all the same, like Geppettos in the distance, like running the strings? And it's
the last administration funded the proxy war in Ukraine.
Right.
And they were 200 firm tied to Kristi Noem secretly got money from $220 million DHS ad contracts.
Dude,
okay.
For $220 million, you can put tits on my husband for $220 million, you know?
But you know what
I'm saying? I'm not even a gay guy.
Right, but now they're painting her out to be a nutcase, right? Because her husband's a freak. So this firm, not saying that he's not a freak.
Yeah.
Right? He might really be into dressing up like a girl. That might all be real. That might be
let him
cook. Make me put on leggings. Yeah. He might have autogynephilia, right? So, but also that might be coming out because of this. And there's probably a bunch of people that got some money and they're like, let's try to make this ugly.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Well, that's scary, too, because it's like,
who knows? I mean, we don't know anything about the case, right? We don't know anything about either case. The money missing or his fake tits.
Yeah. I never had no fake tits. I mean, I've done some weird shit here.
Steve almost got a pair of fake tits.
Did he?
Tell us too much. I agree.
That's too
But
much.
he's in that, constant, perpetual state of having to one-up himself. Doing something more and more ridiculous every time.
What do you think is going to happen? Do you think we're going to be okay?
I hope so. Of course. I don't know.
Do you think about it?
I'm confused. I can't believe we went to this war. When we started bombing Iran, I was like, this can't be true.
And what about Lebanon now?
I know. Israel's invaded Lebanon. Yeah. Yeah.
And it's like, just fucking stop it. What do you need?
Well, they're trying to, supposedly, they're trying to stop the terrorists.
That's crazy, though, if you're the fucking terrorist. You know, you stand in front of the fucking mirror. And start there. But also, what do I know?
What do you know?
You're right, I don't. But it's all just like, fuck, there's got to be some way that we're better than this.
Understand that, like, if this was found out by that story about Kristi Noem's husband was found out by like a newspaper online,
allegedly,
and that if they can find this out, that obviously hostile intelligence services, according to CIA officer Mark Polyamopoulos, stuff as well.
If a media organization finds this out, you can assume that a high degree of confidence that a hostile intelligence service knows this as well, added former CIA officer Mark Polyamopoulos. Damaging information like this can be a tantalizing lead for a hostile intelligence source. They approach the person and say, if you work with us, we want to expose this, and if you don't, we will.
So he's posting these online, and someone came across them as his house.
But he might be a freak.
Who cares? Let him fucking cook.
Look, I think a lot of those people that are involved in government are freaks, and I bet their husbands and wives are freaks too. They're fucking weirdos. They want to be in power.
Yeah,
They want to wear leggings.
It's all crazy. We just have to focus on the things that we can. Like Matt McCusker, he started a garden. He has like 10 to the garden that you can have, you know? He grows blueberries and he grows,
That's the way to do it.
He grew one blueberry.
During the congressional hearings, Kristi Noem was probed about accusations of conducting a taxpayer-funded affair with her former aide, Corey Lewandowski, who has since left the Department of Homeland Security.
Corey Lewandowski, dude? Dude, I was in a fucking fantasy football league with that guy.
For real?
Yes. For real? Look him up again, yeah.
No kidding? Let me see a photo of him.
Mother effer, dude.
She's pretty hot.
CeeLo, bro. Oh, this is a different dude.
Yeah, seems like a different dude. So that guy was the guy who
CeeLo ain't shit.
banging her. Okay. Supposedly, allegedly. Who knows? But again, when there's a bunch of money that's missing, there's a scandal, hundreds of millions of dollars, weird shit starts getting tossed around. They throw you House of Cards, baby. Go rewatch it. I think that's probably the most accurate depiction of how the government works.
Yeah. Kevin Spacey's a fascinating guy.
Well, everybody in that show was great. It's just like a really well-made show.
Yeah. That show was fascinating. He did.
All right, dog, we gotta wrap this up soon.
Dude, that's fine with me. I thought you I was staying here because you're here.
No, I love you.
I love you
But
too.
I have things I gotta do.
Me too.
Are you gonna be around tonight? Or are you going back?
I might stop by.
Bus Boys in theaters April 17th. So that's like 2 weeks from now. Let's fucking go. 2 weeks and a few days.
Yeah.
Let's fucking go.
Thank you for coming and talk about it.
I'm excited for you.
And just to see you. Yeah, I'm excited too, man.
I hope it kills it.
Yeah, I just think
I'm sure it's gonna be really funny with you and David Spade.
we did a good job.
I'm sure.
Dude, he's so funny.
Yeah, I'm sure it's gonna be awesome.
But thank you for everything, dude.
My pleasure.
And it's good to see you. And,
Always good to see you.
yeah,
Come by tonight. Let's hang out.
I'll come by. I have a show tonight, but I'll come by.
Where you at?
I'm at this Moody Theater. I'm practicing my special, so I gotta get ready.
What time are you at the Moody?
7.
Okay. But come by. We'll be there till I'm gonna be in I'll be there for a while.
Okay, I'll come by and say hey.
All right. Beautiful.
Good to see you. Jamie, thank you so much.
Bus Boys, April 17th. Go watch it. We love you guys. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
My name, Joe Rogan Podcast, my name. All day.
Gentlemen, great to see you. Put them on, slap them on. What's happening? Good to see you, gentlemen, again.
Take it off. One more time.
Yeah, one more time.
Yeah.
So, what is the latest? Give me the latest. Where are we at?
What you take it, Brian? You just gotta. You are you're the most current on where we are, what's going on. Man, there has been a lot of stuff happen in the 15 months since we were here. I mean, like stunning amount of stuff. So let's not waste any time. Tell them where we're at.
All right. Well, the last time we came to visit with you, I believe, was on December 27th of 2024. We were just on the front end of having organized 30 committed Texans whose own families had had experiences related to trauma, addiction, alcoholism, and the wounds of war, who, after hearing a plan that was developed for the state of Kentucky to bring Ibogaine to the American people as an FDA-approved medication and breakthrough treatment for addiction and trauma, committed themselves to using their time, their talent, and their network to achieve what had never been done before, and that was to convince an individual state to undertake drug development to create a therapeutic medical breakthrough for public health crises within its borders that are representative of the national reality. After you released the interview with us on January 2nd, 2025, we pursued a 5.5-month blistering campaign to convince 188 blank slate Texas legislators to fund the single largest psychedelic research and medical development project in history, that being the $50 million Texas Ibogaine Initiative. We had the assistance of some in-state allies, one of which was Texans for Greater Mental Health, led by a dear friend and brother of mine, Logan Davidson, who was my right hand, going to meet with legislators continuously while I set up shop at a hotel here in Austin and lived here just about part-time, wearing the shoe leather off, sweating and making sure that everybody who needed to be introduced, educated, and motivated to get behind this would do so. At the end of this 5.5 months, we secured the votes of yes of 181 out of 188 legislators between the Texas House of Representatives and State Senate. There was one individual who we had to persuade at the 11th hour to get behind this project. On May the 14th, 2025, just 36 hours before the Texas budget was finalized, this bill that would create the first unified FDA drug development trial with Ibogaine in U.S. history was not funded. I woke up that morning, I believe very much in keeping your prayers in the closet, as Jesus taught, not getting out there parading about it. But on that morning, I got a call, and it was, hey, we're getting to the 11th hour. We don't have money to secure this. It may not make it. We've done everything that we can. And I literally got down on my hands and knees and said, God, please let this happen. And if it cannot happen, help me understand why. 3 hours later, I got a telephone call asking if I could go and meet with the Texas House Speaker and Lieutenant Governor Dan Patrick. I went at 4:30 in the afternoon on May the 14th and spent an hour with these two gentlemen going back and forth about what this project was, why it was so existentially necessary for Texas and the country. And on Friday morning, May the 16th at 10 a.m., we got a text message from Lieutenant Governor Patrick confirming that he would approve and fully fund the Texas Ibogaine Initiative. As we walk in here today, literally just 10 minutes before we walked into your studio, I can confirm that the great state of Texas is going to fully fund the Texas Ibogaine Initiative, originally intended to be a public-private partnership, and now has decided on its own to commit a full $100 million to launch the development of Ibogaine all the way through the FDA's drug development process for the benefit of the American people. To do so on its own, without any drug development partner, and to do it for the good of humanity.
That's phenomenal. So what did you have to say to Dan Patrick to convince him of this? And kudos to him for doing this.
Well, I had some very wonderful advocates who preceded my meeting.
Was he skeptical?
Oh, he was completely disengaged from the process, highly skeptical, as we learned through intermediaries. But we had two wonderful brothers on mission who happened to be twins, Marcus and Morgan Luttrell.
I know Marcus very well.
Marcus and Morgan Luttrell reached out to the Lieutenant Governor. They spoke to him very movingly and personally about their own experiences with Ibogaine, what it had done, not just to save their lives, but what it was doing to save the lives of warfighters who had come to the end of being able to live. And as they explained to him what it did for them and what it has done for their brothers and sisters in arms who've returned to war, to broken government systems that can do nothing to cure what ails them at their core, he was persuaded to have an open-minded conversation. And through that conversation on May the 14th, we essentially went through what science suggests are the powers of the most sophisticated molecule on the planet to resolve physiological substance dependence and thereby create psychology within the human being, whereby they believe they have ownership of themselves, their future, and that future will be one defined by choice rather than compulsion. And the most powerful aspect of the Ibogaine argument, not just for the Lieutenant Governor and House Speaker, but for most of these legislators who voted yes, is the experience endorsed by many that Ibogaine confirms without question the reality of our individual human divinity. And that is the greatest truth conveyed by this fabulous plant.
Well put, and I don't think it's just Ibogaine that confirms that. I think you could say the same about many other psychedelic drugs that are unjustly maligned and treated as if they're an escape from reality. But in the interest of this being a standalone podcast where people don't know what Ibogaine is and don't understand the efficacy of it and how unbelievably effective it is at especially treating addiction, could you please just go over that?
Yes, sir. So Ibogaine is an alkaloid that is derived from the iboga shrub. The iboga shrub originates in the central Congo basin. Its native country is modern-day Gabon. It is the mother country of the iboga shrub, which has been used for centuries in the spiritual and cultural traditions of the Bwiti, a group of spiritualists who include the Pygmies, as well as the Bantu tribes that live there in Gabon. In the early 60s, it was discovered that Ibogaine and iboga had a significant interruption effect on opioid addiction. There was an individual who had been addicted to heroin for a number of years. They took Ibogaine, and not only did they not experience any withdrawal when they stopped taking heroin, they stopped having any desire to use any drug whatsoever. This touched off 60 years of open label field studies that are mountains high and decades wide. It firmly established that Ibogaine has a unique and singular interruption capacity on physiological substance dependency, whether that's opioids, alcohol, methamphetamine, cocaine, or tobacco. Recent evidence also suggests that it has a significant interruption effect on compulsive behaviors, anything that kind of impacts that brain's dopamine system and produces a rush.
Think of gambling.
Yes, sir. Now, in 2018, U.S. Special Forces special operators started going to Mexico for treatment of symptoms of traumatic brain injury, expressed through treatment-resistant depression, anxiety, and suicidality. Many of these veterans had gone through the VA system. They had been given an unbelievable amount of synthetic pharmacology that, in their end effect, essentially anesthetizes the soul and slowly euthanizes the body, and they were at the end. So as they were going to Mexico and get Ibogaine treatment, they came back with these just unbelievably just powerful recovery results that seemed too good to be true. So there were some scientists at Stanford University that were funded by a philanthropist who wanted to understand what was going on. And so what we have come to learn through a Stanford research study on traumatic brain injury for vets is that Ibogaine has remarkable neuroregenerative capacities on the brain that are unheard of in the annals of Western science. And while information is still very small in amount and preliminary, there are individuals who have had Ibogaine treatment for not just traumatic brain injury, but for multiple sclerosis, Lyme disease, Parkinson's disease, post-surgical complications related to the removal of brain tumor, who endorse a restoration of functionality and an ability to live that are otherworldly. And as we recognize that the opportunities to improve the human condition at scale are multi-lifetime in appearing, we believe that we have found one of those. And if we're going to do justice to the human species, it is incumbent upon us to take what appears to be a promising therapeutic improvement and deliver it with speed through the U.S. medical systems. And that's what Governor Perry and I have founded Americans for Ibogaine to do, just that, achieve the moonshot of our time. And that is to bring Ibogaine medicine to the American people as quickly as possible.
Well said. And thank you again, Governor Perry, because if it wasn't for your involvement in this, I think a lot of people are far more skeptical. You know, former distinguished governor of the state who was a Republican, who, generally speaking, most people think of Republicans as being anti-psychedelics, and this whole thing is just a bunch of people trying to escape reality and poison their mind and, you know, tune out of society and become losers. That's the general consensus of people that are just, for lack of a better term, ignorant of the effects of these substances. They don't understand it. But if it wasn't for you and your open-mindedness, your willingness to engage in this and try to understand it and to speak to these veterans, I don't think people would be taking it as seriously. Yeah. So thank you.
Well, and thank you. As I've watched you over the last 15 months, seemed like every 6 weeks or so, you'd have a guest on here. You'd be talking about Ibogaine in particular and what is the progress that we're making.
What comes up so often.
Yeah. Well, and it should. It should, because this truly, I mean, this is not what I came into the world for. This is not what I came to politics for. This is what, I got led to this through that relationship with Marcus, and in turn, Morgan Luttrell, and seeing those two boys literally, particularly Marcus, on the doorstep of committing suicide. When he came to live with us at the governor's mansion in 2007, we had met the year before just by the grace of God. And I told him, I said, if you're ever through Austin, come by and see me, knowing that chances of that would be pretty slim. He knocked on that guard door in May of 07 and said, the governor said if I was ever through here, come by and see. They called. I let him in for dinner. And my wife, who's a nurse, she recognized this young man who was really troubled, addicted to opioids, masking it with alcohol, really sick. And for the next 2.5 years, he lived with us at the governor's residence. Wow. And that started this long journey, literally, with him and trying to find ways to heal him. We sent him to a host of different places, Carey Brain Center in Dallas. We sent him to what's called now Axios, Athletes Performance in those days, but a great rehab facility down in the panhandle of Florida. And they helped him conquer or help him manage the opioid addiction. I will suggest to you until he was treated with Ibogaine, which did clean that completely away from him some years later. But the point is, he really struggled. And he has become like our son. As a matter of fact, I talked to him this morning. He said, be sure to tell Joe howdy for me. He just thinks the world of you as well. I talked to his brother the day before. They understand how powerful this compound is from the standpoint of treating post-traumatic stress, traumatic brain injury, addictions. This, and as I became convinced, one of the things that I will say that I've been open to change, just like criminal justice reform. In the early 2000s, I was kind of like lock their ass up, throw the key under the jail. You break the law in the state of Texas, here's how we treat you. And I had a district judge in Fort Worth, John Crusoe, a Democrat district judge, who I knew and had been friends with. He said, Governor, we got a program here that allows these individuals who have broken the law, they maybe, got caught with an illegal substance or what have you. And rather than sending them to jail, sending them to the penitentiary where they become professional criminals, we give them a second chance. We put them in a rehab program. We put them in a treatment center. We put them in a boot camp. Give them these options rather than sending them to prison where they're going to become professional criminals and the recidivism rate is going to continue on. I know I'm tough on crime. That's what us Republicans do. But it really got me thinking. I am curious-minded about concepts and ideas. So that brought me to having conversations. Long story short, that single conversation led to Texas leading the nation with criminal justice reform. Texas Public Policy Foundation that now Secretary of Agriculture Brooke Rollins was operating in the mid to late 2000s. They came on board, saw this, supported it, we passed it through a very Republican, very conservative legislature. And Texas led the nation in criminal justice reform. Saved us billions of dollars. We stopped building prisons. We stopped sending people to prison where they were becoming professional criminals. So that template, if you will, was what we took to Donald Trump in 2018. And he was just like me initially. I'm tough on crime. But he was open. He was curious. Brooke Rollins, interestingly, had come up and was his domestic policy advisor at that time, and she made the pitch, and he was open. And that conversation led to him being open to federal criminal justice reform. And today, there are people who, you may have different ideas about President Trump and what have you. I know that's the case. But on this issue of criminal justice reform, this man was curious, he was open-minded, and he's made a real difference in people's lives following the Texas model. The reason I share that with you as a example, that's where I was on these compounds, these drugs, these psychedelics. I mean, I grew up in the 60s. Timothy O'Leary using LSD, marijuana, any of that kind of stuff. I mean, it was anathema to me. Absolutely and totally. I don't have anything to do with it. This is crazy stuff. You get in trouble, they'll throw you in jail, you'll jump off of buildings. I mean, every story that you can imagine that people. And then think about from the 60s forward, how, I went into the Air Force. They, we took drug tests at least monthly. So the idea of being involved with a drug was just totally and absolutely not on my radar screen. These are bad things. And we're reinforced in the 80s with Mrs. Reagan. Just say no to drugs. Here's your brain on drugs. I mean, we have been browbeat as a society for 60 years. And when you add to it what Nixon did, President Nixon did in the late 60s, early 70s, with his war on drugs, he hated hippies, he hated blacks, and one of the ways you could go after them was to go make these compounds Schedule 1, which he did. Schedule 1 says there is no medical purpose for it, and it is highly addictive. Ibogaine fits neither of those. Ibogaine is not an addictive compound by any sense of the imagination.
It's also absolutely not a recreational compound
at all.
It's not something that someone can do at a party.
We are proving without a doubt to the Texas legislature, to legislatures across this country, in Mississippi, in Tennessee, in Arizona, West Virginia, that it does have a medical purpose, that there are some extraordinary things that can happen for their citizens who have PTSD, who have sexual trauma, who have addictions. I mean, saving lives by the thousands, hundreds of thousands, I will suggest to you, when this is approved across the country, and we see it as a relatively easily studied and accessed by medical care compound. So that story of seeing these two young men who have given everything, literally, up to willing to give their lives, and a lot of their friends did, for our freedoms and our liberties in this country. And for us to say to them, oh, sorry, you can't have access to this because, President Nixon said this was bad stuff back 60 years ago. And it was taken off the shelf as a Schedule 1 drug, put over here. And for 60 years, Americans have suffered through so many different eras. The late 90s, when the Sackler family and Purdue Pharma comes along. And we literally, I think one of the most demonic things I've seen in my public life is this family who used oxycodone and sold it to America as this be-all to end-all And then our federal government in the mid 2000s, we didn't know how to deal with these young men who would be put in these horrible conditions and positions of being at war, time after time after time, rotation after rotation, tempos that we'd never seen before in the history of mankind. I'll suggest it. I mean, Joe, we were at war for 20 years. 20 years during that period of time. There's special operators that were deployed 8, 9, 10 times. And then they come home and the governor gives them a sack of opioids and that makes them feel crappy and they mask it with alcohol and we sit around and go, why did Bobby kill himself? Well, because the government failed in its great responsibility to take care of these young men and women, in my opinion. So we owe it to them. As a matter of fact, a dear friend of mine who just passed away within the last 2 days, he'd worked with me for, 30 years. And when he first saw that I was getting involved with this psychedelic drug, this ibogaine compound, and we were having a conversation, he said, you need to be really careful with that. You've got a great reputation. You spent 40 years building that reputation up. He said, you don't want to throw it away on some cockamamie idea here. And I told him, I said, well, I don't think I'm doing that. I've studied this pretty intently. I've talked to a host of different people. And I said, so I'm comfortable about the science here that I'm seeing and what have you. And I said, I think it's worth going forward with. But I said, Ray, their lives are not worth more than my reputation. And that's what kind of continues to drive me. There are people that still, I say, why are you doing this? Because I believe in it. I mean, I believe it to the point, Joe, that I'm willing to risk my reputation.
This episode is brought to you by BetterHelp. A lot of people hit stretches where money gets tight. It's not just the bills. It's the constant pressure, the mental load, the second guessing of every decision. And honestly, one of the biggest difference makers isn't some perfect budget. It's having a solid support system when things feel heavy. And if that support system includes therapy, even better. Because while it can't solve your money problems, it can change your relationship with finances. It can help you manage the stress, anxiety, and maybe even any shame you feel around money. A good place to find a quality therapist is BetterHelp. Plus, they do a lot of the work for you. Literally, all you need to do is answer a few questions, and BetterHelp will match you with a fully qualified therapist online. They have an industry-leading match fulfillment rate, which is a fancy way of saying that they typically get it right the first time. But even if they don't, it's super simple to switch to another therapist. When life feels overwhelming, therapy can help. Sign up and get 10% off at BetterHelp.com/JRE. That's better, HELP.com/JRE. I don't think you're risking your reputation at all. I think that's foolish thinking. I think it's people that don't understand the times. Yeah, this is a different world. We're living in a world of information now, and you can't go by these false narratives that were adopted in the 1970s.
Yeah. And we're winning. I mean, I'm telling you what Americans for Ibogaine has done. And, we started out, I tell people, you talk about a small group of people. I think there were 6 of us. He's the CEO, I'm the chairman. We got Dr. Rulin, who's the secretary, Ann Claire Stapleton, the communications person, and then Marcus and Melanie Luttrell, Marcus's wife, are the other 2 members of our little board. And we were this small little group kind of going along and doing what we were doing. We were successful in the Texas legislature and what have you. But it's exploded now. We have ambassadors, Americans for Ibogaine ambassadors all over the United States now. People have seen what we've been able to do in Texas. Mississippi followed suit. They sent their governor a piece of legislation. I want you to talk about that.
We're going to do the roll call here.
Yeah, and share with Joe and his audience just the great progress that's being made. And quite frankly, I think about Michael Dell when he was selling computers out of the trunk of his car back in the late 80s and then his college dormitory. AFI kind of found itself like that just a few months ago. And I'm not trying to say that, we're Dell Computer today, but we are growing at such a leaps and bounds and having the resources that we need to be able to put our people in various places. I mean, travels all, you were in Cabo. I want you to tell them about the group that you met with in Cabo. And I mean, there's 200 of these extraordinary people down there. He travels all over the country. And, we have to have the resources to be able to do that. And, so I hope your folks that are listening are, go to Americans Thrive Again, how to tell them how to do that and help this organization, because this is what I'm going to do the rest of my life. I'm 76 years old, and this is what I hope the Lord gives me a lot of years to make a difference, because I know for a fact that what we're doing today, what you're helping us with, is making a difference. And if we can get these clinical trials to the conclusion, and thank you to the Lieutenant Governor and to the Speaker for what they committed to today. I mean, to know that we're going to be able to go forward now with these clinical trials to show the world exactly what we know, but so that the naysayers out there, the skeptic, can look at that and go, you know what? You can get 85% of the people who are hooked on opioids clean in 72 hours.
Isn't that amazing?
That's such a stunning thing to me. Dr. Gold Dolan, we were at South by Southwest a week and a half ago. She was sitting on the stage. She's an MD, PhD, was at Johns Hopkins. She's over at Cal Berkeley now. And she gave a little primer, if you will, on the different psychedelics. There's a critical period that the mind opens up and you're able to go in and if you will, the medicine treats the mind, I think, for my Aggie, non-pharmaceutical, non-scientific mind here, but to go in and reset the brain. The technical word is neuroplasticity. But ketamine has a critical period. I think she said 48 to 72 hours. Psilocybin has a critical period from 14 to 28 days. I think I'm pretty close on these. But Ibogaine, the critical period, the time when that neuroplasticity is active and the brain can be trained, healed, reset, is from 90 to 120 days. And then with the addiction, opioids, which I happen to think is one of the most addictive substances that's out there. I mean, this is some horrible stuff. You just very current event with Tiger Woods, Tiger's accident. He had OxyContin in his. I'm not judging here, but I'm just kind of saying that when I ran for president in 2011, I'd had major back surgery in July. I announced that I was running for president in August. I had 6 weeks to try to get over that major back surgery, and I had a terrible condition called a neurological hyperfusion in my right leg. I've never had a pain like that. It felt like a blowtorch going down my right leg, and they gave me OxyContin. And I was taking that to cover up the pain. I was taking Ambien to go to sleep, and I was taking some stuff called Provigil to get back up in the morning and be focused. I laugh about it now. I'm surprised I did as well as I did in that presidential effort in 2011. Hell, forgetting that one thing, that third thing in that debate. Hell, I'm surprised I could remember any of them. Knowing what I know now about OxyContin and the incredibly nasty, addictive nature that it has. I mean, this stuff is just poison. And Ibogaine in 48 to 72 hours after one dose, one oral application of this compound, and that addiction is gone. Not only is that addiction gone, Joe, but Stanford has done functional MRIs on an addicted opioid brain, and then treatment with Ibogaine, and they have shown that brain from the addicted look that those experts, those postdocs that look at this, to a normal brain scan in 72 hours. If you were to go through the normal process of healing yourself of opioid addiction through an abstinence program, it would take you 18 months. And there are very few, I'm going to say single-digit people that are successful in being able to do that. But think about that. We got a compound here that has the ability to heal people of opioid addiction in 48 to 72 hours. And we're not doing everything that we can in our power to make that available. I mean, what the hell's wrong with us? How bad you gotta hate people to not make that available?
And with 2 doses, it's even more spectacular.
98%.
That is amazing.
98%.
That is truly amazing. There's nothing even remotely like it with standard practice addiction therapy. Nothing.
You know, he mentioned Americans for Ibogaine. We have ambassadors. And Joe, what you really helped us do on January 2nd of 25 was create a movement. Our organization is the custodian of that movement. We are a public policy and advocacy organization. And Governor Perry mentions keeping me on the road. Wherever there are state leaders, citizens of conviction and influence, whether that is California, whether it's Massachusetts, or whether it's Alabama, we exist to plant the seed of a scientific understanding of a public policy framework and of a spiritual understanding of the significance of what we have in our hands here, an opportunity to improve the human condition at scale. And while we have talked tightly about Ibogaine's impact on substance dependency and upon the wounds of war, our ambassadors reflect essentially the universal human condition and the way in which individuals who have tried every way to overcome various forms of trauma and debility find as the last step a redemptive restoration through Ibogaine treatment. It is not for everybody. It should not be a first resort. It is an exceptionally powerful medication that comes with a series of side effects that are highly unpleasant, as you previously mentioned. One of the selling points, ironically, in the Texas legislature was to say, you know, if your idea of a good time is being in a state of semi-paralysis for 12 to 16 hours and throwing up continuously through the process, you're going to have a real good time. And if there is the equivalent of being brought to the judgment throne of God on this side of life, it is an Ibogaine experience. That seemed to motivate a lot of support, especially for those who subscribe to puritanical notions of punishment for wrongdoing. That's not what I'm here to advocate, but certainly it is not fun. But what we know is that, for instance, we have 2 fashion model twins whose father sexually abused them for a decade. And the results of that horrific experience that they shared produced all kinds of psychological maladies that included an eating disorder for one, persistent neuroses in the other. They tried every form of talk therapy. They tried every psychotherapy modality known to try to overcome that. And it was Ibogaine that restored their lives and their capacity to enjoy the life that God has given them. We have first responders who are emerging in numbers. One who is a firefighter from Oklahoma who was demoted because of decades of alcoholism. His life has been restored by Ibogaine, and he's back working full time. We have a gentleman who was a Charlottesville police officer who was hit in the face with a brick during the riots that occurred in Charlottesville. His life was restored by a single Ibogaine treatment, and he has attained a level of functionality that he didn't think was possible for his doctors. We have a gentleman who was a pilot who unfortunately did a bomb and run on a village and killed a number of innocent people. He learned about this, and this sent him into a spiral, as many war fighters who are exposed to moral injury do. Ibogaine has restored this gentleman's life. We have a gentleman by the name of Robert Gallery, a former NFL player who exhibited all the signs of CTE in his post-retirement years. He was ready to kill himself so that he wouldn't harm his own family. It was Ibogaine that restored his life. There have been other NFL players who are as yet unnamed, some incidentally, that have been in the paper who have gone for Ibogaine treatment to address similar symptoms. Players in the NHL, players in other contact sports that include soccer and rugby in the United Kingdom, where there is an emerging cohort of professional athletes who have reached out to us to say, we want the United Kingdom for Ibogaine.
I would love to get you guys connected with the UFC.
We would love to be connected to the UFC.
Because that is obviously an issue with professional fighters.
So, Matt Hughes, and Matt had, I met Matt through Marcus, in like 2008 or so, and we went out for a fight. And then subsequently, Matt had I think a car accident, of which he really had
by train.
Yeah, just an incredible traumatic brain injury. And I just want to have that conversation with him, and I'm sure you have great relationships with those. We know for a fact that cumulative impacts on the brain are what lead to CTE. I mean, I don't think that's even a question of here's how it happens. These multiple concussions have cumulative effect on the brain, and at some point in time, that CTE has a long time effect. And this medicine has the ability to remove that trauma, to reset that brain, to heal that brain. I don't know how it works, Joe, but that's the reason these clinical trials are going to be so important as we're going forward. And I can't tell you, I'm ecstatic that the lieutenant governor and the speaker today announced their full Texas support behind these clinical trials. We're fixing to become the epicenter for a movement that literally can change the world. I know that sounds kind of a little bit over the top, but if we have within our grasp here a compound that can heal our loved ones who have an addiction, be it a substance addiction or be it a non-substance addiction, if we have the ability to heal people who have been traumatically impacted by concussions, if we have the ability to address PTSD in all the different forms that it comes, I mean, the hope that can give to the society that we live in, and I'm not talking about just the United States. You think about what's going on in Israel, in Ukraine, in the Middle East today, and the trauma that people are facing. I mean, this truly can be an extraordinary gift to the world. And, listen, I think it's really interesting. You asked a leading question about how did I come to this position of being able to be supportive as I am. And then when I think about my growing up, and I grew up in a very conservative Christian family, and I think one of the challenges we still have in our society is that the conservative Christian faith is like, stay away from this stuff. And that's bad. Do not, under any circumstances, don't be going there. It's demonic. And there's a book that's about to be published. I think the first week in April, so we're approaching it. There's an author by the name of Wendy Rees, R-E-E-S. Wendy with an I, W-E-N-D-I-R-E-E-S. And she, not unlike the two twins, was sexually assaulted by her own father.
As a pastor of a church.
Joe, I'm telling you, brother, I can't dream up in my worst nightmare a more evil thing than a father that would sexually assault a preacher father, their daughter. And she dealt with it with Ibogaine and has come to the conclusion that her great gift to give to the world out there is to write this book called A Christian's Guide to Psychedelics. Now, if you think that won't catch some people's attention when they're going through the bookstore and they go, A Christian's Guide to Psychedelic, holy mackerel. But this is a book about her experience, but it's also a book that I would suggest that every believing Christian go pick it up and read it, because it talks about chapter and verse and gives you scripture about where God talks about these compounds, about these things that he's given the world. He means them for good, all of them for good.
Are you aware of the scholars in Israel that are proposing that Moses seeing the burning bush was the acacia tree? Yeah, there's an acacia tree. The acacia tree, which is very common in the Middle East, is rich in dimethyltryptamine. And they believe that what they're trying to relay in this story was that Moses encountered God through the burning of this bush. So the burning of this bush releasing the psychedelic compound of Moses to bring back 10 Commandments.
You know, thank you for mentioning that. I had been following scholarship around the use and the recognition that there's a lot of psychedelic allegory in Holy Scripture. That, I think, is the favorite, where that burning bush reveals the great I am. And Moses says, are you I am who I am? And the beauty about Ibogaine and the other plant medicines are their capacity to reveal the I am that is within each of us, and that I am is our eternal creator who absolutely has engineered and placed these plants on this earth so that we can be affirmed in what our true identity and ultimate destiny is, and praise God for it.
And then there's also the Sacred Mushroom and the Cross, the John Marco Allegro book, where he was one of the ordained ministers that was, his task was to decode the Dead Sea Scrolls. And he wrote this book that details what he believes is the use of psychedelic drugs in ancient Christianity.
Hard for me to argue with.
I mean, I just think our modern perception of it, which is very tainted by what happened during the Nixon administration, where they were trying to squash the hippie movement, the anti-war movement, and the civil rights movement. And that's why they demonize these drugs, these compounds. And that's why they put them in the category of having no medicinal use, which is clearly not accurate. It doesn't mean that they should just be given to everyone and everyone should do them with no restrictions and no regulations. It just means we should understand that they have a long history of human use and have spectacular results on all sorts of things that our society is suffering from greatly. And to just pretend that that's not the case based on what happened in the 1970s is just insane. It doesn't make any sense.
I would suggest that one of the greatest lessons learned by Americans who are age 50 and younger, those of us who I call the bicentennial children, is that the most morally depraved criminal in America today is power. And the power of the human hand, when it is wielded in its most abusive context, will always seek to deny any access to individual human divinity and the liberty and autonomy that is conferred upon each of us as children of God. And insofar as we find ourselves at the precipice of what I believe is the emergence of a broad-based spiritual movement where all of us modernists within the empiricism of modern American society are able to see through the fog of all of our wealth and gadgetry and recognize we are in the midst of profound spiritual famine in the United States. You, I know, forgive me for reference and age, remember back in the mid-'80s where we saw all these horrific images of starvation and distension and fly-covered death from mass famine in Ethiopia and Sudan, where millions of people starved to death because the malevolence of power forbade the delivery of any relief sent by the outside world. When we look at what's right in front of us in the United States today, there is no denying that we are in the midst of a terrible spiritual famine. And the malevolence of American power is feasting on our starvation. This is an emancipation movement for the mind, body, and soul of every human being in this country and across the globe who is lethally estranged from their own spirituality. The Abigail mission is a mission to foment dramatic medical breakthroughs across a host of conditions that have no effective therapeutic answers. But above and beyond that, it is about the affirmation of the spiritual essence of life that can unify us as a species in a way that is necessary if we're going to navigate these changes over the next 20 years. Governor Perry mentioned this wonderful invitation that I received to go to what was called the Earth One Summit. Now, Joe, I come out of Hillbilly Holler, Virginia, and
I introduce him from time to time. I said, look, this guy, he looks like and he sounds like a hillbilly from eastern Kentucky in the Appalachian Mountains. And I said, he is. But I said, he's one of the most brilliant people I've ever met in my life and one of the most extraordinary orators I've ever had in my life. So anyway, I love you, brother, but you are a hillbilly.
I'm much more comfortable with that than all that other stuff you said. But, when you come out of scratch nothing, sometimes there are certain sophistications that you lack. And I'm no exception to that. So there was this Earth One Summit. It was 200 thought leaders from across the world who came to basically discuss the future. And I was very honored to have received an invitation to come and attend the gathering to speak about what Governor Perry and I are working on through Americans for Abigail. And they presented me with the honor of being the closing keynote speaker for the gathering. And as I listened over the course of 4 days, I heard individuals who included Kimball and Christiana Musk. I've read interviews by Elon Musk speaking about the advent of AI and the capacity of AI to solve the central dilemma that we as humans have had since we emerged from the caves, and that's the dilemma of scarcity. So as I was there listening to folks speak about being on the edge of a time when we can automate the means of production and essentially create an unlimited amount of abundance for every person on this planet, I couldn't help but think about where we are right now as compared to what you'll see us being in 20 years. You cannot create and deploy this kind of godlike technology which has the capacity to produce unlimited abundance, potentially a ship of Aquarius, and drop it in to these Frankenstein monstrosity government systems that we currently have that are enthroned upon the helplessness of powerless people, that perpetuate problems that they are supposed to solve, and that monetize sustained human misery. So long as government makes its buck over keeping its foot on the necks of the American people, we are looking at a future that much more resembles Mad Max than we are Star Trek. And if we are going to create the degree of social cohesion that is necessary to hold these systems accountable and to create a system that can truly usher in that age of unlimited abundance to improve the human condition for all, it begins with a spiritual reawakening that I began first and foremost, and the rest of the psychedelics can seed and foment within American society. To that end, and I'll be quiet for the next little minute.
Good, man. We love listening to you.
There is a 6-part docuseries that will come out next year called Psychedelics and it is a series of interviews with a cross-section of leaders across the United States where they speak about their own quest for meaning and how psychedelics has helped them understand that we are more than just these material beings that get up, go to work every day, and are a productive economic unit, go home and repeat. That there is a much higher sense of purpose that we are here to serve, and that the plants themselves have the capacity to enlighten us at scale in a way that's absolutely necessary if we're going to make that age of abundance happen as those visionaries articulate and dream for.
What I think is fascinating about the age that we're living in is that change comes very slowly, but it comes much faster when you have the kind of access to information that people have today. And I don't think this conversation was possible 20 years ago.
No way.
And that's
no way.
It's kind of amazing. And I don't think there was a format 20 years ago. This format has occurred because of the age of information, because of the internet, and because there's no gatekeepers anymore. And because people have the choice to decide what they want to consume, what they want to listen to. And to be able to be a part of that, to me, is an incredible privilege. And to be able to have you guys on and to have this conversation and to recognize that the reason why this is possible is because, for lack of a better term, the world's waking up.
Yes, sir.
It's just taking more time than we would like. But the world is waking up. And change happens. It just happens. People have to change their opinions. And that's very difficult because a lot of people identify with their opinions. Their opinions become a part of their ideology. And it's just very difficult to get people to change their ideology. They identify with this. It is them. And I've always tried to tell people the way I try to approach things. You are not your ideas. You are not your opinions. These are just thoughts. And if you identify with them, you are trapped in them. And you will be held hostage by them. You will try to defend them, even if they don't make sense. You will try to ignore evidence that points you in a direction that's contrary to what your current belief system is. Don't be your opinions. Don't be your ideas. Just sit in them. Be consistent. Be honest. Have ethics and morals that you adhere to. But the ideas are just ideas. And if you're wrong, you should be proud to say you're wrong. It's a sign of growth. It's a sign of intelligence. And it's a sign of you being an honest human being who cares about the truth, not about being right. Because there's too many people in this world that they don't really have conversations. They have ideological sparring matches where they're just involved in these little intellectual tugs of war where they're just trying to be right. And this is not the time for that. It's just...
So my going from hard no on criminal justice reform to literally a leader on criminal justice reform in the mid-2000s. My going from hard no on any psychedelic drugs that could be used in any way to now being what I humorously refer to as the Johnny Appleseed of Ibogaine, is to your point. You know, be be open. Be willing to say you were wrong. I know my wife would like to hear me do that more often. But hey, if you don't mind, I want to take a minute and talk about how far this movement has come. And Brian talked about Americans for Ibogaine and our ambassadors all across the country and the growth that we've seen in this. And I want to give you one example of, to your point, that 5 years ago, if you had had an institution that had its own reputation dealing with brain health and brain science and those kind of things, they would have just kind of moved you off to the side and said, no thanks. But the Center for Brain Health in Dallas, this is an extraordinary institution that's connected to the University of Texas, Dallas. Matter of fact, it's just next door to UT Southwestern, which is one of the great medical facilities in the world, UT Southwestern. And Dr. Sandy Chapman heads up the Center for Brain Health. And they've done some great work. We went up and presented to her, I don't know, probably 60 to 90 days ago. And there was another organization called Forward Intent, just a beautiful young man and his wife, Alex Duran, and his wife, who have funded an effort. And what they're doing with their resources, they're sending, I think, 250 individuals down to Mexico, to both, I think, a facility called Transcend and to Ambio. And Ambio is that facility that I've been to, Brian's been to, Marcus and Morgan Luttrell have been to. I think, probably 2,000 warfighters been down to Ambio now. Vets underwrites them. And just as an aside, this has blown up so big. And I'm talking about the Ibogaine effort, the education of Ibogaine. People, there's some hope out there. And people are rushing to find where they can go to treat the addiction that their loved one has or deal with their PTSD and what have you. And Ambio is just covered up. And I'm sure, the other facilities are as well down there. The organization VETS, which is really where I came into this, I think Amber and Marcus Capone, they don't have any openings anymore. I mean, they are completely covered up. But I mean, that's a good challenge. I'm glad we had that challenge. But my point is, you've got an institution in Dallas, Texas, that just like the state is getting the signal. It's okay to be out there talking about this. It's okay to be a leader. It's okay to get out there and lead the charge. And I want to read to you what Dr. Chapman, because I asked her, I said, do you mind if I talk about what you all are doing? And she said, absolutely. And she said, Governor, great to talk with you yesterday. Here are some comments to guide you in how to discuss our existing collaboration. I'm excited to announce that we have begun a partnership with the Center for Brain Health, University of Texas at Dallas, Americans for Ibogaine, and Forward Intent to create the largest research study of Ibogaine to date, focused on understanding its impact on the brain among the veteran community. Dr. Francesca Philby, an expert in cognitive and translational neuroscience, especially the use of neuroimaging to study brain behavior relationships, will lead the research. Our mission together is to move beyond the question of, does Ibogaine help? And instead answer the more practical questions veterans and clinicians need. Number one, who benefits and why? How long do the benefits last? Which aspects of daily life functioning, i.e. cognition, sleep, substance use, and overall well-being, improve or worsen following treatment? And how are these changes associated with brain alterations? The 3-year study will follow those treated with Ibogaine over the course of 18 months, which will allow us to create the first understanding of the sustained impacts of Ibogaine on the brain across various treatment regimes. We'll be diving more into this topic on November the 19th at the Center for Brain Health. Brain Health presents speaker series to share more. By bringing world-class scientific rigor to this space, we aren't just studying a substance. We're creating a foundation of knowledge that will expand safe, informed access for those who need it most. That is what Americans for Ibogaine is really all about. Making that type of penetration, having that type of success, seeing what Brian and the other folks have created here in the state of Texas. I'm going to tell you something, brother. There is nothing that I've been involved with in my life that gives me more pleasure than to see what we're doing and knowing that there's a father out there, a mother out there, whose child's going to be saved.
You mentioned dogma. People are, in particular in American society, there is a quest for identity. There is a quest for belonging. So much of what we see on social media and in broadcast media that is rage and anger and disaffection is tremendous loneliness and a tremendous lack of belonging to something, and a tremendous amount of trauma related to never having had anything that resembles unconditional affection within the context of a safe and stable familial relationship. That's at scale within the United States. And the degree to which dogma can thwart evolution is 100% right on. I just use my own self as an example. I was a child of Reagan's America. I can remember I was about 5 years old when he and President Carter had their first presidential debate in 1980. President Reagan was like the mother goose to the Gosling, just imprinted on me. And whereas other pictures of Joe Montana and Michael Jordan and Michael Jackson all over their rooms, mine was wallpapered with Ronald Reagan. I was the president of the Teenage Republicans in high school. I wrote him fan letters all the time. He actually replied to one, and I put it in a frame in my room. It was written on my birthday. I was president of the College Republicans at George Mason University, and I mean, I aimed to be the king of conservative Republican conformity. That was my whole mission in life. And I used to joke that when people said, well, how did you get to this? And what do you think about the fact that you're talking about it and you're so zealous in your advocacy? I would kind of make a half statement and say, well, if 25-year-old me could come and see 50-year-old me, he would look and say, what in the world happened to you? And I would kind of yuck and laugh about it. Well, here's the answer. If 25-year-old me could come back and look at 50-year-old me and say, what happened to you? 50-year-old me look right back and say, you happened to me. You happened to me. Your youthful sense of certainty, your belief that you had it all figured out, your belief that you had no further greater evolution to achieve, sir. You, in your insolence of youth, you happened to me. One of the things that I have so enjoyed learning about Governor Perry as he and I have built a relationship. The first time I really started following him was when he ran for president in 2012, and I believe that had he not had that back surgery, we would not have had a second Obama term. He would have won that race, and I think he would have won it handedly. It's been remarkable to listen to a gentleman who has been so firmly identified with the conservative wing of the Republican Party be so willing to be curious and to have that human value of curiosity and a willingness to hear and a willingness to know and a willingness to entertain that perhaps everything that he had been taught about this particular subject was not correct. Curiosity is a prime human value. And if you allow dogma to shut off your curiosity, you have hobbled yourself. And I think it was Muhammad Ali who said, if a 50-year-old man thinks the exact same way as a 20-year-old man, as he did when he was 20. He's wasted 30 years of his life, and that is dead on right.
Dead on right. Yeah, I could attest to that. Curiosity is my number one attribute. It's the thing that's led me in life, in everything I've ever done. It's just being open-minded and curious. I'm very fortunate is that I didn't think I had things figured out when I was 20 at all. I was sure that I was a moron. I was good at one thing, kicking people. That's it. And then from then, I realized that there's a lot to learn, and that as much as I learned about martial arts, I could apply that sort of open-minded discipline. Because you have to be open-minded to be good at martial arts, because you have to be able to listen. You can't think you already know. You cannot. You won't grow and you won't get better. You have to be listening to coaches. You have to be listening to instructors. You have to be listening to your teammates. You have to listen to everybody. If you don't listen, if you have, don't tell me, those people don't go anywhere. And I learned that very early on. It's very fortunate that I found that path, because I've applied that to virtually everything that I've ever done in life. Instead of having this belief that I have things figured out. I mean, I've certainly been more sure than I should have been at many times in my life, but always willing to stop and go, maybe I'm wrong. And if it wasn't for this podcast, it would have never gotten to where it is, because I've fortunately been able to talk to brilliant people. And, I grew up I lived in California for 26 years. Before that, I lived in Boston and New York. I thought of people, the Southern accent in particular, right? And this is a standard thing that a lot of people on the coasts have. You hear people talk with a Southern accent, you think they're dumb. And it's a terrible stereotype that actually came out because of hookworm parasites. I'm sure you're aware of that story.
I'm not.
You're not? Okay. The stereotype of the lazy, dull-minded Southerner came out of the fact that a large percentage of people in the South had contracted hookworms from walking around barefoot, and hookworm parasites will rob you of your intellectual capacity. They greatly diminish your ability to think and exhaust you, lower and, in quotes, lazier, but you're really just infected with the parasite. And it's an enormous percentage of the population in the 1900s were infected with hookworm, and in the South in particular, hot climates. And this is where the stereotype came from. When someone like you speaks with such insane recall, your recall is bananas, your recall of dates and names and times, and I have a pretty good recall. It's nothing like yours. It's extraordinary. And I love when I meet someone who's brilliant, who still has a Southern accent, because it's like
I said,
forget all your stereo, baby, because they're not real. It's not real. None of that is real. Individuals vary wildly. And, I've met brilliant people from coastal cities, and I've met fucking morons that talk like, a person that you would assume would be a highly educated, intelligent person, but they're closed-minded and foolish in their ways. And having had this ability to have all these different conversations with different people, it's just like every time I have another conversation, it expands my understanding just a little more and a little more and a little more. And I love it. And it's all out of curiosity. And I'm very happy that I've been able to make that curiosity infectious.
My favorite cities, I know we're getting off the beaten path here a little bit.
I love to get off the beaten path. It's my favorite thing to do.
My favorite cities in America are those that you can go to and not feel like you're in the country. Miami is fabulous.
It's a wild place. You should have a passport to go to Miami.
It is fabulous. And I remember the first time I went to New York City one time when I was about 5 years old. The only thing I could remember was the Empire State Building and some dude with purple hair sticking his tongue out at me. The next time was in 2019. And I'd always had kind of that stereotypical Southerners attitude, a bunch of, haughty,
stuck-up,
mean-acting Yankee people living in an obnoxious locale that would just be hell on earth to have to endure. So I had the opportunity to go and spend a day there, and rolled into Grand Central Station on the railway from, I think it was New Haven, Connecticut. And just to watch the dimensions of the architecture as we rolled into the city, crazy, the expansion of scale of this place.
How old were you?
Well, let's see, I was about to turn 44. I think I could hear the Beverly Hillbillies music playing in my head. So we get off our Grand Central Station, and I walked all through that. I walked from Grand Central Station all the way down to the tip of where the World Trade Center was. And it was New York City is a monumental human accomplishment. When you can have the entire world within 300 square miles, and it is a living affirmation of everything the United States is supposed to be as the last best hope of humankind on earth, just to be in that place. Anytime I've gone back since, I mean the minute that I go to get the Uber at LaGuardia Airport and I see that skyline, I mean, my heart just starts racing. I would have never thought that I would just fall in love with New York City, but it is fabulous. San Francisco's the same way. There are so many wonderful places in the United States where you wouldn't think that somebody necessarily who sounded like me would endorse. But one of the best things that I have done is stop watching television news. The last time I watched television news was after the first Obama press conference in January of 2009, and I cut it off. Wow. Aside from presidential debates and election returns, I've never turned it back on. I shouldn't tell this, the number of times I've left my front door wide open, the garage door open in my neighborhood, and nothing has happened is remarkable. This country, in terms of her people, is as much like it was back in 1950 as it has ever been. The complexion is a little different. We got a lot more diversity now than we've ever had. But once you take that blinder of mass media mayhem and all this fabricated division that is purposely put out there to keep us divided,
To keep us tuning in.
And segregating.
Yeah.
Once you take yourself out of it and you just start having a conversation, next time someone gets into an Uber with someone who doesn't have English as a second language, strike up a conversation. Ask them, how did you come to the United States? What brought you here? And your heart is going to fill with just the unbelievable amount of pride and love to hear those accents from the Middle East and from Africa speak about this country in ways that take us right back to 1776. It's a fabulous place, and I'm able to say so much of this because of what the plants have helped clarify by way of that universal human divinity that we all share, that this country is the cradle to protect and to honor, which is what makes this mission so incredibly important. And I do want to, I'm sorry. No, go ahead, please. There's two people that I left off of our ambassador program that I think are really showstoppers I want to mention. One is a gentleman by the name of Rear Admiral Jim Hancock. This gentleman received Ibogaine treatment for his wounds of war. He was the Navy Medical Corps Chief and was the medical officer for the United States Marine Corps. One of our other ambassadors is a gentleman by the name of General Glenn Curtis. He served in both Gulf Wars. He served in Afghanistan. His most recent stint of service was as the Commanding General for the Louisiana National Guard. And he is one of our prime spokespeople for legislation that's pending in Louisiana right now to join Texas as a partner in this Ibogaine trial. So
That's fantastic.
please say what you were going to, because I'm curious.
I don't even remember.
Hey, well, I remember what I wanted to talk about. So, and I want to get us back on the track that we were talking about. Brian's done a great job to discuss the spiritual aspect of the medicine and what I mean. That's incredibly important. Don't get me wrong on that at all. And but what brought me personally to the medicine. Obviously, my relationship with Marcus and Morgan, what have you. And then as I studied it, I'm like, if you're really going to be a legitimate spokesperson for this, if you're going to, put your reputation out there, you need to be treated. You need to go through the treatment. And I'm going to get to you at the end of the conversation, but I want to set this up if I may. And in 2023, if my memory serves me correct, this is the same time that Nolan Williams was heading up the 30 veteran study that Stanford was going to oversee, kind of the early days, if you will, of some clinical trial type effort to have the data, to have the background, some early day efforts to start educating the public about that is how I do this. They had 30 vets. I think they were between the ages of like 22 and 42. They all had moderate to severe PTSD. They were, some of them addicted to alcohol. They were pretty classic veteran population that had some real challenges. They were sent to Stanford, and they did baseline functional MRIs. And then they were sent down to Ambio, just south of Tijuana, where they were given the treatment. And then that lasted, I think about a 4-day treatment protocol. Work your way in. Tuesday, you get preparation. Tuesday evening, you get the compound. Wednesday's a recovery day. Thursday, there's a 5-MeO DMT treatment. And then you go home. They went back to Stanford after 5 days after the treatment and had follow-up MRIs. I think they did an MRI at 30 days and then a functional MRI at 6 months. So there was a good piece of data there to look at. Just stunningly good results. And the results, I think there was 87% of them who 6 months, now better than 2 years later, but that have zero PTSD. The addictions were at that level of reduction that we talked about in the high 80 percentiles. We've seen all of this data before. This is nothing new. But the reason I share that with you is that I basically went down and followed the same protocol. I wasn't part of the clinical trial, and I only wanted to be treated with Ibogaine. I did not want to take the 5-MeO DMT. So what I was looking at, and I was interested in this from the brain regenerative side of it. I had about as bucolic a life as you've ever had. I never had anybody mistreat me of anything that you could even get close to calling traumatic effect. I had no trauma in my life. I grew up on a dryland cotton farm, 60 miles from Abilene, Texas, 16 miles from the closest place that had a post office in a part of Texas that was just a lovely, wonderful, loving place. My dad loved me. I knew it. And, my scoutmaster and my principal and my superintendent of my Sunday school class, who, by the way, were all the same person. And he drove the bus and was a football coach. But I had his non-traumatic growing up period, as you can imagine. So I was concussed, severely concussed, 3 times. Twice in athletic events, and I'm talking about knocked out completely for over 1 minute. And those are severe concussions. 2 times athletic events, 1 time unloading horses, knocked completely out. So what I know now is that as I got to pilot training and I started noticing that I was having trouble sleeping and that this thing that I understood later in life was anxiety had crept into my life. So I had I'm gonna put it in the mild category: anxiety and insomnia. I went into a very odd line of work, politics, to have those two kind of things, and I masked them rather well. Most people didn't know I had that. My wife did, but other than that, even my senior staff in my offices through the year, agriculture commissioner, lieutenant governor, they did not know that I had this challenge of maybe sleeping 3.5, 4 hours a night, being anxious at times to the point of being never dysfunctional. But from my perspective, probably some people out there in the political world said, "Hell, Perry, you were dysfunctional the whole damn time." What are you talking about? Anyway, beside the point. I had the treatment. I had the brain scan going in. I had the brain scan a week later. I had the brain scan at 6 months. The first brain scan, they said, "Look, your brain looks pretty good for a 73-year-old guy." He said, you're actually in pretty good shape. You don't have a lot of atrophy. You got some mild atrophy, but your brain looks pretty good. The week after scan showed a 27% increase in the prefrontal cortex of my brain. That's where your focus, your concentration, your emotions reside. And a 27% increase in that prefrontal cortex activity. My 6-month scan, I have a dear friend who's a neurosurgeon from Tyler, Dr. Charlie Gordon, who is a 40-plus year neurosurgeon, spine expert, who looked at lots of brain scans. A respectful skeptic of this. When I told him I was going to be this compound called ibogaine, this psychoactive compound, he was recoiled a little bit. He was like, "You need to be really careful with that." He has now gone from being respectful skeptic to looking at the data from the clinical trial that was done at Stanford, talking to a fairly good number of the veterans that went through that trial, talking to Dr. Williams, talking to other specialists at Stanford, and he has gone from respectful skeptic to a full-on believer in this medicine. I mean, an absolute supporter that this medicine does what it says it does. It heals people of addictions. It heals from PTSD. This medicine does what it does. And we were driving back from the airport that day after the 6-month scan. He had looked at it as it came off of the machine. And he said, "Governor, I'm not going to blow smoke up your dress. Your atrophy is gone." He said, "I have no idea why this has happened, but he said the difference between your initial baseline scan and 6 months later, clearly the atrophy in your brain is gone." He said, "Your brain looks like a 40-year-old. Now, the reason I share that story with you is because, number one, that's partly what drives me about this, is that there is a regenerative aspect of this medicine that we don't really understand yet. And if it does what we think it's going to do, and that's the reason these clinical trials are just so stunningly important. That's the reason what the Center for Brain Health and what they're going to be doing and the data they're going to be collecting. I'm convinced of what this data is going to show. But for all of those individuals out there who don't have substance abuse problems, who weren't traumatized as a child, but who have been concussed, and we know that damage is out there, and that the cumulative side. Robert Gallery, that great professional football player who had really bad CTE, and he will tell you today this medicine saved his life. A question for you, Joe Rogan, is how many times do you think you've been concussed in life?
I don't know. I have no idea.
Dozens.
Yeah, I'd have to go back and think about times. Most of it was from sparring, or a few from fights.
But if we think about that, if there is this cumulative effect,
yeah.
Are you? How old are you now?
58.
Would Joe Rogan be willing to say, you know what? I've seen enough. I believe that this medicine does what you say it will do. And for a person like me, that it could be incredibly helpful to my long-term plan of living a long and healthy and engaged life, that Joe Rogan would go and be treated with Ibogaine.
Yeah, I would definitely do it. I'm very fascinated by it. I mean, I've never heard anybody say, I wish I didn't do it.
He mentioned his brain scans post-treatment. A couple of weeks ago, while I was at that One Earth gathering, I met a lady who I will call Lonnie, and she had just returned from an Ibogaine treatment in November of 25. She related an early life of just ungodly physical abuse by her father, who was addicted to OxyContin. You know, we began this conversation about the realities of the opioid epidemic in America. While death is the most terminal outcome is measured out about 700,000 Americans, there is a much broader web of hardcore travesty that exists around each of those death outcomes. And Lonnie experienced that. She had multiple concussions from her own father. Like many individuals who experience trauma of this nature, she developed her own drug addiction. She was in and out of jail. She was homeless at different point in time. She managed to get recovered. She had a separate traumatic brain injury that was fairly severe in 2018. And then she was diagnosed with what I believe is called young onset Parkinson's diagnosis that is pre-age 50. Her Parkinson's had progressed to the point to where she could not write because of the tremulousness in her hands. So when I saw her 2 weeks ago and she introduced herself, she had all of the appearance and affect of a perfectly healthy human being. It was only after we sat down and she explained what her experience had been and where she was at now that the Ibogaine disclosure was made. Her hand was just as calm as mine, and she said that it had been essentially 3 months and that she had been able to resume a normal life and that her mind felt restored. Now, based on the responses we got after our first interview with you, I want to be very careful here. This is truly the edge of science, and there is much unknown about the variety of Parkinson's that this can treat. There's some suggestion that it is better for those who have a genetic predisposition for the disease than it is for those who contract Parkinson's as the result of environmental exposure. Ibogaine does not appear to have any impact on Parkinson's developed as a result of exposure to environmental toxin. The stage of the disease at which you catch it also appears to make a big difference. The earlier, the better. It has also been asserted that Ibogaine does not cure Parkinson's. What it does is slows disease progression and creates for some a broad window of opportunity for the restoration of function that can dramatically improve the quality of life. Now, I've just given a number of qualifiers about its impact and efficacy on one individual, but think about what we just said here. This is a woman who was diagnosed with young onset Parkinson's. She had lost the ability to write because of the tremulousness in her hands. She's 4 months out from her treatment, and she's been able to resume her full normal life with a complete restoration of function. If we could get a COVID vaccine out In 9 months, there is no reason why, with the focused effort of Texas and the other states we'll discuss here momentarily, that we cannot achieve the moonshot of our time within 3 years or less. And that is the completion of an Ibogaine medication that can be fully integrated into the U.S. healthcare system and made just as universally available as every ineffective opioid-based treatment that we currently deploy through the medical system at a cost of $700,000 per patient. Sponsored by Indivior, which is one of the chief pharmaceutical developers of everything that we have that fails 75% of the time.
Yeah, I mean, if we could do it, it would be pretty extraordinary. And if it is done, I really do believe that it would have a complete changing of society. When people have no hope and there's nothing, and then all of a sudden there's something that comes along that you do it once and it's an 85% effective rate, and you do it twice and it's in the high 90s. I mean, change. I mean, how many people are out there struggling with something, whether it's alcoholism, whether it's obesity, whether it's, that's another thing. Like there's people that are calming themselves with food, right? And it's masking.
That's probably a sugar addiction, don't you think? I mean, from the standpoint of
it is, but for a lot of people, there's something else. For some people, it's sexual abuse when they're younger and they eat. It's
interesting.
It's an addiction.
Yep.
And it's not just a physical addiction, it's a psychological addiction. I brought up gambling because I know a lot of people that are addicted to gambling.
Pornography.
Yeah, pornography. Sure. There's a lot of things.
The translation models we mentioned, all ones who had developed those eating disorders, one of which was a compulsive eater as a result of that childhood sexual abuse. And Ibogaine was the treatment of last resort, not the first option. And their own recovery story, which can be found on the Americans for Ibogaine website, is truly extraordinary. And speaking of extraordinary, when we came in here to push Texas, our belief was, and still is, and is now playing out at scale, that if Texas did this, it would be joined by a number of other states who are no longer willing to sit and wait on an inefficient, often incompetent, and also incompetently corrupt federal bureaucracy that will not move in response to the genuine needs of the American people at the pace that it needs to. There are a variety of well-intentioned reformers within the current administration, Secretary Kennedy, Secretary Collins, and others, who have voiced their support for the advancement of plant medicine as breakthrough treatments primarily for U.S. warfighters, but also for other members of our society for whom these medications could help. We believe that these individuals are stymied by two realities. The first reality is the Byzantine complexity of the federal bureaucracy, the degree and compromise by the institutional capture of its functioning by companies that make money on keeping problems alive. We think they're probably also stymied by perhaps some other political cross currents within the administration that view psychedelics with skepticism and that are therefore willing to be indiscriminate in their resistance to the advancement of any of them, when in fact the advancement of this one is of existential critical importance as a breakthrough treatment for millions of Americans who need it now. And so to that end, Americans for Ibogaine, following the Texas success, convened a gathering of 200 people in Aspen, Colorado in November of last year. These individuals were invited, appointed, and elected state officials from 22 individual states and aligned citizens of influence who were willing, as the citizens were here, to get behind efforts in state legislatures to create a partnership with Texas that, by end result, will form the unstoppable external force through the states that can crash through the federal wall using not just their resources, but their political influence to execute one unified FDA drug development trial and to force the federal government to be responsive to everything that is required to ensure it is successful. So as we sit here today, we have been working with elected officials in Alabama, Georgia, Idaho, Maryland, Michigan, New Hampshire, South Carolina, Vermont, Ohio, Pennsylvania, Florida, South Dakota, and California, each of whom have legislators who are willing to introduce and to pursue bills to join their states into Texas as this trial. Governor Perry and I spoke to the American Legislative Exchange Council as keynote speakers on December 5th of last year. This is an umbrella think tank organization for center-right, mostly Republican legislatures from across the country. In its entire existence, ALEC has taken two positions when it comes on the war on drugs: more prison, more penalties, more prison, more penalties, ad infinitum. After we spoke about the necessity of Ibogaine medical integration into the United States and the capacity of the states to force this reality into being, ALEC issued a formal position statement as well as model legislation endorsing what we call the American Ibogaine Initiative to bring the states all together to make this happen with one unified voice. And so now, as we sit here with you today, in the state of Tennessee, there are two bills, one each, in the state House and the state Senate that are making its way through that legislature to join Texas. Before we walked in here this morning, the Tennessee Senate Finance Committee voted 11-0 to move Tennessee's bill forward to the full state Senate for consideration and what will, I believe, be passage. And I would like to give a shout out to a special sister by the name of Ricky Harris, who has led that Tennessee campaign. Right now, there are two bills in the Missouri legislature, House Bill 2817 and Senate Bill 1581, which are receiving good, considerate, deliberative thought by legislators there, but frankly need a little motivation. So if you're in Missouri and you want to see Ibogaine medicine for your family member, for your community, for your state, you call into the Missouri legislature and say, move the Ibogaine bill forward to join Missouri with Texas. Oklahoma. The Oklahoma House of Representatives has passed its Ibogaine bill. It is now pending in its Senate. In Louisiana, Senate Bill 43 has been introduced to join that state to Texas. And in what I can only describe as full circle justice, the Kentucky Senate passed Senate Bill 77 by a margin of 35-2 to join Kentucky, where this all began, with Texas as a state partner in this Ibogaine drug development trial. It is now sitting in the Kentucky House of Representatives. So if you are at home, please call the Kentucky House of Representatives and ask them to pass the Kentucky Ibogaine Initiative so the state will not be left out. Now, here are some just unbelievable words that are going to come out of my mouth. The state of West Virginia, their House of Delegates, by a vote of 96-0, in their state Senate unanimously passed their Ibogaine bill to join Texas, and it has now been sent to their governor for signature. And the one that is the most poignant and moving, for all the obvious reasons, the state of Mississippi, the crucible for the triumph of uniquely American hope over horror, under the leadership of Representative Sam Creekmore. Its state House of Representatives passed by a margin of 111-1, and its state Senate passed by a margin of 51-1. The Mississippi Ibogaine Initiative, which will tie the state of Mississippi with a $5 million appropriation from its opioid fund to Texas to develop the most powerful psychedelic on the planet, as a breakthrough treatment for trauma and addiction for the people of Mississippi.
That's incredible.
It is going to be signed, actually has been legally signed by Governor Tate Reeves. And Governor Perry and I have asked for a special signing ceremony with Representative Creekmore, his legislative leaders there, to stand in Jackson, Mississippi, and see that signed into law as a matter of ceremonial formality. What a wonderfully redemptive opportunity that we have here to shepherd. And we hope and pray that our organization can be sufficiently resourced and sufficiently engaged over the next 3 years so that we can see this process to conclusion. I'll mention a couple of others since we're talking about the capacity to make this a broad-based humanitarian mission that improves the human condition. Just Friday, before traveling down here on Sunday, I received a letter from the government of Gabon naming Americans for Ibogaine as its official partner for the advancement of Iboga medicine globally. Gabon has 2.3 million people, It's got 100,000 square miles of territory that's the modern Garden of Eden. I've had the opportunity to take a trip there and I mean trip is in the geographic sense, not the not the Eboga trip though. I hope that will be on the agenda in the ceremonial way sometime within the next year. We traveled there from January 6th to January 20th, and if someone would have said when you go to Gabon, you're going to have one of the most down-home experiences you've ever had in my life, it would have blown my mind. But it was a fabulous journey, one in which they were jubilant about our ability to what they call the certain. In fact, it's one of the most scientifically advanced substances that has perhaps ever been discovered, and we're honored that the government would choose us as their partner to move this forward. On Monday, after a conference call with Chief Gary Batten, I can confirm that the Choctaw Nation will seek to join Texas in the expansion of this Ibogaine drug development trial onto their sovereign territory as the third largest Native American tribe in the country. On April the 7th, I will be traveling to Durant, Oklahoma for what is being called the Intertribal Council meeting of what they describe as the 5 civilized tribes. That's their name, not mine. This is a gathering of the leadership of the Choctaw, the Chickasaw, the Cherokee, the Muscogee, and the Seminole. We expect passage of a resolution that I will be there to lobby for, where the 5 civilized tribes will declare their solidarity with Americans for Ibogaine for the integration of this divine emancipator into the U.S. healthcare system as expeditiously as possible and make all of their resources available to explore the extent to which we can operationalize Ibogaine medicine as quickly as possible. It is my hope and aspiration that we will see all of Native America join this effort before the end of this year.
Can I stop you there? Would that make it so that they would be able to immediately establish retreats there? So similar to the way they have casinos? Because they don't have the same sort of regulations that some states do.
Tribal sovereignty is an area of the law with which I am not familiar. I would not be able to speak to the degree to which they could autonomously open a clinic. The most immediate issue would be related to the creation of a supply chain, because you have travel through interstate commerce in the U.S. states, which theoretically restricted. However, there is one spectacular opportunity, not just to expedite the creation of Ibogaine treatment access for Native America, but for all of America. And this gets into federal right to try legislation, authored by former U.S. Senator Kyrsten Sinema and signed by the president during his first administration in 2018. What federal right to try legislation, the law provides, is that once any medication makes its way through phase 1 safety testing within the FDA's process, then anyone with a life-threatening condition for which that medication is being developed can request treatment with that medication and obtain it from a willing prescriber. What does that mean? That means that as soon as Texas, or as soon as one of the native tribes effectively completes a phase 1 safety study under the language of the law, anyone who has a life-threatening condition for which this medication is being developed, first and foremost, opioid dependency, can go and request and get the treatment. We have one complication. Presently, the Drug Enforcement Administration, in keeping with the practice of many government agencies that use their arbitrary authority to interpret law, has asserted that federal right to try does not apply to Schedule 1 substances. This means that based on not the language of the law, but on DEA's interpretation preference of that law, once Ibogaine clears through phase 1, it would be disqualified for access under federal right to try, because the DEA says that if Schedule 1 substances were intended to be included, they would have been specifically listed in the legislation. When Kyrsten Sinema, the author of the bill, explained to them that the language is unambiguous and it says any medication. Their response was insolence and a refusal to honor what the statute actually says, which is one of these numerous examples of the use of fictitious legal realities to do violence to legitimate reality. The DEA needs to be told to relent on its misinterpretation and extrajudicial interpretation of federal right to trial, to interpret it as written, so that once any phase 1 study on Ibogaine is completed, delivery can be effectuated through the medical system immediately.
And I might add, one of the challenges that I've seen over my 40 years of being involved in government is that bureaucrats, the easiest and the safest answer for a bureaucrat is no. And I think that's part of what we're running into in D.C. with the DEA. One of the issues that I certainly hope and pray, and as we go through the summer and as we see what's happened in Texas, Mississippi, and these other states, that we'll have the opportunity to sit down with President Trump and to just share with him what we're doing, what we're seeing across the country, and that we can potentially have a conversation about the rescheduling of Ibogaine from 1 to 2 or 3. Just you get it out of that Schedule 1, which there's no reason in the world, you've talked about this many times, Joe, that Ibogaine is on Schedule 1. It does have medical purposes. I mean, it's very clear it does. And secondly, it is not addictive. So the idea on its face that Ibogaine is shown as this Schedule 1 compound is just a fallacy.
Well, the sweeping Schedule 1 Act in 1970 is just nuts. Yeah. They just threw a bunch of stuff in there. Many of the things aren't even psychoactive. A question, the iboga tree, can it be grown in the United States?
Theoretically, it could be.
Is it climate dependent?
It's climate dependent. It's soil dependent. It is considered an entourage plant, whereby it absorbs essentially the essence, not just of the soil around it, but of the other botanicals. One of the things we learned in Gabon is that much like we have grape varietals in California for all the different kinds of wine that they produce, there are different varieties of the iboga shrub. How it grows in the north of the country is very different than how it grows in the south.
In terms of the amount of compound that's in it, or the type of compound that's in it?
The potency, the strength, the nature of its effect on the person, the way that it kind of facilitates the spiritual journey. There's some of it that will kind of have a dark angle. There's some of it that has more of a light angle. We are just really scratching the surface of knowledge as to all the ways in which it can vary based on how it grows naturally. One of the most fascinating things that we learned there, and this is going to give you chills. We visited a 5-hectare, they use the metric system, we visited a 5-hectare iboga plantation right in the center of Weaverville that is run by one of their former prime ministers. It's an experimental farm to kind of understand how it grows, the optimal ways in which to grow it, and what different outcomes are. So as we were walking along, we came to these 2 small bushes. It takes for about 10 years to come to maturation. We come along this pathway. They were 2 shrubs, identical, growing just a couple of feet apart from each other. And they pointed those out and said, well, what does that look like to you? And I said, well, those are iboga shrubs. And they smiled and they said, well, it would appear so, because they are identical. They said, but in nature, when you find an iboga shrub, you're going to have to be very careful to determine which one's which, because in nature it looks like they grow in pairs. One is the real deal. The other is its poison imposter. And they grow together.
And they look identical?
They look identical.
How do you differentiate?
It's not until they get fully grown into their 10th year, one bears fruit, which is the real deal, and the other does not.
Wow.
Now, how does that do you for the physical communication of a mystical spiritual reality.
So it takes 10 years for it to come to fruition to the point where it can be useful.
No.
So you could use it before then, but
Yes.
you don't know whether you're getting the real deal or you're just killing yourself.
When you see them grow in pairs.
Wow.
So there's one group of people who know how to differentiate. One of the things that we learned is that there is a healthy underground international market for the bark. Just like we use vitamin B complex, or we use valerian root to help us go to sleep. People in Gabon will use the iboga bark for mental acuity, and just like drinking a cup of coffee. I mean, to get the psychoactive effect, you have to eat like 5 big, huge heaping plates of this stuff over the course of time. It's so bitter it will burn your mouth. I mean, it's an Olympian ordeal. Yes, sir. It's an Olympian ordeal to consume the amount of bark that's necessary to get that mystical effect. You're sicker than a dog the whole time you're doing it. But apparently piracy in the country for the shrub is fairly prominent. And they explain that what poachers will do is that they will take the poison imposter and basically, like the street supply where you put pollutants in with cocaine or whatever here, they put that imposter bark in with the real, because you cannot visually differentiate. The Umbango pygmy, who we had the privilege of meeting, who hosted us for an overnight ceremony of blessing and protection, it was just phenomenal. They apparently can just taste the bark even when it's mixed together, and they can tell if it's adulterated with the imposter.
Wow.
But to know
This is like sommeliers of ibogaine.
yes, that's a great way to put it. An ibogaine sommelier. Might have to go over and get tutored.
Yeah, I wonder what that process is like. Boy. Well, it seems to me that with the incredible effectiveness of this compound and it being adopted by all these states, he said, it almost seems inevitable that change is coming.
Well, here's what we need to make change happen.
We need the DEA to get on board.
Well, we need the DEA to get on board, but we need one man to get on board. And that man is President of the United States. We're here to recognize America in her 250th year. 25 of those 250, now 10% of time, has been spent at war. And there are conditions unique to war that only this medication can responsibly address in a way that nothing else can. If there is an opportunity to improve the human condition at scale, particularly for those who are even right now being marched in to go and fight yet another war, taking executive action that would direct ibogaine to be moved to Schedule 2, that the provisions of the Halt Fentanyl Act be applied to the Texas Multi-State Ibogaine Drug Development Trial, that the DEA be directed to interpret federal right to try so as to not exclude Schedule 1 medications that are in drug development, and that it be appropriately interpreted so that any medication that makes it through phase 1 can be accessed by a person with a life-threatening condition, and then directed that federal scientific research agencies, whether they be within Health and Human Services or the Pentagon, come alongside the states in direct partnership to fund and foster the accelerated pharmacological development of ibogaine, so that this medication can make its way all the way through the FDA's process with their supportive guidance within 3 years or less. It is the moonshot of our time. And if there's a humanitarian legacy to be left for the ages by a president who very much wishes to have a legacy that is well reflected upon by posterity, this is one of the most monumental opportunities he has to help folks at scale in a way that no president perhaps has before. We're at a flood in history, not just for this country, but globally.
Well, I certainly hope that this message reaches the president, and I will try to make sure that it does.
Thank you, sir.
I mean, I think in terms of the amount of people that it can help and the crisis that our country is enduring with opiate addiction, with PTSD, with all sorts of trauma, with CTE, from sports, from car accidents, and what have you. I mean, it's astonishing that this is even a struggle. when you consider the effectiveness of this, it's astonishing that we have to plead and that you have to put in so much work. And kudos to you for doing that. And kudos to Dan Patrick for this recent adoption of it here in Texas. And I mean, I just can only hope that momentum is on the side that's correct, and that this is implemented through the entire country, and that people wake up and realize, like, we can help people. And everyone at this point in time, because of the opioid crisis, everyone is touched by this. Everyone has a family member. Everyone knows someone, a friend, a neighbor, everyone knows someone who's been hit by this. I have friends that have no problems with anything else, and they had an injury and got hooked on opiates and had a terrible time kicking it.
Opioids are, I'll use the word demonic. I don't know any other way to.
It's a good word.
To
robs
describe
people
it.
Of their life.
And to have seen, back in Kentucky, where this all started, in my opinion, in your work there, and to have the success that we're seeing now in Kentucky, and having it blocked historically when you were there at the opioid abatement commission, and the current governor being a part of that blockade, if you will, former employee of the Sackler family, and today to have the opportunity, for the Kentucky people of Kentucky to finally get the opportunity to make right what they got so tragically impacted by back in the late 90s and the 2000s. It gives me great hope, not just for this country, but for the side of righteousness, that this happens in a big and a powerful way.
You mentioned the Kentucky experience. Before we rolled out the Ibogaine Initiative there and ran the stood at the opioid commission, I thought our first job was to go and to hear from the people of the state. We were getting $1 billion in settlement funds. This money was coming to us because thousands of their family members had died. So recognizing that confidence in government is at an all-time low, I thought it was important to go out and say, hey, here's who we are, here's the job we've been given, here's the resource we have. Tell us what need you have in your community that we can look to fund. This is something that needs to be accessible to grassroots organizations. It needs to be accountable to you as people. And we need to make sure we're transparent with how we use this money. But our first job is to listen. Well, over the course of 20 town halls across the state, Tuesday evenings from 6 p.m. until we wrapped up, what began as a 15-minute technocratic presentation of what this state commission does turned into these mass catharsis events where hundreds of people, thousands over the course of those 20 town halls, poured out the depths of their grief right at our feet. And after they did, the sum total of their response to us was, we don't think that you have the competence or the integrity to do anything that's going to make a meaningful difference in this life, in our lives. And we don't expect 1 cent of this money is going to make the least bit of difference for us. In one of these town halls, I heard about a young woman by the name of Tamara. And her story was a volunteer at a clinic for the survivors of child sexual abuse. This particular clinic made sure that children received appropriate medical treatment, that they received proper therapeutic counseling, and that they were placed in family circumstances where they could perhaps have a chance to have a decent life. So this volunteer told about meeting a young woman by the name of Tamara when Tamara was 10 years old, had been horrifically sexually abused by a family member. Tamara had to have a series of reconstructive surgeries because of how awful it was. And she said that she worked with Tamara for about 2 or 3 years, and that she went to her adopted family, and she hadn't been heard from since, and that she assumed that was, despite how awful her circumstances were when she came through the door, that she managed to get well and go on and have a relatively functional and happy life, as happy as one can to be a survivor of those circumstances. This same woman said that about 10 years later, she was volunteering at the Perry County, Kentucky Detention Center in the county seat of Hazard. And then she was offering mindfulness yoga classes to inmates there, just as a volunteer. And she said she went in one evening to teach her class. And then she saw this young woman sitting in the corner off to herself, kind of withdrawn. She didn't want to come participate in any of the yoga exercises or anything. And then she was looking at her. And she said, even though she was an adult, she looked kind of like what this young woman appeared, Tamara, when she was 10 years old. She said, so I walked up to her, knelt down beside her, and I said, is your name Tamara? And she said that young woman looked up at her and recognized her eyes bright, and she said, yes. How'd you know? She said, I'm a volunteer who worked with you when you came to our clinic when you were 10. What are you doing in here? And Tamara explained that because of the surgeries that she had performed to be reconstructed, they had given her opioids. And that what began to treat her physical pain, she continued to rely upon to treat her tremendous spiritual and emotional pain. And she had gotten busted by an oxy on the street by a deputy with the Perry County Sheriff's Department and put in jail. Now you think about what I just said about how this young woman's life got started off, and the response of power to her was a prison. This is why what we're doing is so necessary. And Governor Perry mentions one other reality that's important. Some of your viewers may have seen a Politico article published on Sunday about a presidential aspirant by the name of Andy Beshear, who is the current Kentucky governor. Andy Beshear was the Attorney General of Kentucky before he was governor. He is the son of his father, Steve Beshear, who was governor for 8 years between 2007 and 2015. Andy's greatest accomplishment is being his father's son, because he has never accomplished anything outside of his father's lap. The legislature in Kentucky has been controlled by Republican supermajorities over the entirety of his term, and everything for which he claims credit actually belongs to them by way of accomplishment. There are a few things for which he can claim credit. One is shutting down the state of Kentucky harder than Gavin Newsom shut down the state of California, which resulted in the educational hobbling of an entire generation of Kentucky children who were already well behind national average standards on both reading and math. You could go to a liquor store or a strip club for months in Kentucky before you could send your child to a public school. Andy Beshear is responsible for that. He shut down the state's entire economy. He had an antiquated unemployment benefit system that he instructed the director of to make sure that his contributors and his family members were placed to the front of the line, while regular everyday people at home got a busy signal for months on end and had no financial lifeline, while his family and friends got valet treatment. When this was discovered, he scapegoated the director of the unemployment system for following his own instructions, a guy by the name of Muncie McNamara. And Mr. McNamara took his own life. But the most egregious reality about Andy Beshear and his father pertains to the fact that they were both law partners at the law firm that represented Purdue Pharma against the people of Kentucky in the litigation over OxyContin while they were law partners there. Andy Beshear and his daddy drew law partner paychecks off Purdue Pharma client bills while they were there. And the people of Kentucky should have received $1 billion, but instead received a measly $24 million payout from Purdue Pharma because Andy and his daddy's law firm malpracticed that case. The public record will establish that as part of the Purdue Pharma settlement, 17 million documents were destroyed. The case was put under seal, and as a condition of the settlement, Their law firm was allowed to cure their malpractice of the case, which resulted in a $24 million settlement within days of Andy Beshear becoming the Attorney General. That's right, the Attorney General. I said I've been Republican all my life, and I have. My family's been Republican going back to the Civil War. I don't care if it's Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, Pete Buttigieg, that Illinois governor, Governor Pritzker, any national Democrat who needs my time, my effort, whatever I can offer by way of volunteer resources to make sure that Andy Beshear never sniffs the sewer grate of the White House, they've got it. In this Politico article, Andy talks about, in much the same way as other performative public piety purveyors, that his life is guided by the Golden Rule and the Good Samaritan. He likes to wear his Sunday school and deacon affiliations on his sleeve, as so many other performative public piety figures do. If he were actually going to preach the part of the Bible that he has lived, he would talk more about Judas and the 40 pieces of silver than he would any Golden Rule and the Good Samaritan. And I just want to make sure that the people of home and the people of America know who this man is, as the national media takes up Kentucky media's grotesque narrative about his decency and tries to lie him into the White House. Thank you for letting me say that. It's been a long time coming.
I understand. Anything else before we wrap this up? You think we covered it all?
We hit it good. Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
You've been
Thank you, Brian.
really big supporter of this effort.
Well, I think it's just incredible. I mean, I can't believe it's happening. It's kind of giving up hope that people would wake up to the powerful potential that a lot of these compounds have to change people's lives.
Yeah. Well, I'm sure there were some teachers of mine back in the 1950s that the idea that that little burr-headed kid that is, obviously not paying a lot of attention could somehow or another end up being the governor of the great state of Texas. And there's probably a long list of those, as a matter of fact. And I'm sure there's some people over the course of the last 15 years, as I matriculated up through the political process, has said, the idea that this guy's going to be standing up, putting his reputation on the line for something like psychedelics, is that ain't going to happen. But it goes back to your point about be curious, be courageous, and make a difference.
All right.
And you're doing it, Joe Rogan. Thank you, man.
Thank you. Thank you too, Brian.
Thank you. And do you mind if I share one nice thing?
Sure.
And because it is the 250th anniversary of the country, this comes from the heart. The bicentennial children have had the blessing of being the grandchildren of that greatest generation that overcame the Great Depression, defeated Nazism, killed Jim Crow, and crushed totalitarian communism. That greatest generation loved, lived, suffered, bled, and died to leave us the shining city on the hill. Over the past 50 years, the bicentennial children, or those who are known as Generation X, have experienced the mass extinction of family and community. We are the first generational cohort of mass refugees from obliterated biological families who had to seek and build new families of choice based on the salvation bond of unconditional affection, rejecting only the superficial, socialized separatisms of the skin suits into which we have been born. Over the past 30 years, we have watched truth, justice, and the American way be overrun by institutional deceit, white-collar criminality, and the thieving tyrant's will, an odious alignment of official depravity which has produced the opioid epidemic, the gravest engineered humanitarian catastrophe to play out since the end of the 19th century, an epidemic which has disfigured this country. The 2008 financial crisis, which forcibly dispossessed millions of us from the American dream, including 52% of African American homeowners, and sent us the bill for the cost of our dispossession. A bill that everyone under the age of 40 continues to pay through their lack of economic mobility. And finally, and most deplorably, 25 years of unremittent warfare, which has taken exponentially more service member lives here at home by suicide than have been lost at battlefields abroad. Over the last 10 years, 1.5 million Americans have died from drug overdose, alcohol-related disease, and suicide, a figure that exceeds the total number of war casualties going all the way back to 1776. We've got 102 counties with life expectancies less than that of North Korea. 18% of respondents to a recent Pew Research Center poll said that they believe the federal government has the capacity to do the right thing, a figure that hasn't been above 30% since 2007. 80% of respondents to an October 2025 Wall Street Journal poll have said that the American dream is dead. Power has answered these unconscionable realities with a maelstrom of bureaucratic absurdity, impudent incompetence, and predatory corruption, all with the blessing of the law, which has used its power to bind, torture, and kill the truth. In the decades prior to July 14, 1789, the French government had ruthlessly imposed its burdens, abusively imposed its costs, and ravenously consumed the future of its people. The arrogance of the aristocracy ultimately answered to the desperate determination of the peasantry and its guillotine blade. We are here to pursue one of the greatest humanitarian missions ever undertaken, to serve and exalt the primacy of the human soul. As we sit here right now, there are millions of Americans who have no sense of greater purpose or of even why they are alive, who mourn to see the sunrise when it comes up in through their windows. And what they need to know is that they are indeed divine. There's only one thing that is known to produce iron, and that's the supernova of a star. The iron in our blood originated in a supernova eons ago. Every human being has stardust running through their blood. And the movement that Governor Perry and I are leading is one that aims to recognize the reality of that human divinity. We are desperate, and we are determined, and we will crawl the last mile to deliver good tidings unto the meek, to bind up the brokenhearted, to proclaim liberty to the captives, and the opening of the prison to them that are bound. Glory, glory, hallelujah. The truth is marching on. And thank you, sir, for letting us proclaim it right here on your platform, the Walter Cronkite of our age.
That was a beautiful way to end it. Thank you. Thank you, gentlemen. Bye.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Showing my name, Joe Rogan Podcast. My name, all day.
Great to see you again.
Great to see you, Joe. Happy to be here.
Happy to have you here. So you've got a documentary about essentially about the same subject that you talked about last time you were here, the impact of microplastics and all these various endocrine disrupting chemicals that we're dealing with.
Right.
Right?
Right.
Just tell me about it.
Well, it started as a movie on plastic, and when I met Louis and he filmed me in New York about 5 years ago also. It wasn't the small study that we have today. But let me backtrack because I want to tell you something that I never told you, but was so important to me. So you remember when I was here, you said, are you saying that toxins in the environment are threatening the survival of the human race?
Right.
And I said, that's my story, and I'm sticking to it.
Yes.
Yes? And then you said something which changed my life. You said, why don't people know? Remember that?
Yes.
I went home and I thought a lot about that question. And that was what led me to create the program that I have now, Action Science Initiative, which is doing short, impactful, relatively cheap interventions to alert people to the problem and communicating this in a way that I'm hoping will reach more people than academia, where I was speaking before. Because before I talked to you, I talked to my peers in, academia and the ivory tower, at the meetings where they all went and they read the papers that we all read, but the general public didn't get this. So you really were, I have to tell you, thank you, and you were actually very influential in my life.
Well, I'm very happy to help. When I first heard about your book and I started going over the details of it and the subject matter, I was shocked. I couldn't imagine that something like this could not just have happened, but there's no large-scale effort to reverse course or to change course or to do something about it, or at least to make people aware of the impact that plastics are having on us. Let me tell you a story about a friend of mine. There's a guy named Philip Franklin Lee, who is a Michelin star chef that lives in Austin, and he has this amazing sushi restaurant, Sushi by Scratch, and great chef. Anyway, he was experiencing fatigue, like always tired, got his hormones tested, extremely low testosterone, but then got his microplastics tested, and they were off the charts. Did a series of interventions to try to clean his body out from that, stopped drinking anything out of plastic, stopped using plastic, just by whatever he did. I'm not sure if he did the plasmapheresis thing that I just did recently. His testosterone went up to 1,200 with no testosterone replacement, no nothing. Just eliminating microplastics from his life over a period of time raises testosterone.
So that's fantastic, and it's what we are seeing in the film and so on. I want to just make a small point, which is microplastics and plastics and plasticizers are not identical, right?
Okay.
Right? So microplastics are a relatively newcomer to the scene because we've had plastics since 1950, right? Microplastics have been there but not recognized until relatively recently. And actually measuring them in our bodies is much harder than measuring the plasticizers, which are the chemicals that are put in plastic to give them the various properties that they have.
Phthalates.
Phthalates is one, bisphenol A is another, and so on. So there are other, and by the way, well, we'll come back to that later. So yes, we can measure those, but measuring microplastics, particularly if we're going to go into your brain or into your testicles, into a woman's placenta, obviously that's much more difficult. So they're not the same, but the microplastics, what they are is the actual pieces of plastic that carry the plasticizers along with them, so kind of piggyback on. So they do double damage because they carry the chemical arms and they also physically enter the cells, right? So you remember, I'm sure as best as you know about, and silicosis, and these were other examples of particles that went into the body and conveyed both chemical harm and physical harm like inflammation and so on and so forth. So they're all bad, but they're not identical. And what we studied in the Plastic Detox, which is the film, that was, we did not study any microplastics. We studied the plasticizers. So you probably remember, I think I told you last time, well, why should you remember? Anyway, they're water soluble. And so they, remember that? You know, so they go into your urine and then they're pretty easy to measure. So I'm going to give this to you. This is a kit. Open it up. I'll tell you what it is.
Okay. Learn what's inside. It looks like you pee in that. Okay.
That's right. Keep going.
There's more stuff in there?
Yeah.
Okay. Something to send it back.
Right.
And then this looks like biohazard bags.
To put your pee in.
Pee doesn't kill anybody. And this is, it's got a QR code on it. Say hello to a healthier you.
So those are ways to find out ways to lower your exposure.
Okay.
Yeah.
I know a lot of people get these harmful chemicals from drinking coffee, hot liquids, out of paper cups.
Yeah, from the paper cups that are lined with, for example, bisphenols, but the coffee itself is made in most coffee makers contain a lot of plastic. So it comes in both the cups and in the device that's making the coffee.
Metal. And
That's good.
French press. I do that at home too. I got rid of my plastic coffee machine.
Me too.
I was thinking about it. I was like, why am I pouring hot water into this plastic thing? It can't be good. Yeah, it doesn't taste as good.
You're learning.
French press tastes better anyway.
So here's my suggestion. If you're willing to do this.
I am willing to do this.
You are. Good.
Yes.
Cool. So, not hard.
Okay.
Pee in the cup. Send it in. Then
Got it.
my colleague Genoa and her team will analyze it for not everything in the world, but the bisphenols, the phthalates, and the parabens.
Okay.
That's what they're going to be adding pesticides soon, and that would be great to have that as well. Then, if you want to go to phase 2, I have some things here that you could swap in your kitchen, and you could go to that QR code and find out other things that you could reduce. And then, if you wanted to, we could send you another kit and you could see if your levels changed.
Okay.
You want to do that?
I would love to do that.
Yay!
What is phase 2?
Phase 2 would mail you back another kit. You take your urine again, and that's it.
And so that's to see if it's changed because of lifestyle changes.
That's right.
Right.
That's right. So you would be doing what the couples part of what the couples in the intervention did. The couples in the intervention also were infertile. And so we're not going to touch your fertility question, but they also, the men collected sperm, and we can do that if you want, but I don't think you may not want to talk about that on your but that's what we did in the intervention. So in the intervention we found, this is what the intervention was. There's a company called, which is grown out of UCSF, and they're very big now. I think they have like 200,000 men in their files who have had their semen tested. Okay, and at the time they have their semen tested, they're asked, could we recontact you for research? That's one important question. And they're asked, why did you want your sperm tested? And if they say, because we're infertile or subfertile, or we're worried about our fertility, they ask, how long has it been that you've been having this problem with fertility? And if it's more than 12 months, then they're technically infertile, right? So if they said they would agree to be recontacted and they were infertile, they were potentially eligible for this intervention. You with me?
Got it.
So actually finding the couples that are in the film was a long process. They had to, of course, agree to be filmed. They had to have what we call, terrible word, idiopathic infertility, no known causes. So they and they couldn't be obese, they couldn't be smokers, they couldn't have a diagnosis, a medical diagnosis that explains. We don't want it to be unexplained, okay? So sort of we winnowed down to what was 6 couples. One of them dropped out for personal reasons, so I won't go into that. But that's how we got those couples. And they had to be couples, by the way. And they had to be staying together for the next 3 months and not doing IVF. Okay?
Okay.
So that was the setup. And then the company called Million Marker that you were going to send your P to, they have an education program. And that's a lot of what they do, the testing and the education. And so all of those couples, they talked to them and said, tell me about what you put on your face this morning. Tell me what you washed your clothes with. Tell me what you clean your counters with, and on and on and on like that, right? So they took an inventory of what the couples were doing. And then they started this educational program, which they're very good at it, doing for a while, once a week. They talked to them. So how's it going? Have you changed this? What are you using now? And so on. So it was not just a one-time thing. And if you were doing this, it would be short, just like use these things maybe. But along with that, we sent them the fellow kits to collect their semen. Okay, so we had beginning, middle, and end. It was 3 months, so beginning, 6 weeks, 12 weeks. And you know why 3 months?
Why?
It takes 70 days to make the sperm. So we wanted to have a turnover within the course of the intervention. So we sent them a kit, and they collected their semen at home, which is nice for guys because you don't have to go into the lab and do it there. And, it's much better at home, right?
Yeah.
And they sent it in, and they figured out how to get all the parameters right, even though it's mailed. And so the couples did that. So we had, over time, levels in their body of the chemicals, semen quality, what they were doing, what they changed in their life. So we had this record of everything they changed. And then finally, we saw who got pregnant. And I hope your listeners will watch The Plastic Detox. It's a movie that a lot of people love and find, really moving. And you should watch it.
Can I ask you about the coffee question? When you go to a place like, let's just say Starbucks, not to single them out, but are they using plastic with their coffee machines? Are their coffee machines made with plastic?
I don't know about any particular place except my kitchen.
I was just question.
I suspect that they are using plastic.
Right. Yeah. So if people stop at a place like that on a regular basis on their way to work in the morning to get coffee, and they bring their own they bring their own stainless steel thermos or mug, that would eliminate some of it, but perhaps
one source. Yes.
Yeah, but perhaps they're getting it actually from the coffee machine itself. Because I see when they slide those, when you see these big industrial machines, they slide those filters in. Those filters are plastic.
Yeah. Well, they probably have bisphenol in them. Yeah.
Right. It's a plastic tray. It seems like, I don't know. Yeah. But then there's a paper filter in the plastic tray. And so you're getting it no matter what.
And if they use those pods, at home, Bruno, one of our guys in the film, wonderful guy, he was kind of addicted to his coffee machine, his pods. And we said, Bruno, I want you to stop using those pods. No, I don't want to stop using them. But he did. And they've had 2 babies. Yeah. Now, I'm not saying that's the reason, but, it's a contribution probably.
Well, there is certainly an issue. Like I said with my friend Philip, that it made a radical difference in his sperm count, his testosterone levels. And so this is probably the case with so many Americans in this country that are dealing with infertility issues. A big part of it is probably these plasticizers. Is that how you heard them? Yeah. Plasticizers, all these various chemicals that are endocrine disruptors that are ubiquitous in the modern world.
Yes, unfortunately.
It's crazy.
And by the way, not the women. Let me just say something. We didn't talk about the women last time very much, right?
Well, a little bit we did.
Little.
Yeah. We I think we did.
So the women need testosterone too, for sexual arousal and libido and so on, and muscle, and we in our one of our study for future families, I think, or maybe we got the urine, we saw what they, how much phthalates were in their urine, and then we asked them some questions about their sexual experience. So how satisfied were they with their sexual life, and frequency, and the women who had higher levels of phthalates had less satisfaction and lower frequency. So it's not just the men.
Completely makes sense.
Everyone needs testosterone.
Yeah. My wife's friend got on testosterone. She's, I guess she's about 50. She got on testosterone because of her doctor put her on some low level of cream or something like that, and her response was like, "It makes me horny like a bloke." She's English. That was a very funny thing that she said it that way.
Did she think that was a good thing?
Yeah, she enjoyed it.
Yeah.
Apparently. Allegedly. I didn't speak to her directly. But I think that's what she was saying. Like, whoa. Just whoa.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, it's the thing that came out of your the episode that we did that shocked me the most is how little this is discussed in the mainstream. And I had not known until you brought it up, until you became a guest on the show, until I started researching. I was stunned. I couldn't believe that this was something that was so common. And so one of the things that comes up all the time is infertility with couples that are trying and they're using IVF, and it's more common now than ever before. And there's been a lot of things that a lot of factors people have attributed to that reason. A lot of them being older people put their careers aside in their 30s. They decided now it's time to have kids. They're worried that it's too late. But listening to you talk about it, it seems like that's only one part of the issue and not the big part. The big part seems to be the being poisoned. And we're doing it by virtue of our modern world that we live in, where so much of your life relies on plastic. And it's very difficult for people that are so set in their ways, they have routines, they don't really understand, like, what can I do to eliminate this stuff from my life? Just having the conversation and understanding that these things are having an impact is great. But the steps that people need to take in order to eliminate these things from their life, I think that's what's really important to get out there now.
I thank you. You said it really well. Let me just give people a place to go. You go to unplasticyourlife.com. Okay, and then there's action. And then you can go to the various places in your home that you can.
It's just Unplastic Your Life, one word. Unplasticyourlife.com.
Yeah. Let me see if I got that. Yeah. So unplasticyourlife.com. Go to Action Hub and then to Protect Yourself, and that'll give you lots of things to do to lower these exposures.
It's almost time for spring break, so maybe you're headed to the beach, or maybe you're taking the kids on a road trip, or maybe you're just taking some extra time for yourself. No matter what, you deserve a break and a reset, and AG1 can help. AG1 is your daily health drink. Just one scoop combines your multivitamin, pre- and probiotics, superfoods, and antioxidants to help support a healthy immune system and digestion. Plus, it travels really well, so you can start working it into your routine even when you don't have a routine. Just slip a few travel packs into your luggage and have a nice flight. I've talked about AG1 for a long time, and it's not just me. I know a lot of people enjoy it. It's very easy, it's very convenient, and you deserve to take care of your health. Visit drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan, and for a limited time, get a bottle of omega-3 vitamin D3K2 and an AG1 flavor sampler for free in your welcome kit with your first subscription. That's an $111 value at drinkag1.com/Joe Rogan. Non-stick cookware, that stuff has. Is it different?
Yes.
When you have non-stick cookware, does that have any endocrine disrupting chemicals as well?
The different ones.
Different ones? Which ones are those?
So those are what's called the PFAS chemicals. And it's actually not just cookware. It's anything that puts a barrier between two media, if you will. Like a rain jacket will put a barrier between the rain and your skin.
Right.
And also stain resistant. Barrier with the stain. And it's very, very prevalent. I mean, it's all, it's in clothing, it's in...
I read it's in a lot of yoga tights and things along those lines.
Yes, workout clothes.
That's so crazy.
Yeah.
You think you're being healthy.
Yeah.
And you're exposing yourself to endocrine disrupting chemicals.
And uniforms, there's a book. I probably shouldn't recommend another book, but I think it's a good book. I'll just say it's called To Die For, DYE, and it's about the flight attendants' uniforms and the harms that they do because they're coated. They have a lot of PFAS because they, have to keep clean and they're not clean, right? Because there's PFAS in them. It's in sports uniforms. You do a lot of sports. All the sports uniforms.
Nylon. Yeah. Is it anything with nylon? Is that what it is?
Probably, but I'm not sure. I'm not, I could refer you to somebody, but I'm not the clothing expert. But I know that they're in these things. And one of the things that is kind of scary is school uniforms. A lot of kids have school uniforms and they're loaded with it.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah, my kids used to wear a uniform every day.
Yeah.
When you say to die for, are dyes in cotton clothes also releasing?
Yes.
Really?
Yes. Dyes are very risky.
We got to go back to being Amish.
Yeah.
Here it is.
Oh, good. Yeah.
So in fact, there's little or no regulation of clothes or textiles we wear each day, from uniforms to fast fashion, outdoor gear, and even the face masks that have become ubiquitous in recent years. Wicker explains how we got here, what the stakes are, what all of us can do in the fight for a safe and healthy wardrobe for all. Wow.
And that's in the film. It's discussed in the film.
Okay.
A little bit.
So, blue jeans?
Probably.
Probably.
I can't, speak about it.
There is a river, I believe it's in China, where a series of blue jean factories exist, where the entire river is blue. It's so disgusting. Like, not blue like beautiful clean water. Blue dye.
Dyed water.
Look at this. Look at that.
Oh.
That's the blue jean capital of the world. That's where they make a lot of blue jeans. And look at the stinky, dirty, disgusting blue dye water. That it's just that river leaking out into the ocean, which also looks polluted. You want cheap clothes, kids? This is what happens. It's so crazy. Look at that stuff. I mean, how many jeans are they making? And what are the,
And this is a good point for me to point out that these things are affecting animals, of course. Like the animals fish in this.
Look at this, African rivers as well.
Yeah.
I'll show you. Of course, we do it in other places. If we did it in America, people would be aware. Canada, too.
I'm not sure that they were.
You don't think so?
Yeah.
We're trying.
We're trying.
We're trying to get them aware. I mean, that's what we're doing right now, right?
Right. So, go back to that point you raised about, reasons that people give for low testosterone or low fertility, low sperm count. And particularly this comes up for fertility. More couples are, fertility is in the toilet, right?
Yes.
That's a weird thing to say, but yeah, right.
For lack of a better. Yeah.
I mean, used to be 5 children per couple on the average in 1960, and now it's, in South Korea, it's like 0.88.
Wow.
That's the worst,
Why is South Korea the worst?
I don't know. I mean, all of East Asia is very, very
South
low.
Korea's, their replacement numbers are so low.
That's right.
That they're in danger of complete population collapse.
Absolutely. And Japan is getting there, and, all of that Southeast Asia. And so when there's a lot of articles about this, a lot of editorials, a lot of articles, and they make me so mad because they say correctly that having a child at older age will do this to some extent. You know, not wanting to have children, as many children will do this to some extent, but they never mention toxics. They just, and so I've written editorials saying, hey, guys, we're not alone on this planet, and we're not the only species that's declining in number. And then if you look at the curve of the number of species that are declining and the rate of decline of human fertility, they're parallel. It's all about 1% per year. And so and we know they're exposed, these other species. You showed it. Those fish in that water are exposed, and animals on the periphery. I would love for everybody, when they look at these numbers of declining fertility, consider that it's not all choice.
Right.
Animals are not choosing to have their children later or to delay childbearing, right?
They have big careers. Beavers are trying to make dams. They don't have time for children.
Right, exactly. Yeah, so for me, it's not, those are good, those are explanations for sure. Obviously, when you get older, your fertility is less. Obviously, if you have a busy life and you don't have time to have children, you shouldn't have children. But the toxics matter. They matter a lot.
100%.
Yeah.
And the animals, is the issue exposure to water that has these chemicals in it because of pollution? What is causing it with that?
It's in the water. It's in the soil. It's in what they eat, because it comes in, in the plants.
It gets into the plants?
Yeah. Do you know that phthalates, just a little fun fact, phthalates are put in pesticides. Why would they do that? Well, because one of the things that phthalates do is they increase absorption. That's why they're in hand cream. Right? You see, you put your hand cream on, it goes in your skin, right? Phthalates help that. You have the pesticide you wanted to go into the plant, phthalates help that. So, these exposures are all over the place, and animals are getting them too. A long time ago, I don't think we talked about this, but there was a wonderful scientist who's not living anymore. His name was Lou Gillette. He lived in Florida, and he showed that alligators swimming in a lake that had a lot of runoff of pesticides. Get this, their penises were small. He measured them, and he was a big guy. He had to do it at night. He went at night, wrestled them into the boat, and I have pictures of it. Took him to his lab.
Measured their penises.
They
must have been very confused when they got let go. Like, what is this guy kinky with? What is this thing?
And they had fewer eggs.
Right.
So they were declining species. That's just a very dramatic example of, can you put up penis size and alligator penis size? I'm just wondering.
As if you don't already Google that, Jamie.
Let me find you a photo. I asked our Perplexity this thing, and it said,
So our sponsor Perplexity said, yes, this has actually been documented in wild alligators. Males in heavily polluted lakes have, on average, smaller penises and other reproductive problems linked to hormone-disrupting chemicals. We are shrinking alligator penises, ladies and gentlemen.
And not only
20 to 25% smaller penis sizes compared to males from a cleaner reference lake. Males of lower testosterone levels, around 70% lower. Abnormal relationships between hormone levels and penis growth, unlike alligators from cleaner lakes. Alligators from polluted lakes also show other reproductive issues: abnormal sex hormone patterns, altered gonads, low hatching success, various birth defects, all consistent with exposure to endocrine-disrupting contaminants, EDC, such as DDT derivatives, dieldrin, PCBs, and related compounds. Wow. So it's all endocrine disruptors from pollution. Oh boy. Yeah, I mean, you would think that this would sound the alarm. Like,
this is not new. This is dead. This is old work.
Oh. And no one knows. Yeah, it's never discussed. First of all, it's not a lot of people that say, first problem on my list today, alligator penis sizes. It's a real issue. Like, you're in front of Congress, we gotta talk. Alligator penis sizes are shrinking. They'd kick you out of the building.
Actually, Lou Gillette, went to Congress and he gave a talk. And he said, every man in this room is half the man his grandfather was.
As far as testosterone levels, right?
And penis size. Well, he didn't measure that penis. but
Grandpa,
he was making this point, you know, and fertility and all this. Yeah.
Well, I mean, it completely makes sense, but what doesn't make sense is how little attention is being paid. You would think that in a society that is, America is also facing a potential population collapse. People don't think about that, but our reproduction numbers, we're not reproducing. Yeah, they're down quite a bit, and they're not at the level that we need in order to keep our population.
The normal shape population is here, not very many people, and down here, lots and lots of people.
And it's just terms of age, older, younger, at the bottom. Right.
Lots of people are living longer, but few are down here. And then what that means is the ones down here are supposed to support the ones up here.
But there's not enough of them.
But not enough of them.
Right. Yeah.
So it's a huge societal problem.
Well, it's just so confusing how few people are even aware of this. We were talking, I didn't realize it had been 5 years since our last podcast, which is pretty crazy. But in that 5 years, you barely hear about it. It's occasional. People bring up certain chemicals that think are bad. Oh, avoid this. Paul Saladino was the one that showed that the paper cups that you get from a coffee shop, that if you take that paper away, what you have is essentially this plastic membrane, and that's what you're drinking your coffee out of. You're not drinking your coffee out of paper. And how terrible these things are for you. But even that, it's like people just dismiss it. The line around Starbucks is always the same. There's always people going to get the coffee. They don't think anything of it, and they're just consuming these chemicals that mess up your health, mess up your vitality, your energy levels, everything, brain fog.
But whose responsibility is it, you know?
Well, to talk about it, I think it's ours. It's certainly yours and mine, and we'll spread this word and more people discuss it. And I think more people need to be aware that this directly impacts you. Like, this is not like in the future, I don't have to think about it, I'll be dead. No, it directly impacts your health, your energy levels, your vitality right now as a living human being listening to this show.
So, just to add to that, how it affects you, not you.
Humans.
Maybe your levels are lower, I don't know, but we'll find out. But both men and women who have lower fertility, on average, these are studies, there have been about 4 or 5 studies that have shown this, lower fertility and sperm count on the male side, die younger. Okay? This should be of concern to everybody.
Yeah. That makes sense.
Yeah.
You have less vitality, less energy,
and the things that affect your sperm, your vitality, your testosterone are also affecting. It's a canary in the coal mine, if you will, of lots of things that are going south.
Right.
At the same time.
Which completely makes sense, and that's the case of all this fatigue, all these issues that he was experiencing. Yeah.
Yeah, it's not just never just one thing.
Right. It is quite disturbing how uncommon these discussions are, though. That's what's crazy. That this should be a huge factor. I mean, we get concerned with so many, there's people concerned with alcohol consumption. It's a big thing, and that has had an impact. Children today, or young adults, I should say, today are consuming much less alcohol than people in the past. Cigarette smoking, we're aware, very dangerous. Much less cigarette smoking than in the past. The consumption of these endocrine disrupting chemicals is essentially the same as when we talked 5 years ago.
So I want to go back to this question I asked, is whose responsibility? So I don't think it's great for you and I to be concerned and for your listeners to be concerned, but in fact, it shouldn't be our responsibility because the drug FDA does drugs, right? They have pretty good control of safety of drugs. Pretty good. Yeah. Okay, we can talk about, but compared compared to chemicals in our daily products, the products we use every day, it's fantastic because the regulatory agencies are not doing the job.
Right.
Okay, and so that's why it's all out there because they're not doing the job. Here in Europe, it's much better, by the way.
Is it?
Yeah.
Well, that's bad because they're gonna beat us. They'll out-reproduce us. We'll go away. They'll take over. No more America.
We have to get people angry enough to put pressure on. There's a bill, the TSCA, Toxic Substances Control Act, which should be doing a lot of this, and I think it's coming up for revision, and maybe people can pay attention to that and read about it and think government should be doing this. It's not our job. It's not our job to worry about what's in our pants and what's in our this and our this and our this.
Right.
You were asking what's in denim and so on. Should we have to read up on that?
Are there dyes for jeans and clothes that are not toxic?
Yes, but as I said, this is not my area.
I understand.
Yeah, you gotta get. I can give her a name if you want. Get somebody on clothing, on this.
Yeah, I'd be happy to.
Yeah. But just because it was relatively new to my consciousness when I was, doing the film, and before that, we didn't collect data on that, unfortunately. Maybe we should do another study. Which reminds me, it's just like so much work to be done, and for my program, there's so many interventions I want to do. We did this one, which was great success, and now we're doing another one, and we have another one. But if anybody wants to help, with this, it's all privately funded. The government is not going to fund this.
Right. Unfortunately.
So, let me know if anybody comes to you and says, how can we help and all that.
Well, I'm sure somebody will reach out. Yeah. They usually do. The thing that I would imagine would be the response to something like this was that there are so many industries that are established already that require the use of all these compounds, all these chemicals, all these endocrine disrupting chemicals, and it's just everywhere. It's everywhere in everything. They use plastic in the production of so many different things. These things are leaching into our food, they're leaching into our clothes, they're leaching into all these various products that we use that contribute to these chemicals entering into our body, disrupting that. You're aware of glyphosate, I'm sure. They were trying to eliminate glyphosate from the industrial agriculture.
Good luck.
Exactly. Well, the president passed an executive order blocking it because some enormous percent, 90-something% of all of our food, in terms of wheat, corn, all the agriculture in this country relies on glyphosate for production. And so the idea is we need poison so that we can make food, which is so crazy, especially when you consider the fact that all these other countries don't use glyphosate and feed their population. So how are they doing it, and what do we need to do to get back on that track? And I had RFK Jr. in here to discuss it, and he was very crestfallen when he was explaining that there was an executive order passed and that he was working very hard to try to eliminate glyphosate. And something that he discussed in previous meetings that he and I had, that was one of his primary concerns. Glyphosate is toxic, it's terrible, it's just completely awful for your body, yet the use of it is ubiquitous in agriculture, industrial agriculture. And he was trying very hard to try to eliminate it, and then the government passes this executive order because in their estimation, pressure. Yeah, and this is what I worry about with, I don't want to mention any names, but there's a lot of these popular clothing brands that people wear that are, fitness, I'm healthy, fitness wear. And these fitness wear these clothing that you're wearing are leaching these chemicals into your body that are screwing up your health, which is so crazy. But it's so, I don't want to say it's perfect, but it sort of encapsulates how screwed up our modern life is. The paradox.
So I did a study on glyphosate. I examined our populations for glyphosate. And interestingly, they also have an effect on, remember anogenital distance?
Yes. The taint
TD,
size.
the taint size.
Yes.
They influence the taint size.
Yeah.
Now that's not, we did it in 2 studies and there's been some animal studies. I can't say this is an established fact, but I'm just pointing out that it has very, many unforeseen consequences, none of them good. And by the way, I was asked to go to talk to RFK tomorrow, but I can't because I have another call, a meeting. But I would love to talk to him about this because this glyphosate is a big concern of mine. Yeah.
Well, I hope you do talk to him.
Yeah, he has these roundtables and on different scientific topics. So this one is on microplastics, which is not perfect for me because I haven't measured them. But if he has one on glyphosate or pesticides, that would be a good place.
Well, his hands are tied right now on the glyphosate issue momentarily.
Yeah.
They have some non-toxic solutions. One of them is they have this new device, which is it like the same way these machines pull the crops out of the ground. These machines go over the crops and zap all the non-essential crops with a laser beam. Non-essential plants, so weeds, I would say. So as the corn's growing or whatever else it is, they're zapping all the other stuff that's growing around it, that's sucking up all the resources, all the weeds.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That sounds like a good step.
That's a great step.
Because it minimizes the use of pesticides.
Exactly. Yeah. And I asked, does it have any residual effect on the food? He said, no. Well, that's great. But then, farmers, one of the big problems is they're already barely making money. So if you now require them to spend, X amount of dollars on some gigantic weed zapping laser that has to cover who knows how many acres, they're running these I'm sure you're aware, but monocrop agriculture, for people who've never seen, some of these places that grow corn and wheat, you're talking about these massive pieces of land that only grow one thing, which in nature doesn't exist. So, of course, nature wants to rectify that. Nature's like, why is there only wheat here? You need weeds. And so, birds drop seeds, all these seeds fly in the wind, and then all these things grow. So you're going to have to get these machines that are capable of traveling over all of those crops and zapping out all the weeds. How much is that going to cost to people that are already struggling? Because the American farmers are barely getting by, and we need them. And, the last thing you want to do is burden them with another cost. But also, the use of, especially when it comes to things like wheat, because they're using it after they harvest the wheat to dry it out quicker so that it doesn't grow mold on it. That's why they're using glyphosate. So it's not even as a pesticide. It's
I didn't know that.
Yeah, they're using it as a desiccator.
Wow.
Yeah. And that's why so many theorized to be why so many people in this country have a problem with bread. Which makes sense.
And with their teeth.
And their taint, yeah. A lot of taint problems. A lot of people are complaining. But it's so weird that we're so intelligent, so informed, and, now we all have supercomputers in our pockets that have access to things like Perplexity that can answer any questions you have about anything. But yet we're being poisoned by the very food that we eat, the coffee that we drink, the clothing that we wear, the water we drink, everything. Here's a good question. Are there any good filters on a consumer level that will remove a lot of these chemicals from water that a person can buy?
I can't name any brands.
Right, but are they available?
Yes, there are. But
is it reverse osmosis? Like, what are the ones that work the best?
I'll tell you my solution at my house. Okay, that's very personal. We distill our water. So the water out of the tap goes into a big container, and then it's boiled. Steam is formed, crosses over, and the steam is condensed into another container, right?
Right.
And that has nothing in it. It removes everything. And by the way, all germs also. So that's what we've chosen. And in this thing that sits on the counter, my husband does this every other day. Kind of a nuisance, but not too bad. And And the water is fantastic.
Do you have to remineralize it?
You should take minerals somewhere. You could do it in the water. You can do it in your supplements. Yeah, does remove the minerals. Yes.
Right, and that's what I've heard is the problem with drinking distilled water is that it actually leaches minerals and nutrients from your own body.
That I don't believe.
No.
I don't.
Okay.
But the water itself has had its minerals.
Well, let's put it into perplexity. What is the issue with drinking distilled for health purposes? And is it recommended that you add electrolytes or minerals or what have you? Because that's what. So one of the things that fighters do when they're cutting weight, I don't think most of them do it anymore, but a lot of them were drinking distilled water so that the water would go in their system and right out of their system. Because cutting weight for fighting, I don't know if you know about this, but they have to weigh in at a certain weight class, and essentially what they do is radically dehydrate themselves 24 hours before a fight. It's not a great idea. It's a terrible idea. So Perplexity says it is generally safe to drink distilled water. Most people do not need to add minerals to it as long as they eat a reasonably balanced diet. Distilled water is simply water that's been boiled and condensed, so it's very low in contaminants and minerals. Health sources note that it is safe to drink, but tends to taste flat because minerals like calcium, magnesium are removed. What about minerals? You get the vast majority of needed minerals, calcium, magnesium, potassium, etc. from food, not water. So distilled water alone does not usually cause deficiencies in healthy people with a good diet. However, some organizations and reviews point out that long-term use of very low mineral water may slightly reduce mineral intake. And in specific groups, children, heavy exercisers, there we go, people with certain illnesses could contribute to electrolyte imbalance if diet is poor. So when might adding minerals help? Distilled water is your main or only drinking water. Your diet is low in fruits, vegetables, and other mineral-rich foods. Adding a pinch of mineral salt or using a remineralization cartridge, that sounds terrible. Cartridge sounds like plastic, right? Or drops can help restore small amounts of calcium, magnesium, and electrolytes and improve taste. Athletes who sweat heavily, people with kidney or hormonal issues affecting electrolytes, and those on very restricted diets should be more cautious about relying exclusively on distilled water and may benefit from electrolyte or mineral replacement as advised by a clinician. I recommend people take electrolytes anyway. I always add electrolytes to water every day.
Here's a funny anecdote. We have a cat. And
what's your cat's name?
His name is Archie.
Archie!
And Archie patrols the house and steals our water whenever possible. He comes and drinks from our glasses unless we cover them up.
So I think Archie probably likes your water because it doesn't smell like poison to him.
He loves our water. And he has the choice of his own water, which comes out of the tap, and he will 100% prefer our distilled water.
Which makes sense if you think about a cat's sense of smell. It's got to be off the charts.
Yeah.
So he could probably smell like this water's got a bunch of junk in it.
And when you do the process, which Stephen does, every other day, and he goes to clean the container that you put the water in, it stinks. It really stinks. You would be shocked.
Wow. Well, we have a crazy filter at our house. We have well water, and we have this crazy filter, this giant machine that filters all the water. It tastes delicious, but it's not distilled.
I'm not saying that that's you shouldn't distill. That's an alternative. You shouldn't filter. That's an alternative. But I'm just saying what we chose to do.
Right. And so the distilling, it removes chlorine and all these other issues that are in the water as well. Yeah, and fluoride, everything. Yeah, fluoride is another one that's bananas that we add to water under the guise that it helps your teeth. Like, shut up, brush your teeth. I don't have any cavities. I don't use fluoride. I have fluoride-free toothpaste. I don't have fluoride in my water. It's dumb. It's not just dumb. It's completely connected to lower IQs. There's a direct correlation between higher fluoride content in water and lower IQs. But there's a giant business involved in selling fluoride to these municipal water supplies, which is nuts. More poison.
And then
we are so screwed up.
Chlorination.
Yeah.
And for years I studied chlorination and byproducts, and they cause miscarriage.
So it's got to be terrible for people that swim a lot in public pools, right?
Yeah.
Because then it's being absorbed by your skin.
I don't know how much exposure you get in the relatively short time you're swimming. I don't know. Yeah.
Let's find out. Put that into perplexity. How much of an issue is chlorine exposure in swimming pools? Let's find out. We don't know. We're learning so much.
I might know there's a little science.
I feel like that question's going to get tossed around here by perplexity. Is there too much chlorine? Like, what are you, what I mean?
Right. Okay, let's say, is chlorine exposure in swimming pools a health concern?
Yeah, that's good.
There we go. Let's try that. I bet it is. I mean, it only makes sense. I would like to study someone like Michael Phelps, someone who spent
his life
thousands of hours in a pool, whether or not it's affected his body in any way. Whether or not there's measurable chlorine levels in his urine or what have you. Chlorine in properly maintained pools is generally considered safe, but it can cause irritation of eyes, skin, and airways. Well, that can't be good. And heavily frequent exposure, especially indoors, can contribute to respiratory problems in some people. What chlorine does in pools, it kills germs like bacteria and viruses in pools, and is key for preventing infections and diarrhea illnesses from contaminated water. Public health guidance typically recommends free chlorine about 1 to 4 parts per million, with pH 7.0 to 7.8 within this range. Disinfection is effective and side effects are usually mild. Common short-term effects, irritation of eyes, nose, throat, skin, common when levels are high. When chloramines build up, especially in indoor pools. Chloramines form when chlorine reacts with sweat, urine, and other organic matter, can become airborne and irritate the respiratory tract, causing coughing, wheezing, or tight chest in some swimmers and staff. Long-term, regular heavy exposure in indoors, poorly ventilated pools has been linked to increased respiratory symptoms. Some studies suggest increased asthma risk. Okay, put this in as a follow-up question. Is exposure to chlorine through the skin responsible for any health issues? Let's just through the skin, see if there's any studies on that. Chlorine getting into the body through the intact skin from pool water does not appear to cause systemic whole body health problems in otherwise healthy people. Its effects are almost entirely local to the skin itself. What skin exposure actually does, chlorine is an irritant that strips the natural skin oils and disrupts the outer barrier, leading to dryness, tightness, itching. So put this in. What exposure does chlorine have to healthy skin flora? Because healthy skin flora, I do jiu-jitsu, and one of the things that happens with jiu-jitsu is you get a lot of skin diseases. Like people get ringworm, staph infections. Well, you're getting scratched up a lot. You're rolling around on the mats, and if the mats are dirty, and if there's exposure to it, you can have a problem. And then one of the problems that people have is to treat that, they use antibacterial skin soap. So what that does is it strips the skin of all the healthy flora, which actually protects you. The counter to that, I always bring this up, I have no affiliation with this product, but it's an excellent product. It's called Defense Soap. Defense Soap is my friend Guy Sacco. He invented it. He's a wrestling coach, and it was a solution using healthy things like tea tree oil, eucalyptus in the soap that kills the bad bacteria but does nothing to the healthy flora.
That's great.
Yes. Yeah. So that's the only soap that I use.
Yeah.
The chlorinated pool water does disturb normal skin flora temporarily, but in healthy people, the microbiome usually recovers within hours to a day or so after swimming. So that's a problem if you swim every day then. Yeah. Chlorine is a broad disinfectant, so it kills or suppresses both good and bad bacteria on the skin surface. Yeah. Reducing overall microbial diversity right after swimming. Experimental and field studies show that even short exposure can cut measured microbiome diversity markedly, often cited around 30 to 40%, with composition shifting away from the usual dominant groups right after a swim. How long disruption lasts after leaving the pool, many of the resident species begin to recolonize from deeper skin layers, hair follicles, and the environment, and community composition tends to drift backward towards baseline over the next 24 plus hours. With frequent repeated swimming, daily or high-volume training, the skin may be in a more chronically perturbed state with less time for full microbiome recovery in between exposures. I know a lot of people have switched their pools over to saltwater pools for this very reason. I think there's a problem with saltwater pools in very high temperature areas, though, where it's not effective enough to stop mold and all of the junk. Yeah.
Do you want to see these products I brought?
I would love to see these products you brought.
Here you go. These are for cleaning up your
Just a note on what you just
What's
said.
up, Jimmy?
A note on what you just said. A saltwater pool is still technically a chlorine pool.
Oh, still a chlorine pool. It just makes the chlorine on site instead of pouring it in. Oh.
Yeah.
Salt systems work. The pool is ordinary salt, sodium chloride, dissolved in the water, usually around 2,700, 3,400 parts per million, which is about 1/10 the salinity of the ocean, and close to body fluid levels. The water passes through an electrically charged salt cell, which uses electrolysis to convert some of that salt into active chlorine, mainly hypochlorous acid and sodium hypochlorite, that sanitizes the pool. After chlorine does its job, it ends up back as chloride, and the cycle repeats, so you keep generating chlorine as long as the system runs and there's enough salt. What's different from your standard chlorine pool, you still have free chlorine in the water at typical pool levels, about 1.4 parts per million. The difference is the source, salt generator versus liquid tap chlorine, not the sanitizer itself. Most people find salt pools a bit gentler, the water feels softer, and continuous low-level generation can mean fewer chloramines, less smell and irritation if the system is sized and maintained correctly. Interesting. Okay, so it's still chlorine. So it still probably disturbs your microbiome, which sucks. This episode is brought to you by Intuit TurboTax. April 15th is coming fast. There's been so many tax law changes this year, which means you're going to need an expert who has your back. You're in luck. TurboTax now has in-person locations nationwide. Walk into their tech-enabled stores and meet face-to-face with a TurboTax full-service expert who will get your best outcome. Your expert works to get you every dollar you deserve while updating you as you go about your day. Head to TurboTax.com to find a store near you. See. So should I open it?
Should be open.
No, it's not. It's sealed. It's tight. What do we got in here? A lot of stuff.
So, in the movie, you'll see that I came to the homes of the participants with a big box, about this big.
Mm-hmm.
So this is obviously a very small part of that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is just part of your
these
kitchen.
are bags that are safe, oven, freezer, microwave. It's called zip top.
Yeah, they're silicone. They're made of silicone.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So silicone's okay.
Silicone, there is food grade silicone.
Okay.
And that is
like spatulas.
Yeah. And food grade silicone is free of phthalates and bisphenol, so you can use that.
Oh, this is a lot thicker. This is like
a lot thicker, yeah.
Yeah. And so this is reusable?
Yeah, absolutely. And you just put your food in the fridge in that instead of in a...
So you can buy these things? This company, Zip Top, do they make them specifically for that reason?
Yeah, I'm sure. Yeah, there's one of many companies that makes...
So this is essentially like a Ziploc bag,
exactly.
but it's way thicker.
Yeah.
Kind of cool. And so they make these larger as well? So
yeah.
Okay.
There are a lot of good alternatives for food storage. Glass, of course, is really good.
Mm-hmm.
And ceramic is
Well,
really
this seems
good.
so much better too because it's not creating as much plastic waste since it's reusable.
Right.
Now, do you just run this through a dishwasher?
Yeah.
Now, what about dishwashing solvents and detergents and stuff like that?
Yeah.
No problems.
Yeah.
What's the problem, Jen?
The pods are probably not great.
Oh, right. Of course, right? And pods.
Pods, tea bags, coffee pods, yeah.
Remember when kids were eating Tide Pods? It's like nature's trying to get rid of some of the dummies. Okay. So this company.
I think there's 2 of those in there.
Yeah.
These are just little examples, you know.
Let's give this company a shout out. It's called Zip Top. And I guess they make them all sizes. This is like sandwich size.
Yeah.
This is, I guess, a snack size. And they make them larger too.
Yeah, and they seal well, you know.
That's another question that I had about sous vide. There's a lot of people that cook their food in these sous vide machines.
Really?
That's very common.
Oh.
Yeah.
I thought it was kind of high, you know, kind of.
In restaurants and stuff?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I know there's consumer versions of it. And I know a lot of my friends use it.
Oh.
Yeah. They use it for wild game in particular because you can slow cook. So one of the things about wild game, it has very low fat content, and a lot of people find that it's more tender if you slowly cook. So let's say if you like medium rare, it's like, what is medium rare? Like 135 degrees, I think. So what you would do is you would take this piece of meat and you would seal it up in a vacuum sealed container, and you dunk it in this sous vide machine. And it keeps the water at 135 degrees. You can cook it for several hours at 135, and then you sear the outside of it.
Nice, yeah.
And so a lot of people like that. And it's really good for breaking down some of the harder stuff, like, you know, the fascia. The
gristle, yeah.
So is that stuff leaking chemicals into your food? It has to be, right?
Why?
Well, because it's in plastic. You're getting these vacuum sealed plastic bags that the food goes in. And have you seen how sous vide works?
You put it in plastic?
Yes. Have you seen how these sous vide things
work? No, then it's bad. That just sounds just as bad as microwaving in plastic.
Right. So what you do with sous vide is you season the food, and a lot of times you'll add like olive oil and things like that to the outside of it.
You couldn't make it out of silicone?
I would imagine you could, right? I don't know. Let's find that out. Has anybody made silicone-based sous vide bags? And do these sous vide bags leach chemicals?
Some discussion on Reddit about this, but they didn't really have an answer. Like they were asking if the temperatures might not be high enough. I don't know.
Yeah, what are the temperatures that you need that start these chemicals leaching into from the plastics into your water? Because a lot of times they say don't leave a bottle of water in your car.
That's right.
Because your car can get really hot.
Yeah.
So how hot's your car get? It doesn't get that hot. It doesn't get like cooking hot. So it's like, what is...
But if the sous vide bags don't have plasticizers in them, like if they're made of silicone, you know, food, what is it? Food grade silicone.
Yes, that's similar, right?
So it says we use vacuum sealed bags. We're really going through them right now. Even our early sous vide, I tried silicone reusable, and I wasn't happy. I don't really recall why. I think it was hard to get stuff in without a mess. Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Just deal with the mess. We made a switch to vacuum bags. I love it, but oof, we use a lot of bags. Okay, put this into perplexity, please. Do sous vide bags leach endocrine disrupting chemicals into your food when you cook with them? Let's try that. So we're learning things.
Yeah. Does it have to be vacuum sealed?
Yes.
Right, because you don't want water leaking in there.
Yeah, you don't want water leaking in. I have a machine, and I use this vacuum sealed machine. Like, so if I get wild game and then I cut it up into pieces, and then I seal it in these vacuum sealed bags to freeze it. Silicone-based sous vide bags are generally considered safe for food use and do not significantly leach. Significantly is a weird word. Leach harmful chemicals under typical cooking conditions. High-quality food-grade silicone is inert, BPA-free. Right. This is silicone, though. Food-grade silicone shows minimal chemical migration, such as siloxanes. Especially compared to plastics that release microplastics like BPA. This is a silicone, though. What was the question that you asked? How did you phrase it?
Well, you're asking
you write silicone-based sous vide bags. Not silicone-based. Just like plastic sous vide bags.
Well, you know they're going to leach them.
Let's find out. Regular plastic sous vide bags. Let's see what it says. Right. But I want to make sure it's vacuum sealed sous vide bags.
It should know that we're talking about sous vide bags here.
Regular plastic bags can be reasonably, I don't like that word, safe for sous vide if you use the right kind, food grade, BPA, and phthalate free, and rated for hot food. But all plastics can leak some chemicals, and the data specific to sous vide is still limited. What regular bags are safe? Look for bags made with polyethylene and or polypropylene that are labeled food grade and microwave safe. Is there a plastic that's microwave safe? Those are real? These are considered safe with food up to around 190 to 195 Fahrenheit. Most brands' zipper bags, Ziploc Glad, are polyethylene, BPA, and dioxin free and are commonly used for sous vide at typical temperatures below 176. Purpose-made vacuum sealer or boil-in sous vide pouches, that's what I use, are specifically certified as food grade for cooking and are the safest plastic option if you want disposable. So it seems like it's reasonably safe to do that. A review by Utah's Department of Health notes that there's a lack of studies directly measuring chemical leaching from sous vide bags, but recommends using FDA-compliant, BPA, and phthalate-free plastics, which are not known for estrogenic activity and are considered safe for food contact. Okay. It says trout. See, it says there, one trout study found detectable BPA in fish cooked. But the problem is food. Like, here's the problem. Freshwater lakes, if you're catching a trout in a freshwater lake, freshwater lakes have horrible levels of these chemicals in them. And most people do not recommend eating food from freshwater lakes, which is so crazy. You think, oh, I'm going to go catch a fish from a lake. This is going to be really healthy. It's right from nature. No, we've ruined lakes. Yeah, what is the issue? Put this in. What is the issue with eating fish from freshwater lakes in America? What are the health issues? Eating fish from freshwater lakes in America. We've looked this up before, and it's kind of stunning how much chemicals you get from a single fish that you would catch. So if you catch a trout from, a regular lake, you go to a lake, looks clean. I can see the bottom. Everything's fine. No, it's bad for you. In fact, I know a guy who is friends with someone who does a lot of fishing tournaments. So he goes to these fishing tournaments, catches a lot of fish, and eats a lot of fish, obviously. And he got horribly, horribly sick because of heavy metal poisoning.
Isn't that terrible?
Crazy. You think you're eating fresh fish that you caught yourself. It's got to be good, right?
And it's got to be bad for the fish.
Eating U.S. freshwater fish can expose you to chemical contaminants like mercury and PFAS, and if eaten undercooked or raw, parasites and some bacteria. Most people can still eat freshwater fish safely if they follow local advisories and avoid high-risk groups, pregnant people, young children, eating too much. Main chemical risks: mercury, methylmercury. Nearly all wild fish contain some mercury, but levels of many U.S. freshwater fish can be high enough to harm a fetus or a young child's developing brain and nervous system if eaten often. That's crazy. PFAS, forever chemicals. Many U.S. freshwater fish have measurable PFAS and, in some studies, show widespread PFAS plus mercury in fish tissue at levels that pose health risks for frequent consumers. PFAS exposure has been linked to changes in liver and kidney function, cholesterol, immune response, pregnancy complications, and increased risk of certain cancers.
I don't know why they haven't mentioned immune response. Oh, they do say immune response, yes.
Yeah, immune response.
Yeah, this guy in Denmark studied people on the Faroe Islands, which they all eat fish. They catch them, Faroe Islands, so they catch them there. And so he looked at the levels of PFAS, and then he looked at their antibody response to vaccination.
Oh.
Down. And so think of what that means in, like this time of COVID or whatever. Mm-hmm. I want to do an intervention where we take kids who are getting PFAS-free school uniforms. Remember I told you PFAS was in school uniforms? And then when they come in at age 6 for their first, grade, they will have just had their booster, so then we could get their blood and see if the booster, antibody levels were lower in the kids that had the PFAS uniforms versus the clean uniform.
Booster for which vaccines?
Mumps, pertussis, this MMP, I think. So.
Okay.
Yeah.
And so it's a lower response if your body's been exposed to these chemicals. But imagine even if you're not, you just lower response period to all immune function based on this.
Right. Yeah.
What is these things?
Loofah mitts?
Oh,
so you can use them to scrub your sink and or your face.
Use them in the shower.
Or in the shower.
You should use those for your
But the sponges that most people use have a lot of chemicals in them.
Of course. Makes sense.
So these are better.
Yeah, they're plastic sponges. And you get them in hot water and you're scrubbing things, and some of the stuff probably gets in your plates and your food and your cookware.
So that's good.
Alright, what else we got here? ViralRabbi.
That's really nice stuff.
What is this stuff?
It actually you can treat this is some kind of paper that's been treated with beeswax, so nothing dirty there. And take it out, you'll see how nice it is. I love this stuff. I have a lot of it because it seals on
the wax.
That's the wax.
Wax oh, okay. So you use that to wrap your food with.
Yeah, and it seals on itself. And you just rinse it out afterwards. So you don't have to use saran wrap and, all these.
It does seal on itself.
Nice.
It seems like it form fits around things.
You can put it on an egg or a tomato or anything.
Well, my friend Philip, I guarantee he eats a lot of sushi. He runs a sushi place. And if you ever go to a sushi place, all the fish is wrapped in plastic.
Yeah.
They're always wrapped in plastic and then they cut it open. And so it's exposure to all this stuff. You should use this stuff.
Yeah.
Probably has the same level of sealing as plastic.
Might be more expensive.
What's your health worth?
Right.
But it's also reusable, which
absolutely. Just wash it. Yeah.
That's the thing. It's like it's probably economical in the long run because plastic wrap you don't reuse unless you're a psycho.
And it gets all over the world and
everywhere. I'm sure you've seen the Pacific Garbage Patch, which is crazy, right? These are bags, and these bags are called WOWE, WOWE. Right, and what is this?
It's another food storage, choice option.
Paper or no, it's cloth.
Cloth, but clean cloth. Yeah.
And she uses this just
like for bread. It's really good. Bread, cookies, stuff like that.
Okay.
Yeah, we use those.
And so, is this all these different products listed on your website so people can?
They're listed on the Million Marker. There's a card there to scan the QR code, and you can put that.
And but it would be nice if it was like a one. So if you scan the QR code, is there a one-stop shop? Like people listening to this right now, can we send them to a website? What website would that be?
I can't remember. Look at the card.
This one, tips for a detox journey. So this is the QR. So if I scan this right now, it'll take me there. It's my phone. This world, we're not ready. Okay, it says the website is millionmarker.com. Chemical glossary. So this is the chemical glossary that's on this card, but it doesn't.
Not the products, right?
It doesn't say the products. It says partners. Is that?
So there's products on that other website I told you, on Plastic Your Life.
On plasticyourlife.com. So that's a place where people can go and see these products.
And then, so there's 3 steps. On plasticyourlife.com, Action Hub, protect yourself. And then it can tell you how to protect yourself against various things in different rooms. I have it by rooms, I think.
What is this one, Jamie? This one says...
This is the same website. I just already went to that.
Oh, so when you go to unplasticyourlife.com, it takes you to OSP Society. Society.
Yeah, it redirects to this website.
Got it. And then go to the Action Hub, protect your family, And then are the products listed down there? Okay, yeah, there it is. Okay, okay. Non-plastic bags, non-steel cookware. Got it. Replace the plastic cutting boards with wood. So I think some people use titanium, which is fine too, right? And then what about that? What's about that? Steel single-use drinking water containers. Never use plastics to store your food in. Never heat plastics. Holy, save your skin by selecting personal care products with natural ingredients, such in glass or tin packaging. Oh boy, so disturbing.
Washing your clothes.
Yeah.
By the way, we didn't talk about smell.
Smell.
But everything that's fragranced has phthalates.
Of course.
And, like you think you're doing good if you hang that little pine tree in your car.
Not good?
Not good. and you plug in things in the wall that are supposed to clean up your air and, refresh your air and so on. Not good.
There's ones that are in cars now, like certain cars. I think Mercedes has one where you refill it and it actually will spray air freshener through the vents. Does Mercedes do that? I think it's Mercedes, which makes sense. Luxury. I want to smell like lavender as I'm driving. Look at me in my luxurious car. I smell lavender, dying of chemical exposure.
We asked women on our study. We said, "What do you use?" And then we said, "Was it fragranced?" And anything where they said that was fragranced, their body burden of phthalates was higher.
Of course. What about natural deodorants?
I don't know.
Yeah, because I use natural deodorant to try to avoid a lot of that stuff.
On the product for it on the website, it says it's a miscellaneous dangerous good. I think.
What? It says miscellaneous dangerous goods.
Maybe it's when they ship it or something.
Other dangerous substances. The interior of the vehicle will be fragrances. It says it right there. This is under Mercedes, under their smell. Aroma system, Pacific mood. Ooh, I want a Pacific mood. I'm living on the coast. It says miscellaneous dangerous goods, other dangerous substances. That's crazy that it's labeled that way. The interior of the vehicle can be fragranced to suit your own individual preference with the air balance package. Flacon Pacific mood, lemon and orange top notes, accompanied by a blend of spices. But meanwhile, it's probably not good for you. So what is in there? They're engineered specifically, does it say what? They're also subject to rigorous testing, which means each part comes fully certified. In the end, you can be sure that your vehicle will perform up to its potential, mile after mile.
This word meant now. I'm going to try it.
Whoa. Can you say that word, doctor? Good 10 Zyken.
I'm guessing it means something like it's dangerous goods, but
why not? Other dangerous, if they're calling it dangerous? That sounds really crazy.
Miscellaneous dangerous goods.
Look at it, like hazard warnings. This is crazy. Like, why would they say
on the
that?
website, yeah.
And then you're spraying it and you're breathing it in.
it could be very well like one of those California rules where they say like if this building has got dangerous chemicals that could cause cancer in people, and it like has to be
This is
right.
Yeah.
But it's just weird that that's in the actual stuff that you breathe in and smell. Yeah, I've heard another thing that's really bad for you is incense.
Probably varies with the what's in it. I wouldn't blanket all incense. I haven't studied that.
Well, let's put that in perplexity. Because I know candles are bad for you. Scented candles in particular.
Scented,
right?
Yes, there's the aroma again. See, one of the things that phthalates do is they cause something to hold scent, retain scent. So they're put into perfume, and they're put into makeup, and they're put into, the things you put on your wall. And so, you want something to smell for a long time, you're going to use phthalates.
It says, burning incense products, smoke and chemicals that can irritate your lungs, worsen asthma and allergies, and with heavy long-term use in poorly ventilated spaces, may increase risks for heart disease and some cancers. You think incense, you go over to someone's house, they do yoga, they eat vegan, They burn incense. They must be healthy.
Right.
Long-term health risks. Repeated long-term exposure, daily for years, been associated in studies with increased risk of bronchitis, reduced lung function in children, and chronic respiratory symptoms in workers heavily exposed to temple incense. God. Epidemiological studies, mostly in Asian populations with heavy daily use, have linked long-term incense exposure to higher rates of cardiovascular problems, hypertension, coronary artery disease, stroke, chronic limb, what's that word?
Ischemia.
Ischemia, what's that mean? What does ischemia mean? That can't be good. Sounds terrible. What is ischemia? What is ischemia? Lack of blood flow to part of a body, usually because of an artery is narrowed or blocked. Severe or prolonged, the affected tissue can be damaged or die. Oh, great. Oh, wonderful. So you think about incense, you think like healthy, natural people. Oh, they burn incense. It sounds lovely. It sounds like they're spiritual. Ah, incense. I used to love incense. I used to use it all the time. Thought it was cool. Made you, like, you know, be more peaceful. Incense. Bad for you. Everything's bad for you. You know what's bad for you? These straws, if you trip with them. You know, a lot of people have died. These are metal straws.
Really?
They've died because they're on their phone, they're not paying attention. They stub their toe and fall, and this thing goes through their eyeball, and they die.
Shoot.
Yeah.
Okay. I won't recommend that.
But also, you can die just falling. I mean, if you're falling and you're holding a steel straw, throw it to the side. That's my
So
advice.
if you want to do this little experiment of one that we're talking about.
Okay.
End of one, unless Jamie wants to do it too.
Jamie's in. Look at him. He's down.
Then Jenna or somebody on her team, if you had an hour, half an hour, I don't know how long it took, call you, say, ask you, what did you use? What did you use? What did you use for this,
Right.
right? And then they'll recommend what to change.
Right. I recently underwent this plasmapheresis
I know, yeah.
thing. Yeah. And that's supposed to remove a lot of that stuff from your blood, correct? So my blood, I'll tell you what, the next day, I was very tired that day, like exhausted that day. But the next day afterwards, I felt like lighter. I felt like, whoa, this is crazy. I felt like I had more energy. Like it was like kind of late at night. I was like, I'm not tired at all. It was weird. Like I felt different, you know? And
So that would be great. Are you going to do it again?
no, I just did it. I mean, I would do it again, but I just did it a few days ago.
I was just wondering, you know, if you measure chemicals in your urine before you did that.
I should have done that.
And then after that.
I don't have any pee laying around from before.
No.
I don't like but I could do it now, and maybe I have very low levels, and we could attribute that to because I haven't done the best job. Well, like I said, I did get rid of my plastic coffee machine at home. I did that about 3 or 4 weeks ago. One of the things it's done is it's made my morning coffee a lot harder to get. It's more of like a ritual now because I use a steel water boiler thing that heats up to 200 degrees, and then I have a steel French press, and I grind the beans in a steel thing, right? And then I pour the beans in the French press, and it takes 15 minutes rather than 30 seconds. It tastes way better. Well, I'm a big coffee drinker. I love coffee, but I like it black. Like, I love the flavor of coffee. I really do. And so it just tastes better. It tastes French press, I think, is the best way to drink coffee anyway. Yeah. And so I kind of decided, like, why am I'm avoiding all these microplastics. I don't drink out of plastic or paper cups. I do all these different things. Why am I still using a plastic coffee machine? I look at that thing every morning, and I was like, yeah, but it's going to give me coffee right now. So I press the button to get my coffee right now. And then I was like, that's stupid. So now I only use something like this. Yeah. So I'd be interested to see if maybe I have low levels, because I certainly feel like my body, it felt refreshed, like I had less inflammation, but that's like a 2-hour procedure. It's a pain in the butt. You gotta sit there for 2 hours. You look like a psycho. I should have taken a photo of what I looked like while I was doing it, because I was laying there and I had like cords in this arm and cords in that arm. So I had blood coming out of that arm and going back out of that arm. It's really kind of nutty.
How expensive?
I don't know.
Oh.
Yeah, I don't know. But I'm sure it's not cheap.
Yeah.
But the benefits of it, in terms of like the people that I know that have done it, said it's a game changer in terms of your recovery, market recovery levels, much better sleep. Like if you're wearing an Oura ring or a Whoop strap or something along those lines, you get much better recovery. And I think that's probably the case with me. I'm feeling pretty good. I do a lot of stuff,
Yeah.
I do a lot of things to maximize my health, so it's really kind of difficult to know like what's doing what.
Yeah.
I just know all in all.
Well, we always say, in my field, do one thing at a time.
Right, of course. If you're doing science.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing science. I'm doing chaos.
Well, you're doing, experiment one, so.
Yeah. But it works. All of it together is definitely working. My body's pretty good.
So, you were mentioning how it's going to be very hard to get these things regulated, and I just wanted to point out, we probably talked about this last time, but, where do these chemicals come from, these plasticizers? And you probably know they're made from fossil fuel byproducts, yes?
Yeah.
So the forces against eliminating them are not only the manufacturers of the plastic, but it's also the fossil fuel industry.
Right.
So that makes it extremely difficult.
Right. Yeah, and it's probably one of the primary factors in why this isn't discussed, because it would reduce fossil fuel consumption, which would affect oil markets, which would affect the economy.
It's big. It's big.
Yeah.
But the rate at which plastic production is increasing is astounding.
Yes.
And with no end in sight.
Well, I don't think you're going to get the government to act about this stuff. I think this has to be done on an individual level where people are aware of it and take steps to protect themselves and their family from these issues. That's my cynical view of how this is going to be played out. And I'm really hoping, I know for a fact a lot of people listened to our last conversation and made some lifestyle changes. I'm really hoping that now, with this follow-up visit, more and more people will be aware of it.
The movie.
Yes, and watch the movie. And the movie's called, what's it called again?
The Plastic Detox.
The Plastic Detox.
Yeah.
And where's this movie available?
In your house.
Right, but is it available on Amazon, Netflix? It's Netflix. Okay.
Yeah.
Watch on that. Netflix is great.
Yeah.
There's so many great documentaries on Netflix. The hidden dangers of plastics in our homes. 6 couples embark on a plastic detox within their homes. It changes their families forever. The Plastic Detox explains what microplastics and their chemicals are doing to our health and how we can take matters into our own hands. From hormone disruption that's fueling a worldwide fertility crisis to growing rates of cancer and early heart attack and stroke. This powerful documentary reveals the shocking science behind plastic's impact on human life.
Do you want to see a little trailer?
Sure. Let's watch a little trailer. Put your headphones on. Well, you already know what it says.
Basically, just a crap ton of chemicals.
Even the smallest levels of exposure can have profound effects.
Fertility worldwide is going.
Yeah, you are.
And it is tightly goals that are commonly used in plastic. We have been trying to get pregnant for over 10 years now. 22 months.
2.5 years? Say what you always call yourself.
I say, Julie, I'm not a human dildo.
This is a 3-month intervention where we recruited 6 couples who have unexplained infertility. We look at measures of semen quality. The cutoff for fertile is about 40. You're technically subfertile, infertile, so that's kind of scary, right?
Yes.
The question
question is, if we lower people's exposure to chemicals that are in plastic, can we change their fertility? These chemicals not only affect your fertility, they also have other health consequences.
These chemicals can contribute to early heart attacks and stroke, autism, as well as obesogens.
Learning more about plastics, it's opening my eyes to how much bigger it is.
Many people think the government takes care of us, but very few chemicals are actually banned from personal care products, and over 1,100 are banned in the EU. To have a child, I believe it is a fundamental human right.
I think keep you the best mom ever. And I really want to see that for you.
Plastic doesn't have to come from a toxic petroleum-based material. We can learn to do it other ways.
You can change, and you can help with the change.
That's another good point that he just said right there. That plastic doesn't have to come from petroleum-based materials. And most people aren't aware of that, but you can make plastic out of plant compounds.
Yes.
And it's biodegradable.
Yeah.
Which is like they make a hemp plastic.
Right.
And
potatoes.
Potatoes. Yeah, and probably a bunch of other stuff too, right? That you can make plastic out of that doesn't have these effects.
Right.
It would be really nice if we moved in that direction, wouldn't it?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Absolutely. The plant-based plastics have the cost of raising the plants, of course. There's that added cost. But,
right,
yeah.
but does that even compare to the cost of pulling oil out of the ground and refining it,
right.
then turning it into plastic through some horrific process that turns the rivers blue? Or whatever it does.
God knows what color it turns us.
Right. Is there a list of garments that people shouldn't wear? Are you aware of that? The plastic leaching garments?
Well, the only specific ones I know are, because people have told me about them, are the sports uniforms, team uniforms.
Because they have a coating on them.
Yeah, and then
to make them more durable? Is that the idea?
And probably this book, To Die For, will have more information. And I have it, and I've read. I'm just so busy, with this right now, but I'm going to read it. And uniforms, kids' uniforms, airline personnel uniforms. I think uniforms, firefighters are big exposure to these chemicals too.
Right.
Yeah.
Because they wear those waterproof.
Yeah. Anything with it. Yeah, that's right. Anything that's waterproof, stain-proofed, just like your Teflon pans, there.
Yeah.
So, but I don't know any particular brands.
So I imagine like nylon tracksuits and all those different things. That'd be terrible for you. So the worst offenders.
Customers could look for, when they buy these things, they could look for PFAS-free. Just like now people know to look for BPA-free, or, if they could look at PFAS-free, then they would be avoiding a lot of this.
So go back to the top, please. It says the worst offenders are synthetic plastic-heavy garments that are fuzzy, coated, or very tight to the skin, especially polyester fleece, recycled polyester fast fashion, and PFAS-coated water stain repellent outerwear and activewear. Polyester fleece jackets, blankets, loungewear, extremely high microfiber shedding. One study found that polyester fleece shedding orders of magnitude more fibers per wash than other knits, which estimates around 110,000 fibers per garment per wash. This is both bad for environmental plastic pollution and for indoor dust and air. Oy. Recycled polyester fast fashion like leggings, tees, dresses, and sportswear. New testing shows recycled polyester garments shed more and finer microfibers than virgin polyester. Interesting. So you think recycled, I'm recycling, I'm a good person. No, you're killing yourself. Increased particle numbers and potential toxicity. These items are often cheaply made, shed heavily in washing, and frequently use intense dyes and finishes. Hot pink. Tight synthetic sportswear and underwear. Yikes. These are worn for long periods directly against sweaty skin and mucous membranes, increasing opportunity for contact with microplastics and additives like antimony, phthalates, and PFAS finishes. Cheap synthetic performance or wrinkle-free fashion. Stain-resistant, easy care, anti-odor, and heavy print coating garments are more likely to use chemical finishes that can off-gas or leach on top of the base synthetic fiber issues. Lower concern choices. Okay, not perfect, but generally less problematic for leaching and microplastic shedding. Undyed or lightly dyed natural fibers like cotton, linen, wool, hemp, silk, without stain-resistant or wrinkle-free finishes. Simple weaves, knits rather than fluffy or brushed surfaces, which shed less. PFAS-free rain gear and outdoor clothing. Brands now often as what rain gear is PFAS-free? That's interesting because I've always thought that has to be coated.
Right. Oh, a lot of work, huh?
What has been the response to first of all, you're releasing your first book and then coming on podcasts and talking about this thing? Has it been surprising to you? What has it been like?
It has been kind of surprising how much interest there is and how much, people are taking this up. And what's great is there are a lot of nonprofits that are in the space that are getting out these messages. So it's not just me, many, many nonprofits. And then there's there's the Plastics Treaty, which is a worldwide. It didn't pass, but hopefully it will come back and maybe next time. And then there's the work that the EU is doing, which is miles ahead of us. For example, I think I might have said this before, but just so in Europe, if you're going to put a new chemical into commerce, it has to pass certain tests to be safe.
Right.
Not here.
Right.
So the testing is on you and me and everyone listening. And I mean, we haven't really raised our hand and volunteered for that.
Well, I mean, I don't want this to happen, but I think maybe what has to happen is these companies have to get in trouble,
Well, some of them have, there are lawsuits. And that's,
are there lawsuits against, outerwear, clothing,
I don't know.
yoga
I don't
pants?
know, but...
Because yoga pants are a problem, right? Yoga pants.
Yes.
Yeah, those tight nylon things that a lot of the gals wear to...
I don't know where the lawsuits are. I might at some point get involved in that, but at this point, I don't know. But I know there are lawsuits and that they can be an effective way to push back. And by the way, you said we wouldn't get a federal law, and I think that's not for a long time, but states can do it. California, for example, is doing lots of good stuff.
What are they doing about it?
I can't name you the laws, but I know they're very active. Ron Bonta, he's a district attorney general of the state of California. He's very active, and so the states that have active, pushback, are able to get laws passed. That kind of sets the tone for for what's possible. But I don't see us getting federal pushback very soon.
No, it seems like industry controls the federal government more than the health and safety concerns of the people,
right.
Which is very disturbing, but not too surprising when you consider a lot of the other things that are allowed in this country that aren't allowed in other countries.
Right.
Like when you show the list of chemicals that are illegal in the EU, that are illegal in America, it's disturbing. Look, we're supposed to be number one. We're number one. We're number one in chemicals.
Number one in chemicals.
Yeah.
Probably.
The response when you were on this podcast was pretty shocking for me. So many people reached out to me. A lot of my friends that watched the episode were like, I can't believe this. Oh, I have no idea. It was 5 years ago. But quite a few of my friends that, don't reach out with every episode, reached out and said, that is just nuts. Like, I can't believe this. And especially people with children.
Yeah.
And they're concerned about the development of their children, or people who are pregnant who are concerned with the intake of these chemicals while they're pregnant, which has a radical effect on the child's development.
Well,
and alligator.
If your friends are listening now, I can tell them that it hasn't changed much. It hasn't improved much, and we have to do a lot more.
Well,
personally, and
I hate to say it, but I think, like I said, I don't think the government's going to do anything. I think it's got to be up to individuals to make choices. And I'm really hoping your documentary has another big impact. One of the beautiful things about Netflix is that it's, even though things get promoted on Netflix, whenever so many people have Netflix, that whenever anything's good, a lot of people just start sharing it, start talking about it, posting about it on social media, and then next thing, the conversation starts happening and starts raising awareness. And I really do hope you're going to go on a bunch of other podcasts as well and talk about this.
Thank you. And there are showings, and Netflix, encourages that, and I'm going actually all over the world talking at showings now. Schedule is like crazy.
Do you ever think how crazy it is that you're this one person that's sounding the alarm? Because you kind of are the most public face of this problem.
That is a little crazy to me, especially given where I've come from. But
what if you didn't exist? This is the question.
Oh, there are many people pushing back. Many.
Right, but I don't know if they're doing it as publicly as you are, and certainly not. I mean, they haven't done this podcast.
There are. I feel lucky that I've had this opportunity, like speaking to you and your followers and other podcasts, and then having the opportunity to have designed this intervention and have worked with Louis and others on the film team to put this forward. It's a very big thing. And, the film costs a lot of money. And we had worldwide support for putting this out. So there's a lot of support behind the pushback. And we just have to get everybody on board and just say, no, I'm not going to use that stuff.
Yeah, that's really what has to happen. The conversation has to increase. The volume has to increase. More people have to share it, talk about it, and more people have to have you on. And we just have to sound the alarm. It's kind of crazy that 5 years later nothing's changed, because like I said, it shook up a lot of people that I'm friends with. But I didn't hear it from any other places.
Yeah.
I mean, I didn't see you on. Did you do any other podcasts after you did mine?
Many. Huberman?
Sure.
Yeah,
very well.
On his,
he's great.
Yeah, he's great. And there are. I can't remember, but yes, a lot of podcasts. But hopefully now more. I do have more coming up. My schedule is really kind of crazy.
One other thing that's great is the documentary is easily digestible.
Yes.
It's on Netflix. Everything's on Netflix. You sit down. Okay, let's watch. And then you go, oh my God.
And then there's all these, places to go at the end of it to learn more. If people want to do that. I would love to see it viewed by influencers, not in the typical, social media sense, but people like religious leaders, leaders who could be won over. If you have any ideas, but I've thought about having, the Pope. I mean, it sounds really wild, but, a lot of people get their where do people get their information? Like from their religious leaders, from their peers, from their doctors. By the way, none of this is taught in medical school.
That's crazy.
That's crazy right there.
Well, neither's nutrition.
Right.
Yeah.
So, somebody's going to spend a lot of time getting that curriculum changed, right? Actually, you have to get the test changed because the teaching is to the test. So if we could get this stuff on the test, there would be more doctors learning this. But they don't get it. They learn about lead, that's about all.
Well, there's not a lot of incentive to teach this stuff. That's part of the problem. Is that especially these chemical companies and the use of these things is going to affect so many different industries, because if you cut that out, then how much of an impact is that going to have on the economy? If everybody just stopped using all these chemicals, all the Lululemon brands, and I don't know, single them out, but all these different companies, if they all just went under tomorrow, that'd be a giant problem if everybody just stopped using these things.
Maybe for a little while, but then they'd be healthier.
Well, the people would be healthier, but the companies would go under.
The companies will not be healthier.
They would.
Unless they make the switch.
But what could they do to make the switch? Like if you're a company.
Well, you were saying like plant-based plastics.
Mm-hmm. Do they make plant-based plastic clothing? Does anybody do that? Like plant-based plastic leggings? Let's find that out. Does anybody make plant-based plastic
used in clothing?
Yeah. what is the primary chemicals that come out? And is it PFAS? What is yeah? PFAS-free leggings. Because I would imagine, especially if you're not wearing underwear and you're wearing those kind of yoga tights, that'll just get in there, right?
Well, speaking of that, they want them to be squat-proof, in quotes. So they're not see-through.
Squat-proof?
Yeah, if this girl's wearing leggings, they're going to be doing a lot of squats at the gym probably or something.
Squat-proof?
So they don't want people to be watching them a lot, but there are some.
I don't know what that means. Watching them a lot?
You don't have to.
Oh, see-through.
Yeah, see-through.
But that's a weird way to say squat-proof sounds to me like you can't do squats.
Also proper ripping, I would imagine, too.
I think it's just a bad phrase. Like when you do a squat or downward-facing dog, the fabric stretches out. You can see some undies through the fabric.
Tested 9 different kinds of them, so there's a few different brands. This isn't really.
The bioplastic. Go back. There.
Yeah, bioplastic. 3 primary categories of non-toxic workout clothes: all natural or almost all natural. For example, 100% organic cotton or 90% cotton, 10% spandex. Most semi-synthetic fabric, for instance, Tencel fabric, plant-based plastic, which is plastic sourced from something like castor bean oil instead of fossil fuels. In general, I'm not a huge fan of plant-based bioplastics. They are advertised as plastic-free alternatives, but they're still plastic. And some research shows that they're not truly non-toxic. I know, it's disappointing, it says. Here's the honest-to-God truth. When it comes to performance, stretchiness, compression, durability, the plant-based plastics do tend to perform the best. Followed by the semi-synthetics, followed by the all-natural. I think they mean perform the best in terms...
Out of the 3, I think, not.
But in terms of stretchiness, the other 3. A lot of product categories where non-toxic options performs just as well as a synthetic option like shampoo, to give you one example. It's not really as straightforward with leggings. At the end of the day, you're going to have to decide for yourself what kind of material you prefer. It will largely depend on things like what type of workouts you do, how you like your leggings to feel, where you work out, and more. Okay, my reviews on these 9 almost plastic-free non-toxic leggings. All right, let's get to it. It says, what are the ones? So Mate, it's a company called Mate. Overall review, it's they were their best middle ground leggings. They're super high. They're not super high performance. I don't know what that means, but they're made from healthier materials. They're very comfortable. They're great for lower impact workouts, just for general everyday wearing. Squat test passed, but had to size up. So let's find what the best one is. Do they have the best one? So Mate is one of them. What are the other ones? Pangea. Overall review. Find myself reaching for these leggings more often than any of the others when it comes to hardcore workouts. Compressive nature of them makes me feel very held in when I'm jumping around. They have great stretch. Squat test pass. Material blend. 92% polyamide bio-based EPO. Bio-based content. 8% part bio-based Creora elastane. 30% bio-based content. Makes it different, closest to conventional synthetics in terms of fit, feel, stretch, and compression. Okay. Well, so this website is thefittery.com and / plastic-free non-toxic workout leggings. Go check it out for yourself. So there's some options that are out there. Hopefully we'll give those companies a boost and more people will wear them. Anything else before we get going? Think we covered it all?
I think so.
I think we sounded the alarm.
I think we tried again anyway.
Yeah, we did something.
Yeah.
Like I said, I think it's just a volume thing. More and more of these conversations have to take place so that in the general zeitgeist, more people are aware of it, and it's just increased awareness, and it just makes it where more people are making better choices.
And your platform is so huge that I'm really encouraged to have the opportunity to talk about this with you, and happy to come back.
Well, I'd be happy to have you back. I loved you the first time. You're great the second time as well. And for everybody, one more time, The Plastic Detox. That's the name of the documentary. It's available right now on Netflix. Go check it out. and fix your life, kids. All right. Thanks. I really appreciate it. It was really fun. Thank you.
Yeah, that's great.
And I'm really so happy that you're out there. Because, like I said, if you weren't doing this very important work, I wouldn't know about it. And I think a lot of other people wouldn't either. So thank you.
So pee in the cup.
I will pee in the cup. I promise you. I promise you I'll pee in the cup, and I'll send
then
it.
if you want to do the next steps, let me know.
I will do the next steps as well. Okay.
So
Sure.
when you're ready to have another...
Talk to that microphone so people know what you're saying.
So when you're ready to have another test kit, or you can go to Million Market and just order one.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's $100.
All right. We'll do it.
We'll send it for nothing if you want. Just let me know.
I'll give you the $100.
Okay.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Appreciate it. All right. Bye, everybody.
The Joe Rogan Experience.
Drink my name, Joe Rogan Podcast my name. All day.
What's happening, man? Boy, I'm good. How are you? I'm great. I watched your documentary, The Alabama Solution, last night, and it was wild. It was very, very disturbing. Kind of shocked I hadn't heard more about it, you know, because it's such a terrible, terrible story. It's such a just an unbelievably awful situation, and I think you covered it really well. It's very, very heartbreaking.
Yeah, thanks for watching it. Yeah, it's sort of a question of why people don't know about things that are happening with our tax dollars in our backyards. You know, are there things that we don't want to know? There's a reason why people sort of drive by prisons on the highway and they see the little metal sign and it says, you know, XYZ correctional, and they probably think, as I did for many years, well, I'm sure it's not great back there, but it doesn't need to be great. If anything terrible was happening back there, somebody would probably tell me about it. But because of the secrecy that surrounds prisons, you know, we treat them sort of like black sites. There's no way for us to really look inside, so the press doesn't get let in and the public doesn't understand what's happening. And we know that when you give people total control over other people, bad things happen.
Bad things happen every single time, and this is one of the worst things. What's really terrifying is the sheer numbers of people that died there with no investigation. That's what's really terrifying.
Yeah.
Because, you know, you even detailed it at the end, like, since then, how many people have died. And it's just like, good Lord, you're thousands.
Yeah. Well, there's an attorney general in Alabama named Steve Marshall, who's always run on like tough on crime strategies and saying, you know, we got to lock more people up, and people who are in prison for violent crimes should potentially never get out of prison, ever. And he says in the film, as you remember, that I asked him about the nature of crime, and he says, well, I think there are evil people in this world, people who have absolutely no regard for human life. And this is a guy who's presided over a system that's led to the deaths of 1,500 people just since we started making the film. So this question of like, who are the good guys and who are the bad guys, and you know, what's the nature of cruelty, what's the nature of punishment? Are we putting people there to try to make them better, rehabilitate them? Are we putting them there because they're drug addicts and we're trying to get rid of them as opposed to rehabilitate them, or as opposed to try to get them off of drugs? So obviously prisons have become pretty much a catch-all for the ills of society. So if you have mental illness, much more likely to go to prison. Once you're in prison, if you're mentally ill or you have bad social skills, you're much more likely to get into a scrape with a guard who probably isn't trained to deal with somebody who's mentally ill. And you're much more likely to get murdered, which is what we saw happening in Alabama.
But you even, it's the old expression, who's going to watch the watchers, right? Because one of the things that you detail is very obviously nonviolent people who spend all their time writing and reading, and they're getting retribution because they're calling attention to the terrible conditions at the prison. So the one guy with the glasses who was blindly, what was his name?
Robert O'Council.
I mean, there's so many stories that you show in this documentary from smuggled cameras. So these guys all get contraband cameras from the guards.
From the guards, yeah. The guards sell the camera, sell the phones to the men inside,
which is also crazy.
Yeah, I mean, there's so many drugs in the Alabama state prison system, and I spoke to one of the people who was incarcerated there early on a contraband cell phone, and I said, you know, where are all the drugs coming from? The amount of drugs here, this is incredible, you know, human wasteland. You're seeing just high percentage, maybe 80% of the people are addicted to drugs. Many of them were not addicted to drugs before they came in. And how are you getting all the cell phones? And the guy looked at me like I was, you know, stupid. And he said, you know, we don't leave, right? And I thought, oh, I get it. The people that come and go are the guards. Those are the ones that go out. They get the packages. They bring them in. And I've spoken to guards who've said, you know, we make $36,000 a year without the drugs, without the cell phones. So, of course, we got to sell the cell phones and the drugs because that takes us up to $70,000 to $75,000.
Oh, God. Yeah. So what are the main drugs these guys are addicted to? Where are they getting them?
Well, there's originally, right, it was sort of more traditional drugs, and people were using heroin and using whatever they could get a hold of. But as the drugs have gotten more complicated and easier to bring in, now they can actually put this drug called Flocka, which is a very significant problem there. Fentanyl, obviously, also, but these drugs can be brought in on a piece of paper. So somebody could send you a letter, and it could be in the letter. They can actually put the drug into the paper.
Oh, sort of like acid, when they put acid on paper?
Yeah. And so, you know, there's this effort to kind of stop that, but then does it lead to people being unable to communicate with their loved ones? Ultimately, the easiest way to get the drugs is for the officers to sell the drugs. And so, you know, we say, and I think it's sadly true, that the Alabama Department of Corrections, and it's not just in Alabama, but obviously we use that as the lens through which we saw incarceration more generally, but the Alabama Department of Corrections is the largest law enforcement agency in the state of Alabama, and it's also the biggest drug dealing operation. You know, you're much more likely to die of an overdose inside the prison than you are out on the street in Alabama.
Really? Statistically? Oh my God. Oh boy. You know, one of the things that is was very heart-wrenching is this callous approach. You showed at the one time where all these prisons were on strike, so they all communicated with each other through these contraband cell phones. They all got through the guard, so I guess it's ubiquitous throughout the state. It's not just this one.
Correct.
And these people on the radio were like, well, it's prison, it's supposed to suck. You know, maybe if they had saw your film, they wouldn't have such a cavalier attitude about it. Yeah, it's that attitude. It's like, these are human beings, and some of them barely did anything. Like one guy that wound up dying from, you think they did something to, or they think they did something to a cigarette that they gave this guy. All he did was break into an abandoned building.
Yeah.
He didn't steal anything.
And entering an unoccupied building.
Yeah.
His name is James.
I mean, I don't even know if he broke in, right? It was unoccupied. It might have even been open.
Yeah, it said entering.
So he entered a building that he wasn't supposed to enter. He got 15 years in a cage. And then on his way out, at least they're inferring that they killed him because he had too much information about what was going on inside and he was going to get out.
Yeah, this goes back to a story of a woman who we had met and her son when we were first communicating with the men using these contraband cell phones. And they were telling us what was going on inside the prison, inside the various prisons. We sort of, in the early days, we couldn't believe it because the way we got into the prisons to begin with is I had gone down to Alabama because I was always interested in incarceration and the problems of that system and the justice system. I had made other films about the justice system, and I was always curious about Alabama because it's sort of famously maybe the worst prison system in the country, but it mirrors a lot of others. And my daughter was 14 at the time, Jeremy, and she said, I'm reading this book by a guy named Anthony Ray Hinton, and it's a book about his wrongful imprisonment in Alabama, and maybe you should read this with me. So we ended up reading the book together, and then we both sort of just spontaneously decided to take a road trip to Montgomery because we just didn't know anything about it and had never been there. She was growing up in New York, and it was just not in her frame of reference. So we went down there, and we met a man who was the first black prison chaplain in the state of Alabama, Chaplain Browder. And I said, well, I'm really curious about what's going on in the prisons. And he said, well, you should just come in with me. And I said, well, I'm a filmmaker. They're not going to let me just walk into the prison in Alabama. And he said, well, just don't come in as a filmmaker. You just don't have to bring a camera. You just come in and talk to some of the guys. So I went in to film. Ultimately, we were allowed to film ultimately in one of the prisons. And when we were in there to film this revival meeting, just because we were lucky enough to find a warden who felt like, he wanted to show an example of how Christianity was active and important in the prison system, which I agreed with. But then while we were in there filming with like 5 cameras, which was just unheard of, the men inside couldn't believe that there were any cameras in there. And they started taking us aside and saying, listen, what they're showing you here is a very curated version of what's going on in this prison. You have to get into these other buildings. You've got to see what's going on in that dorm over there called the behavior modification dorm, where guys have been killed by guards. And you've got to look at that dorm where people have been in solitary confinement for 5 years at a time. Don't let them show you just what they want to show you. And I felt much safer, even though the warden had said to us, when you go in there, don't talk to any of the men. They're all very dangerous. I immediately felt safer talking to the inmates than I did talking to any of the guards. And when we left, it was really because we got kicked out, right? We saw in the beginning of the film, we sort of start getting nosy and we start trying to look at some of these other areas, and then they shut down the filming, they throw us out. And then we thought, well, maybe we're stuck now. How are we going to make a film about this? We feel we have to because we're the only people that know what's going on in here, but they're not going to let us back. So it was then that we found out that there was this network of men inside who had access to these contraband cell phones who were documenting what was going on. So that was our way of getting into those buildings that we couldn't see inside. And one of the first things we learned was one of the guys inside, Melvin Ray, texted us to say, hey, this guard, it was a guard that we had been tracking already. He was a particularly violent guard. He just beat somebody very badly, and he's now, that person, the victim, is at UAB Hospital. So we jumped in a car, we went to UAB Hospital, and just walked up. I just put my iPhone in my pocket, and we just walked up to the intensive care unit. And when we got there, we found that this young man, Stephen Davis, had died from his injuries. And as we started to get deeper into it, we went and visited his mother, because we didn't even know if she knew that she had lost her son. But in fact, she had been with him when he passed away. She had sort of turned off the life support. And we said, we want to make a film about this. We're trying to tell the story. And she immediately said, I'm in. I want to help you. I don't want this to happen to any of the mothers. This is a very nice white lady from Uniontown, Alabama, with an oxygen tank. I mean, she's not somebody that you would see ordinarily as kind of a heroic person. But when she loses her son, she really becomes so activated, and she ends up telling us the story. And then she says, look, they're lying to me already. My son just died last night, and they're already calling me and telling me things about how he was the one that attacked guards, and none of this is true. This all seems like it's fake. So teach me how to record my phone calls. So this older woman suddenly became a really important partner in making the film. And this gets back to your question about Stephen Davis. So her son, who was a drug addict, right, didn't kill anybody, but was in a car when a drug deal went bad, he went to try to buy drugs, and his friend went in the house, and they had a fight. Somebody got shot, and then he got arrested and was charged with murder because that's how the felony murder statute works. And so here you have a drug addict who goes to prison in Alabama and is in the highest security prison there, and is targeted by a particular guard who is especially violent and is just beaten to death in front of 70 witnesses. And then, of course, as we go through the film, we start tracking that in our investigation, and we start looking into the cover-up and why they lied about how he had died and how they scrambled witnesses and how the Department of Corrections is organized so that they prevent people from finding out what really happened to their kids or their loved ones, with liability and so on. And there was one person that we ended up hearing from, this guy James Sales, who originally tells just the police side of the story, just says, well, yeah, it's exactly the way that the guard said, but then he kind of hints on the phone, listen, when I get out of here, I'll tell the real story.
Now, do they have access to these communications? Is there a way they could be hacking into it and know that Sales had said that to you?
Well, the person that he said it to was the lawyer for Sandy Ray. So he was supposed to be on a private attorney call, but we do think that the Department of Corrections doesn't abide by that. I think they do listen to attorney calls. Sales didn't say exactly on the phone what he was going to say, but I think they knew that he was a problem because he was a good person. I mean, Sales, the one who entered an unoccupied building and was locked up for 15 years for that, was obviously a decent person. That's why he says, when I get out, I'll speak to that. I'm not going to lie to that man's mother. But right now, this is their world, bro. I'm not gonna say more. I'm not gonna put myself.
But just by saying that, might have been his death sentence.
He also, as he started to get closer to getting out, because he was killed a month before he was gonna get out, and so as he started getting closer to release, he just started getting more frustrated and more angry and started to say things to guards about, like, what I've seen in here, and then lo and behold, he gets found in a cell dead, and he's bleeding from orifices in his body. It was pretty clear that he was given what they call a hot shot, which is they give you a cigarette that's got something bad on it, and it can kill you.
Boy. So when you first started, when you first showed up with cameras, did you know basically what was going on? Do you have an understanding of what was going on? Like, what were you attempting to do when you got there? Were you just going to try to investigate and figure it out? Or did you already have reports?
We knew a bunch of stuff. We knew because we had this we had visited some prisons as volunteers. And I had gone on the death row with my filmmaking partner, Charlotte Kaufman. We had gone into Easterling. We had gone originally into Holman Prison, where they have the death row. And we went in there with the chaplain, and the lieutenant came down and said, unfortunately, we're so understaffed right now, which is an understatement, that, we don't have anybody to take you around. But, chaplain, I know you want to show your friends around the death row, so, just go for it. So we ended up walking around the death row for like 2 or 3 hours, just talking to men. And those men were very helpful. They weren't, we weren't talking to irrational people. We weren't talking to, they're people who were trying to get the story out. And so we knew going in that there were a lot of bad things happening. We didn't know exactly what. And then when we went into Easterling and the men started calling us aside and saying, they beat me so bad I defecated on myself, or, I just saw there were 5 stabbings this week and none had been reported. We started to realize that it was really a huge crisis, but it was just being kept secret.
This episode is brought to you by Surfshark. With the help of AI, scammers are getting smarter every day, sending emails that look legit but are designed to steal your data, passwords, and money. If you want to stay protected, you got to check out Surfshark. It's way more than your good old VPN. It's an all-in-one security tool. They have a ton of advanced features, and one in particular that's called Email Scam Checker. This thing notifies you if an email you received is a scam or a phishing attempt. So instead of just guessing whether the bank email is real, you can check it before you click. And of course, Surfshark still provides the standard VPN benefits of hiding your online activity or allowing you to virtually change your location and access geo-blocked content while traveling. The final kicker? One subscription covers unlimited devices, so you can protect your phone, laptop, even share it with your household. Pay for one tool, protect all aspects of your online life. Go to surfshark.com/Rogan or use code Rogan at checkout and get 4 extra months of Surfshark. Surfshark.com/Rogan or code Rogan for 4 extra months. So it's crazy that you're relying on these guards to get in the phones that they're using to expose the crimes of the guards. So, and it's like the guards are aware of the phones because they provided them to the inmates, and they're contraband. They're not supposed to have them, but yet they all do. And so they have to ignore it if they want to keep selling them phones?
Well, another way of looking at it is that there's so little accountability that they don't actually think they're going to get in trouble for anything. And they're kind of right? And if you remember that guard who killed Stephen Davis, Rod Gadsden, this guy might be the most violent prison guard in America. He's still working in the Alabama State prison system after he has a starring role, against his will, I'm sure, but after he has a starring role in our documentary, which has been seen by millions of people, they still have him employed there. They still have him interacting with people.
And he got hired to a higher position.
He's been promoted twice, and now he's up for another promotion. So I think to some extent the guards just say, well, I can do whatever I want. I can sell the cell phones. By the way, not all the guards are bad, right? There are guards that we met there who were pretty heartbroken because they went into the system hoping to make change or trying to, maybe they wanted to work in the police department and there weren't any jobs. But in their town, they had the ability to work in a prison, so they kind of went in there and described to us that they wanted to help people with addiction. They wanted to see if they could help rehabilitate people. But when they got in there, they realized very quickly that was not what was in the offing. That wasn't an opportunity for them.
So the guy, this Roger guy that beat Stephen to death, the story was that Stephen had some sort of an implemented weapon, correct?
Yeah, that he had a plastic knife.
Right. Was there any evidence of that?
He had some kind of some kind of plastic thing that he had made. It did not appear to be anything very serious because the reason he had made it is called him gay, and you have to fight your way out of that, right? He wasn't gay, as it turns out. But
you have to fight your way out of that. So if someone calls you gay, you have to fight them?
Yeah, in other words, you can't put up with that because otherwise they're going to turn you into what they call a sissy. They're going to turn you into somebody that gets raped. And there's so much rape in the prison that the DOJ report that came out said that there's rape occurring at all hours of the day and night in all areas of the prison. So rape is such a significant problem. And when Stephen Davis was in there and was accused of being gay, he had to make a show of fighting the person that was calling him gay. He never went after the guards or anything like that. And everybody that the lawyer spoke to, a dozen witnesses who had seen what happened, all of them said as soon as the guards came in, he immediately lay down on the floor and put his weapon about 15 feet away from him, put this plastic knife 15 feet away, and then the guards came in and just started beating him, even though there was no threat. And the guards would say, Gadsden was saying to Stephen Davis, so quit resisting, and he wasn't resisting at all, and that's what all the witnesses said.
So they just have to say that, so they yell it out.
It was almost just a warning to everybody else. Like, look, I can do anything that I want. I can say that he's resisting. Isn't it funny? And the way he kills him, he stomps on his head with his size 15 boot. This is a guy who's almost 300 pounds. I think he's about 6'5", and he's been implicated in 24 other excessive force cases. And the Attorney General in Alabama, every single time, is defending the guard.
How many other people have died in those cases?
there have been a lot of other injuries. I think that there have been 2 people who've died out of the 24, 25 cases that we know about. But there are a lot of just maimings. There are a lot of situations where people are just damaged, often permanently. You saw what happened in Kinetic Justice when he, Robert Earl Council, when he leads a nonviolent work strike, the guards come and attack him, and he loses sight in one of his eyes. Yeah. He's dragged out of the cell. There's a huge amount of blood. So especially these guys who are leading a nonviolent effort to try to improve conditions, they're always met with violence.
Right, he was the guy that was at the head of this strike.
Yeah.
And then the strike really highlights something that I think a lot of people are unaware of, is how many industries actually use the prison system essentially for slave labor.
Sure. Yeah. I mean, that was a shock to me, I think, is that, I guess we all sort of assume, well, if you're in prison and they ask you to mop the floor, or you need to help serve the meals or something, that's a reasonable thing to do. I think what we don't realize is that those people are leased out to the governor, to the mansion where the governor lives.
Crazy. That was crazy.
Yeah.
People that were denied parole were allowed to be on the grounds of the governor's mansion doing like groundwork, landscaping and stuff.
Yeah. And beyond that, they're used for labor in industry, right? So those guys are sent out in the mornings in vans. They go work at McDonald's. They work at Burger King. They work at Kentucky Fried Chicken. They work at the Hyundai plant. They work at the Budweiser distributorship. And it's all sort of under the heading of, well, this is good for the guys. They get to get out into the community. But it's a forced labor situation, because if they don't accept those assignments, then they're going to be punished. And they're going to be punished with long stays in solitary confinement. They're going to be given disciplinaries so that their sentences can be extended. They are often just beaten for that. So it's really an extension. I've heard you on your show talk about the Jim Crow laws, which led to convict leasing. And what we're seeing in Alabama now, it's not like convict leasing. It is exactly convict leasing. They are just selling the labor of incarcerated people to industries
for pennies on the dollar of what you would get if you had to pay people.
Yeah, and they get paid well. They get paid well. Yeah,
but not you're saying they, meaning the prisons, get paid well.
Yes,
but not the prisoners.
Correct.
The prisoners get any money?
They get a little money. For example, the guy you see who's driving a sanitation truck, Danny Dandridge, describes how he's getting paid $2 a day. And
now, is that standard across the board for all those other jobs?
I think for that,
everything.
I think for that job, they get paid a little bit of money, and then on top of that, they're charged for the cost of the van that takes them to the workplace. They're charged for the uniform that they have to wear. So it's sort of like they're kind of fees and fines that knock everything down to almost nothing. And in a lot of cases, the $2 a day is a lot. They're required to do lots of work unpaid. In the prisons, they do all the construction. You could see that even the drug dorm, where the counselor decided to leave his job. There was a professional drug counselor in one of the prisons, and nobody replaces him. And so Raoul Poole, one of the guys in our film, just starts running the drug dorm. And that's a drug dorm that's getting money from the federal government to pay for drug treatment program in prison. And that money's just not going anywhere. Or money's just going into the coffers of whoever's running the prison system.
And is there any accountability for all the money? Do they do an audit of the money? Is it just...
There really is not any meaningful accountability. There's like the state auditor who we actually interviewed and spent a lot of time with, just sort of threw up his hands. He said, there's just no way for me to keep track of this money. And, for example, they got this incredibly horrible set of findings from the Justice Department, right? The DOJ went into the Alabama State Prison System and did an investigation because, for reasons I can explain that are kind of incredible. But anyway, they went in there and they investigated the whole prison system, which I think they'd never done before. Usually they investigate an individual prison or something like that. And they went in and issued a report that said, this is a beyond the pale. There are horrific things that are happening in your prisons. People being murdered, and there's the highest rate of drug overdose and highest rate of rape. And Alabama's response was to say, well, we think that's just anecdotal and you don't know what you're talking about. And then they decided that their solution, the Alabama solution that we sort of ironically talk about in the title of the film, the one the governor talks about, is just to build new prisons. And meantime, the DOJ did not say to build any new prisons. The DOJ said your problem is with corruption and brutality, and you're operating really a criminal enterprise, and therefore you need to address the underlying problems. And Alabama's response was, well, the DOJ says the prisons are no good, so we got to build new ones. Well, that so
they get a massive contract.
Yeah, exactly. So we always call it the Alabama Department of Construction, because they don't really change anything unless they have the opportunity to build something. And that's really good for all the governor's supporters and all the other people who are, in the construction industry. And, they've now started construction on these massive new prisons. Alabama's a tiny state. It's like, smaller population, I think, than Norway. And they've got a tiny budget, and yet they figure out how to put together a multi-billion-dollar prison construction plan. They can't fund it at first. The governor announces she's going to build these new prisons, which the DOJ did not ask for, and are not going to solve the problem. And they admit, by the way, that they're not going to affect overcrowding, which is a huge problem. Prisons are operating at like 200% capacity. And, when they're asked about it, the head of the Department of Corrections, they ask him, is this going to affect the overcrowding? Or is it just the same number of beds? And he goes, no, it's the same number of beds. It's not going to affect overcrowding. So they're building these massive new facilities. The governor can't get them paid for. She can't raise the money in a bond offering. So they go after the COVID money that they got from the government, which is not designed to build prisons, right? It's very hard to argue that building prisons is something that's going to relieve some other kind of health problem or whatever. And then I think they get fined for that, or you have to pay a fine if you use government money for a thing that's not supposed to be for. And then when they start construction, they still can't raise the money, but they start building the new prisons even before they're authorized by the legislature. That's how clearly it was stated that these prisons were going to happen. In other words, we had a crew in Alabama that was watching this site of this one massive prison that they were planning on building, and there were just bean fields, and it was quite beautiful actually. And one day I get a call from somebody, and they say, we got to start filming because there are 25 earth movers here. And I said, well, that's impossible because the legislature hasn't even approved the new prison construction. And they said, well, the prison construction companies know what's happening, and they're already spending hundreds of thousands of dollars just to clear the site. So the fix was in on this new prison construction. And the governor announced that it was going to cost $900 million to build 3 new prisons. So far, they've broken ground and are far along on the first prison, and it's up to $1.3 billion. So when you open that door, a whole lot of commerce comes in, a whole lot of companies come in, and they asked them why was it so expensive? How did it go from $300 million for one prison to $1.3 billion for one prison and counting? And they said, well, it's inflation, and meanwhile, I'm pretty sure that the government's not going to say that we got 400% inflation at the moment. So it's